The cacophony surrounding him roused Yano, who was leaning against the wall. As he opened his eyes and beheld the hedgehog-haired youth on stage, a surge of excitement coursed through him. 5 years had passed since his arrival in this world, and upon awakening to find himself in his childhood form, he grasped the reality of his situation had traversed dimensions to a positive youth of the 21st century. Yano found the concept of reincarnation to be intriguing yet familiar after all, who had not indulged in a few web novels, anime, or films. Upon realizing he was in the Dragon Ball universe, he promptly sought to ascertain the timeline, discovering it was just prior to the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament. He endeavored to locate Master Roshi, climb Korin Tower, seek the Dragon Balls, and even meet Bulma in West City. Unfortunately, none of these aspirations materialized, possessed neither skills nor connections, making it improbable to meet Bulma. Thus, Yano began training in accordance with the original story's teachings from Master Roshi, engaging in various weight training exercises, delivering milk, and occasionally absorbing the essence of nature to guide his ki, all in preparation for the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. Yet he occasionally sensed a warm sensation within him, which he presumed was a latent power yet to awaken. His strength had grown considerable by power level standards. He could hold his own against Goku, although the true extent of his combat prowess remained uncertain. Now, he finally beheld the familiar figures from his childhood son Goku, the bald Krillin awaiting his preliminary match, the swift Yamcha with his Wolf-Fang fist, and Jackie Chan, disguised as Master Roshi. Next up, contestants 63 and 64. With the call, Yano ascended to the stage, facing a tall, muscular opponent. This moment, Yano was of the same age as Goku, standing at roughly the same height as Yamcha, that he assumed a combat stance, fully committed to the match, while his opponent, silent, charged at him once the match commenced. Yano planted his right foot and leapt to the left rear, causing his opponent to miss with a punch. Sensing an opening, Yano advanced, landing a blow to his opponent's abdomen, followed by a spinning kick to the neck, sending the opponent crashing to the ground in a decisive victory. "Hey Goku, that guy's incredibly fast," Krillin remarked, astonished, to which Yamcha nodded in agreement. Even Master Roshi squinted in surprise. Recognizing the speed displayed, it was evident that this tournament was filled with formidable fighters. Contestant 63 wins, the announcer proclaimed, visibly astonished by the swift resolution of the battle. Yano clenched his fist, nodding to a few spectators below. He resolved to connect with them during the quarterfinals, as rushing to socialize now would seem too abrupt. The subsequent matches unfolded as in the original narrative. However, unlike the source material, Yano eliminated Lan Fong, while the remainder of the quarterfinalists remained unchanged. The preliminaries are over. Contestants advancing to the quarterfinals, please prepare for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Yano exhaled deeply, relieved to have reached the top 8. Goku and the others rushed to the audience area to reunite with Bulma. With a flicker of confidence regarding his potential victory over Goku, Yano had been experimenting with ki manipulation, devising a technique to condense his ki into a blade-like form akin to a lower-tier version of the Kamehameha. As long as I can injure Goku with my ki blade, my chances of winning will increase, Yano mused, aware that his combat experience paled in comparison to the seasoned fighters about to face him, even as they struggled to wield ki with his level of proficiency. "All quarterfinalists, please gather at the Martial Arts Temple," announced the broadcast, prompting Yano to dash toward the location. Inside the venue, the quarterfinalists began to arrive. The characters from the original story remain unchanged, save for Lan Fong, whom I defeated, Yano thought to himself. "Prepare yourselves, the first match is about to commence," the host announced as he took the stage. "Now, let the quarterfinals begin, with contestant Krillin facing the Barbarian. Contestants, please prepare to enter the ring in the backstage area." Everyone gazed at the two combatants. Yano pinched his nose, hiding in a corner, for the Barbarian emitted a truly foul odor. The hulking brute drooled, his body covered in coarse hair, clad in nothing but black shorts, and radiating a putrid stench that caused everyone to cover their noses. Krillin, apprehensive about facing such an opponent, gulped as they slowly stepped onto the stage. Bang! With the sound of a gong, the battle commenced. Overwhelmed by the stench, Krillin was caught off guard and pinned to the ground. "Krillin, do you not have a nose?" Goku shouted from backstage. Krillin touched his non-existent nose, realizing the absurdity. Curse it! Krillin strained to break free, now able to fight seriously without external distractions. Whoosh! Krillin darted in front of the barbarian, landing a punch, followed by a flying kick, ultimately toppling his foe and claiming victory. The second match featured Master Roshi against Yamcha. Despite the latter's formidable wolf Fang fist, he was no match for Master Roshi, who emerged victorious. Finally, it was time for Yano to face Nam. The two bowed upon entering the ring and prepared for battle. Bang! The gong sounded. Yano struck first, delivering a punch aimed at Nam. Bang! Nam attempted to block with his right hand, but Yano swiftly kicked him in the shoulder. Following that, Yano executed a mid-air spin, delivering a powerful kick to Nam's head. Nam quickly reacted, raising his left hand to counter with a knife hand strike aimed at Yano. Bang, bang, bang. Yano slightly turned to evade the attack, unleashing a flurry of kicks, ultimately landing an elbow strike to Nam's abdomen, causing him to double over and collapse onto the ground. Impressive. Goku cheered from the sidelines, while Krillin watched in shock and Master Roshi observed intently. The audience erupted in applause, captivated by the spectacle of the match. The intense pain in his abdomen left Nam feeling weary, yet the image of his village's people eagerly awaiting his return with water spurred him to rise. You are indeed remarkable at such a young age. Your strength is extraordinary. However, I carry the hopes of my entire village for water, and I must win this match. Forgive me. Sky cross punch. Nam grimaced, leaping high into the air, arms crossed in a cruciform as he charged toward Yano. Here it comes. Kamehameha. Yano formed his hands into claw-like shapes, leaving a circular space in the center, and then forcefully launched a burst of blue energy toward Nam. What? Is that the Kamehameha? Master Roshi and the others were left astounded, not expecting this young man to wield such power. What is that? Contestant Yano is unleashing a tremendous energy wave, reminiscent of the legendary Master Roshi's Kamehameha. The host exclaimed, pointing at the energy wave in awe. The audience erupted in excitement, cheering as the Kamehameha collided with Nam's sky cross punch, sending him plummeting from the stage. This match is won by contestant Yano, the host declared. Upon hearing the announcement, Yano extended a hand to help Nam up. You were truly impressive, Yano, Nam remarked, a mix of resignation and sorrow in his tone, burdened by the shame of letting down his village, who had pooled their resources for him to compete. And oh, you are stronger than I, Nam. Do not belittle your abilities, Yano replied, shaking his head. Nam forced a smile, misunderstanding Yano's words as mere consolation, his figure appearing somewhat dejected. Chapter 2. A narrow defeat. Yano's recent battle astounded Goku and his companions. The Kamehameha. Goku's eyes widened. He had successfully executed it once before. Krillin, standing nearby, was equally unsettled. How could this be? After stepping off the stage, Yano exhaled deeply, aware that his lack of practical experience had been exposed in the previous fight. In a pure hand-to-hand combat scenario, he might not stand a chance against Namek. The upcoming opponents, including Goku and Jackie Chan, were formidable adversaries, which left him feeling somewhat anxious. The next match would feature Brocky against Son Goku. The announcer urged both contestants to prepare, excitement palpable in his voice. This martial arts tournament promised to be more captivating than the previous ones, potentially reigniting fervor among the spectators. Yano intently observed Goku's fighting style, preparing for his upcoming bout. Unsurprisingly, Goku advanced smoothly to the next round. The subsequent match pitted Jackie Chan against Krillin. Notably, both contestants donned identical martial arts uniforms. The announcer seized the opportunity to inquire if the two were disciples of the same dojo. Krillin nodded affirmatively. We don't belong to a dojo. Both Goku and I are students of Master Wooden. The audience and the host gasped in astonishment, realizing the significance of the legendary Master Wooden. May I ask how old you both are this year? The intermission swiftly passed amidst the audience's laughter, leading to the next match between Krillin and Master Roshi. Given Krillin's current ability, it was evident he could not compete with Master Roshi, who advanced effortlessly. Next up was Son Goku against Yano. Both were of similar age. Yet their martial prowess was nothing short of spectacular, promising an enthralling contest. The match commenced. The two fighters bowed politely to each other, and Yano launched the first attack. Leaping towards Goku with a single hand strike, Goku adeptly retreated and defended while simultaneously counterattacking. Phantom Fist. Goku vanished, leaving behind an afterimage. Yano was taken aback. He had witnessed Master Roshi use this technique before, but had no idea how to counter it. Suddenly, Goku reappeared and kicked Yano in the back. Thud. Despite Yano's quick reflexes, he was struck, hissing in pain. Goku truly is formidable. Narrowing his eyes, Yano thought, "Let us see how you handle this." With that exclamation, Goku was left perplexed. In an instant, invisible air transformed into numerous sharp blades surrounding him, and Goku sensed impending danger. The blades surged toward Goku. Within moments, his clothing was riddled with cuts, and his body bore numerous wounds. What just happened? It appeared Yano had remained still. Yet Goku was now covered in injuries, prompting the announcer to exclaim in amazement. "Goku!" Krillin cried in concern from the sidelines. Master Roshi, embodying Jackie Chan, looked on in astonishment. Is he compressing his energy into blades? Such a technique is truly remarkable. The Kamehameha wave. Goku, refusing to succumb, unleashed the Kamehameha. Yano, witnessing this, resorted to the same tactic. It mirrored their duel against Namu, as this was the first instance in Dragon Ball where two waves collided. However, Goku, weakened and injured, found his stamina lacking compared to before. The two inexperienced Kamehameha waves clashed, with Yano holding a slight advantage. Sitting on the ground, Goku chuckled. Kamehameha against Kamehameha, I did it. Haha. Yet, overwhelmed by exhaustion, he collapsed. The announcer quickly signaled for assistance to carry Goku off for medical attention. Gasping for breath, Yano realized that his victory over Goku relied heavily on his manipulation of energy. Truthfully, his combat experience was still insufficient compared to Goku. Master Roshi surpassed him in both energy control and fighting prowess. Yano clenched his fists, determined to give his all now that he had reached the finals. Having witnessed Yano's energy blades, Master Roshi would surely be more vigilant this time. With only the energy blades as his advantage, Yano's chances of winning seemed considerably diminished. After a brief intermission, the final battle commenced, with Goku loudly cheering from the sidelines. Go for it, Grandpa and Yano. Yano took a deep breath and bowed to Master Roshi. As the announcer signaled the start, both fighters assumed their stances. Master Roshi initiated the attack, swiftly dashing toward Yano. Caught off guard, Yano could only block the strike with his arm, but Master Roshi capitalized on the opening, delivering a kick to Yano's abdomen. Thud. Yano winced in pain and quickly distanced himself before unleashing his energy blades. Numerous blades materialized around Master Roshi, yet he remained unfazed, anticipating the move. He remained still, forming a protective energy shield, successfully deflecting the attack before charging at Yano again, engaging him in close combat. Yano's shortcomings became glaringly evident as he was dominated by Master Roshi. While fighting, Master Roshi offered guidance. Your energy manipulation is impressive, but you lack combat experience, young man. Yano replied, Indeed, Master Chan, I have little fighting experience. Nevertheless, Yano pressed on, fighting with the instincts he had developed from battling beasts. He lunged at Master Roshi with a tiger-like ferocity, channeling energy into his hands. Though he could not alter the tide of the fight, he managed to land a few blows on Master Roshi. Oh, the battle is intense. Mr. Chan is relentlessly aggressive, while Mr. Yano remains on the defensive. This is not looking good, the announcer remarked. Go Yano, strike that old man. Bulma cheered from the audience. Goku cheered for both fighters, while Krillin and Yamcha echoed his support. Suddenly, Yano recalled the Tai Chi he had practiced in his previous life. He swiftly repositioned himself, channeling energy throughout his body. Transitioning into Tai Chi, the surrounding energy softened, catching Master Roshi somewhat off guard, yet he remained quick to respond. Tai Chi effectively countered Master Roshi's aggressive style. And this time, Yano managed to strike him several times. What an unusual fighting style. The announcer interjected, noting the change in Yano's approach. Yano concentrated his energy in his hands and unleashed a Kamehameha, while Master Roshi chose to counter. Boom. The two blue energy waves collided, generating a powerful gust of wind. However, Master Roshi had the advantage in energy, and the clash quickly turned in his favor. As the confrontation concluded, both fighters were visibly fatigued. Rip. The sound of fabric tearing echoed through the arena. Master Roshi opted to shed his clothing, revealing a muscular physique. Young man, are you ready? The universal destruction palm. He raised his arms, preparing to unleash a signature technique from the original story. Yano, feeling utterly powerless, had no choice but to leap off the stage. I concede. There was no way he could withstand that strike. Its power was overwhelmingly fierce, and enduring it would surely result in severe injury. The outcome was unmistakably clear. Chapter 3. Joining the Turtle School. The martial arts tournament has concluded splendidly, with Yano securing the second place. Yet he remains optimistic about clinching the championship in the next competition. After the event, Yano approached Goku and his companions. Greetings, everyone. I am Yano, he introduced himself. The group was engaged in cheerful conversation, and upon seeing Yano, Goku's face lit up. Hey, Yano, you were incredible. That last move that injured me was astonishing. Krillin chimed in with enthusiasm. Indeed, Yano actually defeated Goku and nearly won the championship. Yamcha, standing with his arms crossed, greeted him. Hello, Yano. I hope to face you in a match next time. The others also offered their greetings, and Yano quickly blended in with them. Just then, Master Roshi returned, wearing his signature hat. Oh, everyone is here. He greeted casually. Old man, Master Roshi, where have you been? Goku and Krillin inquired. Master Roshi scratched his head and, upon noticing Yano, remarked, Is this Yano? Yano promptly responded, Yes, Master Roshi. I have long admired your reputation. I am Yano. Yano held a deep respect for Master Roshi. Despite his lecherous tendencies, he was a commendable teacher and the pinnacle of martial prowess among ordinary earthlings, to impart the wisdom that there are always stronger individuals. Master Roshi disguised himself to participate in the tournament and later managed to trade blows with Jiren, earning admiration. I witnessed your battle from the stands. Yano, you possess great talent, though you lack combat experience. Your mastery of ki is impressive, but what was that final technique you executed? It appeared soft, yet contained strength. Master Roshi inquired earnestly. That is my self-created martial art, Tai Chi without the existence of the East in this world. Tai Chi has naturally faded away, Yano explained. Wow, Yano is truly remarkable, Goku praised. Indeed, quite impressive. It is a pity. I hope that in the next martial arts tournament, you can enhance your skills even further, Master Roshi added generously. Goku, feeling ravenous, exclaimed, Old man, I'm starving. I want to eat. Master Roshi, with a hint of exasperation, replied, Goku, you didn't even make it to the finals. However, you did your best and reached the top 4. Come on. I shall treat you all to a splendid meal as a reward. Giggling, Goku clutched his stomach. Seizing the moment, Yano eagerly asked, Master Roshi, may I become your disciple? Yano had carefully contemplated this decision. Firstly, there was no downside to apprenticing under Master Roshi, and it would naturally allow him to forge bonds with Goku and others, becoming brothers in arms. Given his current uncertainties regarding his unique abilities, having allies would be beneficial in case of formidable foes. Secondly, Master Roshi's understanding of martial arts was unparalleled. Lacking training, having a mentor would be invaluable. Lastly, Yano harbored a fondness for Launch from the original story, which was a personal desire of his. Upon hearing this, everyone halted, gazing at Yano in astonishment. Master Roshi turned around, pausing for a moment before exclaiming, A fine selection of exquisite magazines. The group promptly collapsed in disbelief. That lecherous old man, Bulma exclaimed angrily, with sunglasses obscuring his eyes. Master Roshi sensed that this young lad possessed a heart that revered martial arts but lacked guidance, and he was determined not to lead him down the path of mastership. In the restaurant, gazing at the mountain of bills before him, Master Roshi remained unfazed and shakily produced his card, realizing that his prize money had vanished, and he would need to cover additional costs. The following day, at the entrance of the martial arts tournament, it was time for everyone to part ways. Goku sat on his flying Nimbus, packing his belongings in preparation for departure. Wait, Goku, are you really going to search for the Dragon Balls? Bulma asked in surprise. Yes, I want to find my grandfather's relics, Goku responded. And what about Yano? Bulma inquired. I wish to train under Master Roshi for a while to establish a solid foundation, Yano answered earnestly. Krillin also decided to stay with Master Roshi, while Master Roshi felt a pang of sorrow, wishing for some time alone with Launch. Observing the yellow cloud before him, Yano excitedly asked, Goku, may I try sitting on it? Huh? Sure, but it seems that only those with pure hearts can ride it. Goku replied as he jumped down to make room for Yano. Yano closed his eyes and leaped forward, feeling as though he were resting upon a cloud of cotton. Wow, Yano can ride the Nimbus. Goku exclaimed joyfully, for few could achieve such a feat. Yano exhaled, astonished that he had indeed succeeded, though he wondered if it was due to his attire. Goku hopped back onto the Nimbus, waved goodbye to everyone, and embarked on his quest for the Dragon Balls. Bulma, Yamcha, and the others boarded their vehicle to return to West City, leaving only Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yano behind. So, Master Roshi, shall we head back now? Yano inquired. Master Roshi pondered for a moment, and with a sly grin, replied, No, we must first acquire some essential items. After a while, outside a lingerie store, Yano and Krillin exchanged incredulous glances as they witnessed Master Roshi being embarrassed for requesting to try on lingerie and being promptly escorted out. Is he always like this? You get used to it, Krillin remarked. Finally, they returned to Master Roshi's residence, the familiar little island from the anime. Yano spotted a girl with blue hair from a distance. She wore a light green tank top and pale yellow denim shorts, waving her arms in greeting, exuding cuteness. Hi, Launch. Krillin was the first to greet her, and Master Roshi leered at her as well. Yano composed himself and introduced, Hello, Miss Launch, I am Yano. I have just become a disciple of Master Roshi. I look forward to your guidance. Launch smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Hello, Yano. I am Launch. No need to worry. I look forward to working with you. Overwhelmed by her adorableness, Yano's cheeks flushed crimson, although Launch's appearances dwindled later on. Her impression on him remained profound, and this encounter deepened it. Master Roshi attempted to flirt with Launch, but Yano quickly interjected, Master, shall we begin training now? Master Roshi coughed awkwardly and then adopted a serious demeanor, stating, From your battle, it is evident that you require more training. Now you shall engage in combat. Krillin. You will spar with Yano. Yano, you may not use key attacks or energy blades. It will be pure combat. Krillin nodded, and Yano affirmed as they faced each other. Ready for battle to commence. Chapter 4. The Art of Flight. Krillin gazed intently at Yano, who reciprocated the seriousness. Without the ability to utilize key techniques or energy blades, Yano felt uncertain about defeating Krillin. Suddenly, he charged forward, throwing a punch which Krillin adeptly blocked. The impact reverberated as Yano's fist collided with Klin's arm. Seizing the opportunity, Yano aimed a punch at Klin's abdomen, but Klin countered again, retreating as they both assessed each other before moving again. Klin struck first this time, advancing swiftly with a punch that missed, followed by a series of aerial kicks. Yano, unable to evade in time, raised his arm to shield himself. But Klin capitalized on the moment, landing an elbow strike on Yano, causing him to wince in pain and quickly perform a backflip to escape. Indeed, close combat proved disadvantageous for Yano, who realized he had not gained much of an upper hand thus far. Rubbing his arm, he suddenly surged forward, delivering a flurry of punches that culminated in a powerful kick that sent Klin flying. Klin soared backward, surprised. Both lacked significant combat experience, their clash resembling novices sparring. Meanwhile, Master Roshi lounged in a beach chair, enjoying grapes while observing their bout. Launchi watched attentively, holding a first aid kit. You really don't hold back, do you, Yano? Klin remarked, though he remained vigilant. Yano chuckled, brushing his nose, and in an instant, appeared before Klin again. This time, Klin had learned and preemptively blocked, but Yano grinned, vanishing and reappearing behind him to deliver another flying kick. What? A mere afterimage? Klin exclaimed in disbelief as he was sent flying. Indeed, it was the afterimage technique, a move he had emulated from Goku. From that point onward, Yano fought with increasing ease, incorporating Tai Chi into his style. He discovered that his combat experience was rapidly expanding, allowing him to anticipate Klin's moves, leaving Klin unable to land a single hit on him. Yano is progressing at an astonishing rate, Master Roshi mused. Enough. Stop. He commanded, rising. Klin, your combat awareness is severely lacking. You failed to evade several of Yano's attacks. His growth is evident. This battle has significantly enhanced his skills. As Master Roshi summarized, Launchi tended to the wounds of both fighters. Yano felt his heart race at the sight of Launchi's focused demeanor as she carefully applied antiseptic to his injuries. Thank you, he murmured, captivated by her delicate fingers as she worked. Don't mention it, Yano, Launchi replied with a smile, dismissing his gratitude. The day swiftly passed, and the four gathered around the table for dinner. Yano's growth is rapid, and your task is to engage in constant battles to gain experience. From now on, you shall spar with Klin daily, Master Roshi instructed. Yano nodded, glancing at Klin, who grimaced at the thought of the daily beatings to come. This regimen persisted for several days. Each evening, Master Roshi imparted martial knowledge and philosophy to guide them on their righteous path. Well done. Both of you have significantly increased your combat experience and strength. Now, you may train independently. Yano, focus on refining your ki control, Master Roshi declared on the 6th day. Understood, they both responded. Determined, Yano resolved to master the art of flight, realizing that he would encounter Tien Shinhan of the Crane School at the upcoming martial arts tournament. He recognized the importance of this technique. Previously, he had attempted to learn it but had failed consistently. However, after days of combat, his ki had become more solidified and refined, enhancing his control. Seated cross-legged, he recalled Gohan teaching Videl, channeling his ki throughout his body. Gradually, the surrounding grass bent as if caressed by the wind, and Yano began to levitate. Suddenly opening his eyes, he stood, astonished to see his feet off the ground. "I've done it," he exclaimed, startling the others. Klin rushed over, Master Roshi opened the door, and Lachi curiously approached. The sight of Yano floating astounded them. Master Roshi swallowed hard. "The art of flight? In just a few minutes?" Klin exclaimed, shocked. "Yano, how did you manage to fly?" Lachi inquired. Her curiosity piqued as Yano gradually descended, scratching his head. "I just tried it, and it worked," he replied, excitement bubbling within him. He realized that his previous failures stemmed from insufficient mastery of ki control, which made flying elusive. The energy blade was not difficult, akin to a compressed version of the Kamehameha, while the art of flight was distinctly different from offensive techniques, which had contributed to his prior failures. Master Roshi remarked, "This is the art of flight, a signature technique of the Crane School. I never expected a disciple of the Turtle School to master it. Huh. I can't wait to taunt that stubborn crane next time." At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, and Lachi tilted her head back, about to sneeze. Klin and Master Roshi quickly hid behind a rock. With a resounding achoo, Lachi's hair transformed to golden blonde, her top morphing into a black tank top, her shorts turning into green tactical pants, and she donned black tactical boots. Out of nowhere, she brandished an assault rifle, unleashing a barrage toward Yano. "Who the hell are you?" the golden-haired Lachi shouted, her temperament fierce. Yano swiftly dodged and sidestepped in front of her, disarming her. "You're Lachi? I'm Yano. Don't you remember me?" This was his first encounter with this version of Lachi. "How could I know you?" Lachi appeared genuinely unaware of Yano, indicating that their memories were not interconnected, though they likely knew of each other's existence. Master Roshi and Klin emerged, relieved to see no danger. "Lachi transforms like this every time she sneezes. You'll get used to it," Klin explained. Upon seeing the two, the golden-haired Lachi grew agitated again, aiming her weapon at Master Roshi. "Damn perverted old man, if you ever dare to have ill thoughts about me again, I swear I'll kill you." Master Roshi winced from several hits, nodding vigorously, while Klin looked on in disbelief. Yano pondered, and just then, another gust of wind blew through. With another achoo, Lachi reverted to her gentle blue-haired self. "What just happened?" "So, Lachi, you don't remember what occurred?" Yano inquired. She nodded. "Yes, every time I sneeze. I forget what happens afterward." Yano smiled, brushing it off. "It's all right. It's nothing to worry about." Chapter 5, Tao Bai Bai in the days that followed. Krillin and Yano diligently practiced, with Krillin beginning to grasp the fundamentals of the Kamehameha technique, while Yano's mastery of the flight technique advanced significantly, allowing him to soar through the skies daily, much to Krillin's envy. Gradually, a yellow streak appeared in the sky. Yano sensed Goku's energy. It was indeed Goku. Yano suddenly pointed at the black dot above. Master Roshi and Krillin looked up, confirming it was Goku. "Hey." Goku waved his arms from a distance, his flying nimbus landing on Kame House. "Grandpa, Krillin, and Yano, hee. Goku, have you found Gohan's 4-star Dragon Ball?" Master Roshi inquired. "Not yet, Grandpa." Goku replied with a cheerful grin. "Then what brings you here?" Master Roshi asked, puzzled. Goku then opened his collar, and a miniature Bulma leaped out. The group stared in astonishment at the scene, and soon witnessed a more shocking spectacle as Bulma tapped her wristband, gradually enlarging. "Good afternoon," Bulma greeted, explaining that they had come to borrow a submarine. Master Roshi proposed an exchange for the wristband, which Bulma readily accepted, and they awaited the return of Launch, who had gone to procure groceries. Upon Launch's return, they deliberated on searching the ocean depths for the Dragon Balls, and Krillin and Yano decided to embark on this quest together. Before leaving, Yano borrowed the wristband from Master Roshi, saying, "Master, may I borrow the wristband? It might come in handy." In truth, he wished to prevent Master Roshi from taking advantage of Launch. Master Roshi glanced at Yano and then at Launch, and with a knowing smile, he surmised his apprentice's intentions. Though he liked beautiful women, he still had his principles. "All right, just remember to return it after use," Master Roshi conceded, nodding reluctantly as he handed the wristband to Yano. Grinning, Yano exclaimed, "Thank you, Master." The group boarded the submarine and set off. With Yano's presence, their search for the Dragon Balls went remarkably smoothly. Although General Blue possessed some abilities, they proved ineffective against the trio of Goku, Yano, and Krillin. They soon acquired the Dragon Balls and a large diamond from the pirate treasure, hastening their return to the island. "Damn brat," General Blue stealthily approached, hiding behind a house. "There's trouble." Yano sprang up, but it was too late. Blue ensnared them with ropes using his psychic powers. "Ha ha ha. You think you can stop me, General Blue?" Goku attempted to break free from the ropes but lacked the strength. Yano, with a cold smirk, unleashed a key blade that cut through the ropes, delivering a powerful punch that knocked Blue to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. He kicked and struck Blue repeatedly until he lay unconscious. Yano freed the others from their bindings and, seizing Blue, hurled him into the sky, indifferent to whether he lived or died. Though he couldn't bring himself to outright kill him. That despicable fiend. Krillin fumed. Well then, farewell everyone. I must continue my search for my grandfather's legacy, Goku declared, preparing to depart. Yano contemplated for a moment before asking, Goku, may I accompany you? I wish to challenge myself. He recalled the journey back to Korin Tower where he would encounter Tao Bai Bai and could also train by climbing Korin Tower. Not to mention the prospect of acquiring some Senzu beans, a treasure that consistently appeared throughout their adventures. Sure, Yano, you can ride the Nimbus too. Goku replied without a hint of suspicion. Krillin chose to remain at Kame House to train, so Yano and Goku set off together. However, Yano decided against using the Nimbus, opting instead to fly. Goku, I can fly without the Nimbus, he announced. Really? You can fly? Goku exclaimed, his mouth agape in surprise. This is called the flight technique. Impressive, isn't it? Yano responded with a smile. Following the Dragon Radar, the duo swiftly arrived beneath Korin Tower. Just as members of the Red Ribbon Army were attempting to seize UPA's father's Dragon Ball. Goku brandished his power pole, swiftly dispatching a group of foes, while Yano employed his key blade to eliminate the remaining minions. After negotiations, UPA's father relinquished the Dragon Ball to them. Fantastic! It's the 4-star ball! Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Just as they prepared to leave, a formidable energy surged forth. Tao Bai Bai? Yano looked skyward, spotting a pillar descending from above with Tao Bai Bai perched atop it. As Tao Bai Bai landed, Goku immediately assumed a fighting stance, while UPA's father, upon recognizing Tao Bai Bai as a member of the Red Ribbon Army, prepared for battle. Yano realized that UPA's father's demise would serve as a crucial step in Goku's growth, and since they could later use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him, he felt a sense of relief. Goku charged forward in a fit of rage, but each of his strikes was deftly evaded by Tao Bai Bai. With a heavy blow, Tao Bai Bai struck Goku in the abdomen, rendering him unconscious and tossing him aside as he turned his gaze toward Yano. Yano launched his own attack. But Tao Bai Bai, a renowned assassin, proved to be exceptionally powerful. Yano's strikes had little effect until he concentrated his energy into a blade, managing to inflict a wound upon Tao Bai Bai. What? Tao Bai Bai glared at the fresh wounds on his body, his anger palpable. Meanwhile, Goku rubbed his temple, groaning, ouch, ouch, you rascal. Ha ni ha ni ha. Goku unleashed a Kamehameha wave, prompting Yano to soar into the air to evade it, while Tao Bai Bai crossed his arms to block the attack. As Goku's technique concluded, Tao Bai Bai's clothing bore the brunt of the damage, and in a fit of rage, he prepared to unleash his Dodon Ray. Goku, shocked, saw Yano firing his own energy attack from above. Tao Bai Bai, sensing impending danger, thought, damn it. Boom. The clash between the Dodon Ray and the Kamehameha wave erupted, though Yano's energy fell just short. Neither party sustained significant damage. Yet Tao Bai Bai was panting heavily, having endured numerous attacks. Damn brat. Exchanging glances, Goku and Yano launched their assault from different angles. Facing two opponents proved untenable for Tao Bai Bai, who could only defend passively. Yano summoned another Keyblade, severing one of Tao Bai Bai's arms. Damn brat. Tao Bai Bai clutched the bleeding wound, staring at the severed limb on the ground. Dodon Ray. A red laser shot toward Yano, who stood undaunted, retaliating with a Kamehameha wave, joined by Goku's own. The combined energy waves collided with the Dodon Ray. Ultimately, the sheer force of the impact sent Tao Bai Bai flying, leaving his fate uncertain. Yano exhaled heavily. That was the strongest foe I've faced thus far. Indeed. He acknowledged his own lack of strength, feeling a sense of frustration at the dormant power within him that seemed ever elusive. Chapter 6, Corinta and the Sacred Beans. Defeating Tao Bai Bai did not take long, and UPA began to weep sorrowfully nearby. Goku, panting heavily, sat down and called out to UPA, "It's all right, UPA. Once I collect the Dragon Balls, I can bring your father back to life." Upon hearing this, UPA wiped his tears and said, "Thank you, Goku." Yano pondered for a moment and decided to accompany Goku up Corinta. Having just heard UPA's father explain, Goku learned that there was a mystical water at the top of this place. The two leaped from the base of the tower, swiftly climbing upwards until they soon vanished from sight. With their remarkable speed, they soon reached the summit of Corinta. We finally made it, Yano exclaimed. wiping non-existent sweat from his brow and surveying his surroundings. The interior of Korinta was rather sparse, with a few water jars scattered about. Goku, filled with curiosity, opened one of the lids and was greeted by Bulma, who was busy cooking. "Hey, Bulma." Bulma seemed to hear him and asked Krillin, "What do you want?" Krillin, equally perplexed, responded, "What? I didn't call you." Bulma paused for a moment and inadvertently burned herself, causing Goku to burst into laughter. How clumsy. In another jar, he spotted Chi-Chi, and in yet another, glimpsed some future acquaintances. Yano, observing the surroundings, sensed a presence but could not see anyone. "That is your present, past, and future," echoed the voice of Korin, a standing white cat leaning on a cane. "Master Korin," Yano greeted first. "Huh? Isn't he just a cat?" Goku inquired, somewhat baffled. "You little rascal are quite observant. Yet how can you be so foolish?" Korin stroked his beard, gazing at Goku and Yano. "Could you grant me the sacred water, please?" Goku asked directly. Korin paused before replying, "I won't give it to you, but if you can seize it, I shall allow you to drink." Yano and Goku exchanged glances, then sprang into action. Korin proved to be quite agile, evading all their attacks effortlessly. Growing impatient, Yano charged at Korin, but each of his moves was deftly sidestepped. Goku attempted a surprise attack, which also met with failure. "What do you think you are doing? You think you can drink the sacred water with such feeble attempts?" Korin squinted, mocking them. With determination, Goku lunged forward again while Yano observed closely, attuning himself to Korin's energy. In an instant, he stood beside Korin, catching him off guard. "What?" Korin exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Yano snatched the sacred water, bringing both Korin's and Goku's movements to a halt. "Yano, you are impressive," Goku praised in astonishment. By sensing the next moves of others, Yano had significantly improved his speed, although the sacred water turned out to be ordinary water. This advancement was undeniably real. Yano drank the water, confirming its mundane nature, but when Goku attempted to drink, Korin intervened, stating, "That was Yano's, not yours. Therefore, you cannot drink." "Why is that unfair?" Goku exclaimed, frustration evident. Yano, having consumed the remainder, handed the bottle back to Korin. "All right, Goku, do your best." "Master Korin, may I have some of those sacred beans?" Earlier, during their rest, Korin had offered them the sacred beans, and Yano took the opportunity to ask, "Sure, take them yourself." "After all, I make them every year," Korin replied. Korin was never stingy with the sacred beans, as evidenced by Yajirobe's consumption later. With permission granted, Yano collected dozens of sacred beans. "Well then, I shall take my leave now." "Goku, Master Korin," he said, nodding at them. With that, Yano soared into the sky using his flight technique. Upon returning to the Kame house, he found everyone engaged in exercises. Launching his transformation, Lanchi had turned into a blonde, wearing a pink tank top and gym shorts, her golden locks accentuating her fair skin. "Hey everyone, I'm back." Krillin was the first to respond. "Oh, Yano, did you find the Dragon Balls?" "Yes, I retrieved the 4-star ball." Goku went to Korinta to seize the sacred water. "Really? You have been to Korinta already?" "So, Yano, you succeeded?" Master Roshi recalled the past and suddenly realized Yano's return. "Yes, Master, I have succeeded." "Incredible! To progress so rapidly at such a young age." "You are indeed my disciple," Master Roshi marveled. Bulma and Lanchi greeted Yano as well. "Hey, kid, you seem to have bulked up," remarked blonde Lanchi, observing Yano's noticeable height increase. Over the past few days, Yano had indeed grown quite a bit. With his already appealing appearance, jet black tousled hair and sharp features, he donned a light gray loose jacket that made him stand out. Bulma shared the same sentiment. "Yano, you look handsome." Yano chuckled, scratching his head modestly. "Oh, no, it's nothing. By the way, Master, my strength has improved significantly, and my understanding of energy has deepened. Therefore, I wish to train alone from now on." Indeed, he was merely a human from Earth, lacking any special bloodline to transform and enhance his combat power. His potential was limited. Without any awakening of his unique abilities, he was ready to venture out and see if he might encounter luck to awaken them. Remaining at Kame House would yield no fruitful results. Master Roshi contemplated for a moment. "Go ahead, but do not forget to return for the martial arts tournament." "Yes. Farewell. Everyone, see you at the tournament." Yano glanced at Lanchi before departing, their eyes briefly locking. "Don't die out there, kid," Lanchi said unexpectedly, then turned away. Realizing her odd statement, the others, except for Bulma, were left puzzled, while Bulma stifled a laugh. "All right, I'll be careful. Farewell," Yano exclaimed before soaring into the sky. Before long, Yano found himself in a forest, sitting on the ground lost in thought. To be honest, he felt somewhat at a loss regarding how to enhance his limits. As a human, transformation was not an option, and his potential was finite. Even seeking the Namekian Elder or Shinran to unlock his potential would yield little. He considered the Ultra Instinct technique, but that was too fantastical. Even the gods of destruction had not mastered it. Presently, the Kaioken technique seemed to be the best choice. Suddenly, Yano felt a subtle sensation guiding him from 8 points within his body, reminiscent of a familiar, frequent warmth. "The 8 gates!" Yano exclaimed. Indeed, upon further reflection, he recognized the positions from the Naruto series he had watched previously. So, is this my unique ability? To open the 8 gates within the Dragon Ball universe sounds rather intriguing. Yano clenched his fist, feeling the previously unknown pathways within him. Chapter 7. Open the door. In an unknown forest, a sudden gust of wind startled the surrounding animals into a frantic flight. A young boy clad in gray sat cross-legged, channeling the energy within him, attempting to break through the door, causing his energy to leak and stir the wind. Yet, he failed once more. Could it be that this was not the 8 gates? It shouldn't be the case. With a sigh, Yano stood up, having tried to open the door countless times. He could vaguely sense the key to the door. Just a hair's breadth away, how frustrating. Shaking his head, Yano rose and began practicing Tai Chi then. A thought struck him. Both Kaiwang and Shaoli engaged in relentless training each day, pushing their bodies to extraordinary limits to unlock the 8 gates. Hence, I too must strengthen my physique. Without hesitation, Yano took off running through the forest, from dawn until dusk. He lost count of how many laps he completed, his legs grew weak, and his body drained of energy, leading him to collapse onto the ground. The following morning, Yano commenced a regimen of weighted runs, circling the forest dozens of times, followed by push-ups and sit-ups, relying solely on his physical strength. Next came inverted running. Day after day, year after year, time passed unnoticed. Yet he remained in that familiar place, the gray-clad youth. The difference now was that Yano's physique had become remarkably robust, his muscle definition sharp and brimming with strength. Standing firm, he shouted, "Open the door," channeling his energy to break through once more. His face flushed red, and moments later, Yano felt his energy peak. "Open for me." The surrounding air compressed instantly as Yano roared, veins bulging on his forehead. The energy within him erupted, creating a vapor-like aura around his body. He had succeeded. The enhancement of his inner energy was palpable. Once the door opened, Yano perceived that everything around him slowed. While his movements became more agile, his 6 senses heightened. As for the increase in combat power, Yano estimated it to be at least 5-fold. Currently, his combat strength hovered around 180. Akin to Goku's second participation in the martial arts tournament. Multiplying by 5, that equated to 900 combat power. Yano sensed that, with his current physical condition, he could sustain the opening of the door for approximately 30 minutes. This 8 gates technique appeared distinct from that in Naruto. Otherwise, with his current physique, he should have unlocked at least 5 gates by now. Yano pondered in confusion, recognizing his formidable strength yet having only unlocked the first gate. Perhaps the 8 gates had been enhanced. Meanwhile, on the other side, Goku had just rescued a fox thief and was about to swim across half the globe. Yano, uncertain of his location, closed the door, feeling a slight soreness in his muscles. He then activated his flight technique, soaring towards the nearest town. It was an unfamiliar little town, yet the residents were warm-hearted. Look, there was a vendor with a sign that read, "Retired Champion, win 200,000, entry fee 5,000. Though it was in yen, Yano had not a single cent to his name. "Hello, may I challenge you? I do not have any money, but if I win, could the prize be deducted from the entry fee?" Yano inquired. The champion, noticing Yano was just a youth, chuckled, "Sure." Gratefully, Yano positioned himself, while the champion donned his gloves, remaining stationary, seemingly underestimating Yano. In an instant, Yano was in front of him, and the champion was taken aback, knocked to the ground by a single punch. Damn it, how is this kid so strong? This was the first time the champion had been knocked down with one blow. Struggling to rise, he remarked, "Kid, you've got some strength." Yano scratched his head. "So, do I win?" The champion had initially considered cheating, but with onlookers present, he handed over the money. "Thank you. You're quite the good person." The champion felt as though he could cry, while Yano returned 5,000 yen, the entry fee. "Thank you." He thought, there are indeed many good people. After that, Yano got a haircut and changed his clothes. He hadn't done so in 2 years. After a simple grooming, he felt rejuvenated. After inquiring about the town's location, Yano set off towards Papaya Island. The island buzzed with excitement as the registration for the martial arts tournament had commenced. While flying above, Yano sensed familiar energy and spotted several familiar faces below. "Excuse me, are there any individuals named Yano or Sun Wukong registering?" Master Roshi asked the registration personnel. The person shook their head, indicating they had not yet arrived. A few individuals stood by the roadside, waiting. "Hey!" Yano leaped down, startling them as he landed before them. "Yano! Yano!" they exclaimed in unison, astonished. You actually came back alive!" exclaimed Krillin excitedly. "Kid, you made it back," said the blonde-haired launch. Bulma and Yamcha greeted him as well. "Long time no see, Yano." Yano responded amicably and then addressed Master Roshi. "Master, I'll go register now." Master Roshi watched Yano's retreating figure, marveling. Little Yano has grown significantly stronger. When Yano returned from registration, he found the Crane School trio mocking Master Roshi. Yano strolled over, smirking, like clowns, save the banner for the arena. The Crane Master fumed, while Tien displayed a similar expression of anger. "Humph, old turtle, your disciple lacks manners." Master Roshi merely chuckled silently, and the trio disregarded him, heading directly into the venue. Just then, Goku rushed over. "Hey, everyone." The group joyfully began to catch up. Master Roshi registered Goku, remarking, "Goku, you've grown stronger." Yano commented to Goku, "Indeed, you too, Yano. You've become quite formidable." They shared a meal together and later rented 2 rooms for the night. Bulma and Launch shared one, while Yano and the others occupied another. As night fell, Goku snored loudly, and Master Roshi closed his eyes in slumber. Yamcha and Krillin jogged below, while Yano gazed out the window. Without the 8 gates, he could hold his ground against Goku. Yet his physique was no longer the same. From his current perspective, surviving the early stages posed no challenge. Once Frieza emerged, the Dragon Ball saga would truly enter the realm of high martial arts, and the combat power would soar to extraordinary heights. Yano contemplated, and before long, he too closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep. Chapter 8, Preliminary Round at dawn on the second day. All the contestants had arrived at the martial arts hall to participate in the preliminaries. "Good morning, everyone," greeted Yano as he exchanged pleasantries while warming up. Yano, Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha were all donned in the distinctive Turtle School uniforms, attracting considerable attention. They were the top 8 from the last martial arts tournament. The stakes were certainly high. Those kids from last time were formidable, and I can only imagine how much stronger they've become over the years, observed one of the previous competitors, noting the uneasy expressions on Yano and his friends. Notably, Yano and the others had avoided facing each other in the preliminaries, which was promising news, suggesting a strong likelihood that they would all advance to the top 8. Yamcha was the first to be called up, competing against a middle-aged man. The two faced each other, and the middle-aged man, with a cocky demeanor, broke a wooden board to showcase his strength. At the referee's signal, he launched the first attack. But Yamcha swiftly vanished, appearing at the man's side and delivering a powerful blow to his face, sending him crashing to the ground. The crowd erupted into cheers, and Wukong beamed with delight. Tien, however, scoffed, "The Turtle School isn't all that impressive." Next up was Krillin, who faced an exceptionally tall and muscular opponent. The sheer size of the man shook the stage as he approached, chuckling at the sight of Krillin. "You're my opponent?" "Huh." Yamcha recognized the man. "Oh, he's the wrestling champion, Anthony." "Krillin, be careful not to let him get too close." As the match commenced, the wrestler seized Krillin, who initially appeared overwhelmed. "Come on, Krillin," urged the crowd. The wrestler seemed confident, but Krillin suddenly burst into laughter. "That grip won't work on me." He deftly escaped the wrestler's clutches, seized the man's arm, and tossed him onto the mat with ease. Krillin's victory was met with thunderous applause, prompting Tien to approach and mock. "You've never seen real competition before." Wukong, recalling something, remarked, "Aren't you the ones who tricked the pig and deer?" Krillin, puzzled, asked, "Do you know him, Wukong?" After Wukong explained, Drawn and Krillin locked eyes, with Drawn suddenly pointing and exclaiming, "Shorty." Angered, Krillin retorted, "You're no different." Yano quickly intervened, and the disguised Master Roshi approached. "There's no need to argue here after coming all this way for the tournament." Yano nodded in agreement. Tien, with a disdainful huff, left with Drawn, while Krillin seethed. He is definitely the most annoying one. Meanwhile, in the waiting area, Bulma and Launch were resting, growing increasingly bored. "I wonder how they're doing," Bulma sighed, resting her head on the table, while the blonde Launch closed her eyes, lost in thought. Master Roshi approached, teasing the two, provoking Launch to brandish a gun, which he effortlessly dodged. "Damn old man. When Yano comes out, I'll have him deal with you." Launch fumed, while Bulma pulled her away, ignoring Master Roshi. Back in the martial arts hall, it was Tien's turn to compete against a sumo wrestler. In an instant, Tien knocked the wrestler down, leaving the ordinary spectators bewildered. But Yano and his friends clearly saw the skill displayed. He delivered 4 knife hand strikes and 2 kicks, Yamcha noted. Yes, impressive, Krillin added. Wukong, never one to shy away from praise, agreed. Yes, but not to an unbelievable extent. Next, it was Wukong's turn to face off against King Gappa. Master Roshi commented on Gappa's formidable reputation, noting he had never been touched in previous tournaments, as the group cheered for Wukong. They bowed respectfully to one another before the match commenced. Gappa boasted, I want to kill you. Wukong graciously replied, thank you. Wukong initiated the attack, leaping in with an elbow strike to Gappa's chin, leaving the spectators in awe of his speed. Gappa inhaled sharply, acknowledging Wukong's extraordinary abilities. As Wukong continued to press the attack, Gappa attempted to counter with a flurry of strikes, but Wukong skillfully evaded each one, delivering a series of blows that sent Gappa crashing to the mat. The crowd gasped in amazement, and Krillin and Yamcha exclaimed, Wukong is incredible. Yano nodded in agreement. Wukong then leaped into the air, purposefully leaving an opening. Master Roshi criticized, that's not very wise. Seizing the opportunity, Gappa threw a punch, but Wukong deftly dodged, using Gappa's arm to propel himself for a decisive kick that knocked Gappa off the stage. Wukong won effortlessly without taking a hit. If you use all your strength like that, others will be on guard, Krillin chuckled. Wukong replied nonchalantly, I was even using my full strength. Krillin laughed awkwardly, while Yamcha looked uneasy, and Yano couldn't help but grin. Next was Master Roshi against a formidable opponent, a black bear, and he won with remarkable ease. Finally, it was Yano's turn to take the stage, with the crowd rallying behind him. Master Roshi thought to himself, eager to see how much this young man had matured over the past 2 or 3 years. Yano's opponent was a monk, and after a brief bow, Yano seemingly vanished before reappearing behind the monk, delivering a swift strike that ended the match instantaneously. Incredible! The crowd gasped, overwhelmed by the speed of the encounter. Master Roshi widened his eyes in astonishment, while Tien, even with his third eye, struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. The remainder of the preliminaries proceeded smoothly, with Yano and his friends advancing effortlessly. During the intermission before the second half, Tien and Yamcha clashed again, Tien's arrogance inciting frustration among the others. Namu approached to greet them, engaging in light conversation. When the second half began, Tien severely injured Namu, prompting Wukong to boil with rage, ready to charge in. But Yano and Master Roshi restrained him. Wukong, just focus on the top 8 matches. If I face him, I want to hold back, Yano reassured. As the preliminaries concluded, the group reunited with Bulma and the others. I knew you'd all make it to the top 8. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, and the blonde Launch nodded in agreement. With Launch clearing a path by firing her gun, the 4 managed to secure front-row seats for the finals. Suddenly, Launch sneezed, transforming back into her blue-haired persona, gently puzzled. What's wrong? Yano chuckled at the adorably bewildered Launch. The others looked on, with only Bulma and Master Roshi discerning Yano's amusement. His face flushed. Yano quickly ushered Wukong and the others into the venue, eagerly awaiting the start of the top 8 matches. Chapter 9. The fierce struggle of the quarterfinals. The competitors in the quarterfinals remained largely unchanged, save for the emergence of Jano as the opponent of Jackie Chan, with the original werewolf having been bested by Jano in the preliminaries. Oh, I never expected you few turtle sons to make it to the top 8. It seems the preliminaries were filled with incompetence, Chanjin Fan taunted casually. Indeed, if someone like you could stick around, your luck must be extraordinary, Yamcha retorted without mercy. Upon noticing that Dumpling had also arrived, Krillin quipped, Are you kidding me? You actually managed to win in the preliminaries? Dumpling's response was succinct yet effective, leaving Krillin flustered. Baldy, aren't you want to talk? Krillin exclaimed in fury, pointing at Dumpling. Dumpling removed his hat, retorting, Not me. I still have a strand of hair. You must be envious. This amusing exchange drew laughter from several onlookers, prompting Tianjin Fan to sheepishly pull Dumpling away. Outside the venue, the crowd continued their search for Master Roshi, while Master Crane emerged to mock. I suspect he dares not witness his disciple being defeated by mine. Master Crane's jibes were clever, yet Miss Bulma would not let him off easily, firing back at him directly. Inside, the drawing of lots commenced. Dumpling utilized his extraordinary abilities to arrange the matches. Tianjin Fan versus Yamcha, Jackie Chan versus Jano, Krillin versus Dumpling, and Puff versus Son Goku. The host stepped onto the stage to elucidate the rules. This tournament will forego time limits. Moreover, among the 8 contenders, 4 are disciples of Master Wutian, while 2 are disciples of Master Crane, signifying the high caliber of this competition. The audience gasped in astonishment as the sound of drums and gongs filled the air, signaling the start of the match between Yamcha and Tianjin Fan. Hey, Tianjin Fan, if you're planning to flee, now's the time. I won't hold back, Yamcha declared. Rest assured. I'll knock you out cold, Tianjin Fan shot back. As the final gong echoed, the host shouted, the match begins. The 2 squared off, with Yamcha swiftly charging at Tianjin Fan. A flying kick was parried by Tianjin Fan's arm, followed by a rapid thrust from Tianjin Fan's fingers aimed at Yamcha, creating afterimages in its wake. Yamcha dodged nimbly, countering with a series of strikes. However, Tianjin Fan's whip kick forced Yamcha to crouch defensively. Realizing he could not continue this way, Yamcha leaped and executed a downward kick toward Tianjin Fan, who blocked yet again, retreating to create distance before lunging forward, only to be met by Yamcha's defense. Seizing an opportunity, Yamcha landed several blows on Tianjin Fan, though they did not inflict significant damage. Instead, Tianjin Fan caught Yamcha's arm and threw him to the ground, but Yamcha adeptly evaded the follow-up strike. As their intensity escalated, the 2 engaged in an aerial confrontation before landing once more, facing off. The audience erupted in cheers as Yamcha proclaimed, now witness my training results, Wolf Fang Fist. With the ferocity of a wolf, he charged at Tianjin Fan, their exchanges of offense and defense occurring at a breathtaking pace. Tianjin Fan found himself struck multiple times, gritting his teeth in frustration. Buoyed by his success, Yamcha pressed forward, ultimately knocking Tianjin Fan to the ground. Goku and the others backstage celebrated, while Yano observed calmly, aware that Tianjin Fan's true strength was not to be underestimated. Dumpling remained silent, not even glancing in their direction. As expected, Tianjin Fan rose to mock Yamcha's punches, likening them to those of a child, before unleashing a fierce offensive that left Yamcha defenseless. How infuriating. You're surprisingly strong, Yamcha exclaimed, struggling to rise. He bent his legs slightly, forming a cross with his hands, gathering energy, a Kamehameha. Goku and Krillin cheered in excitement. Tianjin Fan clasped his hands together, adopting a stance to counter the Kamehameha, astonishing everyone by deflecting it back toward Yamcha. With no choice, Yamcha leapt to evade the returning attack. But Tianjin Fan seized the opportunity to pursue him, unleashing a flurry of strikes that sent Yamcha crashing to the ground, followed by a heavy blow that bent Yamcha's leg awkwardly. The crowd fell silent, while Goku and Yano rushed to Yamcha's side, horrified by the brutality of Tianjin Fan's assault. The referee quickly declared the match's outcome, instructing personnel to transport Yamcha to the hospital. Indeed, Tianjin Fan emerged victorious. The day's events concluded, with the audience instructed to exit in an orderly fashion, as the next match between Jackie Chan and Yano was scheduled for the following morning, as announced by the host. In the hospital, Yamcha lay in a bed surrounded by Goku and the others, who offered him comfort. I'll defeat them for you, Yamcha, Goku vowed. I'll give it my all too. If I face him, I won't hold back. Just focus on resting, Yano encouraged. All right, you almost do your best. That evening, in the dining hall, the group gathered for a meal. Yano sat beside Lanchi, occasionally stealing glances at her. Her striking blue hair was simply too captivating for him to resist. Yano, why do you keep staring at Lanchi? Goku, with a mouthful of food, suddenly asked. At this inquiry, the room fell silent, and Lanchi glanced at Yano with a puzzled expression, completely unaware. Yano's face flushed instantly. Huh? No, that's not true. Goku, you must be mistaken. Let us eat. I have a match tomorrow. Hey, Yano, do you like Lanchi? Bulma asked with a teasing smile. Only Lanchi remained confused, her innocent expression fixed on Yano, causing him to become even more bashful. He swore to himself that he merely found Lanchi beautiful and that it was harmless to glance at her a few more times. This question left him flustered. No. Absolutely not. No need to gossip. Bulma, let us eat. Yano buried his face in his food, no longer daring to look at Lanchi. Lanchi, genuinely perplexed by the sudden shift, responded to Bulma, not really. I haven't interacted much with Yano. Yano felt a pang of disappointment, but channeled it into his determination to eat. Goku competed with Yano to see who could eat more, while Krillin squinted, glancing between Yano and Lanchi, and Master Roshi chuckled at the unfolding scene. Just a minor interlude during dinner, Master Crane resumed his provocations, prompting several to retort back. That night, as the group returned to their hotel for rest, Bulma and Lanchi shared a room. Before bedtime, Bulma suddenly remarked, Lanchi, I genuinely think Yano likes you. I've thought so for the past 2 or 3 years. He was stealing glances at you today. Lam-Z appeared somewhat bewildered, responding cutely. Maybe? I think Yano is quite nice. Across the hall, the carefree Goku snored loudly, while Krillin discreetly asked Yano, who would have thought you, of all people, would fall for Lam-Z? I told you. That is not true. Krillin, just go to sleep. I have a match tomorrow, Yano insisted, feeling he simply admired Lam-Z's beauty without any deeper sentiments. Considering their short acquaintance. You sly one. Krillin observed Yano's embarrassment, but opted to refrain from further teasing, settling down under his blanket. As Yano curled up in bed, he contemplated that he merely found Lam-Z beautiful, with no other thoughts in mind. After all, the golden-haired Lam-Z would surely end up with Tianjin Fan. Putting such thoughts aside, Yano lay in bed, preparing himself to face his master the next day. Chapter 10. The Duel with the Master on the second day of the martial arts tournament. The venue was already brimming with spectators. Yulong and Puyala had arrived early to secure good seats, allowing Bulma and Launch to enjoy an excellent view of the competition. Inside the arena, several contestants were warming up, while the puff pastry fighter was being pursued by several young women seeking autographs. In truth, he was merely a showy performer with no real skills, an early idol whose advancement to this stage was quite perplexing. In fact, Yano was far more striking. At 15 years old, he stood at a height comparable to Tianjin Fan. After 3 years of rigorous training, his physique had developed impeccable muscle definition, perfectly showcased in his turtle school GI, far surpassing that of the puff pastry fighter. Master Roshi, disguised as Jackie Chan, leaned against the wall, observing Yano. At that moment, Yano glanced at Jackie, who smiled back, pondering how much Yano had progressed over the past 3 years. As the time to enter the arena approached, Yano joined Jackie on stage, bowing to each other and assuming their stances. When the gong sounded, the host began the introduction. This match features Jackie Chan, the champion of the previous martial arts tournament, and Yano, the runner-up. Both possess formidable strength. Since their last encounter, Yano has trained under Master Wu Tian, and we can anticipate significant improvements. Let the match commence. Yano decided to initiate the attack, appearing before Jackie as if by teleportation. Jackie, well prepared, leaped into the air. Yano refrained from throwing a punch and instead executed a flying kick. Jackie was unable to reposition himself in midair and had to engage in a simultaneous kick with Yano, both landing firmly on the ground, showcasing their immense power. What formidable strength, Jackie thought to himself. Be careful, old man, Yano remarked, gathering his energy to create a blade of ki surrounding Jackie. Jackie, channeling his energy, responded with the Kamehameha wave. Yano countered with his own energy blast, and Jackie could only hastily retaliate. Today was different. Yano's energy was now comparable to Jackie's, and with the interference of the ki blade, he successfully matched Jackie's attack. Jackie fell to the ground, slowly rising. Kid, your strength has indeed improved significantly. The two charged at each other, exchanging blows and kicks in a fierce confrontation, neither yielding. Go, Yano! Cheered Bulma and Launch from the sidelines, with Goku and Krillin joining in. Universal shockwave. Jackie unleashed this technique, eager to see how Yano would respond. Yano, unable to react in time, braced himself against the attack. After 3 years of relentless training, his physique had reached an extraordinary level, but this left him momentarily vulnerable. Open the gates, Yano declared, prepared to reveal the results of his 3 years of intensive training. He activated the 8 Gates technique, enhancing his internal energy, sharpening his senses, and making his body more agile, thus interrupting Jackie's universal shockwave with his own energy. Oh, this aura. Is this the result of Yano's special training? Jackie was both pleased and astonished, realizing that he might not win this match. The host interjected, noting, it appears that Yano has undergone a remarkable transformation. What is that? Yano seems incredibly strong, Goku remarked to Krillin. In the backstage area, Tianjin Fan furrowed his brow, sensing the overwhelming power emanating from Yano. Is this the energy of that Yano? Seeing Yano's transformation, Master Korin was also unsettled. What is this? Yano launched another attack, his speed so rapid that Jackie could scarcely perceive it. Yano unleashed a series of blows, preventing Jackie from blocking, let alone counterattacking. However, Yano still held back, as he could not bear to strike his master too harshly. With the activation of the 8 Gates, his victory was inevitable. There was no need for excessive force. As Jackie retreated to the edge of the arena, he conceded, I've lost, and voluntarily jumped off the stage. His disciple had grown so powerful that continuing the fight was unnecessary. The audience was left in shock, soon erupting into cheers as the host announced Yano's victory. Yano quickly deactivated the 8 Gates, and his energy diminished rapidly. Backstage, Goku and Krillin rushed over. Yano, what did you just do to become so strong? This is a technique I devised one day. I sensed some changes within my body and attempted to unlock them using my energy, which led to the formation of this technique. It significantly boosts my combat power, but it does come with physical tolls. There are 8 pathways, and I call it the 8 Gates technique. Can you teach us? Goku and Krillin inquired eagerly. Of course, but it depends on the individual. It took me 3 years to open the first gate. After the tournament concludes, I will share it with you. Jackie approached. Kid, this technique of yours is impressive. It's clear that you have endured considerable hardship over the past 3 years. Yano bowed respectfully. Indeed, Mr. Jackie, your own improvements since the last tournament are notable. This spirit of martial arts is something we should all aspire to. Jackie's face broke into a grin at the compliment, and he left Yano with a profound impression as he exited. He quickly hid in a patch of grass, forcefully removing his wig. Ouch. This kid hits hard. If I had known it was stuck so tightly, I would have been more careful. After changing into a suit and hat, he returned to the audience. Where did that old pervert run off to? You missed Yano's fight. Bulma complained. Master Roshi chuckled slyly. With age comes more frequent trips to the restroom. One must be understanding of the elderly. The others grimaced, and Launch smiled helplessly. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Puyalu informed Yamcha of the match's outcome. Yano is truly remarkable. His 3 years of training have made him incredibly strong. It's a pity I wasn't there to witness it. The third match commenced, with Krillin and Dumpling taking the stage. Facing each other, Krillin began to hurl taunts. You think you can take me on? Dumpling stood still, making no move. Krillin hesitated for a moment before Dumpling slowly ascended into the air, stunning Krillin. Skydance technique? Before Krillin could react, Dumpling flew toward him, landing a punch that sent him flying. Dumpling pursued with a flurry of strikes, but Krillin narrowly dodged, landing on the ground with a furious glare at Dumpling. With a furious punch, Krillin unleashed a series of rapid strikes that forced Dumpling into a corner. Dumpling soared into the sky, raising a finger as a glowing sphere materialized at its tip. Is that? Goku exchanged looks with Yano. The glowing sphere shot forth, forming a beam of energy. DD wave, exclaimed both Goku and Yano simultaneously. Krillin barely managed to evade the attack. Tianjin Fan, hearing their exchange, inquired. What are you two talking about? DD? Yes, it's the same technique used by the deceased Tao Pai Pai, they replied. Don't joke. You think you can replicate that? Tianjin Fan protested, but recalling Yano's earlier performance, he punched the wall in frustration. Damn it. If it were like before, it might just be possible. Dumpling continued to unleash the DD wave, forcing Krillin to dodge incessantly. Each strike had the potential to eliminate him. After a moment, Dumpling paused, and Krillin gritted his teeth. If I get hit, I will definitely be eliminated. Then, suddenly, Krillin vanished. Dumpling, surprised, nibbled on his finger, only to see a blur darting across the stage. Dumpling struggled to catch sight of Krillin, who slowly descended. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin executed a flying kick that sent Dumpling reeling. Kamehameha wave. Krillin prepared to unleash the technique he had painstakingly honed. Dumpling retaliated with the DD wave to counter. Blue energy clashed with red energy, however, no collision occurred. Krillin did not release the Kamehameha wave but instead vanished. Dumpling stared in confusion. Where are you? Suddenly, Krillin appeared behind Dumpling here. A blue energy wave shot forth, striking Dumpling squarely and sending him flying off the stage, crashing to the ground. Chapter 11. The opening of the 8 gates. As the match concluded, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Krillin's strategic maneuver prompted the Dumpling to unleash a torrent of energy waves, only for Krillin to swiftly leap behind him and execute a Kamehameha, leaving the audience in awe. Victory! Victory! Krillin emerged triumphant. Truly astonishing, the host announced the results. Goku dashed onto the stage, grasping Krillin's hand as they twirled in celebration. Krillin, you've won. In the background, Yajirobe nodded in acknowledgement. Well done, Krillin. You've grown significantly. Master Roshi marveled. With the day's competitions concluded, the group returned to the hospital ward to share the results with Yamcha, filling the room with an atmosphere of joy. Meanwhile, Master Shin was chastising the Dumpling, striking his palm and head with a ruler, while Tien Shin unobserved silently. As night fell, Master Shin donned a stealthy outfit and stealthily approached Yajirobe's room. He swiftly targeted the sleeping Goku, causing Yajirobe to awaken instantly. Who goes there? He exclaimed, springing up to kick at Master Shin. Goku and Krillin also stirred from their slumber. Master Shin evaded their grasp and, realizing they were all awake, attempted to flee. The trio pursued him, with Master Roshi unable to intervene. They surrounded Master Shin, and Krillin lunged forward to tear off his stealth attire. Master Shin, Goku and Krillin exclaimed, astonished. Indeed. I seek vengeance for my brother Tao Pai Pai, he declared, leaping into action. Goku followed suit, their attacks poised to collide when Tien Shinhan suddenly appeared and intervened. Tien, are you going to stop me too? Goku questioned. Not at all, Master. Tomorrow, I shall eliminate both of them in the ring and shatter Master Roshi's legacy. Very well. I leave it to you, Master Shin replied with a cold huff, lapsing into silence. You better not be defeated before you face me tomorrow, son Goku. The same goes for you, Goku retorted. After a night of silence, the next day, the group gathered for breakfast at the martial arts tournament. Goku had piled an impressive stack of plates before him. Goku, are you certain you can eat that much? You have a match soon, Krillin remarked incredulously. It's fine. I'm almost full, Goku replied, his mouth stuffed with food. By the way, do you know who Goku's opponent is? Krillin inquired. I think it's someone named Pudding, Launch replied. It's bubble tea. It's hibiscus tea, Poir and Turtle answered. It's puff pastry. You guys are so outdated, Bulma interjected, displeased. Yes, indeed. Puff Pastry is a prodigious fighter who burst onto the martial arts scene like a comet last year, dominating every tournament he entered, Master Roshi elaborated. He's a superstar in action films too. He's incredibly handsome. Bulma gushed dreamily. Humph. Sounds like the type I despise, Launch scoffed, loading her gun with a cold huff. Yajirobe chuckled softly, refraining from comment, for he understood the nature of such a person, merely a talent manufactured by capital, far inferior to his own go-go. Meanwhile, Puff Pastry exuded confidence, even discussing celebratory plans with his manager, entirely unconcerned about his opponents. Within the dojo, several members relaxed, with Master Roshi boasting about his disciples to a group of girls. Hey, Goku, Krillin, Yajirobe, come over here. Yajirobe sighed at the sight, and the trio approached. I recognized them. They were in the top 8 of the last tournament. Yajirobe is so handsome, one girl exclaimed with starry eyes. Indeed. He seems even more attractive than Puff Pastry, another girl concurred. Yajirobe awkwardly tousled his hair, while Master Roshi, feeling overshadowed, begrudgingly called for Goku and Krillin to demonstrate their prowess. Yajirobe, aware of Master Roshi's vanity and the girl's attention, exerted only a modest amount of effort. Oh, Master is still Master, impressive, he remarked, wiping non-existent sweat in praise. Master Roshi beamed with delight and then called forth Goku and Krillin. Goku, however, was undeterred, genuinely believing Master Roshi was evaluating his strength, unleashing a powerful attack. As Krillin took his turn against Master Roshi, Goku jogged outside to warm up. Suddenly, Yajirobe recalled a scene from the original story where Goku would be deceived. Puff Pastry's manager would trick him, prompting Yajirobe to hastily follow. Goku hopped into a black car, while Launch, riding a motorcycle and holding ice cream, pursued him. How could you leave after I went through all this trouble to get you ice cream? Launch yelled. She cornered the car, and several bodyguards emerged, prepared to act. Before Launch could intervene, Yajirobe swiftly incapacitated them, leaving only the manager standing. Hey, those were my punching bags. Launch glared angrily at Yajirobe, her temper indeed fiery. Yajirobe smiled at her, then explained the situation to Goku, who hurried back to the arena. Launch cracked her knuckles, ready to teach the manager a lesson, when a gust of wind transformed her into blue-haired Launch. Huh? Yajirobe, what are you all doing? She tilted her head, her cuteness disarming Yajirobe. Nothing much. Goku's match is about to start. We should head back, Yajirobe said, his cheeks flushed as he diverted the topic. Okay. Yajirobe rode the motorcycle with Launch, who was not adept at riding. As she leaned close, a fragrant breeze enveloped Yajirobe, leaving him flustered. Launch sensed the boy's rising temperature and chuckled to herself. Upon returning to the martial arts tournament, Goku had already defeated Puff Pastry, who succumbed to a punch followed by 3 elbow strikes, carried off on a stretcher, unconscious. What a letdown. He was merely a facade of strength, Bulma remarked, exasperated. The audience mirrored her disbelief as Goku and Krillin joyfully discussed the match. During the intermission, everyone lingered in the rest area. I really want to eat something, Goku lamented, resting his hands behind his head. Haven't you eaten enough already? Krillin questioned, incredulous. But I get hungry after a match. Come on, you only exchanged a few blows. They all laughed together. The next match featured Yajirobe against Tien Shinhan. Go for it, Yajirobe. Launch beamed, her smile radiant. I'll do my best, Yajirobe replied, not daring to meet her gaze. Bulma observed, smirking knowingly at Yajirobe's demeanor. The duel between Yajirobe and Tien Shinhan was about to commence. Please welcome competitors Yajirobe and Tien Shin onto the stage. They approached the arena, Tien Shin unbowing with arms crossed, while Yajirobe joined his palms in respect. This match promised excitement, pitting the last tournament's runner-up Yajirobe against the emerging talent Tien Shinhan. Let the battle begin. As the gong sounded, the two assumed their stances. Tien Shinhan noted Yajirobe's apparent fatigue after canceling the 8 gates. He believed Yajirobe would not recover in a day, thus nurturing hopes of victory over him. Humph. Let me see what other skills you possess, Tien Shinhan declared, taking his stance. Yajirobe remained silent, his eyes resolute as he locked gazes with Tien Shinhan. Open the first gate. With the command, Yajirobe reactivated the 8 gates, enhancing his aura, senses, and physical prowess. What? Tien Shinhan gasped in disbelief. Oh. Yajirobe showcases the same formidable presence from the previous match, leaving Tien Shinhan momentarily stunned. The announcer boomed. Goku and the others widened their eyes, feeling the overwhelming energy. Incredible! Yajirobe is truly giving his all in this match. Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, intently observing Yajirobe's condition, marveling at the extraordinary power. Tien Shinhan steadied his resolve, forcing himself to remain calm as they faced each other, both ready for the impending clash. Chapter 12. A decisive victory in battle. Amano did not hold back. His companion Yamcha lay injured in bed, nursing a grievous leg wound, and he had promised to give his all. No one could discern what transpired as Amano's figure abruptly vanished from the arena. Even with his third eye, Tien Shinhan failed to capture Amano's movement. Damn it! Tien was suddenly struck to the ground by a powerful punch, Amano materializing before him. Kneeling, Tien pressed his hands against his abdomen. I apologize. I promised Yamcha I wouldn't hold back. A swift kick sent Tien soaring into the air, unable to evade Amano's onslaught of punches, culminating in a crushing blow that knocked him down once more. Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu called out with worry, resembling Master Roshi with his furrowed brow, gritting his teeth as he watched the battle unfold. The speed and power displayed were astounding. Master Roshi also observed intently. Launching into the fray, Bulma cheered for Amano, exclaiming, "That was spectacular." Struggling to his feet, Tien stood still, muscles taut, hands resting on his hips, straining. Suddenly, Tien's hands transformed into 4. What is happening? Tien's transformation astonished everyone as he conjured 4 arms. The 4 witches' fist? That's Tien's signature move. Kaiatsu exclaimed excitedly. Tien charged at Amano, who remained still. As Tien closed in, Amano concentrated his energy into a blade, the sound of slicing air echoing as Tien bore several wounds. Amano gathered power, not delaying any further. He unleashed the Kamehameha, the blue energy wave hurtling toward the stunned Tien. By the time Tien reacted, he could only feebly counter with his Dodon Ray. Yet, the disparity in strength was evident. Tien was knocked off the stage before he could even employ his flight technique. Tien Shinhan is out. Amano is victorious, the announcer declared loudly, astonished at how swiftly the battle concluded. Amano's Kamehameha had decisively bested Tien's Dodon Ray. Amano emerged triumphant. Goku joyfully leaped onto the stage, embracing Amano tightly, who released the 8 gates, chuckling. Krillin cheered as well. Well done, Amano. You taught Tien a lesson. Great job, Amano. You finally gave him a good thrashing, exclaimed the blonde-haired launch, one foot perched on the step, arms raised in celebration. After a brief intermission, several gathered around Amano. You were incredible. That Kamehameha was so satisfying, one remarked. Indeed, Amano. You startled me with that 8. Whatever it was, another chimed in. Not bad, Amano. You didn't embarrass us, Launch said, casually draping an arm over his shoulder. Amano blushed at her beauty. Yes, I will strive to improve. Amano. Regardless of your next opponent, refrain from using the 8 gates again. Rely on your current strength, Master Roshi advised. Yes, Master. The next match featured Goku against Krillin. The anticipation palpable, as both were former competitors and disciples of Master Roshi. Goku and Krillin exchanged determined glances, striking poses as the gong sounded. Krillin charged forward, and Goku mirrored him, the sounds of their fists and feet colliding resonating clearly. After image technique, Goku unleashed the move, creating 4 copies of himself, each making different faces. In an instant, Krillin leaped into the air, causing Goku to miss his target. Impressive, Krillin. Goku scratched his head, watching his airborne friend. I've been practicing with Amano and have learned a thing or two about the afterimage technique. Goku launched a wave. What? Kamehameha. Krillin hastily countered with his own wave. At the moment of collision, Goku leaped and landed a punch on Krillin, who grimaced. Damn it. Goku. You left an opening. Krillin, Goku teased. Once more, Krillin charged at Goku, who leaped backward to evade Krillin's fist. Krillin pressed the advantage, and their fists clashed repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. The two small figures intertwined, elongated by the setting sun, while Master Roshi watched with satisfaction, and Amano cheered from below. Go, Goku. Go, Krillin. As they grew more energized, Goku seized an opportunity, catching Krillin off balance with a kick that sent him soaring. Oh, Goku has knocked Krillin down. It was evident that even among fellow disciples, the competition was fierce. 10, 9, 3, 2. Before the last number could be uttered, Krillin stood, clutching his head, gazing at Goku. My apologies, Goku, Krillin declared, suddenly locking onto Goku's tail from behind. Gah. Goku turned and slowly fell backward. I did it. Sorry, Goku. I didn't want to use this technique, but it's a competition. Hey, can we start the countdown now? Oh, 10, 9, 3, 2. Just before the countdown ended, Goku sprang to his feet, delivering a punch to Krillin's abdomen. What? Krillin gasped, clutching his midsection. Ever since Grandpa told me to train my tail to eliminate weaknesses, I've been working hard on it. Krillin attempted to respond, but Goku vanished from the arena. Amano observed intently, so fast. Without the 8 gates, I can't see. Including Master Roshi and Tien, several watched in disbelief. Even I could only glimpse a fraction of it. Goku swiftly traversed the arena, inching closer to his opponent. Suddenly, Goku appeared before Krillin, making a face that startled Krillin, sending him off the stage. No, it's not that. The moment Goku appeared, he unleashed 8 knife hand strikes, finishing with a kick that sent Krillin flying. Although Tien had been defeated, he thoughtfully analyzed, even if my opponent were not Amano, but Goku, the odds of victory would still be slim. With a sigh, Tien observed as Master Roshi approached him for guidance. On stage, hooray. I won, Goku exclaimed, bouncing with joy. Congratulations, Goku. Krillin fought valiantly as well. Amano encouraged. Krillin. You sly dog, Bulma remarked. Krillin sat on the ground, dazed, scratching his head as he gazed at Goku. Next up was the decisive battle between Amano and Goku. Without the 8 gates, Amano felt uncertain about his chances. Goku looked at Amano, who returned the gaze, both gathering their fighting spirit, sharing a knowing smile. Chapter 13. Yano versus Goku. The following day, as the sun illuminated the sky, Yamcha lay in his hospital bed, listening to the radio. The footsteps of a nurse approached gradually from outside the room. Where's Mr. Yamcha? Upon entering, the nurse looked perplexedly at the empty bed, the window ajar. In the hotel, the mischievous Master Roshi was engrossed in a fitness routine. What on earth? You're quite old for this, the turtle remarked. What do you know? I am honing my ultimate techniques from these exercises, Master Roshi retorted without turning around. Truly worthy of respect, old man, Goku admired, gazing at Master Roshi. Yano looked on with a bemused expression but chose not to expose him. Excuse me. Bulma's voice rang out as she entered with launch, each carrying a martial arts uniform. Goku and Yano, clad only in shorts, were caught off guard. Yano quickly hid behind the curtains while Goku remained unfazed. The two women chuckled at the blushing Yano concealed behind the curtains and glanced at the motionless Goku. Look at Yano, he's so shy, Bulma teased. Indeed. He is quite adorable, Launch chimed in. Yano kept his head down, silent, as they handed over the uniforms. Thank you, they're so clean, he exclaimed. Of course. We borrowed a hairdryer to dry them, Bulma proudly declared. How thoughtful, Krillin remarked. You two must take this seriously, Bulma instructed. Yes. Meanwhile, in another corner, Oolong, disguised as a fierce monster, was occupying space. Hey, Yamcha. Upon seeing Yamcha leaning on a cane, Por shouted. You too. What brings you here, Yamcha? You shouldn't be in the hospital at a time like this. When Launch and the others arrived, laughter and chatter filled the air as they awaited the commencement of the match. Master Roshi and Master Shin exchanged glances, their intentions palpable. Backstage, Goku and Yano were warming up. Don't hold back, Goku. You too, Yano. Although the old man won't let you use the 8 gates, you must give it your all. The elimination rounds had finally reached their zenith, and this match would determine the champion and the recipient of the substantial prize of 500,000 yuan. Both contestants hailed from Master Roshi's Turtle School, Son Goku and Yano, who were the second and third place winners in the previous martial arts tournament. This time, they were vying for the championship. Despite their youth, their combat prowess was captivating. Let us eagerly await the outcome. And now we commence the championship match of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Are both contestants ready? The two ascended the stage. facing each other as the audience held their breath. Yano and Goku assumed the Turtle School stance, both strikingly similar. The match began, with the sound of the gong. They lunged forward simultaneously, their arms colliding. Yano's right leg kick was blocked by Goku, who then ensnared Yano's arm with his tail. Yano attempted to break free but was struck by Goku's left fist. Wincing in pain, Yano revealed an opening, and Goku seized the moment to kick at him. Ha ha ha. Yano, caught off guard, hastily unleashed a wave of energy. Though Goku was hit by Yano's Kamehameha, it lacked power due to Yano's rushed execution. Goku pressed the assault while Yano fortified his defense. The air echoed with the sounds of their fierce exchanges. The audience cheering as Yano and Goku occasionally grappled and then leaped back to launch their attacks. Yano concentrated, summoning a blade of energy to strike at Goku, who evaded while remaining alert for Yano's sudden advances. A loud crack echoed as Yano suddenly appeared before Goku. Despite Goku's intentions to defend, he was caught off guard. Receiving a punch from Yano, they both retreated to a safe distance, with Goku initiating the next move, employing tactics from his battle with Krillin, vanishing from sight. Son Goku employs the same trick again. How will Yano respond? Yano could only perceive a fleeting shadow, unable to react in time. He closed his eyes, attempting to sense the energy around him. Though he had not trained his energy perception over the past 3 years, he could at least detect others' auras without locking onto them. Yet again, he faltered. Yano could not sense Goku's energy in time. Goku appeared behind him, launching a barrage of punches. Feeling the wind of Goku's strikes, Yano swiftly dodged. But Goku landed 2 hits. If that's the case, I'll retaliate. Yano distanced himself and began to run across the stage, emulating Goku's earlier tactics. Goku grinned, only able to catch Yano's fleeting shadow as they raced across the stage, exchanging a flurry of blows. I can't take it anymore. Yano concentrated, gathering energy blades. This time different from before, releasing them in all directions from the center of the stage. Wow. Goku was struck and halted momentarily, allowing Yano to seize the opportunity and kick Goku high into the air. Ha ha ha. Yano unleashed another Kamehameha, and Goku could only respond with his own energy attack. However, Yano's earlier exertion had drained him, leaving him at a disadvantage while Goku maintained control in the air. With a swift motion, Yano vanished, reappearing before Goku to deliver a kick. Oh. Yano just kicked Son Goku out of the ring. Is the champion about to be crowned? Go, Goku. Krillin shouted. Goku, with little time to ponder, used his energy to propel himself back onto the stage. Both combatants, panting heavily, gazed at one another, their strength waning. You're incredibly strong, Goku. I admire you. Yano exclaimed sincerely. Hige, you too, Yano. I almost lost, Goku replied. Their exhilarating battle drew loud cheers from the audience as Yano suddenly charged, unleashing all his strength in that round. Yano and Goku exchanged blows, but with Goku's superior strength, he knocked Yano to the ground. Over the past 3 years, Yano had focused on physical training with the 8 Gates, while Goku had honed his skills through battles with the Red Ribbon Army, making Goku's combat experience far richer. Without opening the 8 Gates, Yano's chances of victory were slim, summoning his last reserves of strength. Yano stood up and suddenly had a revelation. Goku did not know the instant transmission technique. With both fighters exhausted, they lacked the energy to unleash powerful attacks. But the energy expended by the instant transmission would surely suffice. With a sudden grin that caught Goku off guard, Yano leapt into the sky, and Goku followed suit. Falling into his trap, Goku attempted to punch Yano, but Yano deftly shifted his position. What? Instant transmission? The 3 masters from the Crane School gasped in astonishment as Goku's punch missed, and the 2 fighters successfully maneuvered in midair. Yano found himself suspended, unable to move. You've lost, Goku. Goku began to descend, albeit slowly, the 2 facing each other in the air. Not yet, Yano. Kamehameha. You lack the strength to unleash a powerful Kamehameha capable of defeating me. I possess the instant transmission, thus, this battle belongs to me. Oh no. Goku's Kamehameha is insufficient to defeat Yano. Master Roshi and Krillin watched anxiously from below. Ha! Goku shouted the final syllable, suddenly redirecting his energy blast backward. Goku's sudden change of position caught everyone, including Yano, by surprise. Goku charged at Yano with his head, sending both fighters flying out of the ring. Both contestants plummeted simultaneously. The announcer activated the capsule and mounted a flying device to observe the last victor. Yano, summoning every last ounce of energy, managed to maintain his form, hovering in the air for a few seconds. He had won. Yano closed his eyes, realizing that he and Goku had created a distance between them. Thus, this match belonged to him. With a resounding crash, with a resounding sound. The first contestant touched the ground, and congratulations poured in for Yano, the champion. No unforeseen events transpired. Wukong landed, followed closely by Yano, who emerged victorious. The host announced the results, and everyone present rushed over. Two groups of people lifted Yano and Wukong in celebration. The match had been nothing short of spectacular, and the martial spirit exhibited by both participants moved the crowd deeply. Yano found himself hoisted onto someone's shoulders, just as Wukong was. "I have triumphed, Wukong," exclaimed Yano. "Indeed. You have, Yano," responded Wukong. Chapter 14. The slaying of Dambalin. The crowd erupted in applause for the two contenders, while Krillin looked at Goku with tearful eyes. And Master Roshi beamed with pride at his disciples. "Your growth has been remarkable. You have surpassed this old man," he remarked. "Excellent job, Yano and Goku. Your performance was spectacular. Congratulations, Yano, on becoming the best in the world," Bulma encouraged. "Indeed, both Yano and Goku are truly impressive." Lanchi added her praises generously. As they returned to the arena, the host was orderly directing the audience to exit. A few remained, and Tianjin Fan approached, refusing to leave. "Congratulations, Yano and Son Goku. You both are incredibly strong, and I must apologize, Yamcha." Through Master Roshi's guidance, and witnessing the fighting spirit of Yano and Goku, he had undergone a transformation. Though Kame Sennin's strength is commendable, his teaching methods leave much to be desired. "Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi are inherently good at heart," he stated, surprising everyone. "Anything is preferable to losing one's life, is it not? And I shall challenge you again next time," Yamcha declared, leaning on his cane. "Yes, indeed. Tianjin Fan is formidable. It's unfortunate we didn't get to fight this time. We shall battle next time," Goku replied cheerfully. Yano nodded in agreement, while Master Roshi, observing the scene, felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing the potential in them. "Where do you two plan to go next? If you don't mind, would you like to visit Kame House?" "You are most welcome," he offered. Tianjin Fan hesitated before lowering his head. "Regardless of whether I am a disciple of Crane School, I cannot impose on you. I wish to live elsewhere with Jiaozi." "I see. Then let us dine together. I believe you must be hungry," Yano suggested. "Great." Goku and the others raised their hands in agreement. Upon reaching the restaurant, Goku suddenly remembered that he had left the Dragon Balls and the Nyoibo at the venue. "I'll go retrieve them," he announced. "Thank you. I appreciate your help, Krillin." Krillin dashed back toward the venue. Yano, watching Krillin's retreating figure, suddenly recalled a scene from the original story where Krillin met his demise at the hands of Dambalin. "This is bad," Yano exclaimed as he hurried after Krillin. "Goku, let us go together." "Huh? Oh, I'm coming." Goku, puzzled by Yano's sudden urgency, followed. "Hey, why did you two come along?" Krillin turned to see them trailing behind. Yano insisted on joining, so we came along, Goku explained. Both looked at Yano with a sense of foreboding, unable to elaborate further. Yano could only say this. The trio arrived at the venue just in time to retrieve the Dragon Balls and the Nyoibo when they heard the sound of shattering glass from backstage. "What?" Goku queried, glancing inside before rushing in. The others followed closely, and what they encountered was a green, winged creature threatening the referee for the contestants list. "Hey, what are you doing?" Goku shouted, and the referee, seeing his saviors, hurriedly ran behind the trio. "Mr. Son Goku, help. Who is this little brat? Seeking death." Dambalin lunged at Goku with sharp claws. Goku leaped back to evade, then swung the Nyoibo toward Dambalin. Krillin and Yano joined the fray, attacking from different angles. Yano concentrated his energy into a blade, severing one of Dambalin's wings. "Damn brat!" Dambalin roared in fury, charging at Yano. Although Yano was stronger than Dambalin, having just fought, and without food or senzu beans, he could only respond hastily. The two engaged in fierce combat as Krillin and Goku positioned themselves behind Dambalin. Bang, bang, bang. Despite Dambalin's superior strength, he was overwhelmed by their coordinated assault and attempted to flee. "Let him go." Yano concentrated again, severing Dambalin's other wing. With both wings gone, Dambalin's power significantly diminished. Kamehameha. The three unleashed the Kamehameha wave together, engulfing Dambalin entirely. The sheer force of the battle prompted those dining to rush over. What transpired? Master Roshi inquired, surveying the chaotic scene. A green creature with wings appeared, seeking to steal the contestants list, but Mr. Son Goku and his companions defeated it, the referee explained, gratitude evident in his gaze. At that moment, Wulong picked up a piece of paper from the ground. "What is this?" He wondered aloud, noting a character resembling Demon encircled. "What?" Master Roshi exclaimed, snatching the paper from him. "Has it returned?" "King Piccolo." Upon confirming the inscription, he was momentarily stunned. "What is it?" Bulma asked. "I have heard tales of the great demon king who once plunged the world into a chasm of fear." Before Master Roshi could respond, Tianjin Fan interjected. "Indeed. While the name may sound amusing, he is a terrifying foe. He brought forth demons from the demon realm to wreak havoc on Earth, impervious to human weaponry. And many martial artists perished in vain. I even fought alongside Crane Hermit during that time. Even Master Mateto could not harm King Piccolo." Ultimately leaving behind only the words, "I shall return," the group listened to Master Roshi's account, mouths agape in astonishment. "I had no idea," one remarked. Yes, this was also the catalyst for Crane Hermit's descent into darkness. So, what happened next? Did Master Mateto return? Bulma pressed. Indeed, as promised. He returned and learned a powerful technique, the evil containment wave. Master Mateto expended all his energy to seal King Piccolo within a rice cooker, sacrificing his life in the process. That rice cooker was cast into the deep sea by me, so how could King Piccolo possibly resurrect? Master Roshi's emotion swelled, and he sighed heavily. Yano suddenly contemplated that if he utilized the 8 gates, victory would be assured, but danger would only emerge with the arrival of the Scions. Do not worry too much. Everyone, our current strength is not insignificant. The demon we just faced was weaker than both Goku and Tianjin Fan. We simply lacked energy at the moment. So we still have a chance. Yano reassured the group. Master Roshi suddenly recalled Yano's 8 gates. Yano, if you employ the 8 gates, you should have a fighting chance against him. And I can also perform the evil containment wave. Master Roshi finally felt at ease. Meanwhile, aboard Pilaf's spaceship, King Piccolo sat in his seat, sensing Dambelin's energy had vanished. How is this possible? I did not anticipate that there could be someone stronger than Dambelin in the martial arts world today. It seems I must go myself. Beside him, Pilaf and his companions trembled, regretting their decision to unleash King Piccolo. Chapter 15. King Piccolo prior to taking matters into his own hands. King Piccolo dispatched several demon warriors to gather intelligence on martial artists and eliminate them, ultimately leaving behind an egg, his offspring. Meanwhile, Yano had returned to Kame House. Fully confident in his ability to vanquish Piccolo, he initially intended to wait until Piccolo regained his youth before confronting him. However, considering the numerous lives that would be lost at the hands of the demon realm during this interval, Yano resolved to act swiftly and seek out Piccolo immediately. Yano decided to adopt a waiting strategy, knowing that Piccolo would inevitably come to collect the Dragon Balls, particularly the 4-star ball. He merely needed to bide his time. Master Roshi and the others sat anxiously around the table, while Goku and Krillin practiced their techniques. Yano sat cross-legged, once again honing his key perception. The might of King Piccolo was extraordinarily formidable. His search for the list of participants was likely a precaution against martial artists possessing the Mafoba technique. They simply needed to await his arrival. Master Roshi glanced at Yano, who was meditating, and decided to take a gamble. Believing that Yano's 8 gates technique could triumph over Piccolo. Suddenly, Yano's eyes snapped open. He stood on the beach, and the others, puzzled, followed suit as Pilaf's airship appeared in the sky. A green figure descended slowly, revealing a familiar yet strange face. You were the one who killed Tambourine? Yano remained silent, while Master Roshi took a deep breath, confirming that it was indeed King Piccolo. As Piccolo landed, he gazed at Yano, who began to ascend into the air, facing him. You little brat, it's time for you to die. Without further ado, Piccolo launched his assault, delivering a powerful left hook toward Yano, followed by a swift kick, his fist striking like meteors. At that moment, Piccolo's battle power was approximately 230. So fast. Yano thought as he attempted to block. With a thunderous boom, Yano created distance, concentrating his energy into a key blade that surged toward Piccolo. With a mere wave of his hand, Piccolo deflected it. Is this all you've got, brat? Below, Goku and the others watched the battle unfold. Goku was exhilarated, unperturbed by fear, eager to face Piccolo himself. Master Roshi wore a grave expression, as did Tien, while Bulma and Yamcha expressed concern. Only Launch remained oblivious, cheering for Yano. Yano, don't hold back any longer. Don't be overconfident. Master Roshi cautioned. Yano nodded. Indeed. His strength was inferior to Piccolo's. Open the gates. Open. Yano's aura began to swell, his senses heightening, causing the surrounding energy to become chaotic. Nanny! Piccolo exclaimed in shock at Yano's transformation. This power was immensely greater. With a whoosh, Yano appeared before Piccolo in an instant, delivering a flurry of 3 punches, 5 kicks, 8 elbow strikes, and a final whip kick that left Piccolo dazed. Piccolo's eyes bulged with rage. Damn it! His muscles began to swell, his energy escalating. Yano offered no reprieve, charging at Piccolo once more. Came, ha. Yano gathered the Kamehameha wave, unleashing it toward Piccolo. Piccolo crossed his arms defensively, mustering all his strength to counter, but Yano's energy overwhelmed him. The immense wind generated by their clash sent the onlookers reeling. We must get out of here, Master Roshi shouted. Bulma quickly released capsules, and 2 flying vehicles materialized on the ground, prompting everyone to hastily take cover. I wanted to fight King Piccolo too. Goku lamented as he cast a wistful glance at the combatants. Departing came Island as the colossal shockwave from the battle roiled the sea and darkened the sky with thunder and lightning. Piccolo struggled to endure. Yano intensified his energy. Die, Piccolo. With the clouds dissipating and the sea calming, the infamous Demon King Piccolo met his end. The vanishing of the immense energy wave allowed the onlookers to breathe a sigh of relief. Surely, they had triumphed. As they piloted their vehicles back to Kame Island, they found it no longer existed, leaving only Yano suspended in the air. Yano, Goku called joyfully, waving at him. Yano smiled back at Goku, albeit with a hint of concern. In the original tale, Krillin's demise had served as a catalyst for Goku's growth, and his battle with King Piccolo would significantly elevate Goku's power. Yano feared that his involvement might diminish Goku's potential growth. However, he reassured himself that Goku, being the protagonist, would find a way to become stronger. Master Roshi, witnessing the dissipated 8 Gates technique and the vanished Piccolo, finally exhaled. Incredible, young Yano has truly defeated King Piccolo. Upon seeing the remnants of Kame Island, he shed tears. All my treasured collectibles, gone. Just like that. Bulma slapped Master Roshi on his bald head. Yano fought valiantly. And you're fretting over trivial possessions. Trivial? Those were my treasures, he retorted. Besides, Yano's aura is stable. He is unscathed. Krillin and Tien also breathed a sigh of relief, knowing several demon warriors had slain numerous martial artists. Master Roshi, Yamcha remarked, listening to the broadcast. It seems to be a few demon warriors sent by Piccolo. This task falls to you. Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, this will be your mission. Yes, they boarded the same ship, while Goku mounted his Nimbus cloud to eliminate the remaining demon warriors. Yano watched as they departed, then boarded the ship himself. Master, I have not failed you. Well done. Young man, now let us seek out another island to build our home, otherwise we shall have nowhere to reside. After a brief exploration of the sea, Master Roshi spotted a small island. Bulma called in a construction team, and they rebuilt the familiar Kame House. Once inside Kame House, Master Roshi inquired, So, Yano, will you continue your training in the 8 Gates? Indeed, Master. The power increase from the 8 Gates is substantial. I must persist in honing my body and mastering Ki, as its application is invaluable. For such training, you may seek Korin. He will guide you. Yes, Yano concurred, considering that Korin would be the best source of knowledge on Ki manipulation. The hyperbolic time chamber would serve as an excellent venue for physical conditioning. As he prepared to confront the Scion invasion, he recalled that Vegeta's initial power level was 18,000, quite formidable. If the 8 Gates could double each gate's power, then combined with the Kaioken, he would surely be capable of formidable feats. However, he hoped to unlock at least 4 gates by the time the Great King emerged. Upon arriving in this world, he had returned to his childhood form, experiencing a physical traversal that left him unfamiliar with this realm and emotionally detached from the original characters. Yet, over the years, he had gradually integrated into this world. Tomorrow, I shall seek out Korin. Resolute, Yano's gaze hardened with determination. Chapter 16, The Cultivation of Ki. The next day, the few who had ventured out to eliminate the warriors of the demon realm returned, exclaiming, Wow, I'm starving. Upon seeing the meal laid out on the table, Yukong could no longer contain himself and began to devour his food voraciously, leaving everyone around him momentarily stunned. Yukong, what are your plans moving forward? Asked Yano, leisurely enjoying his meal. I'm not sure, but I intend to cultivate my skills in preparation for defeating you at the next martial arts tournament. Wukong replied, his chopsticks still in motion. Yano nodded thoughtfully. And what about the rest of you? He inquired, looking at Krillin, Yamcha, Tianjinan, and Jiaozi. We plan to embark on some training as well, to prepare for the next martial arts tournament. Tianjinhan answered, and the others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, a crack began to form in the egg left by King Piccolo, and suddenly, a small green Piccolo emerged. Back at Master Roshi's house, Yano shouldered his bag and bid farewell to everyone as he set off for the Korin Tower. Mastery of the flight technique is incredible. Tianjinan, could you teach us? Krillin asked, watching Yano take off into the sky. Of course, this skill is indeed very useful. With that, the group began to learn the flight technique from Tianjinhan. At Korin Tower, the cat sage and the unexpectedly present Yachirobe stood by the railing. Someone is approaching, the cat sage remarked. Yachirobe looked in the direction the cat sage was gazing, and soon, Yano's figure emerged from the clouds. As he drew nearer, he greeted, Korin, I have come to inquire about the cultivation of ki. And who is this? This is Yachirobe, who arrived here some time ago and has taken up residence. This is Yano, a disciple of Master Roshi and the one who defeated King Piccolo. Truly remarkable, Yano, that you have vanquished King Piccolo. Hello, Yachirobe, Yano said, sneaking a smile at the legendary character. Hello, Yano, Yachirobe replied, following the original storyline as he arrived at Korin Tower. If you are inquiring about the cultivation of ki, to be honest, I don't know much about it. However, you could visit the sacred temple and meet with the god of earth. Typically, those who defeat King Piccolo would be summoned by the god of earth. The cat sage explained as he guided Yano and Yachirobe up to the top of Korin Tower. Here, insert the power pole. It's Wukong's power pole, which can extend infinitely. Only after connecting can you ascend further. I see. Then I will first borrow the power pole from Wukong. Farewell for now, Korin and Yachirobe. Yano exclaimed, soaring into the air like a streak of light. This guy is truly remarkable, the cat sage marveled. Back at Master Roshi's house, the group was still learning the flight technique when they noticed Yano returning. Hey, everyone. They paused their activities, staring at the approaching Yano. Huh? Yano, why are you back? I'm here to borrow the power pole from Wukong. Yano explained, rambling on. Wow, the god of earth? How incredible. I never imagined my power pole could be used like this, Master Roshi said, peering out from the door. The god of earth, indeed, little Yano is quite extraordinary. Yano scratched his head and grinned. So, Wukong, do you wish to accompany me? I could really use the power pole. Originally, Wukong would have ascended to the sacred temple in search of the Dragon Balls, but Yano chose to invite him along, as Bubble's teachings were also essential. I want to go. Yano can teach me the 8 gates. Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement, as he had long desired to learn the technique. Regarding whether the others could learn the 8 gates, Yano had his doubts. He was unsure if the humans in Dragon Ball shared the same meridians. Indeed, mastering the 8 gates requires a certain level of physical fitness. I have merely been experimenting with it myself. If you wish to learn, first focus on enhancing your physical abilities. The group, inspired by Yano's explosive power from the 8 gates, nodded in agreement, eager to grow stronger. After bidding farewell to Wukong, Yano hurried back to Korin Tower, where the cat sage and Yachirobe awaited. Hey, Korin, Wukong called from a distance, and the cat sage introduced Yachirobe to him. Now, simply place the power pole here. Wukong set the power pole into a small opening and commanded it to extend. Take this bell. You must carry it to meet the god of earth. The cat sage handed Wukong the bell, and together they grasped the power pole. Extend, power pole. As they held on to the power pole, they ascended into the sky. The cat sage remarked, the martial artists of today are becoming increasingly powerful. As Wukong and Yano ascended, they encountered storm clouds. They dodged lightning strikes, but were still hit several times. Wow. Finally, they successfully passed through the storm clouds. Look, Wukong, there is something over there. How impressive. Is that the temple of the god? Wukong exclaimed, marveling at its size. The power pole connected seamlessly to the temple of the god, and the duo climbed the adjacent ladder. In this familiar yet strange place, Yano took a deep breath as they walked, observing their surroundings until they came face to face with Bubbles. Bubbles was seated on a carpet, playing with a bird. Hi, are you the god of earth? Wukong greeted. I am not. I am merely a subordinate of the god of earth, Bubbles. Is the god of earth ahead? Yes, but you must first challenge me to see the god. Do you have the bell? Yano handed the bell to Bubbles. Then let the challenge begin. Wukong, eager for battle, was the first to strike. Wukong vanished and executed a technique from the arena, but Bubbles saw through it and landed a punch on Wukong. Yano also attacked, attempting to force Bubbles into a position with a keyblade, but Bubbles remained unfazed, merely tilting his body to evade. With a swift leap, Yano aimed a punch at Bubbles' face, but Bubbles effortlessly stepped back to avoid it. What? Bubbles countered, redirecting Yano's punch with his palm, sending him crashing aside. Undeterred, Wukong launched a sneak attack from behind, but Bubbles did not budge. He simply extended his left hand to intercept Wukong's strike. You were both too weak. Did you truly defeat King Piccolo? Bubbles' words struck a nerve with Wukong. Wukong charged at Bubbles once more, but Bubbles vanished briefly before reappearing and kicking Wukong away. Wukong fell to the ground, and Yano, standing by, exclaimed, "Open! Open!" The aura of the 8 gates surprised Bubbles. "If that is the case, you may indeed have defeated King Piccolo. Wukong, allow me to take over. You should rest for a moment." With that, Yano charged at Bubbles once more, moving with greater speed and force than before. As he struck, Bubbles sidestepped, and Yano followed up with a whip kick, changing positions mid-air to deliver several punches. Swish, swish, swish. Bubbles skillfully evaded the attacks, countering with a knife hand strike, but Yano adeptly shifted his form to dodge once more. The two exchanged blows. Although Yano struggled to land a hit, he was faring better than before. Kamehameha. Yano leapt back, creating distance before launching the wave at Bubbles, who opened his mouth to absorb the energy, precisely what Yano had intended. Suddenly reappearing behind Bubbles, Yano unleashed a flurry of punches. But Bubbles again nimbly avoided them and retaliated with a strike to Yano's chest. Too powerful, Yano thought, panting. Since unlocking the 8 gates, this was the strongest opponent he had faced. Yano gasped as he regarded Bubbles, while Wukong, witnessing Yano's inability to land a single blow, felt an exhilarating thrill. This opponent was truly formidable. The three stood in opposition, with Yano and Wukong preparing to launch a coordinated attack. Chapter 17. Cultivation. The two assailants launched their attacks once more, appearing fierce in their onslaught. However, Bobo effortlessly withstood all their strikes and delivered a single punch in return. With the 8 gates technique now dispelled, both Yano and Wukong sat on the ground, gazing at Bobo. "You are still too weak," Bobo stated. "Your movements are far too chaotic. One must achieve a tranquility akin to the sky and a swiftness akin to lightning. Did you not notice anything peculiar about your previous attempts?" Suddenly, Yano and Wukong recalled that throughout their assaults, the bells adorning Bobo had not made a single sound. "Impressive!" Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Yano took the bells, adorned them upon himself, and attempted to unleash a gentle attack, which, unsurprisingly, produced a sound. The after effects of the 8 gates left him with sore muscles, and he sprawled on the ground. As Wukong pondered the method behind the silence of the bells, Bobo urged the two to depart. After a brief interval, a solemn and ancient voice resonated within the temple. "I wish to see them, Bobo." Lord God Bobo hesitated for a moment before leading the two forward. A figure gradually emerged from the divine temple, leaning on a staff. Upon witnessing the true visage of the deity, Wukong was taken aback and charged forward, only to be repelled by a flick of the deity's finger. Yano, feeling drained and aware of the deity's connection to Piccolo, refrained from engaging. The deity explained his relationship with Piccolo and requested that the two cultivate within the temple for a while. Wukong eagerly consented, recognizing both Bobo and the deity's prowess. Even without a request, he would have sought to remain for training. Yano, intent on mastering the manipulation of ki, readily agreed. Bobo's initial lesson for them was to cultivate a state of emptiness. The two sat cross-legged, with Yano striving to calm his mind. While seemingly simple, it proved exceedingly challenging. As for Wukong, he fidgeted incessantly, and with the incessant bites of mosquitoes, he found himself on the receiving end of Bobo's stick. Nearby came House. Krillin and his companions engaged in sparring, exclaiming, "Those two, Wukong and Yano, are incredibly formidable. Thus, we must double our training to defeat them in the next martial arts tournament." Returning to the divine temple, Bobo instructed both to don blindfolds and attempt to catch a bell-adorned cat. Following the sound of the bells, Yano and Wukong found themselves incapable of capturing the elusive creature. Yano attempted to sense its presence through ki, but could only ascertain the existence of others nearby, failing to pinpoint the cat's location. Upon failing, Wukong observed another bell in Bobo's hands, exclaiming, "How cunning, Bobo! You rely solely on sound and sight. It is impossible to grasp the truth. May we undergo the training you once received, Bobo?" Yano inquired, recalling that there had indeed been training. "Follow me," Bobo instructed, leading them into a chamber within the temple. The first task was to retrieve the sacred crown from Korin Tower. As in the original tale, the two were dispatched by Bobo to the vicinity of Korin Tower. During their search, they encountered a girl named Lily, who was looking for birds. After inquiring about the location of Korin Tower, they swiftly made their way there and, upon climbing, discovered the sacred crown. "This is too easy," Wukong remarked as he secured the crown. Yano, having nearly forgotten the intricacies of the original plot, could only recall the general storyline and was oblivious to the task's challenges. Suddenly, a storm erupted, and bolts of lightning descended. Yano swiftly dodged while Wukong, caught off guard, was struck. "Wukong!" Yano cried out, eager to assist, but realizing his own peril, he shouted, "Open! Open!" He hastily activated the 8 gates in an attempt to evade. Yet it was in vain. Both were struck and plummeted off the cliff. Upon regaining consciousness, they found themselves in a bed, greeted by a small girl with red hair styled in 2 buns, and her mother, who held a tea bowl. "Thank you for saving us." "It's you." "Thank you," Wukong exclaimed, disregarding formalities as he lifted the tea bowl and drank it in one go. "How did you end up in the river?" Lily inquired curiously. "We were on a quest to obtain the sacred crown from Korin Tower," Wukong replied. "Really? It is said that only the strongest in the world can retrieve it." Lily's mother gasped, casting a surprised glance at them. The following day, as they prepared to set out again, Lily found the bird that had flown away and informed them of a crucial detail. Feel. The two ascended Korin Tower once more. Wukong demonstrated improvement, skillfully evading one lightning strike, while Yano steadied his mind, refraining from activating the 8 gates. Listening intently to the subtle vibrations of the clouds and honing his senses to navigate through the onslaught. Wukong, however, succumbed to unconsciousness after the second strike. As Yano evaded the lightning, he endeavored to suppress all thoughts, achieving a mental state of tranquility akin to the sky and a swiftness akin to lightning. With a swift motion, he blocked his vision and hearing, relying solely on his instincts to evade a strike. "I did it," Yano exclaimed in delight, only to be caught off guard by the subsequent bolt. Damn, this was the last thought that crossed his mind before he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he found himself within the temple again, with Wukong still unconscious beside him. "You're awake. Not bad, you've made progress. That last evasion based on instinct was quite impressive," Bobo praised. "Thank you, Mr. Bobo, for your guidance. I have grasped the essence of tranquility akin to the sky and swiftness akin to lightning. Please proceed with the next phase of my training." "Very well, follow me," Bobo replied. They stepped onto a platform outside the temple, where Bobo took a strand of Yano's hair and crafted a doppelganger that bore an uncanny resemblance to him, albeit with hollow eyes and devoid of ki. "This is your training opponent. Attempt to attack." Without further inquiry, Yano assumed a stance, and the doppelganger mirrored him. They launched into a simultaneous assault, their fists colliding. Bang, bang, bang. Their techniques were virtually identical, honed by the same master. After creating some distance, Yano sought to attack once more through instinct. Whoosh. They became entangled again. However, this time, Yano's movements were evidently swifter. Bang. He landed a punch on the doppelganger, following with a series of ki blades and Kamehameha waves. The doppelganger absorbed them all before counterattacking with rapid strikes. Yano, relying solely on instinct and muscle memory, defended himself without thought. Bobo nodded in approval from the sidelines. Yet the clash remained evenly matched until their vitality waned, signaling the end of their duel. Today's training concludes here. We shall continue tomorrow. All right. Yano lay on the ground, clenching his fist. Meanwhile, Krillin and his companions raced along the road, engrossed in their own training and preparation for the next martial arts tournament. As Yano drifted into slumber, he contemplated, "Currently, I am progressing faster than Wukong due to my understanding of the original tale. However, in the end, the disparity in strength between ordinary individuals and scions is akin to a chasm." Chapter 18. Open the Resting Gate. Amidst the boundless sea, within the Kame House, Lan-Chi and her companions were languidly watching television. "Who do you think will win the next World Martial Arts Tournament?" Bulma suddenly inquired. "I don't know. Perhaps it's still Yano, or maybe Goku." Lan-Chi, clad in a light green tank top and cream-colored shorts, displayed her fair skin, which glimmered stunningly under the sun. "Speaking of which, Lan-Chi, what do you think of Yano?" "Huh? Yano is quite impressive," she replied, her eyes sparkling. "I meant, how do you feel about him? Do you have any feelings for him?" Bulma teased with a mischievous grin. "Yano is a good person. He even defeated that great demon." "What kind of feelings are you talking about?" Lan-Chi, with her blue hair, remained utterly innocent, embodying a purity that was innate and unblemished. "I mean, do you like Yano?" Bulma pressed on, getting straight to the point. "Huh? No way." Lan-Chi's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. To be honest, she had hardly interacted with Yano. Their only close encounter was when Goku was tricked, and Yano had taken her on his motorcycle. Besides, Yano was younger than her, and she mostly regarded him as a little brother. Bulma, skeptical, noticed Lan-Chi's bashful expression and decided to drop the subject. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Temple, Yano chose to engage in battle with Bobo once again. Whoosh. Each of Yano's attacks was evaded by Bobo. "You still haven't truly grasped the tranquility of the sky or the swiftness of lightning," Bobo advised while dodging. "However, if I clear my mind while attacking, I won't be able to decide my next move. If each of your strikes is preceded by thought, Unnecessary movements will inevitably occur, preventing you from ever reaching this realm. Yano fell into contemplation, recalling the words of Whis from Dragon Ball Super, which echoed Bobo's teachings. Is this the entryway to the state of Zai Zai Ji? If I master it, can I still open the 8 gates of Ninjutsu? Taking a deep breath, Yano ceased his assault, cleared his mind, and focused solely on Bobo. Bang! A straight punch faster than lightning struck, and astonishingly, Bobo did not evade it, instead crossing his arms to block. This attack was markedly different from the previous ones. A smile curled Bobo's sausage-like lips. Bang! 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 Yano unleashed a flurry of attacks, and Bobo struggled to evade or block them in time as their speed escalated. Suddenly, Bobo teleported behind Yano, delivering a knife-hand strike aimed at his neck, yet Yano miraculously sidestepped to the left. Stunned, Yano realized he hadn't consciously thought about Bobo's movement. He had simply evaded instinctively. To further his progress, Yano endeavored to replicate that sensation, but Bobo continued to evade effortlessly. That previous feeling. Yano gazed at his hands, realizing the difficulty of it all. Bobo approached him and patted his shoulder, acknowledging his improvement. This concept is too ethereal. I shall continue to train my body and practice the 8 gates of Ninjutsu. Reinvigorated, Yano resolved to pursue his training in the 8 gates. Bobo, do you have any weighted training equipment? I wish to enhance my physical strength. Indeed, Bobo replied, entering the inner sanctum of the temple to retrieve some weighted gear. Approximately 200 kilograms. If you can endure this, I will increase the weight further. Thank you. Yano eagerly donned the equipment, preparing for his training. Wait, if it's for training. Follow me. Yano's heart leaped. Could it be the hyperbolic time chamber? That was a treasure of a place. They arrived at a door, which led to the chamber where 1 year inside equated to 1 day outside, with gravity amplified tenfold, thin air, and a unique temperature. One could only stay for 2 days. If they did not exit within that time, they would be trapped forever, though it was likely one would not last even a day. Bobo explained, indeed, this is the hyperbolic time chamber, a sacred training ground filled with ample food and spacious rooms. Yes, Mr. Bobo, I'm going in. Yano rushed inside with excitement. Bobo observed Yano enter the chamber, his lips curling into a smile. Have you brought him into the hyperbolic time chamber? The Supreme Kai materialized behind Bobo. Yes, my lord, Yano possesses remarkable talent and has begun to grasp the tranquility of the sky and the swiftness of lightning. An extraordinary martial artist indeed, the Supreme Kai remarked with admiration. Inside the chamber, Yano surveyed the house and the infinite whiteness surrounding him, feeling the gravity and temperature, and smiled in satisfaction. He began his training under the weight. The efforts I make now are to prepare for future battles against foes, to protect my friends, and to challenge the limits of humanity. Yano's veins bulged as the overwhelming gravity bore down upon him. Open the door. Reluctantly, he activated the 8 gates. In that state, progress was nearly impossible. Even with the gates opened, every step remained a struggle. Each punch he threw was accompanied by a torrent of sweat, and each step consumed his core strength as he trained, little by little, in solitude. Outside, Goku awoke. Bobo, where did Yano go? He entered the hyperbolic time chamber to train his physique. The hyperbolic time chamber? What is that? Bobo explained again, and Goku requested to enter as well. But Bobo coldly declined. Why not? Because you still have training left to do, while Yano has completed his. After repeated refusals from Bobo, Goku ceased his requests and began training under Bobo's guidance. As dusk settled, Yano had been training inside for several months. At this point, even without activating the 8 gates, he could walk under the weight, albeit with some difficulty. He relaxed his body, circulating his energy throughout, gathering it at the resting gate. Open the resting gate. His energy surged, veins bulging as he pressed on. Concentrating his energy at the resting gate, he shouted, "Resting gate, open." This was his countless attempt to open the resting gate. The energy expanded gradually, and the pulse of the resting gate began to open. Yano unleashed all his strength, shouting, "Open." With a roar, Yano's energy surged once more, fatigue dissipating instantly, his mind clear. Each punch and movement approached an extraordinary speed. This was merely the second gate's power. And Yano was even more astonished to discover that the power from the 8 gates increased incrementally. The power after opening the resting gate was approximately 5 times that of the opening gate, translating to a staggering 25-fold increase from his base power. Currently, his foundational strength was around 240, meaning that after opening the resting gate, his power soared to an astonishing 6,000. What did this power imply? When Raditz first arrived on Earth, his power level was 1,500, thus Yano could easily overwhelm him. Moreover, this doubling of power was based on his foundational strength. When the Scions descended, his base strength would likely be around 800, and reopening the resting gate would yield a power level of 20,000. This was still the case without his mastery of the Kaioken technique. It is important to note that the Kaioken places a significant strain on the body. However, once he commenced the Eight Gates technique, the physical burden diminished to zero. Consequently, the subsequent side effects are solely attributed to the Eight Gates technique. With this realization, Arno felt a surge of confidence, his gaze becoming increasingly resolute as he once again focused his mind on his training. Chapter 19: Departure from the Temple. Outside the temple, Goku was engaged in a fierce battle with a dummy, enduring a one-sided thrashing. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Yano continued his training. The Eight Gates technique, while taxing on the body, theoretically could be sustained indefinitely if one's physique was sufficiently robust. Given his current strength, he could maintain the initial gate for an extended period. But the rest gate demanded a greater toll on his body, thus he could not sustain it for long. Nevertheless, he aimed to utilize it whenever possible. Yano clenched his fist. He had spent over a year in the time chamber, having opened the rest gate months prior. By now, he had completely mastered it, and his foundational strength had surged to around 270. It was time to exit. Yano slowly approached the door of the time chamber. The moment he stepped into the sunlight again, he felt invigorated, taking in the warmth and witnessing Goku's ongoing battle with the dummy without interrupting. By the time Goku finished his fight, the sun was setting. Yano approached Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo was astonished that Yano had managed to stay in the time chamber for such a long duration, nodding as he sensed Yano's formidable power. It's impressive that you could remain in the time chamber for so long. Meanwhile, Goku, seeing Yano emerge, exclaimed joyfully, "Hey, Yano-san, Goku-san, it's been a while." Indeed. For him, it had been a considerable time. Oh, you must have experienced time differently in that chamber. Goku chuckled heartily upon realizing. Yano-san, you've become incredibly strong. Even without activating the Eight Gates, Goku could sense Yano's immense energy. After over a year of training inside, it was only natural for him to grow stronger. Goku turned to Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo, can I enter as well? Not right now, perhaps in the future, Mr. Popo replied. He permitted Yano to enter primarily because he recognized Yano's combat prowess, which was sufficient to operate under 10 times the normal gravity. Without the Eight Gates, Goku's limited power would be overwhelmed by the gravity. Goku pouted, having sought entry for so long without success. The gravity inside is overwhelming, Goku. You would be crushed and unable to stand, possibly perish within. Yano explained. Only by activating the Eight Gates can I move around in there. Upon hearing this, Goku's excitement reignited. By the way, Yano-san, didn't you say you would teach me and Krillin the Eight Gates after the martial arts tournament? Indeed. Would you like to learn it now? I can hardly wait, Yano. Let us begin right away. Goku looked at Yano with eager anticipation. Yano nodded at Goku's enthusiasm, while Mr. Popo stood by, curious about this technique that could enhance strength. First, you must understand the locations of the Eight Gates. Yano elaborated extensively. Goku attempted to grasp the concept, but Yano, I don't sense the positions of the Eight Gates as you described. As Yano suspected, Scions did not possess the Eight Gates. Should Krillin also fail to perceive the meridian layout, it would indicate that this was Yano's unique advantage. Yano sighed with relief. Everyone has their own ambitions, and he did not wish to see his companions surpass him too greatly. The Scions' transformations were already absurd. Adding the Eight Gates would render others obsolete. If you cannot sense the Eight Gates, it means they are absent within you. So unfortunately, Goku, you cannot practice the Eight Gates. What? That is so unfair. Goku was unaware of his future potential, merely feeling frustrated. Without the Eight Gates, he could not attain Yano's level of power, nor could he enter the time chamber. Mr. Popo also attempted to sense the Eight Gates, but, like Goku, felt nothing. However, he was indifferent to the outcome. The next day, the three stood atop the temple. Mr. Popo, I wish to battle you once more, Yano declared, brimming with determination. Certainly. I look forward to witnessing your strength. The impending clash was palpable, with Goku cheering from the sidelines. Yano activated the initial gate, his strength soaring to approximately 1700. While Mr. Popo's strength was around 1030 according to the original work's official setting. Yet, the original power levels had long since collapsed, leaving the outcome of Yano's battle with Mr. Popo uncertain. After all, Mr. Popo had previously withstood the combined onslaught of transformed Goten and Trunks. Alongside his acute perception akin to Ultra Instinct, Yano did not dare underestimate his opponent. He launched a fierce offensive. His speed so rapid that Goku could barely perceive his movements, yet Mr. Popo effortlessly evaded the onslaught. Yano darted from various angles, attacking relentlessly, but Mr. Popo countered with his fists. Kamehameha. Yano unleashed the technique, and this time, Mr. Popo did not intercept it with his mouth but crossed his arms to block with all his might. Observing the burns on his arms, Mr. Popo was momentarily stunned, allowing Yano to seize the opportunity and unleash a flurry of gravity-infused strikes. Yano halted his assault, and Mr. Popo nodded, acknowledging, very impressive. This was Mr. Popo's assessment. Despite his superior energy perception, he lacked any extraordinary abilities, and it was not unusual for him to be hit. Yano felt exhilarated, and Goku was even more thrilled. Having struggled against Mr. Popo for less than a minute previously, seeing him injured made Yano appear truly formidable. Incredible! Yano-san, you've become super strong. Haha. Yano scratched his head, feeling quite pleased with his current strength. Yet, regarding the utilization and perception of energy, he realized he had merely scratched the surface, far from Mr. Popo's level. This was the truth. Yano was currently swift and reactive, but his energy perception remained quite vague. Thus, he resolved to train his energy awareness. Mr. Popo was pleased. Yano had not been blinded by his newfound strength. Now, I must take my leave. Mr. Popo's guidance has been invaluable, but I must focus on cultivating my energy awareness. Remaining in the temple served little purpose. The time chamber could only be accessed for 2 days before it needed to refresh, so he intended to spend the remaining half-day pursuing natural energy understanding. Mr. Popo nodded, and at that moment, the Supreme Kai emerged from the temple. Yano, your progress is commendable. Go forth, in the future. The protection of Earth will depend on you martial artists of this generation. Yes, Lord Kaioshin. Goku, I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Yano-san. I look forward to our battles in the martial arts tournament. Without hesitation, Yano leaped down and soared away, intending to greet Korin and Akiralb. Greetings. Korin, Akiralb. Ah, Yano. Has your training concluded? Akiralb inquired. Indeed. Did you meet with the Supreme Kai? What is he like? Well, he resembles Piccolo quite a bit. What? Akiralb was taken aback. Korin then explained the situation to Akiralb and turned to Yano. Yano, your strength has grown even greater. Yes, Korin. I have indeed made progress. Now, I wish to continue training alone to become even stronger. Very well. I wish you good fortune. Thank you. I will strive to improve. After exchanging pleasantries, Yano leaped outward, flying away. That boy's power is simply astonishing, Korin remarked as she watched Yano's departing figure. Akiralb, munching on a senza bean, gazed at Yano's silhouette in confusion. Chapter 20 Reunion. 3 fleeting years passed in the blink of an eye. In a remote desert, a young boy clad in gray was awakened by the brilliance of the sun. Yawning softly, Yano gradually stirred, transformed beyond recognition by the passage of time. In terms of appearance, he stood slightly taller than the original depiction of Goku. Overall, he possessed an extraordinary countenance, radiating the vitality and righteousness of youth. It seemed the moment had nearly arrived. Glancing at his watch, Yano murmured to himself. After adjusting his attire, he soared towards the venue of the martial arts tournament, eager to present his finest self to Lam-Z for the first time in 3 years. Outside the tournament venue, a throng of registrants gathered. However, due to the rain, many arrived individually, registering and departing swiftly, which alleviated the sense of crowding. Amidst the rain, Lam-Z, with her deep blue hair, donned a flowing red dress and held a light blue umbrella, standing beside the turtle hermit, who was frowning at his watch, his height barely reaching her shoulders. What is taking everyone so long? Lam-Z remarked, a hint of impatience in her voice. The registration desk had just announced that time was running out, yet no one had arrived. Could they have forgotten such an important event? Impossible, Lam-Z exclaimed in surprise. Reflecting on the swift passage of 3 years, the two exchanged anxious glances. Suddenly, a yellow taxi pulled up before them, from which emerged a pig, a cat, and a statuesque young girl. Ah, Poir, Oolong, over here. The turtle hermit waved. After teasing Oolong about his fondness for girls' underwear, he caught sight of Bulma in a blue-purple ensemble, eliciting a chuckle. Following a swift reprimand from Bulma, he settled down considerably as she greeted Lam-Z. It's been ages since we last met. Have they not arrived yet? Indeed, that's what I was saying. As they conversed, a little girl in a pink raincoat anxiously chased after a balloon that had become ensnared in a tree. I can help you reach it, but I need. The turtle hermit leered at Bulma, but before she could retaliate, a figure swiftly descended, retrieving the balloon. Do you know him? The turtle hermit asked Bulma, glancing at Goku. who was unrecognizable to him. No, Oolong, do you know him? Oolong shook his head. As Lam-Z prepared to inquire further, Goku handed the balloon to Bulma. Here you go. Bulma. Eh? You know my name? Huh? Don't you all recognize me? Grandpa. What? Grandpa? The turtle hermit was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with speculations. Where are Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha? Goku inquired. See, could it be? Bulma's eyes widened in realization, staring incredulously at the tall young man before her. Goku, the group exclaimed in unison. As they recognized each other, apart from Goku, everyone else wore expressions of shock. The turtle hermit urged Goku to hurry and register. Incredible. This kid has changed so much. Indeed, little son has transformed into a handsome young man. Bulma gazed dreamily at Goku's silhouette. TCH, fickle-minded woman, Oolong scoffed. Only 2 minutes left until registration closes. The VE arrived. Goku exclaimed just as several figures suddenly appeared at the registration desk. Then came the greetings and registrations. But wait, Yano hadn't arrived yet. Lam-Z called out, observing the reunions. Yes, where is Yano? Goku echoed. Only 1 minute left. Where could he be? Krillin fretted, eager to battle alongside Yano. The group anxiously scanned their surroundings. Goku gazed skyward, just as the registration staff began to wrap up. The turtle hermit had already transformed Oolong, and in a flash, a figure appeared at the registration desk. Wait, I need to register too. Yano, the gray-clad youth exclaimed, visibly anxious. Huh? The previous champion, Yano? The staff responded, astonished, hastily recording his name. Upon hearing the name, the others turned to look, and that familiar gray attire, along with the name, unmistakably belonged to Yano. Yano! They rushed toward him, with Goku sensing Yano's formidable energy filled with excitement. You've grown taller. Krillin remarked enviously, noting Yano's height. Indeed. You've become much stronger, Yano, Tien, and Yamcha added. Haha, it's been so long, everyone. Yano waved. Yano looks so handsome now. Bulma gushed, her admiration evident once more. The turtle hermit sensed Yano's energy, nodding in acknowledgement. Lam-Z was the only one who had thought of Yano earlier, despite their brief time together. He left a lasting impression on her. Lam-Z tilted her head, greeting the familiar yet unfamiliar figure. Hi. Yano. Hi. Lam-Z. Yano inadvertently altered his greeting, failing to notice the change. During the 3 years of training, the person he thought of most was indeed Lam-Z. The gentle and kind-hearted Lam-Z had frequently appeared in his thoughts, and now, upon seeing her in person, he felt his face flush uncontrollably. What is the matter with you? We all greet you, yet you only respond to Lam-Z. Are we just an afterthought? Krillin nudged Yano playfully, a mischievous grin on his face. This only made Yano more bashful. Truth be told, he had been a high school student in his previous life. And even after living 18 years in the Dragon Ball world, he had spent most of his time in solitary training, leaving him with the emotional maturity of a teenager. Meanwhile, Lam-Z, with her blue hair, remained innocent yet perceptive. Unlike with Bulma, Yano felt shy and hesitant around her, causing him to chuckle softly. The turtle hermit observed his flustered disciple, noting his lack of composure around girls with a mix of exasperation and affection. Kid, you need to work on this, someday. I'll teach you how to interact with girls. Old pervert, don't corrupt Yano. Bulma playfully punched the turtle hermit, determined to keep the charming and innocent boy from being influenced negatively. Hiki. The turtle hermit rubbed his head, grinning mischievously. Upon returning to the inn, Krillin and Goku shared a room, while Lam-Z and Bulma occupied another. Tien and Kairatsu took one, and Yano shared his space with the turtle hermit. As night fell, Yano conversed with the turtle hermit. By the way, how has your training been? Have you met the Supreme Kai? Yes, Master, I have met the Supreme Kai. You will see the fruits of my training at the tournament. I assure you, I will not disappoint. Then I look forward to it. By the way, you have feelings for Lam-Z, don't you? The turtle hermit grinned mischievously. Ah, well, perhaps a bit, Yano replied, uncertain. If you like her, go after her. Kid. The turtle hermit genuinely enjoyed seeing his disciple pursue happiness. Since he sensed Yano's attitude towards Lam-Z, he had never considered taking advantage of her, truly embodying the role of a good master. However, he remained unchanged in his antics with Bulma. Yano said nothing further. His face had grown hot. Chapter 21. The struggle of the preliminary rounds. After Master Roshi playfully teased Yano, the atmosphere in Bulma and Lam-Z's room was equally tumultuous. So, Lam-Z, you must have noticed that Yano has quite the affection for you, Bulma jested. It seems so. Yano's reactions towards me are indeed somewhat different, Launch replied. Wrapped in a white towel, her blue hair accentuating her fair skin, which flushed with a hint of shyness as she buried her head beneath the covers. She could sense it, yet her interactions with Yano had been rather limited. Goodness, what are we to do with two such bashful souls? Bulma exclaimed, hands on her hips. Observing the nearly curled-up Launch, pondering Yano's shyness, she resolved to play matchmaker and lend Yano a hand. The night passed in silence as everyone conserved their energy, preparing for the battles of the following day. At dawn, the martial arts arena was teeming with spectators, far more crowded than during Yano's first participation. The group arrived at the venue. Since it was the preliminary round, there was no need to secure seats. Goku and the others entered the hall, ready for the preliminaries. Wait, is that? Tien Shinhan stared intently at Piccolo, who was simultaneously fixated on Yano. Indeed, it was the offspring of the mighty Demon King Piccolo. Yano nodded. Aware that the Demon King had left a legacy, Piccolo cast a disdainful glance at the group before turning away. Suddenly, Goku felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned to find a girl clad in a deep blue martial arts uniform inspired by Chinese aesthetics. Son Goku, she said gently, hands extended before her. Huh? Who are you? Goku failed to recognize her. You fool, the girl shouted, startling Yano. But I really don't know you. Goku scratched his head in confusion. Humph. The girl turned away and walked off. Darn it, how could you not know such a lovely girl? Krillin remarked with a hint of jealousy, for at that moment, Chi-Chi indeed looked captivating. But I don't know her. Goku insisted, shaking his head. We are about to commence the preliminaries. Please gather at the center. The announcer bellowed. As they assembled, an elderly man on stage proclaimed, Today marks the triannual World Martial Arts Tournament. The preliminaries are about to begin. The draw commenced. And with Dumpling's assistance, Tien instructed him to use his special abilities to separate the contestants. The first two competitors took the stage. Goku was number 2, facing off against the previous champion, King Chappa. Below, Piccolo, Yano, and Chi-Chi were all fixated on the action. I can't believe it's you again, King Chappa declared, throwing down the gauntlet. The crowd recognized Goku, exclaiming, Isn't that the little guy who placed second last time? King Chappa is truly unfortunate to face him again. As King Chappa prepared for battle, Goku remained composed, observing his opponent intently. King Chappa searched for an opening, but Goku appeared unyielding. Even before the fight began, King Chappa was drenched in sweat from the pressure of Goku's presence. He lunged forward, missing his kick as Goku suddenly vanished, circling behind him. Believing Goku to be above him, he looked up only to be met with shock and fear as Goku struck with a swift chop, knocking King Chappa out cold. Oh, the second contestant is victorious. The referee, momentarily taken aback, quickly announced the result. The preliminaries proceeded smoothly for the others until Dumpling's turn approached. Initially indifferent, the audience turned to see Dumpling's distinct attire, Tao Pai Pai. It's him. Yano glanced at Goku, who nodded earnestly. Tien recognized him too. Are you dead? Dumpling's injury incited Tien's anger and anxiety. I spared him. That's why I didn't kill him, Tao Pai Pai boasted. Yano comforted Tien, urging him to get Dumpling to medical attention before preparing for his own match. Yano's opponent was a middle-aged man resembling a sumo wrestler, who froze upon recognizing Yano. He had participated in the last martial arts tournament and witnessed Yano claim victory. It's the champion from last time, someone exclaimed. What bad luck for this fellow, another commented. The sumo wrestler immediately conceded, fully aware of Yano's formidable strength. Round after round of the preliminaries passed effortlessly for everyone until Yano confronted an unexpected adversary. The god? Yano gazed at the bespectacled man before him, sensing the divine aura. You've recognized me, the god stated, transmitting his thoughts to Yano. How unfortunate to encounter you in the preliminaries. Yano felt a thrill, masking his excitement with a facade of misfortune. Child of Piccolo, you must understand. I am here to eliminate him. I see. However, revered god, I shall not forfeit. Yano stood his ground against the divine being. If I cannot triumph in this form, I entrust my fate to you. The two remained at a standstill, eliciting shouts from the audience urging them to engage. Goku, puzzled, watched as Yano refrained from striking. Suddenly, Yano vanished, engaging the god in a flurry of rapid strikes, the speed so intense it was nearly imperceptible. That individual? Goku gasped, astonished that anyone could contend with Yano. Their speed is unfathomable, Krillin remarked, recognizing the exceptional nature of the combatants. Even Piccolo was taken aback, pondering if this was the one who had slain his father. This power, though, is still far from my own. Yet, after 3 years of honing his energy perception, Yano had not wasted time on strength enhancement, resulting in a power level around 320. His innate talent was not particularly extraordinary, but such an improvement was commendable. The god, in a human form, matched Yano's strength, but Yano had not been idle these past 3 years. His combat intuition had reached an impressive level, allowing him to evade most attacks instinctively. Boom. Yano landed a punch to the god's abdomen, prompting the latter to retreat hastily. Seizing the advantage, Yano unleashed a barrage of attacks, creating afterimages around the god. Incredible! Goku marveled. Yano's prowess was remarkable, even without utilizing the 8 gates. Cough, cough. This human body is exceedingly frail. It seems you have put in considerable effort over the past 3 years. I am reassured, the god declared, opting to forfeit as he recognized Yano's strength. The audience, who had been thoroughly entertained, expressed their dissatisfaction at the god's abrupt withdrawal. Goku. Do you know who that was? Yano inquired, smiling. Somewhat familiar. It's the god. Huh? The god. Sure, he aims to prevent Piccolo from endangering Earth. But he trusts our abilities, hence his voluntary elimination. Yano quickly covered Goku's mouth to prevent others from overhearing. I see. Then I shall face him this time. Since last time it was you. All right, but with Dumpling injured, it's a matter of luck now. Yano nodded in agreement. Thus concluded the preliminaries, with the list of those advancing to the quarterfinals: Goku, Yano, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Tao Pai Pai, Chi-Chi, and Piccolo. Chapter 22. Enraged Kiki. The roster for the quarterfinals has been announced, and the host begins the draw. Upon seeing Yano and his companions, he expresses his gratitude profusely. Ahem. Let us commence the draw. The host collects his thoughts and retrieves the draw box. The first match features a battle between disciples. Unfortunately, Tao Bai Bai draws Tianjin Fan, who glares at him in anger. The second match pits Sun Wukong against Kiki, but Kiki has opted for anonymity, preparing to teach Wukong a lesson. Next, Piccolo faces off against Krillin, and one can only hope Krillin can endure. The final match is Yano against Yamcha, a contest that seems devoid of suspense. Outside, Bulma and Launch have just returned from the hospital with Jiaozi. How is it? Is Jiaozi severely injured? Master Roshi inquires. It's fine. No bones were broken. Soga. Master Roshi breathes a sigh of relief. Yano and his friends rush in. Master, we all made it through the preliminaries. Well done. Everyone performed admirably. But who did Jiaozi face to end up like this? It was Tao Bai Bai. Krillin responds. What? Tao Bai Bai? Wasn't he defeated by Wukong? No, he is still alive, but he has undergone mechanical modifications. His strength should have increased. Is that so? Who among you faced Tao Bai Bai? Master Roshi ponders. Tianjin Fan. But he won't be able to best him, Wukong replies. As they converse, an announcement echoes. All quarterfinalists, please gather in the hall. We must go. Yano turns, and they set off together. Good luck to you all. Bulma shouts. You boys, fight well. Master Roshi encourages. Go for it, everyone. Launch adds. At this moment, the audience is packed, and the group struggles to secure front row seats. Sorry, Launch, for the intrusion. Bulma sticks out her tongue and playfully waves a dog-tail grass in front of Launch's nose. Achoo. Launch instantly transforms into her blonde self, exuding a fierce aura in her red gown. Please, rely on me, Launch-chan. Bulma clasps her hands together, resting her chin in anticipation. Leave it to me, Launch declares, pulling out capsules and wielding dual guns to seize front row seats. Meanwhile, inside the arena, Wukong pulls out several Senza beans. Senza beans? Krillin questions. Recalling his recent visit to Karin Tower with Yamcha and the others, all of whom had their fill. Krillin likewise produces a few beans, as does Yano, who had gathered some hastily before leaving the shrine after exhausting his supply during training. 72 competitors participated in the preliminaries, seemingly fewer than in the previous session. Yet each contender boasts remarkable strength. From this group, only 8 elite fighters will advance to the quarterfinals. The first match features Tianjin Fan and Tao Bai Bai. The host announces loudly. The two step onto the stage. Tianjin Fan, a mix of nerves and anger, feels the significant influence of his master. As the gong sounds, they assume their stances. Behind the scenes, the others observe intently. Kiki is still warming up, casting glances at Wukong intermittently. Neither fighter makes a move initially. What is happening? Neither contestant has struck yet, the host remarks. Perfect. Where did this kid learn such restraint? Tao Bai Bai grits his teeth. Meanwhile, the tension is palpable for Tianjin Fan, who is sweating profusely. Master Roshi, from the sidelines, uses his unique crane-style transmission to whisper, "You cannot defeat him. Tianjin Fan. Do you recall how your master guided you in your youth? This verbal pressure distracts Tianjin Fan, and Tao Bai seizes the opportunity to charge at him. Tianjin Fan reacts swiftly, leaping to evade the attack while delivering a kick that sends Tao Bai sprawling. Whoa! As soon as they engaged, Tianjin Fan struck Tao Bai. The latter rises, defiantly preparing for another assault. He charges at Tianjin Fan once more, but the latter seems to anticipate every attack, deftly dodging each one. Tianjin Fan grips Tao Bai's wrist, maneuvering him toward the edge of the platform. Just as they approach the boundary, Tao Bai's mechanical arm suddenly detaches, transforming into a blade that he thrusts at Tianjin Fan. This guy truly lacks the spirit of martial arts, Yano scoffs. Reflecting on the previous encounter where he spared Tao Bai's life, the host announces Tao Bai's disqualification, declaring Tianjin Fan the victor. However, Tao Bai no longer cares and prepares to exact revenge on Tianjin Fan. Gritting his teeth, Tianjin Fan removes his shirt, prompting loud shouts from Master Roshi and the others. The host hurriedly intervenes. This is not permitted, even in matters of life and death. Such actions cannot occur on the stage. Tao Bai glares at the host, seemingly ready to strike him down, causing the host to flee in fear. Krillin and Yamcha exchange glances, contemplating intervening, but Tianjin Fan gestures for them to stay back, asserting, "I will handle this myself." Tao Bai, undeterred, launches another reckless attack. Yet Tianjin Fan successfully counters each one. With a flick of his wrist, Tao Bai relinquishes the blade, leaving only a gun barrel in his grasp. This is the Super Dodon wave. You cannot escape this time. A blinding wave of energy erupts, yet Tianjin Fan stands resolute, unperturbed by the oncoming force. Hua! Tianjin Fan roars as he envelopes himself in a fierce aura, bracing against the energy wave. Tao Bai is taken aback as Tianjin Fan suddenly appears before him, delivering a punch to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Wonderful! Bulma exclaims. Tianjin Fan triumphantly hoists Tao Bai over his shoulder, tossing him to Master Roshi. Please, do not let him appear before us again. You ungrateful wretch! Master Roshi scolds as he flies away. Tianjin Fan remains silent, turning to retreat backstage. Krillin wishes to commend Tianjin Fan, but Yamcha stops him, suggesting he reflect for a moment. Kiki strides forth, glaring fiercely at Wukong, who greets others with a casual, "Hi. Please take care of me." Kiki ignores him, advancing toward the arena. The next battle features the previous runner-up, Sun Wukong, against an unknown female contender who has nevertheless emerged victoriously. "Why are you always so angry?" Wukong questions, puzzled. "How dare you ask me that? Do you have any conscience?" Wukong scratches his head in confusion as the drums sound, awaiting the gong. Kiki, seething with rage, glares at Wukong, exclaiming, "I will never forgive you, Sun Wukong." "I still don't understand. Are you confusing me with someone else?" Wukong points to himself. "Absolutely not. You are indeed Sun Wukong." From the sidelines, Master Roshi and the others murmur, questioning the odd interaction on stage. But this girl is quite charming. Master Roshi observes with a twinkle in his eye as the gong resonates. Kiki charges at Wukong, who merely evades without retaliating. "Is this for real? Do we truly know each other?" "When?" "It's because you forgot that I am angry." Kiki's frustration intensifies, fueling her attacks. "Indeed, this girl knows Wukong." Krillin remarks with envy. That said, she is formidable, and her techniques bear some resemblance to the turtle school. Master Roshi reflects quietly. Chapter 23. Wukong's marriage. What exactly did we agree upon? Wukong asked, gazing blankly at Chi-Chi. "Since you cannot recall it no matter what, let me enlighten you. You promised me that when I grew up, you would marry me." Chi-Chi exclaimed loudly. The audience, including Krillin, was taken aback, while Yano burst into laughter. Wukong replied, astonished. "It seems you finally remembered." Chi-Chi continued to regard Wukong with a disdainful expression. "Krillin, quickly tell me. What is a bride?" Wukong turned to Krillin backstage, puzzled. The others fell over in disbelief. "You simpleton. To marry her means you two are wed." Yamcha interjected, holding down Krillin's bald head. "It means you both become husband and wife, living together henceforth." Yano was laughing so hard he could hardly stand, pounding the wall in amusement. "Living together? Forever? When did I ever agree to that? Who are you, anyway?" Wukong stared at Chi-Chi, seemingly still unable to recognize her. "Indeed, you have forgotten. I can remind you, but only if you defeat me first," Chi-Chi declared, taking her stance. "All right." Wukong unleashed a gust of wind with his punch, sending Chi-Chi tumbling off the stage and onto the ground. "Are you all right? Pull yourself together," Wukong said, squatting on the stage and looking at her. "Remarkable. You still possess great strength, Wukong. No wonder I chose you as my groom." she remarked with admiration. But really, who are you? You still can't recall? I am the daughter of the Bull Demon King, Chi-Chi. Almost everyone, except Yano, wore expressions of disbelief. That girl is actually Chi-Chi? Master Roshi exclaimed, his eyes wide, almost losing his sunglasses. Finally, Wukong remembered. I recall now. I said I would marry you. You have finally remembered, Chi-Chi said, somewhat helplessly. I always thought a bride was something delicious, Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. Then, that promise. Chi-Chi's eyes glistened with tears, on the verge of crying. Then let us marry, Wukong declared suddenly. I am so happy, Chi-Chi exclaimed, embracing Wukong's shoulders with a beaming smile. The host seized the moment, exclaiming, who would have thought that contestant son Wukong would get married right here on stage? Applaud, everyone. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, with some even whistling. Backstage, Chi-Chi approached Krillin and the others to greet them. Wow, you are Wukong's friend, right? I am Wukong's wife. My name is Chi-Chi. Please take good care of me. She shook Krillin's hand, leaving him bashfully nodding in response. When she saw Yamcha, she paused. Who are you? Yamcha, how do you know her? Krillin turned to a flustered Yamcha. Sorry, but even if you like me, I am already someone else's wife. It was indeed a twisted fate. Stemming from Yamcha's past pursuits for the Dragon Balls, Bulma squinted at Yamcha while he attempted to explain. Chi-Chi then turned to Yano, noticing the turtle school uniform he wore. Hello, you are also Wukong's friend. You look so handsome. Please take good care of me. Yano appeared somewhat awkward and bashful, replying. Please take good care of me as well. I consider myself Wukong's junior. Wishing you and Wukong a blissful marriage. Upon hearing Yano's blessing, Chi-Chi found him more agreeable. She greeted Master Roshi next, then blew a kiss to Wukong before departing, presumably to prepare for the wedding. After Chi-Chi left, Wukong turned to Krillin seriously. Krillin, you must not underestimate your next opponent. It is best to give it your all from the start, and if the situation doesn't seem right, surrender. Krillin nodded solemnly. And under the host's announcement, he ascended the stage. The two faced off, with Piccolo crossing his arms over his chest. I am ready whenever you are, little bald head. You're an annoying fellow. I shall strike first, Krillin declared. All right, let the match begin. Krillin assumed a stance akin to a horse stance. What is that pose? Wukong questioned. Krillin unleashed a wave of red energy, shooting it forward. Such a trivial matter, Piccolo retorted, leaping but realizing the energy wave followed him. Humph. Piccolo glared and fired 2 energy blasts to intercept, creating an explosion. Krillin suddenly appeared in Piccolo's face, delivering a kick that sent Piccolo aside. Piccolo was momentarily caught off guard, but quickly regained his balance mid-air. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin prepared to strike again, leaping toward Piccolo. This time, however, Piccolo was not careless. He countered with a gravity attack that sent Krillin hurtling toward the edge of the stage. The audience watched anxiously as Krillin approached the brink, but he suddenly halted mid-air. It's the air dance technique. When did this kid learn the air dance technique? Tien exclaimed excitedly, while Master Roshi looked on incredulously. Well done, Krillin. Wukong encouraged. The clash continued, with Piccolo's muscles bulging. Let me show you the true power of the second generation of demons. Krillin pressed on with his assault. But all his attacks were thwarted by Piccolo's cloak, failing to even graze him. Piccolo gathered energy, and suddenly dark clouds enveloped the area. His arms extended rapidly, pulling Krillin closer, followed by a powerful punch that sent Krillin reeling back. Krillin landed firmly on the ground and charged forward again, but Piccolo dodged and kicked him skyward. Where Krillin gathered energy, Piccolo pursued, appearing behind Krillin. In the final moment, Krillin turned, unleashing the Kamehameha wave at Piccolo. Swish. The Kamehameha missed. It was an afterimage technique. An afterimage? Krillin was bewildered, and Wukong shouted, Behind you, Krillin. Bang. Piccolo struck Krillin on the head with a gravity attack, causing him to fall onto the stage. After a moment, Krillin struggled to rise. I concede. The host announced the result of the match, and Wukong rushed to help Krillin up. You fought brilliantly, Krillin. Your skills have improved significantly. The audience cheered, celebrating Krillin's performance despite his loss. Indeed, they had become remarkable martial artists. Master Roshi reminisced about when Krillin and Wukong first arrived, along with Yano, who had no battle experience at the time. Next, contestants Yano and Yamcha took the stage for the 4th match. Yano was the champion of the previous tournament, while Yamcha had reached the top 8 for 3 consecutive years. This match promised to be thrilling. Yamcha and Yano stepped onto the stage, facing each other. Fighting you is quite nerve-wracking. Don't worry, everyone is improving. I won't be using the 8 gates this time, so don't be anxious, Yamcha. Yano assured, taking his stance. This time, he would not rely on the 8 gates. Solidifying his fundamentals would lead to greater strength. If he only depended on the 8 gates for the advantage of high battle power, he would falter when their strengths became comparable. The two stood poised. The battle was about to commence. Chapter 24. Fierce Battle in a Flash. Arno appeared before Yamcha with astonishing speed. Goku observed intently from the sidelines, analyzing the unfolding spectacle. Caught off guard, Yamcha endured a heavy blow to his abdomen, letting out a pained gasp as he hastily retreated. However, Arno was relentless, swiftly pursuing him with a series of kicks and punches, forcing Yamcha to evade while suffering continuous strikes. The tide of battle was decisively in Arno's favor. His rapid-fire attacks left Yamcha at a distinct disadvantage. With a powerful leap, Arno aimed a kick at Yamcha, who responded with his improved Wolf Fang fist. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their movements a blur. Arno had made significant progress, his speed markedly enhanced since their last encounter, while Yamcha had improved as well, though not to the same extent. Master Roshi watched intently, his glasses reflecting the action as he cheered for Yamcha. "Go, Yamcha!" yelled Poir, while Bulma remained frustrated with Yamcha's performance. "You can do it, Arno." Krillin marveled at the astonishing display of skill. Suddenly, a barrage of energy blades erupted from all directions, targeting Yamcha. Yamcha expelled energy to counter the onslaught. Yet, before he could revel in his success, Arno reappeared, landing a swift kick to Yamcha's chin. A flurry of heavy blows rained down, leaving Yamcha gasping for breath. "Now witness the culmination of my training over the past 3 years," he declared, summoning his ultimate technique. Arno took a defensive stance, recalling something about energy orbs. Yamcha's palm transformed into a claw as a glowing energy orb materialized. "Energy orb," he shouted as he launched it toward Arno. With agility, Arno leapt skyward to evade it, but the orb followed, forcing him to dodge once more. The orb struck the arena floor, but that was not the end. It burrowed up from below. Arno sensed the energy and instinctively sidestepped. "What?" Yamcha gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief, shared by Goku and Piccolo. "Such rapid reflexes, if it were me, I wouldn't have reacted in time." Master Roshi swallowed hard, pondering the intensity of Yamcha's training. Arno, caught momentarily off guard, regained his composure and charged at the still-dazed Yamcha, knocking him out of the competition. "Wow! Incredible!" The audience erupted in cheers. "Yamcha has been eliminated. Arno is victorious." "Arno, you're amazing," Yamcha said with a smile as he sat on the ground, accepting his defeat gracefully. "It's only natural to lose when my ultimate move was dodged." "Yamcha, you were just unfortunate. Your ultimate technique was evaded." Oolong teased. "Shut up," Bulma retorted, playfully punching him on the head. "Good job. You fought well," exclaimed the blonde-haired launch, slapping the railing enthusiastically. "Your technique was impressive as well. You almost landed a hit," Arno replied, scratching his head, unsure of how to respond. Backstage, Krillin patted Arno on the shoulder. "Your reaction speed is astonishing." "Heh," Arno chuckled modestly. After a fierce contest, the list of finalists was revealed. The first match of the semifinals would feature Son Goku against Tenshinhan. Chi-Chi reappeared, wiping Goku's sweat away. "Go for it, Goku. Good luck to both of you." Krillin and Arno cheered. As the two stepped onto the stage, the announcer signaled the start, and they darted at each other like arrows, engaging in a fierce clash. They leapt into the air, colliding once more. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed through the arena as Arno gazed upward. "Is Goku wearing weighted clothing?" he pondered, observing Goku's attire with curiosity. Suddenly, they landed on the stage, charging at each other again, disappearing from view. "Unbelievable! They vanished!" Master Roshi exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Only their sounds remained, invisible to the ordinary observer, yet the speed was astonishing. "Incredible pace," Piccolo remarked from above. Krillin, Yamcha, and Arno followed the swift movements of the two fighters, their eyes spinning with the rapidity of the action. Nevertheless, Arno's speed was bound to surpass both of them. At that moment, Goku, still burdened by his weighted gear, was roughly on par with Tenshinhan, both at around 230 in power. They reappeared, grappling fiercely. But Goku suddenly released his grip, teleporting behind Tenshinhan and launching a punch. Tenshinhan vanished, narrowly evading the strike, only to counter with a heavy blow. But Goku disappeared once more. What? Tenshinhan was caught off guard, unable to anticipate Goku's evasion. Goku delivered another kick, landing a solid hit on Tenshinhan. "Oh, Tenshinhan has suffered an attack from Son Goku." The fight ascended into the sky again, filled with rapid movements, dodges, and strikes. "Just as I thought, Tenshinhan. You haven't unleashed your full potential," Goku exclaimed with excitement. I was merely testing your progress. Goku, your speed seems stagnant. But I apologize, Goku. This time victory is mine, Tenshinhan asserted, confidence radiating from him. Wait. Goku interrupted as Tenshinhan prepared to attack. Huh? Tenshinhan halted. May I remove my clothing first? Goku pointed at his outfit. Go ahead, Tenshinhan replied, waiting for Goku. Goku fumbled with his clothing for what felt like an eternity before finally removing his tank top and slamming it onto the ground, shattering the tiles beneath. Tenshinhan approached, asking, Goku, may I see that? Of course. Upon touching the tank top, Tenshinhan immediately sensed something was amiss with its weight. With a grunt, he lifted it, feeling its heft. I can't believe you've been fighting in this. Unbelievable, Master Roshi said, his glasses reflecting the light as he watched from the sidelines. As Goku finally shed his burdensome attire, Krillin and Yamcha helped carry it away, both shocked by the revelation. Goku had been wearing weighted gear during the competition. Krillin felt the shoe's weight, incredulous at the revelation. Even Piccolo shared the astonishment, thinking, this guy has a long way to go before he can defeat me. With preparations complete, the battle resumed. After several exchanges, Tenshinhan remarked, though your speed has improved, I can still perceive your movements, Goku. Is that so? Goku replied, grinning as he raised the red belt in his hand. What? Tenshinhan, realizing the implications, quickly grabbed his slipping pants. Laughter erupted from the audience. Regaining his composure, Tenshinhan no longer held back. He crossed his arms, channeling his energy until 4 images of himself appeared. Goku stared in disbelief at the spectacle. The battle intensified, each moment more gripping than the last. Chapter 25. Goku vs. Tien. The battle between Tien and Goku raged on, as 4 Tien clones relentlessly pursued Goku, their fists drawing ever closer. In a moment of urgency, Goku leapt into the sky, vanishing from sight. Tien observed for a moment before placing his hand upon his third eye, and the 4 figures unleashed a peculiar wave of energy. A cry of anguish echoed through the air as Goku's silhouette began to descend slowly from the heavens, landing upon the arena floor. The spectators below were filled with concern for Goku, while in the backstage, Yano watched the scene intently. Chi-Chi, filled with anxiety, yearned to rush to the arena, only to be restrained by Yamcha. Though Tien had intended to depart, Goku stirred once more, rising to his feet as the two resumed their fierce struggle. This time, Goku unleashed a newfound speed, striking Tien with relentless force, ultimately knocking him off the stage. Tien was eliminated, and Goku emerged victorious. The announcer swiftly declared the result of the match. After a brief intermission, it was time for Yano and Piccolo to face off in the next bout. With one more battle before the finals, the upcoming match featured the reigning champion Yano against the formidable second-generation demon. Well done, Goku, Yano praised, giving Goku a pat on the shoulder. Tien was quite strong as well, he added, offering words of encouragement to Tien. Chi-Chi embraced Goku, leaving him momentarily bewildered as he scratched his head. As they conversed, Piccolo sneered from the side, fixing his gaze on Yano. So, you are my next opponent? Heh. I shall not kill you. Then I appreciate that, Yano replied with a smile. Although he knew he was at a slight disadvantage without using the 8 gates. His perception of energy was now far superior to before, and the outcome remained uncertain. The two ascended to the stage. Go, Yano. Give him a good thrashing, Krillin shouted. Yano, win this match for me, Launch cried, her foot perched upon the railing. Bulma and Puer also offered their encouragement. Yano glanced back at Launch, determination igniting within him. He had to win this battle. Adopting a serious posture, Yano approached the fight with utmost sincerity. Humph, Piccolo scoffed, confident in his impending victory. As the battle commenced, Yano teleported behind Piccolo, delivering a series of powerful strikes. Piccolo managed to block and retaliate, fists and feet colliding. Ha! Yano roared, unleashing energy blades from all directions. Piccolo leapt to evade, but Yano followed with a flying kick. Piccolo vanished, retaliating with a swift strike. Yano narrowly dodged, and the two continued to appear and disappear in a flurry of movement. Whoosh! Energy blades manifested once more, prompting a cold grunt from Piccolo. A surge of energy emanated from his body, deflecting the blades. Seizing the moment, Yano gathered energy to unleash the Kamehameha wave, while Piccolo countered with his own energy blast. With a whoosh, Yano vanished, reappearing beside Piccolo. Bang! Piccolo blocked the strike, but the battle remained fiercely intense. Yano's aggressive tactics invigorated the audience, eliciting cheers and applause. Piccolo shed his cape, declaring, "Now, I shall fight you seriously." His arms elongated suddenly, but Yano sidestepped and grasped Piccolo's arm. When Piccolo retracted, Yano quickly released his grip. only for Piccolo to fire an energy wave. Yano, unable to evade in time, shouted, "Ha!" as he unleashed his own energy, successfully defending against the attack. Piccolo, taken aback, remarked, "No wonder you are the son of the great Demon King. Your power is impressive." Breathing heavily, Yano felt the thrill of close-quarters combat, having trained with Bobo, his body instinctively reacting to dodge attacks. Thus, he needed little concern over getting hit, as long as he remained vigilant in his defense. Sensing a change in the tide, Piccolo distanced himself, ascending into the sky to gather energy. Yano, recognizing the shift, ceased his offensive and began to charge his own Kamehameha. This energy is formidable. Master Roshi contemplated, sensing the two powerful auras. "Go, Yano!" Bulma and the others shouted. "Ha!" The two energy blasts erupted simultaneously, colliding with tremendous force, shocking the spectators backstage. Despite the intensity, Yano's power began to wane compared to Piccolo's, gradually placing him at a disadvantage. Yano concentrated, channeling his internal energy into a Tai Chi-like formation, strengthening his energy waves while minimizing his expenditure. This is Yano's original technique, Master Roshi noted, recalling the style of soft overcoming hard. Can it still be applied in this manner? However, the gap in their strengths proved insurmountable, as Piccolo's energy surged, ultimately overpowering Yano's wave. Yano, Bulma and the others watched anxiously from the sidelines. Just as the energy wave struck Yano, he unexpectedly dodged. Piccolo was astonished. Once again, Yano's body reacted instinctively, leaving him perplexed by the peculiar sensation in his hands. As Piccolo landed on the arena floor, he chuckled. "I never expected you could push me this far." Gasping for breath, Yano readied himself for the next exchange. Piccolo's muscles expanded, his form towering several stories high. The second-generation demon is growing in size. This is unbelievable. Simply increasing in size will only make you clumsier. Yano retorted, unperturbed by Piccolo's transformation. True to his assertion, after several exchanges, Piccolo crashed heavily to the ground, his form shrinking back down. Moments later, he rose, fixating his gaze on Yano, astonished by the latter's strength. Piccolo began to gather energy, and this time, it was unlike his previous charge. The aura was overwhelmingly potent. "Yano, do not be overconfident. Quickly use the 8 gates. Do not withstand it," Master Roshi urged urgently, sensing the imminent danger. With dark clouds gathering and thunder rumbling, Yano felt the intensity of Piccolo's energy. He responded to Master Roshi, "Master, I wish to give it a try." Master Roshi, in a state of frantic concern, observed Yano brimming with eagerness as he released his energy, preparing to endure the onslaught. Piccolo shouted, releasing a blinding energy wave that Yano braced himself against. The crowd shielded their eyes, but Goku remained expectantly transfixed on the arena. As the energy wave dissipated, so too did the arena, the surrounding crowd having fled in fear. Only Bulma, Launch, and a few others remained backstage, while Goku and his friends braced against the residual force. "It's gone. The arena has vanished." The announcer, ever diligent, remained on site. Yano's form gradually re-emerged, his GI torn and revealing a robust physique. Despite the significant disparity in power, he had not been defeated. I successfully endured it. Piccolo, you have lost." Like an arrow loosed from its bow, Yano delivered a final, crushing blow, eliminating Piccolo from the competition. Piccolo succumbed, having exhausted his strength after the prior attack, leaving him incapable of further combat. Chapter 26: The Final Showdown. The two collapsed almost simultaneously, however, even without the arena. He remained present within the confines. Yano. The crowd surged forward in unison as Goku administered a Senzu bean to Yano, then approached and offered one to Piccolo as well. "Goku!" Master Roshi exclaimed, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. Yano and Piccolo awoke once more. With Piccolo gazing at Goku, Yano, and the deity descending from above. Son Goku, Yano, I shall remember you." Without looking back, he took flight. And neither Yano nor Goku attempted to stop him. The deity sought to pursue, but was halted by Goku. "What are you doing, Goku? Why didn't you eliminate him? He is Piccolo's offspring." Krillin inquired. "He is a formidable opponent. If he perishes, the deity will as well," Goku explained. "Moreover, I have yet to engage him in battle." The group breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that with Goku and Yano present, Piccolo would not falter. "You truly did not disappoint, Yano. Magnificent." The golden-haired Launch approached and wrapped her arms around Yano's neck, a fragrant breeze wafting into his nostrils. Yano's face flushed instantly. He had not felt such tension even during his confrontation with Piccolo. Launch's fair skin pressed against Yano's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. compounded by the fact that his shirt had been torn during battle, causing his body to heat up. Huh? Why is your body so warm? Launch playfully tapped Yano's torso, her wild nature surfacing. However, she felt a bit shy, being inherently a girl, and turned her gaze away, blushing slightly as she admired Yano's physique. Bulma watched the two with bright eyes, finding them increasingly well-matched, the pure-hearted youth and the untamed maiden. As the group reveled in their recent victory over Piccolo, the atmosphere grew lively. Will the match continue? The announcer quietly inquired. Right, there is still the final showdown, Goku. Yano remarked, looking at Goku. I've been eagerly awaiting this. Yano, unleash your full potential. The two returned to the arena S-bounds, despite the absence of a platform. The battle was destined to unfold. The final showdown commenced. To be honest, without employing the 8 gates, Yano felt little confidence in defeating Goku. Their training was nearly equivalent. Yet Yano had scarcely engaged in combat over the past 3 years, focusing instead on sensing energy and harnessing it. Their speeds were so swift that they were nearly indistinguishable, the only audible sounds being the collisions of their bodies. Truly remarkable, these two, Master Roshi observed, watching the fleeting silhouettes, realizing that his disciples had surpassed him. Though Master Roshi had fought less in later years, he had still played significant roles during critical moments, such as avenging against Frieza or contributing during the Tournament of Power. The whirlwind of battle swept across the arena, stirring up clouds of dust. Goku recognized that close combat was not advantageous, prompting him to create distance. Inni. Goku gathered energy, and Yano followed suit. Yet, neither initiated an attack, both waiting for the opportune moment. Yano decided to strike, and sure enough, Goku instantaneously appeared behind him. Fortunately, Yano had anticipated this. His earlier energy wave had been a ruse to mislead Goku. In a flash, Yano vanished. What? Goku gasped, suddenly sensing Yano's energy behind him. The true Kamehameha was unleashed, successfully striking Goku. The energy wave stirred up a massive storm of dust, obscuring the view of the spectators, while the diligent announcer ducked behind a rock. As the dust settled, a large crater appeared where Goku had been, and he lay within it. Goku! Chi-Chi cried out, rushing forward to assess his condition. But Goku slowly rose from the pit. Impressive, Yano, he acknowledged, undeterred, as he charged back into the fray. With a series of explosive clashes, their forms shifted from the ground to the skies, Goku growing increasingly exhilarated as both bore minor wounds. It was evident that the extraordinary instinctive evasion appeared only occasionally but was significantly impactful. Nonetheless, Goku's speed and strength outweighed Yano's, resulting in a precarious balance. Piccolo had been overly complacent, having transformed too early, allowing Yano to capitalize on close-range opportunities, despite Piccolo's superior speed and strength. The two separated, determining to settle the outcome in one decisive clash. Yano focused intently as two blue energy waves collided. And it was clear that Goku's energy attack was more potent than Yano's. Yano attempted to channel his energy akin to Tai Chi. Goku exerted his full might, while Yano struggled to maintain his ground. This time, the remarkable evasion did not manifest, and he was struck squarely by the Kamehameha. Earlier, Yano had triumphed over Piccolo because he had chosen not to engage in an energy clash, instead utilizing energy to block the wave, combined with his formidable physical prowess. Had he opted for a direct confrontation then, he would have lost. However, at this moment, silence enveloped the arena as Yano fell to the ground, while Goku, panting heavily, gazed at him from the crater. The announcer hurriedly began the countdown, and Yano's finger twitched before he ultimately surrendered. The sensation of exhaustion was unpleasant. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself still within the arena, Goku offering him a senzu bean. You've won, Goku, Yano conceded, looking at him resignedly. This defeat sparked realizations within him. It was only natural that neglecting rigorous training while focusing on sensing energy had left him lacking in combat prowess against Goku and Piccolo. The ability to sense energy proved useful in the early stages, but as fighters' strengths escalated, their speed surpassed the time it took to sense, often resulting in blows landing before one could react. Thus, reliance on that remarkable muscle memory and instinctive evasion was essential. Yano clenched his fist, contemplating. The development of energy, such as Kamehameha, ultimately hinged on who possessed greater power. Techniques became trivial in comparison. Therefore, diligent training to enhance energy, cultivate physicality, and master the 8 gates was the true path. This marked Goku's first victory in the martial arts tournament, and he was elated as Chi-Chi rushed over to embrace him. Congratulations, Goku. Krillin and others joined in the celebration. Yano fought splendidly, And he hasn't even utilized the 8 gates, so Goku, don't let pride consume you. Master Roshi advised earnestly. By the way, Goku is still the groom. Yamcha patted Goku's shoulder. Right, when will the wedding take place? Yano inquired. The group erupted in laughter as Goku summoned the flying Nimbus, carrying Chi-Chi to the castle of the Ox King. Yano felt a moment of distraction. The next challenge would be the arrival of the Saiyans. He need not worry about Raditz, but the power of Vegeta was indeed formidable. His transformation into a great ape would pose a significant threat. Thus, diligent training to enhance his strength was imperative. 5 years remained, no, to be precise. Vegeta's arrival was 6 years away. Should he master the Kaioken, it would be even better. The Kaioken consumed stamina, while the 8 gates, upon opening the rest gate, alleviated exhaustion. Theoretically, unlocking the 8 gates would enhance his physical capabilities, allowing for a higher multiplier of the Kaioken. The combination of the 8 gates and Kaioken would be terrifying. Chapter 27, Son Gohan. Following the climactic battle, Goku emerged victorious, while Arno dedicated himself to rigorous training. As an ordinary human, he believed that with diligent effort, he could match Goku's foundational combat strength in the early stages. However, as time progressed, the innate talents of the Saiyans began to manifest. Their ability to double their combat power upon near-death recovery would render them beyond the reach of Earthlings. In a divergence from the original narrative, during the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, Arno swiftly defeated Tien, resulting in no affection from the blonde-haired launch towards him. Moreover, with the blue-haired launch appearing more frequently, she continued to reside at Kame House. After bidding farewell to his companions, Arno immersed himself in 5 years of intense training. Throughout this period, he sought the Dragon Balls to wish for the ability to survive in space, preparing for any unforeseen encounters with Frieza. He trained his physique and energy under the immense pressure of the deep sea. Simultaneously, he inquired of the Eternal Dragon about the possibility of obtaining Senzu beans, only to discover that they must be cultivated, a detail not mentioned in the original work, thus introduced to avoid narrative inconsistencies. 5 years swiftly passed. On a sunny day, at the entrance of the circular cottage on Pauza Mountain, Chi-Chi called out loudly for someone named Gohan. In the forest, a figure weaved through the trees, and in an instant, a massive tree snapped, revealing Goku, who emerged into the sunlight, carrying the fallen trunk. "You're back, Goku. Where's Gohan?" Chi-Chi inquired upon seeing him. "I'm starving," Goku exclaimed. "What are you talking about? Where's Gohan? Didn't you see him?" Chi-Chi pressed. No," Goku scratched his head. "But if we don't finish lunch soon, Master Roshi will become impatient," Chi-Chi sighed. "Then I'll go look for Gohan," Goku declared, vanishing from sight. Elsewhere, amidst the snow-capped mountains, a young man clad in a thin gray garment trudged onward. Strangely, despite the blizzard, no snowflakes settled upon him. A powerful aura descended. "Is it time?" the young man, Arno, pondered. After 5 years of training, his strength reached approximately 700. It was disheartening. Despite his relentless efforts, he had only gained 380 in combat power. And he sensed no progress in unlocking the next realm, feeling stuck. "I must have overestimated myself. I had thought I would reach at least 800 by the time the Saiyans arrived, but I am still 100 points short. If I had not stayed isolated, Goku and Piccolo would have defeated Raditz together, and Goku would have died, entering Snake Way to train under King Kai. The Kaioken is a skill I must master. I could request the deity to send me there." After a moment of contemplation, Arno decided to visit his friends, having not seen them in 5 years. The thought of the girl whose sneezes changed her personality brought a smile to his face. At Kame House, Bulma had just arrived in her flying vehicle. "Hi. It's been a while," she greeted. Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi chimed in unison. In the kitchen, the blue-haired launch, dressed in a pink dress with a yellow apron and a red headband, peeked out, spatula in hand. "Hi, Bulma-chan." Launch smiled. "Hi, Launch-chan. It's been ages." Bulma rushed over to embrace her. "By the way, why didn't Yamcha come with you?" Krillin peered out the door, curious. "Don't mention that scoundrel Yamcha. I'm not telling him that everyone is gathering here today," Bulma retorted. Laughter filled the air when Goku arrived on his Nimbus, carrying Gohan. "Yahoo! Long time no see." Krillin, Bulma, Old Man, and Launch. "Goku!" the group exclaimed, rushing out to greet him excitedly. "Hey, Goku, who is this child?" Bulma asked, noticing Gohan in Goku's arms. "Oh." "He is my son," Goku replied nonchalantly. "What?" The three gasped, with Launch remaining cheerful. "I can't believe you have a son." Krillin marveled. "By the way, has anyone told Arno?" Launch suddenly inquired, scanning the surroundings. "We can't reach him," That guy always trains alone and is impossible to find, Bulma complained. Indeed. He has T-checked on me, this lonely old man. In 5 years, Master Roshi added with a hint of grievance. So, Arno doesn't T know? Goku mused. Tien and Yamcha didn't T come either. Who knows where Tien is? And don't get me started on that scoundrel Yamcha. Bulma fumed, revealing her frustration. Launch glanced up at the sky. Is Arno not coming? She felt a pang of nostalgia for the young man. Arno borrowed the 4-star Dragon Ball from me once, Goku suddenly recalled. What wish might he have made? They pondered, yet none could decipher Arno's intentions. While they shared a strong bond, their time with Arno had been too brief. Suddenly, Goku furrowed his brow. A powerful aura is approaching. The group exchanged puzzled glances. It's formidable, stronger than me. Goku's statement astonished them. Could it be Arno? Krillin questioned. No, it's not. This presence is malevolent, filled with killing intent. As he spoke, a man with long, spiky hair landed before Kame House. Though it has been some time, I recognize you instantly, Kakarot. Raditz glared at Goku. Meanwhile, Arno soared through the sky. The energy of Raditz resonated with Goku's. Had the time arrived? With this thought, Arno accelerated. Upon his arrival, he found Raditz had abducted Gohan. Leaving Goku collapsed on the ground, incapacitated by Raditz's powerful strike. Arno. Upon seeing him, the group expressed their surprise, though their worries were still palpable. What's wrong, everyone? Am I not welcome? Arno inquired, sensing the tension. There was a. Bulma began to explain, and Arno nodded. Then I shall pursue him. Without a moment to greet Launch, Arno followed the departing energy. Damn Raditz, you're ruining my chance to see Launch. With a flicker, he transformed into a streak of light, racing in pursuit. Launch watched Arno's retreating figure and smiled. On a plane. Raditz had just tossed Gohan into his spaceship when Arno arrived. Who are you? Raditz demanded, scrutinizing the young man before him. Ha! A combat power of merely 1. What a waste. With that, Raditz aimed his palm at Arno, unleashing a sphere of energy directed at him. Boom. As the dust settled, Raditz was left in disbelief. The individual with a power level of 1 remained unscathed. Chapter 28. A farewell. Once more such are the Scions. They fail to grasp the essence of energy, merely categorizing it based on combat prowess without the ability to wield it with finesse. Thus, they remain utterly oblivious to the concealed aura of Yano. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Yano's foundational combat strength does not match that of Raditz. The recent blow was merely a casual strike from Raditz. Humph, what a charade. Raditz paid no mind to such trivialities as he instantaneously appeared beside Yano, delivering a punch that Yano could not evade in time, forcing him into a defensive stance. The force is tremendous, Yano thought. It seems that without unlocking the 8 gates, my chances of victory are indeed bleak, for the disparity in power is insurmountable. Just as Yano attempted to dodge, Goku and Piccolo arrived, having decided to join forces at Master Roshi's place. Kakarot, it appears you have no intention of joining us, Raditz sneered. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the Scions against you 3 insignificant fish. Raditz teleported between Goku and Piccolo, striking each with a punch that sent them reeling. Yano observed Raditz's energy surge dramatically. What? Raditz turned, and the combat power scanner registered a staggering 3,500. Is this faulty? How could these lowly earthlings possess such formidable power? Die. Raditz leaped once more, reappearing at Yano's side. Unlike before, Yano deftly evaded the attack, countering with a swift knife hand strike to Raditz's back, sending him crashing to the ground. How can this be? Raditz stared at Yano in disbelief. With a furious roar, Raditz charged at Yano, his attacks leaving after images. However, for Yano, who boasted a combat prowess 2,000 points higher, evasion was effortless. He caught Raditz's wrist with one hand while the other, appearing seemingly from nowhere, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts into Raditz's abdomen. Boom. Raditz collapsed, blood spilling forth. That strike had shattered his insides. Sometimes, what you perceive is not necessarily the truth, Yano remarked, crouching to gaze at the fading Raditz. Coughing, Raditz gasped. I have signaled my comrades. Within a year, they shall arrive, far surpassing my strength. When they do, they will annihilate all humans here. Ha ha ha. Await your demise. Piccolo and the others approached slowly. Sensing Yano's overwhelming energy, Piccolo shot him a wary glance before addressing the fallen Raditz. You may not know, but on Earth, there exists a wondrous artifact known as the Dragon Balls, capable of granting wishes, even reviving the deceased. By the time your comrades arrive, we shall have exhausted them. Even if Goku does not perish, Piccolo mentioned the Dragon Balls, indicating the necessity of advancing the plot. I never anticipated such a treasure existed on Earth. Haha. I have conveyed all your words to my comrades, Raditz spluttered, blood flowing profusely. Raditz is dead. Goku looked at the corpse of this so-called brother, his thoughts tumultuous, and hurriedly cradled Gohan, who was wailing. Daddy. Wah. Gohan sobbed in Goku's embrace, his energy suddenly surging, likely a reaction to the earlier fright. This energy? Yano was taken aback. The aura had risen significantly. Gohan? Goku also sensed it and soothed his son's distress. Piccolo, too, was astonished by Gohan's transformation. On some distant planet in the universe, Vegeta and Nappa were seated nearby, grilling meat. Raditz, that useless fool, has perished, Vegeta scoffed. I did not expect Earth to harbor such treasures. Raditz's demise indicates there must be formidable warriors present. He bit into the meat with ferocity. Shall we head to Earth to resurrect Raditz? Nappa inquired. Resurrect him? What use is he? Vegeta stood, and the two resolved to depart. Back on Earth, Master Roshi and the others arrived in their flying vessel. Goku, Yano, is he dead? Krillin asked, glancing at Raditz's lifeless form, visibly shaken. Indeed. I unlocked the 8 gates to defeat him. However, there is grave news. In a year, 2 more Scions will arrive, far more powerful than he was. What? We must alert everyone to train vigorously to prepare for the impending battle. Yano, we have not sensed the 8 gates you mentioned, Krillin lamented. After the martial arts tournament, they had attempted to learn the 8 gates from Yano, but to no avail. Suddenly, a green figure appeared before them, resembling Piccolo but much older. Lord Kami, Yano exclaimed. The others greeted him, and he continued, I am aware of what has transpired, and I know of the Scions who will arrive in a year. Therefore, I shall take Goku, Yano, and Piccolo to train with King Kai, while the rest shall accompany me to the lookout to prepare for the next battle. King Kai? Goku questioned, and Piccolo expressed curiosity as well. Indeed, the North Galaxy's King Kai. I agree, Yano stated, having sought an excuse to leave. I will go too. Goku realized the seriousness of the situation. The remaining members nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Piccolo remarked, You all go ahead. Goku's son will train with me. This boy possesses immense potential. It would be a waste for him to follow you. Gaining 1 more warrior for the next Scion's arrival is worth it. Indeed. Gohan's earlier display had left a profound impression on Piccolo. You want to take him? Are you planning to eat him? Krillin exclaimed, alarmed. You bald-headed fool. Why would I eat him? Piccolo retorted, vexed. To be honest, Piccolo had interacted with human life since his birth, and his heart was not as malevolent as his father's. Having been spared by Goku 5 years ago, he had essentially redeemed himself. Otherwise, he would not have come to assist this time. Krillin glanced at Goku, who replied, That's fine, but please inform Chi-Chi. Goku sensed that Piccolo was not like his father and recognized Gohan's potential as well. Entrusting him to Piccolo seemed wise. With that, Piccolo took the sleeping Gohan, snorted, and flew away. Kami watched Piccolo depart without saying much more. Then we shall take our leave, Master, Krillin, Bulma, and Launch. Yano bid farewell to the others. The 3 prepared to depart, and Yano cast a lingering glance at Launch. After 5 years apart, this was his first encounter with her again. Resolving himself, he clenched his fists. Vegeta and the others were merely a warm-up. The true challenges lay ahead, and he must grow stronger. Launch noticed Yano's gaze, her sparkling eyes blinking playfully in response as she smiled at him. Kami escorted the 2 away, leaving only Master Roshi and the others behind. That despicable Piccolo. I hope Gohan will be all right. Goku is truly something, Bulma expressed her concern. Master Roshi shook his head, and Krillin gritted his teeth as Bulma crouched down to pick up Raditz's combat power scanner. So, this is what he used to analyze combat power? She resolved to take it back for further study. Chapter 29, The King of the North Realm and the Realm of Yama. The God of Heaven brought the 2 to meet the King of the North. After explaining their purpose, Yama waved his hand and instructed them to venture down the snake path, cautioning that he would not be responsible for any mishaps. A young, somewhat overworked creature, resembling a young man, led Wukong and Yano away. I shall take you both to the snake path, the creature announced as they boarded a vehicle. On the journey, Wukong inquired, Yano, what kind of person do you think the King of the North is? Yano shook his head, uncertain. I don't know. Perhaps he is very serious? Or maybe quite unique. In truth, Yano recalled vividly that the unfortunate King of the North had been killed by Sheru and had not been revived. He was known for his fondness for corny jokes. Upon reaching the entrance to the snake path, they began their rapid descent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Piccolo had thrown Gohan into the water, startling him awake. As he gazed upon the unfamiliar surroundings and the now green-faced Piccolo, he burst into tears. Wah, who are you? Where's my dad? Piccolo, unfazed, replied sternly, "Listen carefully, son Gohan. Your father, son Goku, has entrusted you to me. From this day forward, you will train with me. And when the Scions arrive in a year, you will fight. I don't want to be a martial artist. I'm scared. Can you take me to find my mother?" Gohan pleaded. Piccolo, indifferent to his fears, lifted Gohan and flew him to a grassy plain, dropping him onto the ground. "Here you are. If you can survive, I'll teach you various combat techniques in 6 months." Without waiting for Gohan's protests, Piccolo took off. Meanwhile, Krillin informed Chi-Chi about Gohan and Goku, then contacted Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu. The group began intensive training, understanding that the survival of Earth depended on their efforts and they could not afford to be complacent. On the snake path, Yano and Wukong ran swiftly, realizing they could not take shortcuts or fly. They had to run diligently. For them, especially for Yano, this was far easier than the burdensome training they had endured before. They ran for 6 months in the original story. Wukong was in a state of death and did not require sustenance. Fortunately, the god of heaven had provided Yano with a bag of divine beans in advance. Upon reaching the end of the snake path, they found nothing of significance. Yano looked up and spotted a small orb in the distance, which must be their destination. Together, Yano and Wukong leaped towards it, only to feel a drastic change in gravity upon landing. Wukong was forcefully pinned to the ground. "What an immense gravity! What is going on here?" he exclaimed. Yano, however, found the gravity comparable to that of the hyperbolic time chamber, making movement manageable for him, given his power level of over 700. As Wukong struggled to rise, a gorilla appeared before him. "You must be the king of the realm, right? Could I have an apple, please?" Spotting an apple on a nearby tree, Wukong, who had consumed divine beans for 6 months, was utterly tempted. The gorilla, Baburus, climbed the tree and tossed Wukong an apple, which he failed to catch, causing it to smash into the ground. "Your Majesty, could I have another apple? I promise I will catch it this time." Wukong clasped his hands together in supplication. Yano, observing the scene, noticed an oddly shaped figure with a rotund body, pale green skin, and peculiar attire, wearing round glasses. "You must be the king of the realm," Yano greeted. "Huh? Who are you?" The king scratched his head, perplexed. "We come from Earth." Yano began to explain extensively, while Wukong was busy devouring his apple. "So, what did you think of the joke I told earlier?" The king adjusted his glasses. Yano, bewildered, responded, "What joke? I completely missed it." "Haha. Your joke was truly amusing and surprisingly profound. I didn't notice it at first." Yano agreed, hoping to please the king. "Indeed, my profound jokes are the best in the northern galaxy. You have quite an understanding." The king laughed heartily, patting Yano on the shoulder. Their banter caught Wukong's attention. "Hey, who are you?" he asked. Silence fell as they realized Wukong had not heard a word of their exchange. "That's the king, Wukong," Yano exclaimed, exasperated. "Huh? Then who is that?" Wukong pointed to Baburus. "That is my pet, Baburus." "So, what did you think of the joke I told earlier?" The king repeated. "Huh? What joke?" Wukong asked, still confused. "You must not have been paying attention. I suppose I shall share another joke with you." Ring, ring, the phone rang. "Hello?" No one answered on the other end. The joke concluded with both Yano and Wukong left in confusion, while the king chuckled heartily. After several exchanges of corny humor, the king finally agreed to train the two. As in the original tale, they first had to catch Baburus, which was trivial for Yano, whose primary goal was to learn the King's Fist technique. "Your Majesty, I can move normally under 10 times the gravity. This training is of little challenge to me," Yano declared, demonstrating his agility by jumping and running laps around the king. The king, excited by Yano's apparent ease, thought that he might be capable of learning the long-desired King's Fist. Turning to Wukong, who was struggling to walk, he instructed, "Now, Wukong, try to catch Baburus." Upon hearing this, Baburus began to bounce around energetically. "Huh? Just like that?" Wukong asked, bewildered, but complied with the king's command. After a while, Wukong was panting and unable to even touch Baburus's fur. The king commenced special training for Yano. On Earth, Master Roshi and Bulma sought the Oracle Lady to inquire about the future of their planet. Meanwhile, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Gohan, and Piccolo were all diligently training. In a distant part of the universe, 2 spaceships sped toward Earth, set to arrive in just over 100 days. Chapter 30. Initial attempts at the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu and King Kai Fist. The intense training session swiftly passed. King Kai initially intended to teach Yano the Spirit Bomb and the King Kai Fist. However, Yano was rather indifferent towards the Spirit Bomb, deeming it somewhat impractical. This technique required the strength of many to unleash its full potential, and its lengthy charging time rendered it less useful. Nevertheless, when executed, its power was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Goku successfully captured Baburus and was prepared to enter the next phase of training. Lord Kai, may I commence my training? Goku inquired eagerly. Why the haste? There are still 135 days remaining, King Kai replied. But, before Goku could continue, King Kai bellowed, startling both Yano and Goku, who instinctively covered their ears. Suddenly, a talking mantis appeared before them. What incredible speed! Yano marveled at the sudden arrival of the mantis. Now Goku, take this. King Kai tossed a heavy hammer to Goku. Struggling, Goku lifted the hammer with great effort. Use the hammer to bring down Giregoli, and I shall personally train you, much like Yano. Eagerly, Goku chased after Giregoli, who transformed into a sphere of light and fled. It seems success will not come easily, Yano remarked as King Kai turned away, beckoning Yano to follow him to learn the King Kai Fist. Your physique has reached an astonishing level. Utilizing the King Kai Fist is certainly within your grasp. First, King Kai explained the essentials and side effects of the King Kai Fist, prompting Yano to attempt it. King Kai had previously asserted that training for 158 days on King Kai's planet equated to thousands of years on Earth. Although such claims could be seen as boastful, the tenfold gravity indeed provided significant advantages in training, as evidenced in the hyperbolic time chamber. However, Yano had initially focused solely on strengthening his physique, resulting in minimal increases in energy. After 2 to 3 weeks of rigorous training on King Kai's planet, Yano's combat power surged to a remarkable 1800. Calming himself, he summoned his internal energy, following King Kai's instructions. King Kai Fist. He roared, his energy suddenly surging, doubling to 3,600. Red flames enveloped him, causing his muscles to swell and exponentially enhance his strength, speed, destructive power, and defense. Goku observed in awe as King Kai excitedly watched Yano's transformation. Can it be improved further? King Kai inquired. Triple King Kai Fist. Yano proclaimed, his energy soaring once more, doubling again. I believe I can push it even further. Quadruple King Kai Fist. Quintuple King Kai Fist. As the flames erupted, Yano felt a pang of fatigue coursing through him, rapidly depleting his stamina. Eighth Gate of Ninjutsu. First gate. Open. Yano exerted himself again, attempting to merge the King Kai Fist with the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu for the first time. His muscles expanded violently, the sensation of pain causing him to waver. Open. Boom. Energy exploded forth, leaving King Kai and Goku astonished as a tempest swirled around them. From the moment Yano discovered the 8 gates, he had been honing his physical prowess. Now, even without fully opening the gates, he could wield the quintuple King Kai Fist. Though he could only maintain it for a few minutes, it was a testament to his physical training. What did it mean for 1800 to multiply by 25? It signified a combat power of 45,000, enough to overshadow Vegeta's formidable entrance power. Upon opening the first gate, Yano experienced a distinct sense of balance. His energy consumption was mitigated while simultaneously enhancing his bodily strength, effectively counteracting some of the King Kai Fist's drain. However, relying solely on the first gate to offset the quintuple King Kai Fist's energy expenditure was unrealistic. True equilibrium could only be achieved upon opening the second gate. Second gate. Rest gate. Open. Channeling his energy into the rest gate, Yano felt the fatigue dissipate. His energy surged exponentially, subsequently being harnessed to recover his stamina. This energy, King Kai exclaimed, his jaw dropping in astonishment. It is extraordinarily powerful. Boom. Yet, within a minute, Yano's energy plummeted back to its normal state. The soreness in his muscles caused him to collapse to the ground as the side effects of the 8 gates and King Kai Fist struck simultaneously. The pain is unbearable. Yano cried out, prompting King Kai to quickly retrieve a Senzu bean and feed it to him. Yano fainted, but soon after consuming the bean, his muscles relaxed and his energy stabilized. After a while, Yano regained consciousness. How are you feeling, Yano? What just happened? King Kai inquired anxiously, concerned for his pupil's health. It must have been the overexertion from the King Kai Fist. Normally, using the 8 gates does not yield such drastic side effects. However, the King Kai Fist led to muscle swelling and energy chaos, which, upon activating the 8 gates, caused a temporary malfunction in my bodily functions, Yano analyzed. Indeed, if I had opened the 8 gates first and then gradually increased the King Kai Fist, it would likely have fared better. I shall attempt it once more, Lord Kai. Without waiting for a response, Yano stood up again. 8th Gate of Ninjutsu, first gate. Open. This time was different. Yano's energy increased steadily. King Kai Fist. He then invoked the King Kai Fist, followed by the second gate, rest gate, open. To his delight, this time, he did not experience the earlier chaos of energy or muscle soreness. Triple Kinkai Fist, quadruple Kinkai Fist, quintuple Kinkai Fist. It was only upon reaching the quintuple Kinkai Fist that Yano felt a slight ache in his muscles, his stamina rapidly depleting. It appeared that the rest gate could only support the side effects of the quadruple Kinkai Fist. Clenching his fist, Yano then released the Kinkai Fist and subsequently closed the 8 gates. I did it, Yano exclaimed joyfully. With this, facing Vegeta will pose no challenge. Goku rushed over, having witnessed an unprecedented surge of energy. Yano, that move was incredible. King Kai also expressed his admiration. Indeed, if you could sustain that state for a while, you would be more than a match for those two scions. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Kai. The King Kai Fist is truly formidable. Yano praised King Kai enthusiastically. Ho ho ho. But Beerus applauded vigorously. Then, Lord Kai, I shall continue my training here on King Kai's planet. Yano was unwilling to forsake this natural tenfold gravity training ground. All right, Goku, what are you still doing here? Hurry and catch Gyreguli. King Kai playfully struck Goku on the back of the head. Goku grimaced but set off to pursue Gyreguli. In the days that followed, Yano trained diligently every day, while Goku's speed steadily increased, and he made consistent progress. Chapter 31. The arrival of the Scions not far from Earth, 2 shooting stars streaked across the sky. Vegeta was soon to arrive. Ah, is this Earth? It seems rather appealing compared to planet Vegeta. I find myself rather eager to eliminate these foolish Earthlings, remarked the short scion with a spiky hairstyle. 2 spacecraft descended in East City, drawing the attention of passers-by. As the hatch opened, Nappa and Vegeta emerged from their ship. And at the same moment, the Z fighters sensed their formidable energy. They're here, Tion Shinon exclaimed, his eyes widening, while Kaiatsu expressed unease. Piccolo and Gohan paused their training, and with a casual strike, Nappa obliterated half of East City, leaving all the warriors in shock due to the overwhelming energy. Hehehe, it seems I may have overdone it, Nappa chuckled, soaring through the air alongside Vegeta. Enough games, Nappa. Remember, we're here to find the Dragon Balls. Vegeta reminded him. Indeed, we must first locate the one who killed Raditz. In my excitement, I momentarily forgot. For now, let us identify the strongest warrior on this planet. Vegeta activated his scouter, surveying the area. There is a fighter with a power level exceeding 1000. This could be interesting, he smirked. The 2 powerful energies converged, and Nappa also observed them, recognizing their significance. Then let us proceed there, he declared, and the pair flew towards the source of the energies. On King Kai's planet, the North Kai sensed the presence of the 2 scions, and promptly informed Yano and Goku. At this moment, both Yano and Goku had mastered the Kaioken technique, and Goku had also learned the Spirit Bomb, significantly enhancing their powers. Since Yano's attempt at combining the 8 gates and Kaioken, he had trained for over 100 days, reaching a power level of 6000, while Goku had achieved a level of 8000. It was evident that there was a disparity in the innate talents of Earthlings and Scions. As Yano's rigorous training was no easy feat, however, in terms of physical prowess, Yano far surpassed Goku. The 2 bid farewell to King Kai and set off for Earth. At Kame House, Bulma, Launch, and others watched the news report of the city's destruction. The enemy had finally arrived. We must prepare ourselves and use this scouter to locate the enemy, Kame Sennin urged. Bulma, clutching the repaired scouter, ready to depart. No, we cannot go, Kame Sennin sighed. The difference in our powers is too great. Our presence would only hinder them. Bulma pondered and realized the wisdom in Kame Sennin's words. Hoping fervently for Goku and Yano's swift return, Launch shared the same sentiment, a smile gracing her face as she thought of the boy who had defeated Demon King Piccolo. Meanwhile, at Piccolo and Gohan's location, Krillin hurriedly arrived. You made it. Piccolo greeted him. Yes, I was close by and sensed your energy, so I rushed over. The enemy is approaching, Krillin replied, spotting little Gohan. Ah, I remember now. You're from Master Roshi's place, right? Uncle Krillin, Dad has told me how strong you are. Gohan exclaimed with excitement. They're here. Piccolo interrupted their conversation as 2 figures flew into view. Ha ha, we found them. Nappa laughed maniacally. The 2 descended slowly, exuding an air of confidence. You seem to be prepared for battle, Vegeta observed, eyeing the trio's combat stances. Indeed, Piccolo responded. You must be the Namekian, Nappa suddenly declared. Presumably, and if that is the case, it is no wonder Raditz was defeated, Vegeta added. I do not know what you are speaking of. To be honest, the one who killed Raditz was merely an ordinary Earthling, Piccolo thought to himself, Realizing the truth of his Namekian heritage, the two sides stood in opposition, ready to engage at any moment. In the sacred world of the Kais, the Supreme Kai was aware of his Namekian lineage and worried for Earth. Nappa analyzed the trio's power levels with his scouter. They think they can stop us with such weak power levels? Nappa, put away the scouter. Their power levels will fluctuate during battle, Vegeta instructed as he lowered the device. Ah, I see. You are correct, Vegeta. Raditz was a fool for trusting that device. Nappa agreed. Nappa, do we not have a few seeds of the Vegeta people left? Let us bring them out for some fun, Vegeta suggested playfully. You truly enjoy games. Don't you? Nappa remarked, retrieving a vial of liquid and dropping several droplets onto the ground. As the soil ruptured, several green Vegeta warriors emerged, surrounding the trio and causing chaos, their laughter echoing ominously. 6 of them, and quite powerful, Piccolo noted. Beads of sweat forming on his brow as he observed the Vegeta warriors. Gohan, keep your eyes on them, Krillin urged. Yes. Gohan responded, his focus unwavering. Suddenly, the Vegeta warriors launched their attack, 2 of them charging at Piccolo, engaging him in combat. A Vegeta warrior appeared behind Gohan, and due to his inexperience in battle, he was struck and sent flying. Stay strong, Gohan, Piccolo commanded, positioning himself in front of Gohan. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu arrived, descending from above. More of these nuisances. Nappa scoffed. As the Vegeta warriors prepared to strike, Yamcha made his entrance. Long time no see. So, these are the 2 Scions? The group confronted each other once more. And Vegeta stated, let us engage the Vegeta warriors one-on-one, as a prelude to the battle. Are you joking? Stop stalling. Piccolo shouted angrily. At Kame House, Chi-Chi and Ox King had also arrived. Master Roshi, where is my Gohan? Chi-Chi asked, her voice tinged with worry. He's with Piccolo, Kame Sennin replied honestly, unable to conceal the truth any longer. Chi-Chi fainted upon hearing the news. Back with Piccolo, the Vegeta warriors attacked, one engaging Tien Shinhan. Tien dodged the assault and swiftly struck the Vegeta warrior down. Well done, Tien Shinhan. Krillin cheered. How is that possible? The Vegeta warriors have a power level of 1,300. Nappa exclaimed in disbelief. This indicates their battle power is not as it appears during combat, Vegeta analyzed, effortlessly dispatching the Vegeta warrior. Now it's my turn to take on the remaining 5, Yamcha declared confidently. With lightning speed, the Vegeta warriors and Yamcha suddenly vanished. They disappeared. Gohan gasped. Fool. That is high-speed movement. Use your energy to track them, Piccolo instructed. Gohan focused and finally glimpsed the scene of their battle, as Yamcha, having been struck, soared into the air and executed a flying kick, transitioning seamlessly into the Kamehameha wave, annihilating one of the Vegeta warriors. Chapter 32. The fierce battle. Yamcha had barely basked in his fleeting success when another vegetable warrior charged at him, and he was unable to evade in time, becoming ensnared. A resounding explosion echoed through the air as the vegetable warrior self-destructed. Yamcha, Tien, and Krillin cried out almost simultaneously. How infuriating, he actually self-destructed. Krillin rushed forward to see Yamcha lying in the pit. What am I supposed to tell Bulma and Poir? He crouched beside Yamcha's lifeless body, filled with sorrow and rage. Meanwhile, at the Turtle Hermit's house, footage secretly filmed by several news crews was playing on the television. Upon witnessing Yamcha's demise, Bulma couldn't hold back her tears, while Poir sobbed against the screen. Useless vegetable warriors, taking each other out, Nappa spat disdainfully. You lot. Everyone, stay back. Krillin shouted furiously, raising his hands above his head as his energy surged. A wave of energy rushed forth, but the vegetable warrior dodged. As Krillin brought his hands down, the energy split into multiple beams, annihilating several vegetable warriors. Well done, Krillin, Tien exclaimed in delight. Wait, there is still one more. Just then, a vegetable warrior lunged at Gohan, but Piccolo swiftly grabbed its arm and hurled it into the air, unleashing an energy wave. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan looked up at him. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not saving you, Piccolo retorted, feigning indifference. 2 figures emerged slowly from the thick smoke, laughing maniacally. As you wished, this game is over. Impossible. They were clearly defeated. Tien's forehead beaded with sweat. Then I shall take care of them. Nappa charged towards Krillin. Leave it to me. Piccolo interposed, engaging Nappa in battle. With a single blow, Piccolo was sent flying. What? He rose slowly, staring at Nappa. Ugh. Nappa roared, his aura causing the surrounding mountains to tremble, the earth quaking beneath them. The others struggled to maintain their footing, while Gohan forced himself to stand tall. I didn't expect the enemy to be this formidable, Piccolo thought, fixating on Nappa. Meanwhile, Goku and Yano were swiftly returning along Snake Way, undeterred by any obstacles, hoping they could buy some time. Back with Nappa, he continued to exert pressure as the others struggled to remain upright. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and lightning struck Nappa. But it had no effect. Kaiatsu strained to resist with his psychic abilities, but Nappa, noticing him, unleashed an energy blast that sent Kaiatsu flying. And who shall be the first to attack? Nappa surveyed the group, his gaze settling on Tien as he charged forward. Tien, watch out! Piccolo and Kaiatsu shouted in unison. A devastating blow severed Tien's arm, followed by another strike that left him unable to rise. Tien. Gohan watched in horror. Damn it, Tien. Krillin rushed forward, only to be intercepted by an energy wave from Nappa. The ground where the energy wave struck was left as an unfathomable chasm. Kaiatsu. He was hit by that wave? Krillin realized, panic rising as he noticed Kaiatsu's absence. Don't worry, I'll send you all to the afterlife soon, Nappa taunted. Nappa, look behind you, Vegeta warned. Unbeknownst to them, Kaiatsu had crept up behind Nappa, attempting to use his psychic powers to restrain him. Nappa suddenly charged towards the mountains, slamming into them repeatedly. Kaiatsu, get away, run. Tien yelled desperately. Thank you, Tien, Kaiatsu managed to say. As Nappa prepared for another collision, Kaiatsu repeatedly uttered his farewells. And with a massive explosion, he self-destructed Kaiatsu. Tien stood frozen in shock, reminiscing about their shared memories. To resort to self-destruction, Kaiatsu was indeed resolute. Piccolo, however, felt no sorrow, having known him for such a short time. Yet soon, he became perplexed, finding it to be a tiresome trick. Nappa's figure emerged from the smoke. Driven by rage, Tien engaged Nappa, but Nappa defended effortlessly, rendering Tien's attacks ineffective. As time passed and Tien grew weary, Nappa landed a heavy punch, sending him crashing to the ground. If this continues, Tien will be killed, Krillin thought, desperate to assist. Don't go. The enemy only reveals weaknesses when attacking. Piccolo restrained him. A sound strategy. I hope you succeed, Vegeta added. Do you think you have ample time? By the time Goku and Yano return, you will all meet your demise here, Piccolo retorted. Oh, are they your trump cards? I truly look forward to it, Nappa mocked. Ascending once more, Nappa targeted Gohan. But Piccolo seized the opening and struck Nappa, with Krillin swiftly following up with another punch. Nappa fell towards Gohan, preparing to finish him off, leaving Gohan paralyzed in fear. Little brat. Piccolo glared at the frozen Gohan, frustration boiling within him, yet he couldn't let Gohan perish. He gathered his energy, while Krillin did the same, unleashing waves of energy at Nappa, who had to evade, shifting his position. You will only hasten your demise, Nappa sneered. Lucky Namekian, I will spare your life. In an instant, Nappa appeared beside Piccolo, delivering a punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Gohan rushed over, uncle, but was thrown aside by Piccolo. Little brat. Go home. I don't need your useless presence, Piccolo declared. Uncle Piccolo, Krillin, and Piccolo charged forward together, searching for a solution. Is there any way, Piccolo? No. I didn't expect the enemy to be this powerful, Piccolo replied. Tien. Gohan rushed to Tien's side, who was still lamenting Kaiatsu, filled with fury and sorrow. Powerless to prevent the demise of his friends, Tien summoned his remaining strength and unleashed his final Kamehameha wave. This is my last Kamehameha. A blinding wave of energy surged forth, but alas, it failed to inflict significant damage on Nappa. You almost scared me there, Nappa maintained his defensive stance. Tien collapsed, devoid of any life signs. Goku. Yano. Hurry back. Krillin shouted helplessly, now solely hoping for their return. Nappa prepared to charge at Krillin and Piccolo once more when Vegeta suddenly intervened. You mentioned Goku and Yano? Those are Kakarot and the ones who killed Raditz, correct? Yes, indeed. Once they return, just wait. Krillin stammered. Very well, I'll give you 3 hours. Let us wait for their return. Vegeta sat down, ready to bide his time. Chapter 33. Return. During the course of 3 hours, Nappa busied himself with destruction across various locations on Earth. As time passed, it became evident that waiting had been futile. Suddenly, Vegeta's scouter emitted an alarm. Piccolo and his companions conferred on a strategy, preparing to take action. Krillin initiated the assault, launching a Kamehameha towards the sky. Nappa hesitated momentarily, and Piccolo seized the opportunity to dart behind him and grasp his tail. Had they succeeded? Krillin marveled at the scene. Foolishness. Nappa retaliated with a powerful strike that sent Piccolo crashing down, declaring that the strongest warriors of their planet were nothing to boast about. Nappa carelessly tossed Piccolo aside, prompting Gohan to rush over, Uncle Piccolo. Meanwhile, the Kame house was in disarray. Chi-Chi could no longer sit still, preparing to rush into battle, only to be restrained by Ox King. Launch gazed anxiously at the sky, while Bulma clutched a photograph of everyone together, reminiscing about Goku and Yano. Witnessing his mentor being struck down ignited Gohan's fury, and he charged forward, only to be sent flying by Nappa. Krillin too engaged in combat, managing to land a couple of hits on Nappa. Observing their actions, Vegeta remarked on their strength. Huh. Krillin raised a hand, gathering energy for his most powerful attack, the Ki Blade. The circular energy blade slowly formed, and Nappa, witnessing it, braced himself. Ki Blade. With a mighty shout, Krillin unleashed the attack. Nappa prepared to withstand it, but Vegeta suddenly warned, Nappa, get out of the way. Heeding Vegeta's words, Nappa dodged, though a mark still marred his face. Idiot. You can't even discern the strength of your enemy's attack. Die. Nappa retaliated with a blow aimed at Krillin, who was sent reeling. Just as he attempted to finish Krillin off, Piccolo struck from behind, landing a hit on Nappa. Haha. Are you out of options, Nappa? Vegeta laughed heartily. Don't underestimate us Earthlings. Piccolo gasped for breath. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged forth, signaling their return. Goku and Yano were back at last, much to Piccolo's delight, though he lamented the time they had made him wait. Ah, your trump cards have returned, remarked Vegeta, scanning with his scouter. He detected a power level around 5,000, indicating that only one of them had returned. Clearly, Yano was concealing his energy again, unbeknownst to the others. What? Earthlings can reach such power? No, it must be Kakarot, but I refuse to believe he is this strong. Nappa exclaimed in disbelief. Quickly eliminate them, Nappa. If you gather the Dragon Balls, you might find even stronger ones on Namek. If those 5 unite, it could spell trouble, Vegeta cautioned. You trash, die. Nappa charged up a powerful attack aimed at Gohan. Just as it was about to connect, Piccolo leaped in front of Gohan, taking the blow for him. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan gasped in disbelief. Run, Gohan. Piccolo uttered with his last breath. Gohan collapsed over Piccolo, weeping. Don't die, Uncle Piccolo. Dad will be back soon. An aura dissipated. It must have been Piccolo, Yano thought, glancing at Goku. Damn it. Faster, Kintown, faster. Goku urged his Nimbus. Yano similarly summoned all his energy to hasten their approach, no longer concealing his presence. Another aura approached, indicating that Nappa's power had reached around 6,000. Vegeta remained vigilant, surprised by a sudden emergence of another aura. It seems Earthlings possess unique methods of concealing their energy. Have they ceased hiding it upon sensing a comrade's demise? Vegeta laughed with malice. Piccolo was dead, and the Guardian of the Lookout had met the same fate, leaving Bubbles stunned. Hey, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's rage surged, his energy swelling to 2,800, shocking Vegeta. Gohan unleashed a powerful attack towards Nappa, who effortlessly deflected it. So strong, they are too strong, Krillin muttered from the sidelines. At Kame House, Chi-Chi continued to plead to save Gohan, when suddenly, Baba the fortune teller arrived. You all seem quite spirited, just now. Yano and Goku came to borrow Nimbus and Senza beans. This news was undeniably uplifting. Fantastic. We have hope, Bulma exclaimed joyfully. Back on the battlefield, Nappa became serious, intent on killing Gohan with a single punch, a blow capable of ending his life. Whoosh. A shadow flashed by Goku. He placed Gohan atop the Nimbus. Just in time. Yano floated above, wiping his brow, locking eyes with Vegeta. Is that really you, Vegeta? So familiar. Vegeta scrutinized the duo, realizing a power level of 6,000. Can Earthlings truly be this strong? The arrival of Goku and Yano ignited excitement in Gohan and Krillin. Goku provided Krillin with a Senza bean while reminiscing. Goku. This isn't the time for nostalgia, Yano reminded, eyeing the furious Nappa. Gohan, curiously gazing at this unfamiliar uncle, thought, is this Uncle Yano? He seems incredibly powerful. It was his first encounter with the other uncle that his father often spoke of. Dad, they killed Uncle Piccolo, Gohan declared. I know, Goku replied tersely, his energy continuously surging. The news of Piccolo's death weighed heavily on them, for it meant the Dragon Balls were lost as well. Yano and Goku advanced toward Nappa, while the onlookers at Kame House cheered. Go, Goku, Yano. Defeat them. This one is yours, Goku, Yano said. All right. Goku adopted a fighting stance, his power escalating. 5,000, 7,000, 8,000. How could this be? Vegeta stared in astonishment at the scouter. 8,000. How is that possible? Nappa echoed his disbelief. How could a pathetic creature like you hope to defeat me? Nappa roared, charging at Goku. Goku nimbly dodged, countering with a quick strike that landed on Nappa. Refusing to give up, Nappa attacked again, but Goku effortlessly evaded each strike. When Nappa unleashed a heavy punch, Goku appeared behind him, delivering a ki blast that knocked him to the ground. Nappa clutched his abdomen as he rose, only to have Goku materialize before him once more, landing another punch to his midsection. This punch is for Kaiatsu. With each successive blow, Goku avenged their fallen comrades. Nappa unleashed a wave of energy, but Goku absorbed it without harm. Damn it! Nappa's eyes caught sight of Krillin and Gohan hiding nearby, shifting his target toward them. Yet Goku remained unperturbed, while Yano chuckled softly, instantly appearing before the two. What? Nappa was taken aback by Yano's sudden appearance. Boom! Yano raised his hand, unleashing a ki attack that obliterated Nappa completely. Shocked and enraged, Nappa met his end, and those witnessing the scene erupted in joy. Incredible! Yano, you finally defeated him. Gohan and Krillin shared in the exhilaration, while Vegeta's disbelief lingered. Could Earthlings truly possess such formidable strength? However, he thought to himself that two alone would not be enough to topple him, the prince. Chapter 34. Wukong vs. Vegeta died? Krillin stood in shock as he witnessed the once invincible Nappa, who had ruthlessly slain many of their comrades, vanish amidst the waves of light. Haha. That bastard is finally dead. Yano, you truly are remarkable. Krillin exclaimed, embracing Yano in an ecstatic hug. Uncle Yano, you are incredible. Gohan echoed, equally exhilarated. Now, only Vegeta remains. What a worthless opponent. Do you really think that eliminating one insignificant warrior will suffice to confront a prince like me? Vegeta sneered, though he was momentarily taken aback by Nappa's demise. Kakarot, I never expected a low-class warrior like you to surpass a battle power of 1,000. Wukong's gaze sharpened. He recognized that Vegeta was the true threat and the main adversary they faced. Gohan, Krillin, you two should retreat. This one is mine and Yano's responsibility, Wukong declared. All right. Krillin responded, preparing to escort Gohan back to Master Roshi's sanctuary. Do you think you can disregard me? None of you will escape, Vegeta shouted, raising his hand to unleash an energy blast. Wukong swiftly intervened, blocking the attack. To his surprise, Vegeta's battle power had surged to 18,000, and Wukong exerted considerable effort to withstand the blow. Krillin and Gohan hurriedly made their exit, while Vegeta, feeling insulted, teleported beside Wukong and landed a powerful punch to his abdomen. Wah! Wukong coughed up water, while Yano observed Vegeta's movements with keen focus. Wukong, do not underestimate him, Yano warned, deciding to let Wukong face this formidable rival alone. Kaioken. Wukong unleashed his technique. What? Vegeta felt the sudden increase in Wukong's energy and sensed impending danger. Boom. Wukong delivered a punch that Vegeta managed to block, yet the ensuing flurry of blows left only afterimages in their wake. The two engaged in a breathtaking duel, their speed astounding. Vegeta retreated, hovering in midair. Kakarot, allow me to demonstrate the true power of a Saiyan. Dark clouds gathered ominously as Vegeta positioned his hands at his sides, unleashing a mighty roar. The ground trembled, and debris began to rise, sending shockwaves even to distant towns. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta's silhouette emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura that left Wukong stunned. It was evident that Vegeta had been holding back. Now, he was ready to unleash his full might. Vegeta charged at Wukong, landing a heavy punch that sent him flying several meters, crashing into a mountainside. Now witness the fruits of my training. Wukong rose, tearing his shirt as he gasped, Triple Kaioken. A resounding roar accompanied a fiery aura that enveloped Wukong. With the power of the Triple Kaioken, Wukong launched an onslaught of overwhelming attacks, each blow connecting with Vegeta before he could evade. Crash! Vegeta was brutally kicked into the mountainside. Struggling to rise, he was met with another crushing punch to the abdomen, causing him to spit out blood. The two fought in close quarters for an extended period, with Wukong maintaining the upper hand. I am the strongest warrior in this world. Unforgivable. Kakarot. This planet shall no longer exist. I will annihilate you along with it. Vegeta began to gather energy, his hands pressed together. Inner. Wukong sensed the gravity of the situation and began to gather his own energy. Gallic Gun. The two beams of energy collided, creating shockwaves that compelled Yano to open the door. What? Sensing Yano's sudden surge of power, Vegeta momentarily lost focus, and Wukong seized the opportunity to unleash a devastating strike. Boom. The cataclysmic blow connected, and Vegeta absorbed the full force of the attack. Huff. Wukong panted heavily. Damn it. Vegeta's furious roar echoed through the smoke. What? Wukong glanced skyward, astonished to see that Vegeta was still standing. He turned to Yano. Yano, the rest is up to you. Vegeta attempted to transform into an Oozaru but found no moon, as it had been destroyed by Piccolo. Kakarot, I can't believe you destroyed the moon to prevent my transformation. But do you think I cannot transform without it? A sphere of light appeared in Vegeta's palm, which he hurled into the sky before regaining control, letting it hover above. You will regret not having your tail, Kakarot. With that, Vegeta began to change, his body enlarging, hair lengthening, and teeth sharpening. Roar. The Great Ape Vegeta has arrived. How could this happen? Wukong gasped in disbelief, feeling the overwhelming power emanating from Vegeta. Yano's eyes widened as he focused intently on the transformed Saiyan. Wukong was exhausted. And Oozaru Vegeta began his assault. 8 gates, second gate, rest gate, open. Yano opened the rest gate, his power soaring. Vegeta, your opponent is now me. In an instant, Yano was before Vegeta, delivering a swift kick. Vegeta's battle power had reached 100,000, while Yano's power surged to 150,000 after opening the rest gate, allowing him to dominate Vegeta. A relentless barrage of blows battered Vegeta, rendering him unable to stand. How could you, a mere human, possess such power? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. You have lost. Yano began to gather energy for the Kamehameha. Came. Ha. The earth-shattering attack struck Vegeta with devastating force. Vegeta could only emit a pain cry. As the dust settled, a battered and bloody Vegeta lay on the ground, his clothing torn and body marred with wounds. Yano, spare his life, Wukong suddenly interjected. Yano knew Wukong would advocate for Vegeta's survival but feigned confusion as he glanced at him. Yano, I apologize, but let him go. Very well. But if he returns for revenge, it will be your responsibility. Yano had never intended to kill Vegeta in the first place. Vegeta activated a remote, summoning his spaceship. Climbing aboard. Before departing, he threatened, Kakarot, Yano, you will regret your recklessness. Prepare yourselves. Finally, it was over. Wukong collapsed to the ground. And Yano retrieved the last remaining Senzu bean, offering it to Wukong. This guy is truly formidable. Wukong sprang to his feet, feeling the rejuvenation coursing through his body. He had pushed the Kaioken to its limits. How would he explain to everyone that he had not defeated Vegeta? Yano shook his head. Suddenly, a spaceship appeared in the sky. All right, everyone has arrived. How I explain this, I leave to you, Wukong. As the ship descended, their friends rushed over, joyfully calling out. Wukong, Yano. Chapter 35. Namek what? Why haven't you killed him, Goku? He has slain so many of our comrades, including Piccolo, Krillin exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion as he confronted Goku. The others eagerly awaited Goku's response. With Piccolo's death, the Dragon Balls were lost, and their friends could not be revived. I wish to have one more chance to fight him, Goku confessed earnestly. Fine, you all have put in the most effort. I respect your choice, Krillin replied, shaking his head. Are you all right, Yano, Goku? Bulma inquired, observing Goku's tattered clothing, while Yano sat quietly beside her. Goku has eaten a Senzu bean, so I'm fine. I merely have muscle soreness from using the 8 gates technique, Yano waved off, indicating he was unharmed. Master Roshi glanced around. Let's retrieve everyone's bodies first. We can think of a way to revive them later. Without hesitation, a few of them took to their flying vehicles to collect the fallen comrades. What about Kaiatsu? Master Roshi asked. Kaiatsu. He died in the self-detonation. There is no body. Krillin suppressed his grief. On the way back, a heavy silence enveloped the group aboard the spaceship, the atmosphere weighed down by the loss of so many friends. Piccolo's death was particularly despairing. Wait a moment. Krillin suddenly spoke. The others looked at him in surprise as he continued. If there is another way, during the battle. Those two Scions mentioned that Piccolo is a Namekian, and his home planet, Namek, might possess even more powerful Dragon Balls. Really? Yes, Uncle Krillin is right. I heard that too. Gohan exclaimed joyfully from Bulma's embrace. Then we just need to get to Namek. But how do we even travel to the universe? Besides, we don't even know the location of Namek, Bulma retorted. King Kai, did you hear that? Do you know where Namek is? Goku suddenly asked, and King Kai, far away on King Kai's planet, listened intently. Namek had exploded once before. The coordinates for the new Namek are. King Kai's words reignited hope within the group. Don't celebrate too soon. I've calculated that with current technology, reaching that coordinate would take 4,339 years and 3 months, Bulma said, pulling out a calculator. Haha, I don't see that as a problem. We have a Scion spaceship, right? Krillin recalled, producing the remote control for the Naba spaceship from his pocket. Haha. We found hope. Laughter filled the spaceship as a sense of optimism blossomed. At Kame House, Launch had prepared a grand feast and stood at the door with a smile, waiting for everyone to return. Launch. Bulma greeted excitedly, while Yano opened his eyes and looked down to see the lovely blue-haired Launch. Welcome back, everyone. Yano. You all performed splendidly, she said. Nothing much. Hee hee. Yano scratched his head, unable to meet Launch's gaze. I'm starving, Goku exclaimed, ignoring everything else as he dashed into Kame House, ready to feast. Ha ha ha, that's truly Goku's style, Krillin laughed heartily. And everyone joyfully entered Kame House to begin their meal. During the meal, Launch sat next to Yano, her fragrant presence distracting him from his food as he listened to the conversations around him. All we need to do is press a few buttons on the remote, Bulma said as she presented the device. The television then displayed another spaceship. Boom. An explosion sound erupted from the television, causing everyone to exchange bewildered glances. What? Bulma's scream pierced the air. It exploded? Master Roshi stared incredulously at the screen. It's over. Our only hope is gone. Krillin echoed, equally stunned. Yano also appeared dazed, while Goku continued to indulge in his meal, oblivious to the tension. The sudden silence prompted Goku to look up. Why isn't anyone eating? Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door broke the stillness. I'll get it, Launch said, opening the door to reveal Bubbles. Mr. Bubbles. Yano and the others recognized him and greeted him. What brings you here? There is not just one spaceship. The Supreme Kai also arrived on Earth via spaceship, and it is currently stationed somewhere, Bubbles succinctly explained, revitalizing the group's spirits. After a brief discussion, Bulma and Bubbles set off to locate the spaceship, hoping Bulma could study it. After they departed, the rest prayed in Kame House. May Bulma succeed, Krillin sighed, returning to his meal. Now, we wait for Bulma's news. I will inform everyone when I receive it, Master Roshi addressed the group. Okay. After the meal, everyone returned home, while Yano stayed at Kame House. Sitting on the sofa with Master Roshi, Yano remarked, Master, it has been a while. Indeed, you and Goku went to train with King Kai, and you didn't disappoint us. Well done, my boy, Master Roshi patted Yano's shoulder. That's right, Yano, you are incredibly strong. Krillin, who was tidying up, agreed. However, Yano could not shake his worries. He recalled the saga of Namek, where the formidable villain Frieza resided, a terrifying force that could crush him with a mere finger. The Grand Elder of Namek can unlock potential. Yano suddenly realized. What is troubling you, Yano? You seem deep in thought. Master Roshi sensed his disciple's unease. Master, I fear this journey may be perilous, that Sion knows the location of Namek too. Although he poses no threat now, I worry he may summon others, Yano confessed. Oh? You raise a valid point. Master Roshi adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. Having been in the universe for so long, who knows if he has any allies? Although King Kai mentioned only he and that Naba Sion remain. Thus, you must grow stronger, Yano. Only by becoming stronger can you protect everyone. I am old and cannot assist you much anymore. Master Roshi solemnly patted Yano's shoulder, seeing Launch humming cheerfully while washing dishes. Yano thought of his friends and nodded resolutely. He must train without pause. Meanwhile, Goku's family was also engaged in a family meeting. Goku lounged on the sofa. So, Gohan, do you absolutely have to go to Namek? Chi-Chi glared at Gohan, clearly displeased. Her son was growing up and becoming rebellious. Mom, I want to go with Dad. I'm strong enough now. Gohan insisted, eager to contribute. After a lengthy discussion, it ended with Chi-Chi sobbing on Ox King's shoulder, while Gohan and Goku exchanged grins and high-fives. Meanwhile, Bulma continued her research on the spaceship, as it represented the hope of everyone. Chapter 36, Departure. Finally arriving at Namek. 3 days later, Bulma's research bore fruit. It was time to set off, and everyone gathered at Kame House, where a spaceship resembling a sea cucumber awaited. Is everyone certain they wish to go? Bulma surveyed the group. Only Krillin, Yano, Goku, and Gohan were accompanying her, just in case of unforeseen events. What about Gohan? We're here. Chi-Chi arrived with Ox King, Goku, and Gohan. Gohan, clad in formal attire, lowered his head in embarrassment, while Goku, grinning, lounged in his Kame-style GI. Yano maintained his gray attire, and Krillin donned a green and yellow jacket, topped with a cap. Bulma observed the eclectic group in silence. Well then, let us prepare to depart, Goku exclaimed, raising his arm with enthusiasm. Before leaving, Yano was called by Launch. Yano? Launch pulled Yano into the house. What is it? Yano asked, somewhat perplexed. Launch gently embraced him, leaving him momentarily stunned, his body heating up, his face flushed, and his mind blank. Take care, Yano-kun. She smiled brightly as she released him. Why yes. Yano stammered, rushing out to the spaceship, leaving Launch smiling at his retreating figure. Hurry up, Yano, Bulma urged, noticing his nervousness. What's wrong? She queried, puzzled. Surely, you're not afraid, Yano? Krillin chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. No, let us go. Yano waved his hand dismissively. Under the watchful eyes of their companions, the spaceship set off. I hope everyone returns safely. Gohan, be careful, Chi-Chi shouted. Meanwhile, in a medical chamber, Vegeta was undergoing treatment. Yano, Kakarot. Vegeta seemed to react. A Frieza soldier controlled the chamber, releasing the water and opening it. You can open your eyes now. Vegeta emerged, his eyes wide open, fully alert. His first thought was to head to Namek, knowing that Yano and the others would undoubtedly be there. Wait, Vegeta. Chioi blocked his path. What do you want? Chioi, Frieza is very angry due to your reckless actions. However, he is magnanimous. Because of you, he may achieve eternal life. Taken aback, Vegeta asked, are you saying Namek? Of course, Frieza plans to destroy Namek after making his wish. Damn it. Vegeta disregarded him. If he makes that wish, I will never surpass him. Vegeta hurried to the spaceship hangar, piloting a vessel swiftly toward Namek. With Yano and Goku aboard, the journey was relatively uneventful, with minor hurdles swiftly overcome. 2 months passed quickly. Notably, Yano had asked Bulma to create a gravity training room aboard the ship. Yano, Goku, Gohan, and Krillin engaged in rigorous training, with Goku and Yano forming one group due to the heavier gravity, while Gohan and Krillin formed another. During training, Goku discovered the Saiyan trait of doubling their power upon near-death revival and began exploiting this by using the Kamehameha on himself and consuming Senzu beans. As the supply dwindled, Yano intervened. Despite this, Goku's power soared to an astonishing 90,000. Yano, not idle either, mastered the fusion of the 8 gates and Kaioken, his power spiking to 20,000, likely increasing further with time. Is this Namek? Bulma landed and exited the ship. Yano and the others followed, marveling at the extraordinary scenery. Wait, there are numerous malevolent energies, Bulma exclaimed. How could this be? Didn't Bobo say that Namekians are friendly? She pondered. Just then, a Saiyan spaceship descended from afar. That's Vegeta's ship. Bulma stuttered in fright. It seemed the Frieza force had arrived. A cold sweat broke out on Yano at his current power level. He wouldn't stand a chance against Frieza. After 2 months of training aboard the ship, his power had reached 20,000, potentially peaking at 2.5 million. Enough to compel Frieza to assume his third form. He needed to locate the Grand Elder to unlock his potential swiftly. On the opposite side of Namek, at Frieza's stronghold, Frieza lounged in his chair. So Vegeta has arrived? He inquired of his subordinate, Zarbon. Yes, Lord Frieza. Chioi has tracked Vegeta to this planet. Eliminate Vegeta. Yes. I have informed Chioi. A few insects have arrived, Frieza remarked, glancing offhandedly. Back with Yano and the others, he urged. Everyone, conceal your energy. 2 foolish Frieza subordinates spotted them. Are those Namekians? No matter, the king's order is to annihilate this planet, so we shall kill them. Yano looked up, noting their energy levels were lower than Krillin and Gohan's. The two approached, intent on attacking Yano and his companions. What? Their battle power is 0? One laughed. Who are you? Goku asked. We are members of the Frieza force, the fool replied. Frieza? Who is that? Goku queried. You don't even know Lord Frieza? He is the Emperor of the Universe. The dim-witted soldier boasted. Emperor of the Universe? Is he strong? Goku asked, excitement evident in his voice. Thus, a conversation ensued between the two, while Yano's mouth twitched at the absurdity of the Frieza soldier's lack of wit. After some inquiries, they learned Frieza sought the Dragon Balls to destroy the Namekians. Your value ends here. I'm afraid, Yano declared, swiftly dispatching the two before they could strike. Goku scratched his head. They were kind of nice, though. The group fell silent. The immediate priority was to locate the Dragon Balls or find the Namekians to inquire about the situation. You all heard that, right? That Frieza seems to be the strongest in the universe, capable of casually obliterating a planet, Yano deduced. Bulma appeared genuinely frightened, ready to return to Earth at any moment. Goku, however, was unconcerned, eager for a confrontation with Frieza. Meanwhile, Vegeta had slain Chioi, his energy now exposed to Frieza. Frieza dispatched Zarbon and Dodoria, among others, to confront him. The group concealed their energy and advanced cautiously. In the distance, Krillin spotted Frieza's soldiers. Over there, are those Frieza's men? He pointed. Yano scrutinized the scene and caught sight of Frieza seated, a figure of terror. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yano felt the overwhelming aura. Be cautious. Let us find the Dragon Balls first. We must ensure they do not succeed in gathering them all, Yano instructed as they departed. Chapter 37 Meeting the Grand Elder. After an extensive search, Yano and his companions returned, having found nothing. They decided to observe the next moves of the Frieza force while Bulma remained in the cave. The four of them lay on a hillside, watching as a Namekian elder and several other Namekians were coerced to approach Frieza. The elder's anxiety grew upon seeing the Dragon Balls held by Frieza's subordinates. I am Frieza. As you can see, I am in the process of collecting Dragon Balls. To my knowledge, you possess many of your kin. Where are the others? Frieza inquired. The elder remained silent, gazing at Frieza without uttering a word. Do you refuse to speak? Very well, I shall eliminate one. With that, Frieza raised his finger slowly, gathering an orb of energy. The others have gone to tend to the fields. Only we elders and children remain. Excellent. Where are the Dragon Balls? We do not comprehend what you are saying. We possess none of those, replied the elder. After a tense negotiation, Frieza's subordinate, Cyberman, slaughtered several Namekians, igniting Gohan and Goku's fury. Yano and Krillin intervened, and Yano, noticing the elder, felt a surge of urgency. As a group of Namekians rushed to provide support, the elder realized that the Frieza force relied on scouters to locate them. In a desperate attempt, he destroyed several remaining scouters. However, this only incited Frieza's wrath, leading Dodoria to charge forward and kill a Namekian child. The elder, unable to bear the sight of the child's death, surrendered a Dragon Ball but ultimately met his demise at Frieza's hands, leaving only one child alive. Unable to contain their outrage any longer, Gohan and Goku charged in, shouting, "Stop, you monsters!" Yano had no choice but to follow suit, while Krillin seized the Namekian child, urging, "Hurry, let's go." The four of them took flight. Oh, they do not resemble Namekians, Frieza remarked, intrigued by their retreating figures. Indeed, replied Cyberman. Dodoria, pursue them, Frieza commanded. Dodoria took off in pursuit, but halfway through, Goku turned back and unleashed a Kamehameha, annihilating Cyberman. This display of power exposed their strength. Oh, has Mr. Dodoria fallen? It seems the enemy possesses considerable might. A smirk crept onto Frieza's lips. Hidden behind a rock, Vegeta witnessed Goku's swift execution of Dodoria. Having mastered his ki control, he minimized his energy signature, evading Yano's detection. Damn it, they have indeed arrived. This situation is becoming increasingly troublesome. Curse you, Yano and Kakarot. Once I acquire the Dragon Balls, none of you will escape. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Yano and the others returned to the cave with the unconscious child. Bulma had used capsules to construct a temporary shelter and suggested they rest before planning their next move. You have returned? Did you find the Dragon Balls? Bulma inquired. Huh? You brought back a Namekian child, she observed. Well, the situation is somewhat complicated. Frieza has already collected most of the Dragon Balls. I intend to ask this Namekian child some questions once he awakens, Yano explained. Before long, the child regained consciousness, eyeing the surrounding figures with trepidation. You need not fear. We are not like those individuals. Our guardian on Earth was also a Namekian, but he is now deceased. The Dragon Balls of Earth have vanished, and we wish to use the Namekian Dragon Balls to revive our companions. When the time comes, the Earth Dragon Balls and the Guardian will resurrect together. Could you tell us what transpired on Namek? Yano elucidated. Sensing the absence of malice among them, the child responded, My name is Dandy. Our Namek was once a beautiful planet, but then a group of villains descended upon us, seeking to seize the Dragon Balls. Please, I implore you to save my planet and my people. Dandy pleaded earnestly, evoking both anger and sorrow in Gohan and Goku. Very well, we shall assist you. Goku responded before Yano could react. Fantastic. I will lead you to the Grand Elder, Dandy exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing the mention of the Grand Elder, Yano felt a sense of relief and chose to remain silent. Vegeta's energy. He is killing. Yano sensed Vegeta's presence. I feel it too. That guy. Goku remarked as Vegeta's energy suddenly vanished. He likely seized a Dragon Ball, meaning one must be in the possession of the Grand Elder you mentioned. We must head there first, Yano deduced. Suddenly, Goku and Yano heard the voice of King Kai. Goku, Yano, can you hear me? King Kai. They exchanged glances, and the others fell silent upon hearing his name. I have 4 guests here, and they arrived faster than you did on Snake Way. You all know them. What? Did everyone go to King Kai's place? That's splendid. Big events are unfolding here on Namek. King Kai, please send my regards to my companions. I shall speak no more for now, Yano replied. A big event? I shall investigate, King Kai said, sensing Namek's turmoil. Upon detecting Frieza, his voice trembled. Yano, Goku. The enemy you face is beyond your capabilities. To prevent the destruction of the galaxy, you must avoid any direct confrontation. Yano offered no further reply. And they split into two groups. Yano, Krillin, and Dandy would proceed, while Goku and Gohan remained behind to observe. To save time, they all took flight, disregarding the risk of revealing their energy signatures. As Vegeta sensed these three energies and approached to investigate, he also detected Cyberman's presence and had no choice but to turn back to engage in battle. Taking advantage of the distraction, the trio hurried onward. After a while, they finally arrived at a circular structure. The three descended, and the door slowly opened, revealing a figure resembling Piccolo stepping out. Brother Nail, I am so glad you're safe, Dandy exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Nail. The Grand Elder is already aware of the events here and is waiting for you inside. Please, go in, Nail instructed. Upon entering, they found the Grand Elder seated. Welcome, so you are the Earthlings? Thank you for saving my child, Dandy. Yano slightly bowed, acknowledging the compliment, while Krillin awkwardly scratched his head in response. Grand Elder, may we borrow the Dragon Balls? I assure you, we will return them once we have used them, Krillin proposed. I too promise you this, Grand Elder, Dandy added in support of their plea. How did you come to know about the Dragon Balls? The Grand Elder inquired, puzzled by how they had such knowledge. It is a long story. They proceeded to explain once more, and the Grand Elder seemed to recall past events, lost in reminiscence. Chapter 38. Unleashing Potential. What you mentioned is indeed the son of Catus, who unexpectedly ventured to Earth. He is a genius. Yet it is unfortunate that even he fell at the hands of the Scions. Could you come here for a moment? The Grand Elder beckoned to Krillin. Me? Krillin stepped forward. Allow me to delve into your memories. The Grand Elder placed his palm upon Krillin's head. Such a phenomenon. The dichotomy of good and evil manifested in two beings. It is truly regrettable, thus his power has also been fractured. I commend your courage in facing peril. You may take this Dragon Ball. The Grand Elder presented a one-star ball to Krillin. My days are numbered, and I likely won't survive until you retrieve the Dragon Balls. I shall lend you my assistance. Once again, he placed his hand on Krillin's head, causing Krillin's energy to surge, prompting an uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha. A formidable aura has emerged. Ha ha ha. Yano felt a stirring within and contemplated inquiring. But the Grand Elder waved him over. Your strength is remarkable, with unique aspects and immense potential yet to be harnessed. Come forth. Yano hurriedly approached, expressing gratitude to the Grand Elder. The excavation of potential is a wondrous state. Yano distinctly sensed the energy within his body gradually stirring. An incessant flow surging from his meridians. Even the previously dormant energy gate began to tremble, albeit slightly, yet Yano perceived it. Astonishing. I can only tap into a fraction of your potential. Keep striving, young ones. On behalf of my fellow Namekians, I extend my heartfelt gratitude and hope you will safeguard our homeland. Grand Elder, may I inquire if you can unlock the potential of children? Krillin pressed on. Certainly. As long as there is potential, I can unlock it for everyone. Splendid. Krillin thought of bringing Gohan over. Yano was still immersed in that enigmatic sensation, feeling his energy had surged to at least 50,000. He wondered why his energy could amplify so significantly. There was a sensation that with slight training, it could double. Meanwhile, Zabo had defeated Vegeta and, in order to extract the location of the Dragon Balls, was compelled to assist Vegeta in recovery, casting him into the medical pod. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta revived fully, his power significantly enhanced. By the time Zabo and Frieza arrived, Vegeta had already concealed the 5 Dragon Balls. Damn it, where has Vegeta gone? He cannot have strayed too far. Have you not found him yet, Zabo? If you fail to locate Vegeta, I shall hold you accountable, Frieza threatened. Suddenly, Vegeta gathered his energy and unleashed a wave, taking advantage of Frieza's momentary distraction to throw the 5 Dragon Balls far away. Then fled into the water to retrieve another Dragon Ball. When he resurfaced, he happened to see Yano and Krillin flying away with the 1-star ball, preparing to pursue them. On another front, Gohan and Goku stealthily infiltrated, discovering the 4-star ball. Daddy! Gohan exclaimed as he emerged from the water, retrieving the 4-star ball that Vegeta had hidden. Haha, now we have 2 Dragon Balls, Gohan. Goku chuckled at the sight of the 4-star ball. They had been restless, stepping out to survey the surroundings, and conveniently used the Dragon Ball radar to locate Vegeta's Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Zabo spotted Vegeta pursuing Krillin and Yano, his anger surging as he chased after him. What a troublesome fellow. Vegeta sensed Zabo's energy, while Yano and Krillin also detected Vegeta but chose to ignore him. When the two returned to Bulma, Vegeta followed closely behind. Vegeta, what do you intend to do? Krillin, now unafraid, confronted him. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I might consider sparing your lives. Bulma, noticing Yano nearby, was unperturbed. You shorty, you think you can intimidate us? Step aside. You insolent woman, do you wish to die? Vegeta glared at her furiously. Bulma hid behind Yano, who raised a hand slightly in protection of her. As long as he did not confront Frieza, Yano feared no one. Meanwhile, Zabo arrived, and upon seeing Zabo, Bulma swooned. He is so handsome. Is he a messenger of justice? Indeed, Bulma is still Bulma, Yano thought, shaking his head in disbelief. Krillin also cast a helpless glance at Bulma, wondering why she did not think Yano was handsome too. It's different. That man has an exotic charm. Zabo and Vegeta exchanged words, and without much provocation, they commenced battle. Yano prepared to lead the two away. You shall not escape. Vegeta launched several energy blasts during the fight. Yano waved his hand dismissively. His current state already overwhelmed Vegeta, leaving him baffled at Vegeta's confidence. The trio reunited with Goku and Gohan. Goku, Gohan. Bulma called out, leaning over Krillin. Gohan produced the 4-star ball, while Krillin revealed the 1-star ball. Splendid. Now we possess 2 Dragon Balls. Gohan, Goku, let us visit the Grand Elder. He can assist in unlocking our potential. Upon hearing of the potential for power enhancement, the group hastily made their way back to the Grand Elder's dwelling. After dispatching Zabo, Vegeta discovered the trio had vanished and cursed Yano before pursuing in the direction they had taken. At the Grand Elder's residence, Krillin hurriedly introduced the two to the Grand Elder. It is evident that you are all kind-hearted children. Come forth. Gohan approached anxiously, and as the potential was unlocked, his power surged to 14,000. Goku, too, experienced a boost, surpassing 100,000 in strength, filled with exhilaration. Excellent. The hope of the universe rests upon your shoulders, the Grand Elder observed with satisfaction. After a brief pursuit, Vegeta lost sight of his targets and resolved to return to retrieve the remaining Dragon Ball. Returning to the water. After a fruitless search, Vegeta's fury peaked. Damn you, Yano. Achoo. Yano suddenly sneezed, unwittingly pondering if Lan Chi was thinking of him. Far away on Earth, Lan Chi also sneezed, transforming into her blonde-haired self. On Frieza's side, a waste of useless beings, a congregation of ineptitude. The Ginyu Force, come forth. Frieza's secret weapon, the Ginyu Force, was officially activated. After a brief discussion, Yano suddenly proposed, Bulma, can you activate the spaceship now? I wish to utilize the gravity training chamber. I sense an accumulation of energy within me that has yet to be released. Huh. Now, certainly, while it is not yet repaired, using the gravity chamber should pose no issue. Bulma tossed a capsule onto the ground outside, and Yano entered. Goku remained outside to prevent Vegeta from approaching, while the others stayed at the Grand Elder's residence, awaiting the opportunity to seize the remaining Dragon Balls. Chapter 39. The Ginyu Force. Goku and his companions were poised to seize the remaining Dragon Balls, knowing that lingering without action was futile, especially since Yano had yet to emerge. Bulma, can you use the radar to pinpoint their locations? Goku urged. Bulma produced the radar, revealing 2 Dragon Balls nearby, while 5 remained unmoved. The group set out, with Bulma and Krillin staying behind while Goku and Gohan advanced. On Frieza's side, his fury was palpable due to the inability to locate the Dragon Balls. Zarbon, you worthless fool. Ginyu, pursue the energy signature from earlier and bring me Vegeta. Ginyu and his team struck a disgraceful pose. Yes, Lord Frieza. They hastened in the direction of Vegeta's furious assault on Zarbon, while Goku and his son followed the radar's lead. Vegeta sensed several energies approaching from various angles, panicking slightly. Is that Kakarot? Or someone else? Suddenly, Ginyu unleashed a ki blast, obliterating Vegeta's hiding spot. The Ginyu Force assembled. Rikwam, Burda, Jees, Guldo, Ginyu. All together, the Ginyu Force. Upon their arrival, Goku and Vegeta fell silent, while Gohan's eyes sparkled with admiration. So cool. Goku shot a glance at his son, proud of his discerning taste. Ginyu, pleased, declared, then I, Captain Ginyu, shall spare your life. Vegeta, observing the two groups converging, furrowed his brow. Kakarot, are you truly choosing to oppose me? This team is formidable. As fellow surviving Scions, shouldn't we unite? Goku pondered, recognizing that while he was confident with his Kaioken technique, an alliance was indeed a wise choice. All right, Vegeta. You must uphold your end of the bargain. Thus, Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta joined forces against the Ginyu Force. Vegeta, you are aware of our strength. Why not surrender? Ginyu taunted. If it were Frieza, I might be intimidated, but mere fools like you do not frighten me. Without further ado, Goku charged forward, eager to confront them, but found himself suddenly propelled backwards by Guldo's binding technique. From Goku's perspective, as he initiated his attack, the green Guldo had inexplicably vanished, leading to his abrupt retreat. This is troublesome, he muttered, shaking his arm. Captain Ginyu, aside from Goku's considerable strength, the others are weak. May I handle Vegeta? We have unfinished business. Guldo suggested. Very well, then Goku will be mine, and you two can decide who faces the child, Ginyu replied, shifting his stance. Perfectly agreeable. Goku and Ginyu clashed midair. Vegeta, feeling insulted, engaged in battle with Guldo. Meanwhile, Gohan watched fearfully as the remaining three decided who would face him, ultimately leading to Rikuum stepping forward. Little brat. Out of respect for your admiration of the Ginyu Force, I shall spare your life. However, whether Lord Frieza does the same is beyond my concern. The battle was imminent. With only 2 remaining to retrieve the 5 Dragon Balls. Do not even think of escaping. Krillin suddenly appeared, having sensed the surge of energy from Goku and the others. Realizing they were under threat and rushing to aid them, the clash of their battle shook the nearby mountains. Goku gathered energy, seemingly preparing to strike Ginyu, but in an instant, he appeared before Vegeta, unleashing a ki blast that caught Guldo off guard, resulting in his immediate demise. Guldo, Ginyu, taken aback, was consumed by rage upon witnessing his comrade's death. Goku's actions were driven by the observation of Vegeta being relentlessly beaten. Recognizing Guldo's ability to bind opponents as a threat that could not be allowed to remain, Kakarot, Ginyu is not to be trifled with. Employ the same technique you used against me last time, Vegeta urged, setting aside his animosity for the moment. Kaioken. Goku activated the technique, startling Ginyu and his companions with his newfound power. Krillin struggled against Berta and Jis, consistently at a disadvantage, while Vegeta struck Krillin. Baldy, leave these 2 to me. Protect the Dragon Balls. If Frieza obtains them, we are all doomed. Krillin, albeit frustrated, recognized the gravity of the situation and prepared to escort the Dragon Balls back to the Elder. Do not attempt to flee. Berta continued his assault alongside Krillin, leaving Jis to engage with Vegeta. Meanwhile, Gohan endured a relentless beating from Rikuum, while Goku dominated Ginyu, who was bleeding profusely from the injuries he sustained. Your body is remarkably strong, Goku remarked, puzzled. Ginyu roared, his energy surging as he declared, body change. Goku felt his body slipping from his control as Ginyu unleashed a wave of energy that struck him, forcing Goku's mouth open involuntarily. In an instant, their bodies swapped places. How is this possible? My position. You? Your body now belongs to me. Is this what a battle power of 200,000 feels like? Goku stood frozen, clutching Jinyu's wounds, utterly unable to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, Vegeta continued his battle, but Krillin and Gohan's energies dwindled beneath their adversaries. Ginyu, clutching the Dragon Balls, prepared to flee as they were incapable of stopping him. Goku, did you defeat Ginyu? Krillin inquired, sensing something amiss. Baldy, do you not recognize who I am? Ginyu ignored him, escaping with the Dragon Balls. Success. Captain Ginyu executed that move. Jis had witnessed the transformation. Then we must retreat. Jis, Berta, Rikuum, disengage and head to find Frieza. Curse it. Vegeta grimaced, clutching his wound, unable to defeat his opponent, helplessly watching as they escaped. The group was forced to retreat, with Krillin and Gohan realizing Ginyu had assumed Goku's identity and Goku had become Ginyu, leaving them no choice but to carry the severely injured Goku away, with Vegeta following closely. Upon returning to the Elder's domain, Yano had not yet emerged. Bulma gasped upon seeing the injured group, especially Goku and Vegeta, and after Krillin's explanation, Nara refrained from intervening. This battle had ended in utter defeat. With only 2 Senzu remaining, Goku consumed one, and Vegeta claimed the other. How infuriating. You are utterly useless. Vegeta seethed, astonished that even in alliance, they had failed to overcome the Ginyu Force. Kakarot, we must continue our alliance. Frieza is an even more formidable foe. However, once we succeed, I shall wish for immortality. Why not grant that wish to Goku? Krillin interjected. Do you seek death, you bald-headed fool? Vegeta retorted angrily. No, Vegeta, we must revive our fallen comrades, Goku insisted. In fact, the Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes, Naru chimed in unexpectedly. Chapter 40. The death of Krillin and Vegeta upon hearing Nail's words, the group was taken aback. 3? That simplifies matters. I must secure one wish. Vegeta, choosing silence, turned away. Very well, let us contemplate our next move. My body has been exchanged by Jinyu. Goku gazed at his unfamiliar hands, feeling rather disheartened. Someone is approaching. The group sensed an overwhelmingly powerful presence drawing near, and upon opening the door, they were met with the sight of Frieza. Frieza, they exclaimed in unison. Ah, you recognize me, Jinyu? No, you are not Jinyu. It appears Jinyu has swapped bodies with you. I have come for the Dragon Balls. Frieza's gaze fell upon Goku with a hint of surprise. Before he quickly regained his composure, Frieza. Vegeta glared at Frieza, his teeth clenched as he devised a strategy. Nail, I never imagined you would betray me. How revolting, Frieza taunted. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a wave of energy that struck Vegeta's leg, causing him to kneel instantly. Nail followed suit, confronting Frieza directly, for he was the guardian of the Dragon Balls. Sensing danger, several Namekians arrived. Ah, are these your allies? Frieza raised his hand, and a beam of energy shot forth, annihilating the Namekians. Nail, filled with fury, demanded, hand over the Dragon Balls and tell me how to use them. I may choose not to kill you. Frieza spared Nail, refraining from attacking the others. To further complicate matters, the Jinyu force had also arrived. Seemingly undeterred by the loss of a comrade, with Jinyu now inhabiting Goku's body. Frieza, we have brought the Dragon Balls. Jinyu presented the orbs to Frieza. Ah, Captain Jinyu. You have not disappointed me. How does this body suit you? Frieza, I am unable to unleash this body as full potential. It pales in comparison to my original form. Then let us switch back. Your original self is far more pleasing to the eye. At your command, Frieza. Thus, Jinyu prepared to revert to his original body. He inflicted a wound upon himself and shouted, Big change. Goku successfully reclaimed his body, and as the energy returned, Krillin executed a long-planned maneuver, flinging a frog before Jinyu. The sight left everyone astonished. Frieza, previously engrossed in studying the Dragon Balls, had failed to notice that Jinyu had transformed into a frog. It seemed that while the narrative had deviated somewhat, it was still progressing. Ribbit. Jinyu stared at his new form, panic-stricken, realizing the gravity of his predicament. Jinyu? Frieza observed the frog on the ground. You little bald-headed fool, you possess quite the audacity. Frieza glared at Krillin. Captain Jinyu. Bart and the others expressed their anger. After some threats, Frieza opted not to kill anyone. He needed the Dragon Balls, and the group dared not retaliate. Goku was also restrained by Krillin from intervening. After intimidating the Elder, Frieza acquired the Dragon Balls. With a wave of his hand, the 7 Dragon Balls were officially gathered. He abducted Din, preparing to summon the Eternal Dragon. Jinyu Force, I leave these individuals to you. With a swift strike, he hit Goku in the chest, causing him to cough up blood and collapse before Frieza departed. Curse be it. Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta were furious. Goku's condition was dire. Hand Kakarot over to me. You all hold them off. Vegeta bellowed. Krillin was about to inquire further, but Goku weakly interjected, Krillin, trust him. Our current enemy is Frieza. Vegeta took Goku and hastily made his way to the ship's medical chamber, leaving Gohan and the others to confront the remaining members of the Jinyu Force. These ruffians. Nail was equally enraged, rushing forward as Gohan and Krillin joined him in battle against the remaining foes. As the conflict intensified, the long-sealed door to the gravity chamber finally swung open, and Yano emerged slowly, his eyes now open, observing the chaos before him. In an instant, Yano joined the fray, startling everyone. Boom. With a single strike, he dispatched the last 3 members of the Jinyu Force. Yano. Uncle Yano. Krillin and Gohan rushed toward him, elated. I am aware of the situation. I concealed my energy in the gravity chamber. Our priority now is to reclaim the Dragon Balls or make a wish before Frieza does. Yano clenched his fist, his power having surged to a frightening 300,000. The group hurried toward Frieza, who was on the verge of summoning the Eternal Dragon. Hurry. Wish for me to gain immortality. Frieza's visage twisted with rage. Didn't delay just long enough. Whoosh. A blast of energy struck Frieza. We made it just in time. Yano exhaled in relief, realizing they had narrowly avoided disaster. Damn Earthlings. Frieza seethed. Din quickly wished for Piccolo to be revived. I will hold off Frieza. Yano shouted, 8 gates, first gate, open. With the 8 gates unleashed, his power soared to 1.5 million. Frieza was taken aback. Die, Frieza. Yano appeared before Frieza in an instant, delivering a powerful blow that landed squarely on Frieza, who staggered from the impact. Din hastily spoke in the Namekian language to revive Piccolo, who simultaneously utilized the Kai's telepathy to wish himself transported to Namek. In an instant, Piccolo materialized on the battlefield. Just as Vegeta arrived. "Damn Namekian, grant me the wish of immortality," Vegeta demanded of Din. Nail prepared to intervene. But after enduring severe injuries and healing with a Sinza bean, Vegeta's power had reached 250,000. There was no way Nail could stop him, and he was gravely wounded by Vegeta's strike. Vegeta seized Din by the collar, and upon Piccolo's arrival and witnessing this, he chose to fuse with Nail, skyrocketing to 1.5 million, and engaged Vegeta in combat, once again wounding him severely. Suddenly, the Eternal Dragon vanished. Din collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "The Elder has passed away." The battle against Frieza intensified, who had now assumed his final form. Yano activated the Rest Gate and quadrupled his Kaioken. Yet he still faltered against Frieza's ultimate transformation, despite Frieza not unleashing his full power. "Die, you wretched Earthlings and Scion monkeys." Frieza, enraged by the dragon's disappearance, unleashed a chaotic barrage of energy. Everyone scrambled for cover, just as Goku finally concluded his treatment, reviving with a battle power of 3 million. Thud. Krillin was struck. Simultaneously, the gravely injured Vegeta was also hit. Boom. An explosion echoed as both Krillin and Vegeta were obliterated. Goku, upon witnessing the scene, was flooded with memories of his past with Krillin. The sky darkened ominously, thunder crackling, as the final warrior was about to descend. Chapter 41, Crisis. The arrival of Cooler. Everyone flee. Goku trembled as the earth shook violently. Yano watched in astonishment. "Run now?" Goku roared, transforming into the golden-haired warrior, the Super Saiyan. Yano, accompanied by a few others, rushed to find Bulma. On Earth, in the sacred realm, the Supreme Kai, upon being resurrected, immediately instructed Bobo to retrieve the Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon. The King Kai suddenly interjected, "Revive all those who were slain by Frieza." The Grand Elder of Namek died prematurely due to Frieza's coercion. He shall be revived as well. Let the Eternal Dragon grant one last wish to bring everyone back to Earth, except for Frieza. Lord Kai, please keep Goku here. If Frieza remains alive, he could easily destroy Earth. It seems Goku has awakened the Super Saiyan power that Vegeta once spoke of. Yano suddenly spoke, having heard the King Kai's words, which echoed Goku's own desires for vengeance against Krillin. "I understand," the King Kai conveyed. Moments later, the Grand Elder was revived and communicated with Dandy to summon the Eternal Dragon anew. Meanwhile, Goku faced Frieza, who unleashed his full might, leading to an intense battle. Suddenly, a spaceship reappeared in the sky. What? Yano was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. "Frieza, how pitiful you are. It seems you cannot handle these two on your own." Emerging from the ship was none other than Frieza's brother, Cooler. How is this possible? Yano was paralyzed by the chilling aura of Cooler. What are we going to do now? Why has such a drastic change occurred? Yano felt his composure slipping. "Lord Kai, there has been a change. Another enemy, seemingly stronger than Frieza, has appeared. Please keep Goku and me here. You cannot face this alone." "All right." The King Kai transmitted his message to Dandy, who wished for everyone on Namek, except for Yano and his companions, to be transported to Earth. As the Eternal Dragon's eyes gleamed, everyone found themselves in the sacred realm. "Cooler, what brings you here?" Frieza frowned momentarily upon seeing his brother, but then his expression shifted to one of joy. "I heard there were Dragon Balls that could grant wishes, and I see a few mere humans have reduced you to this state, my dear brother. Enough chatter. Come help me. I cannot handle these two." Reluctantly, Cooler agreed to intervene against Goku. Yano instantaneously appeared before Cooler, blocking his energy attack. "Oh, Earthling, you wish to stop me? Your opponent is me, Goku. Do not mind him," Yano shouted. Cooler's base form matched Frieza's final form in power. Defeating Yano was effortless. In the sacred realm, Bulma looked around anxiously. Everyone has returned. Where are Goku and Yano? Vegeta? What brings you here? She noticed. He was also killed by Frieza, hence he was revived. Dandy reminded her. Goku and the others remain on Namek. It seems a new enemy, even stronger than Frieza, has emerged. We can only hope they prevail. That is Cooler, Frieza's brother. This is truly dire. The King Kai observed the situation on Namek and sank to the ground in despair. Frieza, now truly enraged, shouted, "Goku." His muscles bulged as he charged at Frieza. With Frieza's stamina waning, Goku seized an opening and slammed him into the ground. Frieza, enraged, lunged back at Goku. Meanwhile, Yano was utterly overmatched in his battle against Cooler. Boom. Cooler landed a punch to Yano's abdomen, sending him flying. Cooler teleported to Yano's landing spot, kicking him away effortlessly. Cooler struck Yano with ease at every point he fell, leaving Yano powerless to retaliate. Cough. Yano spat blood, collapsing to the ground. Why is Cooler here? His base form can utterly annihilate me. Even with a slight transformation, Goku cannot defeat him. Cooler approached Yano, looking down on him like refuse. Pathetic creature. You dare obstruct me? Yano. Goku, witnessing Yano's fall, was consumed by rage, turning away from Frieza to confront Cooler. Are you a scion? Cooler asked while fending off Goku's assaults. Gah. Goku gritted his teeth, ignoring the question. Boom. Cooler teleported behind Goku, delivering a powerful punch. Goku dodged, retaliating with a Kamehameha before landing on the ground. Yano, how are you? I'm all right. Cough. This is troublesome. Goku, that is Frieza's brother. Yano slowly rose. Facing each other. Cooler mocked Frieza. My dear brother, look at your current state. You are truly embarrassing our frost demon lineage, defeated by mere humans? Shut up, Cooler. Frieza, blood trickling from his mouth, glared viciously at Goku and Yano. On Earth, Launch, Chi-Chi, and others arrived at the sacred realm. Where are Goku and Yano? Launch inquired. While Chi-Chi wept over the bruised Gohan. My Gohan. They remain on Namek, battling the enemy, Bulma replied, her gaze fixed anxiously on the sky. Launch ceased her inquiries. Equally concerned, Vegeta remained silent, pondering, Kakarot, that lowly warrior has transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. How infuriating. The inhabitants of King Kai's planet shared the same anxiety. Listening to the King Kai's description of the conflict, the two sides stand opposed, yet the situation is dire for Yano and his companions. Cooler has not yet unleashed his full power. The disparity is vast. Tian Shin unclenched his fists. If only we could assist. Goku, give it your all. At the very least, defeat Frieza. Yano steeled his resolve, Kaioken. 5 times. Yano activated the fivefold Kaioken, beginning to endure its side effects. Here I go. Yano initiated the attack, despite knowing his strength was inferior to everyone present. Bang, 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 bang. Yano unleashed a barrage of punches at Cooler, who effortlessly caught every blow. You are far too weak. Earthling. Cooler shook his head dismissively, striking Yano and sending him flying across the battlefield. Die. Yano rose, charging a Kamehameha toward Cooler. Humph. Cooler merely raised a hand, completely blocking the energy wave. Whoosh. Yano teleported beside Cooler, throwing a punch, but Cooler sidestepped, and Yano pressed an energy sphere into his abdomen. Boom. The sphere exploded, sending Yano hurtling backward. Interesting, but do you think this meager damage can harm me? As the smoke cleared, Cooler had vanished. What? Yano sensed something amiss, but it was too late. Cooler appeared behind him, delivering a crushing blow. Ugh. Yano crashed into a mountain, utterly spent and unable to rise. Chapter 42, Limit Breakthrough, The Door of Life, Open. Gula slowly advanced, unleashing a wave of energy that pierced through Yano's shoulder before stepping onto it, causing him immense pain. I will kill you, and that Scion, then proceed to eliminate each Earthling one by one, including all your friends and companions, Gula whispered menacingly into Yano's ear. Perhaps, if I am in a good mood, I might leave you a breath, only to watch as I slaughter your comrades before your very eyes. Yano, with his face buried in the ground, was filled with regret, pondering whether he could have opened the door of life had he tried just a little harder. Are Earthlings truly this weak? Enough of your uselessness. Let me show you how I will dispatch your companions, starting with the Scion, Gula declared, glancing up at Goku, who was battling Frieza. He began to ascend into the sky, charging his energy, causing Namek to tremble. Goku sensed the surge of power and turned to Gula. Let these humans witness what it means to be the true ruler of the cosmos. Gula shouted, transforming into his ultimate form, his energy skyrocketing to 470 million. Frieza, though reluctant to admit it, realized Gula was significantly stronger. In a blur, Gula appeared before Goku, landing a single punch that forced him to spit out blood. Goku fell to the ground, his Super Saiyan form dissipating back to normal. Frieza and Gula looked down upon the fallen duo. This is bad. Both Goku and Yano are down. King Kai exclaimed, panic rising among them. Sorry, Yano, I can't defeat him, Goku admitted, his eyes swollen. Is there truly no way left? Yano thought despondently. Watch closely, Earthling, as I make your companion perish before your eyes. Gula landed heavily on Goku, who cried out in agony. Gula raised his right hand, gathering energy, a wave of light beginning to form. Just as the energy was about to be fully charged, Yano's body began to emanate a green aura. A pivotal transformation occurred within him. The third gate, the door of life, was opened. With a furious roar, all three turned to witness this moment. Goku felt Yano's rising energy and suddenly burst into laughter. This energy. Gula recoiled, observing Yano's transformation. Boom. The green energy erupted forth, amplifying Yano's power tenfold, dispersing the ominous clouds as he rose, locking eyes with Gula. At last, I have opened the door of life, Yano mused, examining his hands and feeling the overwhelming strength coursing through him. He activated the third gate combined with the fivefold Kaioken. Something has changed indeed. It is impressive. But do you truly think you can defeat me with this power? Gula questioned, surprised by Yano's increase in strength. Sixfold Kaioken, Yano declared, his energy surging once more, causing Gula to lose his composure as the power approached his own level. Sevenfold Kaioken, eightfold Kaioken. Yano continued to escalate his Kaioken multipliers, the surrounding fiery aura intensifying as his battle power exceeded 600 million. What? Both Gula and Frieza were stunned, unable to fathom it. This is impossible. Gula shouted in disbelief. Die, Earthling. He charged at Yano. With a smirk, Yano raised his hand, effortlessly intercepting Gula's attack. With a single punch to Gula's abdomen, the tables turned as Gula found himself gasping for breath. Frieza, sensing the shift in power, prepared to flee, while Goku managed to rise again, forcing himself to transform back into a Super Saiyan. Frieza, I still owe a debt for Krillin. The tide had once more shifted as Yano's sudden surge in power turned the battle in their favor. Thuds echoed in the air as Yano unleashed a relentless barrage upon Gula. Gula broke free, launching an energy blast at Yano, who caught it with one hand. In an instant, he appeared behind Gula, gathering energy in his palm and striking Gula's waist, causing an explosive detonation that nearly cost Gula his life. But it is not over yet. Gula, accept my wrathful strike. Really, Anua. Yano appeared beside Gula at blinding speed, executing a rapid series of kicks before delivering a devastating blow to Gula's abdomen, sending him crashing into the ground, reduced to a pitiful state. Meanwhile, Goku's situation mirrored the original tale where Frieza's purple energy slice attempted to divide him, but Goku countered with a powerful energy blast. At this moment, both Yano and Goku were nearly depleted of strength. Suddenly, Namek began to quake, and lava surged from the depths. Goku, hurry. Get into Frieza's ship, Yano urged. They rushed inside, knowing that despite Yano's previous wish for survival in space, he could not withstand the devastation of a planet's explosion, especially in his current state where he could not unlock the 8th gate or Kaioken again. Yano hastily pressed several buttons, deactivating the 8th gate and Kaioken. Nearly out of energy, as he crawled into the healing chamber, followed closely by Goku. Did we win? Yano wondered. They had triumphed, but escaping seemed improbable. Truly, Yano and Goku demonstrate remarkable prowess. Our gap with them continues to widen, Tien Shinhan remarked, filled with awe. On Earth, the others overheard King Kai's words, and Vegeta laughed maniacally. Kakarot and Yano's fate is uncertain? This provoked glares from those around him. What do you intend to do? Piccolo stepped forward. Vegeta crossed his arms, remaining silent. King Kai lost all connection with Goku and Yano, leading everyone to believe they had perished. Suddenly, the Namekian planet erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, but Goku and Yano barely escaped at the last moment. On Earth, the Grand Elder entrusted the Dragon Balls to an elder before passing away. At Vegeta's urging, they decided to first relocate Krillin and Goku's bodies to Earth for revival. Bulma offered the Namekians a place in her home and invited Vegeta, while Chi-Chi took Gohan home. After a peaceful span of 130 days, the Dragon Balls of Namek reawoke. Dandy invoked the eternal dragon Porunga, making the first wish to summon back the souls of Krillin, Goku, and Yano. Goku and Yano were not truly dead. Krillin's soul was successfully recalled. The group was filled with a mixture of confusion and excitement. This is wonderful. The second wish was to resurrect Krillin, and he appeared before them, greeted with applause. The final wish was to bring Goku and Yano back. Everyone anxiously watched Porunga, only to hear him say, they have both refused. They wish to return through their own strength. Thus, only one person could be revived, and ultimately, Yamcha returned. Another 130 days passed before Kairatsu and Tien were revived, as the Namekians bid their farewells. Chapter 43. The Return of Frieza on the planet Adrat. Yano and Goku temporarily resided there. Although the Dragon Shinran Porunga inquired if they wished to return to Earth, Yano declined, wishing to master the technique of instant transmission, which proved to be remarkably practical. Upon their arrival, Yano's injuries were healed by the medical pod. and he noticed a significant enhancement in his energy after unlocking the first gate. Following the Elder's guidance on unleashing potential, he released his accumulated energy through training, making further advancements. Remarkably, he discovered that activating the first gate could negate the adverse effects of the eightfold Kaioken. Clenching his fist, Yano felt reassured in his combat capabilities, as his current physical condition allowed him to essentially disregard the physical toll induced by the first gate. It was imperative to find a way to completely eliminate the side effects of the 8 gates. Even minimal harm from such effects was still harm. Meanwhile, the Frieza family's influence extended throughout the universe, including Adrat. The moment Yano and Goku landed, King Cold was informed and dispatched an elite task force. At that point, King Cold had already learned of his two sons' defeat and had located the severely injured Cooler and the half-dismembered Frieza. Had it not been for the dire circumstances and exhaustion, Yano would have dealt a finishing blow. He recognized that sending this elite team was tantamount to a death sentence, primarily due to one formidable female warrior whose talents King Cold feared might eventually surpass his own. Thus, he resorted to a scheme of utilizing others to eliminate them. Yano and Goku triumphed effortlessly, without holding back, and Yano ensured their complete eradication. In gratitude for their protection of Adrat, the inhabitants taught them instant transmission. Whoosh! Goku instantaneously appeared beside Yano, exhilarated. I did it. Yano, confident in his mastery over energy perception, did not require the conventional hand placement on his forehead to concentrate and successfully executed instant transmission, learning rapidly. He encouraged Goku, who had fully mastered the Super Saiyan transformation after a year of diligent training, achieving a base power of 5 million. Yano, having undergone potential development, experienced a remarkable acceleration in his training speed, far surpassing his previous rate. He also realized that unlocking the first gate seemed to further tap into his potential. Consequently, his foundational combat strength reached 3 million. Yano devised a plan for future training, prioritizing physical conditioning as a prerequisite for unlocking the 8 gates. Logically, his training should have been on par with Kai and Shaoli, if not significantly superior, as his physical prowess reached terrifying heights. However, he did not unlock the gates as smoothly as Kai, which he initially attributed to the enhancements provided by the Dragon Ball universe, where the 8 gates also augmented 1's abilities. As the time approached, Yano said, Goku, it's time to return. You have mastered instant transmission. Goku replied, Indeed, Yano. It's been a year already, and I'll be scolded by Chi-Chi. He chuckled, rubbing his nose. The two bid farewell to the inhabitants of Adrat and boarded their spacecraft heading back to Earth. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the universe, King Cold observed his two sons in the medical pod, lost in thought. The last distress signal he received from them was unbelievable. Frieza was one thing, but Cooler surpassed him significantly in strength. How could he have sent out a distress signal? Nevertheless, he rushed to their aid, discovering the two adrift in space. There was no time for questions, and he hastily placed them in the medical chamber. Due to Frieza's grievous injuries, mechanical assistance was necessary for his repairs, while Cooler, although battered, could still be restored through the medical pod's treatment. Upon learning that two mere humans had inflicted such damage on Cooler and Frieza, he was even more astonished. Today, they finally emerged from the medical pod, and King Cold anxiously inquired, Cooler, how could those two humans defeat you? Cooler, with a grim expression, and Frieza, seething with rage, responded, How are they still alive after the explosion on Namek? It was my momentary carelessness. Had I killed that Yano sooner, they wouldn't have stood a chance. Cooler clenched his fists in frustration, then contemplated, however, that Earthling possesses remarkable abilities. They escaped aboard Frieza's spaceship to Adrat, and his informants reported that the two seemed to have left today. Father, let's go to Earth. I want that Scion dead. I want all those Earthlings to perish. Frieza's voice twisted with anger as he recalled how the Scion had looked at him with disdain. Cooler, sensing the surge of power from his recovery, felt confident that together with their father, they could exact vengeance. King Cold, knowing he couldn't defeat his sons, dared not refuse, quickly locking in Earth's coordinates as they set course for the planet. On Earth, Vegeta had previously pilfered Bulma's spaceship to train in space to prevent being overshadowed by Goku and Yano, and had just returned. What are you doing back on Earth? He confronted, his rivalry with Yamcha igniting a spark of tension, despite his current relationship status with Bulma. I have no obligation to answer your questions, Vegeta dismissed Yamcha. You look filthy. Go wash up. Bulma insisted, tossing Vegeta's dirty clothes into the washing machine and offering him fresh attire. After some negotiation, Bulma ultimately allowed Vegeta to stay in her home. Meanwhile, Gohan sensed a formidable energy approaching and quickly called Krillin. Uncle Krillin, you feel that too, right? Yes. No doubt about it, Krillin replied, his gaze fixated on the sky. Concurrently, Piccolo, Tien, Vegeta, Master Roshi, and King Kai all sensed the approaching power. There are two additional strong energies, Piccolo noted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Dad, Cooler is on his way to Earth. What a splendid planet it is, Frieza remarked, gazing out the window. The scanner indicated that Goku and Yano were also nearing, but they had yet to arrive, allowing for a surprise. Cooler, holding the scanner, smirked. Hehehe. The three shared a sinister laugh. Chapter 44. The shock of Dieter. Gohan donned the battle suit that Vegeta had previously gifted him on Namek and made his way to the location where Frieza's ominous energy was about to descend. Along the way, he encountered Krillin, who was also heading in the same direction. Uncle Krillin, Frieza's energy is drawing closer, Gohan exclaimed. Damn it. The explosion on Namek failed to eliminate them, Krillin frowned. Vegeta and his companions were likewise en route. The warriors of Earth were on the verge of gathering. Foolish Yamcha and Kakarot, how could they have not dispatched them? How infuriating. Vegeta thought bitterly. After a year of training and harnessing the passive ability of near-death revival, his combat power had surged to 4 million. The group arrived at a desolate area, congregating together, and even Bulma had made an appearance. Hey everyone, Gohan greeted. Gohan. So, Goku and the others have yet to return? Tien inquired, observing Gohan and Krillin. Don't say that. They're here, Piccolo suddenly shouted. Indeed, Frieza's spaceship slowly descended, and three formidable energies emanating from it sent shivers through the onlookers. Boom. The massive sound of the ship landing echoed as it settled nearby. Lord Frieza. The ship has officially landed, someone reported. Humph. Frieza smirked. Vegeta clenched his teeth, sensing the terrifying energies. Listen up. Do not use your energy to fly over. Do not draw attention. Is this terrifying energy your opponent? Yamcha and Tien asked, their faces etched with fear. Moreover, their power will only grow stronger, Gohan thought. Filled with trepidation, the group ceased their chatter and cautiously approached as the spaceship's hatch slowly opened, revealing Frieza and his two sons. Ha ha, what a repugnant atmosphere this is. I find Goku's dwelling utterly disgusting, Frieza remarked disdainfully. Those two have yet to return. Let's eliminate their comrades instead, Cooler suggested, gazing up at the sky. They'll be back in 3 hours. I shall make them suffer immensely by slaughtering all Earthlings. Just wait, Son Goku. Frieza's cruel laughter echoed. As the minions prepared to depart, several sword slashes suddenly cut through the air, claiming the lives of several Frieza soldiers. The purple-haired youth descended slowly. Earthling. What brings you here? I am here to kill you, Trunks declared boldly. What did you just say? I am here to kill you, Trunks repeated. Frieza and Cooler burst into laughter, while Cooler observed the scattered remains of his soldiers with an unsettling calmness. Trunks effortlessly caught a blast from a Frieza soldier, drawing his sword and swiftly dispatching the remaining soldiers, leaving only Frieza and his sons. At this moment, Trunks took note of Cooler. Who is this person? He pondered. Sensing the immense power emanating from him, Cooler had yet to transform, and Trunks dismissed him as a threat. After exchanging taunts, they prepared for battle. I will unleash all my strength from the outset and will not show mercy like Son Goku. The Super Saiyan is not solely Goku's domain. Frieza paused momentarily before erupting in laughter. Ha ha. Trunks fell silent, channeling his energy. Ha. Debris swirled around them as his immense power left everyone in awe. Masaka? Super Saiyan. Vegeta was equally stunned. Huh. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, his hair turning golden, the familiar visage igniting Frieza's fury. Die. Frieza hurled an energy blast, stirring up a vast cloud of dust. Sensing the disturbance, Krillin was about to move, but Gohan held him back. Uncle Krillin. Haha. Vegeta, do you have any clever plans? Bulma inquired. Shut up, foolish woman. If you wish to live, go to sleep, Vegeta retorted. The group pressed forward. Hoping for Goku's swift return, Krillin thought. Cooler sensed Trunks' energy. No, this one is formidable. As the dust settled, Trunks stood unscathed. Wah. What? Frieza was left in shock. This human, leave him to me. Cooler bellowed, transforming. An even more terrifying aura erupted, causing the ground to tremble. What? Vegeta and his companions were left in astonishment. Similarly, Trunks was taken aback. This was unlike anything he had encountered before. Damn it. What is happening? Trunks glared at Cooler, bewildered by the unexpected disparity. Who is this person? Human, your strength is formidable, surpassing even Frieza's, but it is insufficient to face me, Cooler. With his transformation complete, Cooler overwhelmed Trunks with his might. This is bad. Trunks gripped his sword tightly. In the cosmos, both Yamcha and Tien sensed Cooler's energy simultaneously. Cooler? He's on Earth? It seems so. There's no time. Goku, hurry, instant transmission. The plot shifted. Changes had been set in motion since their time on Namek, and Cooler had joined the revenge mission. Trunks stood no chance against Cooler. Goku understood the gravity of the situation. All right. He placed his fingers on his forehead as Yamcha felt the energy. With a swift motion, they vanished from their location. Yamcha and Tien materialized on the battlefield, pausing the actions of everyone present. How is this possible? Frieza and his sons were momentarily dumbfounded. Cooler, Frieza. You two are truly insatiable, even bringing the old one along. It was you who sent people to Ardratstar, wasn't it? Yamcha shouted. Long time no see, Yamcha. Son Goku. Indeed, we are here for revenge, Cooler replied, arms crossed. Trunks was utterly bewildered. This must be Uncle Goku, but why has he suddenly appeared here? Who is this person beside him? He seems to know Cooler. Goku-san? Trunks tentatively called out. Goku, who had been locked in a stare with Frieza, turned upon hearing his name, looking puzzled at the unfamiliar youth. Who are you? It's complicated. I will explain everything shortly. But how did you suddenly appear here? Ha ha ha, this is instant transmission. We sensed Cooler's energy and returned. Oh, you're a Super Saiyan? Goku cheerfully replied, noticing the youth's golden hair standing on end. Why yes, Trunks responded, observing the Uncle Goku he had only heard about. Enough reminiscing, let us get down to business. Yamcha. Son Goku, let us all unleash our full power without wasting any time, Cooler interjected. Yamcha and Goku exchanged glances before focusing their energy. 8 Gates of Might. First gate. Open. Second gate. Rest gate. Open. Third gate. Life gate. Open. Eightfold Kaioken. Yamcha unleashed his most potent strength, enveloping Earth in a terrifying aura, dark clouds gathering ominously. Everyone was once again astonished. This power is incomprehensibly stronger than before. Wait, the 8 Gates of Might. This is Yamcha. Chapter 45, The Death of Frieza's Trio. Indeed, it is the aura of Arno. It seems that over the past year, Arno's training has been considerably more arduous than ours. Krillin was overjoyed. Arno's return signified Goku's return as well, bringing a sense of stability. The group beheld the 6 individuals in a standoff. Vegeta, noticing 2 Super Saiyans and the figure of Arno engulfed in red and green flames, gritted his teeth in frustration. How infuriating. The proud Saiyan Prince, cannot transform into a Super Saiyan. Who is that Saiyan? Is that Goku? And Arno, splendid. They have truly returned. Bulma, filled with excitement, embraced Poir tightly, causing Poir to struggle for breath. Whoosh. In a blur unseen by all, Arno teleported before the trio, delivering powerful strikes to the abdomens of Cooler and King Cold, sending them flying. Meanwhile, Goku engaged Frieza in battle, his strength equally overwhelming Frieza. Even Trunks could eradicate Frieza in an instant. Goku merely held back, giving the illusion of a balanced fight. Trunks, sensing Arno's terrifying energy, observed cautiously this stranger he had neither seen nor heard of before. Arno? Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him? Trunks furrowed his brow, realizing this time travel had brought significant changes. Arno acted swiftly, unleashing a ki blast that obliterated King Cold. Cooler gasped for air. This was not what he had anticipated. Why has Arno's power increased so dramatically? Cooler, you shall pay for your revenge scheme. Arno declared as he appeared behind Cooler, detonating a ki blast at his abdomen. Cooler fell to the ground, bloodied. Farewell. A final ki blast extinguished him. As Arno dismissed the 8 gates and the Kaioken, turning his attention to the ongoing battle between Goku and Frieza. Son Goku, you wretched monkeys, die. Frieza roared in fury, unleashing waves of energy. Goku blocked the assault and retaliated with a counter-energy blast that struck Frieza down. As Frieza lay on the ground, he beheld the death of Cooler and King Cold. In that case, let us perish together. Frieza gathered energy, intent on attacking the Earth's core to obliterate the planet. Oh no. Trunks and Arno reacted simultaneously. Frieza. Trunks shouted with rage, his sword slicing Frieza into pieces, thwarting the impending devastation. Trunks mimicked a hand seal, then unleashed a ki blast that thoroughly annihilated Frieza. As the dust settled, only Arno and his companions remained. Hey, Arno, Goku. Everyone, come over. Goku reverted from his Super Saiyan state, and Trunks returned to his normal form. Gohan rushed forward to embrace Goku, exclaiming Dad. Krillin excitedly approached and landed a solid punch on Arno's shoulder. Where have you two been? Tien and the others approached, grinning. I never expected you to be this powerful now. Arno smiled awkwardly, while Goku set Gohan down. Gohan, you've grown considerably. Hiki, even though Mom doesn't let me train. I always sneak off to train with Uncle Piccolo. Gohan beamed at Piccolo. Humph. Piccolo crossed his arms, turning away. What on earth is going on? Goku, do you know this person? Krillin asked pointedly, suddenly remembering the stranger beside them. Who is this scion? Why have I never seen you before? Vegeta inquired coldly. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Trunks sheepishly scratched his head. In any case, I am here to assist you. Mr. Goku, may I speak with you privately? Sure. Goku was filled with questions. The two moved a short distance away, while Piccolo eavesdropped. Trunks explained the events of the future to Goku, who was left astonished, especially upon learning that his father and mother were Vegeta and Bulma, causing him to collapse in shock. That's how it is, Uncle Goku. By the way, who is Mr. Arno? And what about Cooler? Trunks continued to express his curiosity. Huh? There is no Arno in the future world? That is Arno, the disciple of the old master. And Cooler is apparently Frieza's brother. Didn't you know? Goku responded in confusion. This seems quite different from my future. I have never heard of Mr. Arno. Nor Cooler, Trunks admitted. However, with Mr. Arno's immense power and you still alive, I believe dealing with those androids will be no issue. By the way, here's the special medicine, Uncle Goku. Trunks suppressed his curiosity and handed Goku the medicine. Uncle Goku, my time is running out. Please make sure to inform everyone about the androids. They will appear on the southwestern island in 3 years. Don't worry. We will train hard and eliminate those androids in 3 years. Please thank future Bulma for me, Goku assured, clutching the special medicine. Trunks wasted no time, boarding the time machine to prepare for departure. As the young man left, everyone rushed over. Goku, what did he tell you? Ultimately, Piccolo concealed Trunks' identity while clarifying the situation. Androids? That sounds surreal, Krillin remarked. Think whatever you wish. I will train. I certainly do not want to die in 3 years, Piccolo scoffed. By the way, Goku, how did you and Arno suddenly appear? Well, we learned instant transmission on Yardrat. Goku replied, sensing Master Roshi's energy and teleporting over. Look, what is this? Goku presented Master Roshi's glasses. Can Arno do that too? Bulma asked curiously. Of course. Arno is even more adept than I am. Arno smiled awkwardly, then teleported to Master Roshi's place once more. Hey, Arno. Master Roshi exclaimed in surprise at his suddenly appearing disciple, while Launch emerged from the room upon hearing the commotion. Arno-chan. Launch beamed at Arno. Master, Launch-chan, it's been a while. Arno explained briefly to Master Roshi. I see. No wonder my glasses went missing, Master Roshi nodded. Excuse me. Launch-chan, Arno said, taking Launch's hand to teleport, needing some proof. Huh. Launch was taken aback by Arno's boldness, but soon smiled as she appeared before everyone. Wow. You can bring people along? How convenient. They exclaimed in unison. Hi everyone. Launch greeted the group. Wow, Arno has become bold enough to hold hands after a year. Bulma teased. Arno, blushing yet not letting go, surprised even Bulma. Everyone laughed and chatted, and to celebrate the return of Arno and Goku, Bulma waved her hand and organized a gathering at her home. Chapter 46. Launching at Bulma's residence, everyone gathered for a celebration. Upon hearing Goku's return, Chi-Chi hurriedly rushed over. Goku-san, Chi-Chi exclaimed, dashing toward him and enveloping him in a tight embrace. Why did you take a whole year to come back? Tears began to well in her eyes. The reunion of Goku's family brought a fleeting smile to Piccolo's face as he observed Gohan's joy, though it swiftly reverted to his usual stoic demeanor. Meanwhile, Yano engaged in conversation with Master Roshi, recounting all the events from Namek to the present. I see. It's remarkable, Yano, that you've all transformed into warriors capable of safeguarding Earth, Master Roshi remarked, patting Yano on the shoulder. It is thanks to your guidance. The Turtle School teaches not only martial arts but also philosophy. That is the essence of a true martial artist, Yano replied. Launchi listened intently, her emotions shifting as she absorbed the tales of battle. Nuwa-chan is truly impressive. Reflecting on the time apart, Launchi often found herself thinking of Yano, who displayed different facets of his personality, leaving her feeling somewhat empty. Receiving her praise made Yano smile earnestly. He had to admit that he was quite fond of the girl before him, regardless of her various characteristics. By the way, Launchi, have you contemplated your change in personality? For instance, if the dragon could separate the two into distinct individuals, Yano inquired suddenly. Taken aback by the question, Lam-Z paused before responding. Actually, I feel no need for that. This is perfectly fine. Respecting her choice, Yano refrained from pressing further. As the gathering concluded, Yano realized he lacked a stable residence. He had been staying at his master's place, while Krillin also resided at the Turtle Hermitess. Wishing for wealth from the Dragon Balls felt wasteful. What if they became needed again? After all, the prize money from the martial arts tournament had nearly depleted. Do you need money? Lam-Z suddenly asked, tapping Yano on the shoulder. Lam-Z? No, he quickly denied, feeling a sense of pride. Well, I have plenty of money that goes unused. You can have it. Lam-Z led Yano to her room, retrieving a box filled with precious gems. You know, my other personality has a fondness for these. I don't have much use for them. I also own a house in West City, she explained, presenting the box to Yano. In an instant, Yano felt as though he had been spoiled. Her mention of a house puzzled him. You see, I simply don't enjoy living alone. If you wish to stay, I would return there. The thought of cohabiting with Lam-Z flooded Yano's mind. Strangely compelled, he nodded. Then we shall move tomorrow. It's settled, Nuwa-chan. That night, Lam-Z tossed and turned, pondering. Is this what it feels like to like Nuwa-chan? Perhaps she could ask Bulma for advice. In the adjacent room, Yano sat gazing at the moon outside, recalling Lam-Z's words. Then we shall move tomorrow. Was she referring to us? Yano felt an exhilarating rush. More thrilling than opening a door to new possibilities. Why aren't you asleep, Yano? Krillin entered, having finished his morning routine. Krillin, I'm moving in with Lam-Z tomorrow. You're with Lam-Z now? Krillin asked, a hint of envy in his voice. Not yet, but I will make an effort. Wishing you success. Ah, I'm the last one left. Yano chuckled inwardly at the thought. In 3 years, you'll have someone too. Dealing with the androids, particularly Android 17, would be relatively easy. However, Cell posed a significant challenge. It would be best to eliminate him before he fully evolved. Yano calmed himself, strategizing for the battles that lay ahead in 3 years. He planned to seek remedies for the 8 Gates side effects, possibly consulting the dragon and King Kai. With these thoughts, he gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, upon opening his eyes, Yano found Lam-Z waiting beside him. Good morning, Nuwa-chan. Good morning, Lam-Z. Is there something you need? Yano rubbed his sleepy eyes. This had been the most restful sleep he had experienced in a year. Aren't we moving back to West City? Oh right, let us pack our things. Yano was taken aback by Lam-Z's seriousness and began to gather his minimal belongings. Good morning, Master. Exiting his room, he found Master Roshi engrossed in a magazine. Good morning. What's with all the packing so early? Roshi inquired, eyeing Yano's bag. Well, Master, Lam-Z and I are preparing to move to West City. Oh, so you two are together? Roshi asked with a hint of curiosity. Not yet, Master, but I will strive for it. TSK. You always disappear for years at a time. How can you expect to be close to Lam-Z? Make the most of this opportunity. Understood, Master. Yano turned back to his room to continue tidying up. Moments later, Lam-Z called for Yano, who emerged to see her dressed in a green tank top and denim shorts. Her fair legs clad in white socks and black boots, clearly ready to go. Lam-Z looks beautiful, Yano mused, and Lam-Z noticed his gaze, smiling back at him. Master, Krillin. We're leaving. She tossed out a capsule given by Bulma, and a flying vehicle materialized at the door. All right. Krillin waved, as did Master Roshi. The two boarded the aircraft, soaring toward West City, with Lam-Z sitting close to Yano. Lam-Z? Yes, Nuwa-chan. I'll do my best to protect everyone. Words seemed difficult for Yano to articulate. I believe in you, Nuwa-chan. Lam-Z's cuteness radiated warmth. Upon their arrival in the bustling West City, imbued with a sense of technology, Yano inquired, Lam-Z, where is your house? Over there. She pointed to a nearby circular building. Reminiscent of Bulma's Capsule Corporation but smaller in scale. It's south quite close to Bulma's, Yano noted as he gently descended, helping her move in. The interior of the house was spacious and immaculate, as if someone frequently tended to it. My other personality often returns here, Lam-Z explained. Is it all right if I tidy up here? I'll go find Bulma. She linked her arm with Yano's. Of course, that's perfectly fine. As Lam-Z exited, Yano breathed a sigh of relief, watching her retreating figure. So adorable, he couldn't help but whisper. Chapter 47. Solutions to Side Effects. So, you two are living together? Bulma was taken aback by Lam-Z's revelation. Yes, it seems that I have developed feelings for Yano. Of course, Yano is a wonderful person. When are you getting married? Bulma inquired with a curious expression. Lam-Z lowered her head, brushing it off with a laugh. Yano finished tidying up his room, leaving behind a note before heading out. His purpose was to find a solution for the side effects of the 8 gates. The first 3 were manageable, but the side effects became significantly pronounced with the latter gates. First, he needed to seek out the Dragon Balls. With radar in hand, Yano set off to locate them. Unlike his earlier struggles, finding the Dragon Balls was now a breeze. Before long, he had gathered all 7. As he summoned the Eternal Dragon, dark clouds gathered, casting an ominous shadow over the land. Who could be invoking the Dragon Balls? Everyone was aware that the dragon was being summoned, and Piccolo's gaze was fixed intently on the distance. Human, what is your wish? The dragon loomed over Yano with an air of authority. Can you help me resolve the side effects of the 8 gates? Yano trusted that the dragon understood his request. The peculiar 8 gates within you are unlike anything I have encountered before. To alleviate the side effects after usage, you must cultivate your body to its utmost limits, thereby minimizing the repercussions. I cannot directly assist you with the side effects, but I can significantly enhance your physical strength limit. The extent of your training will depend on you, and the side effects of opening the 8th gate can be countered with divine power. Yano was taken aback by the dragon's words. Divine power could mitigate the life force burning effects of the 8th gate. Then, dragon, please help me raise the upper limit of my physical strength to its maximum potential. This wish is quite simple. The dragon's eyes brightened, and Yano felt subtle changes within his body. Ever since he opened the life gate, he sensed that his physical strength was nearing the limits achievable by humans. It was evident that the 8 gates here differed from those in other realms. Otherwise, his innate capabilities would have allowed him to unlock the 8th gate long ago. Divine power can counteract the life force burning effects of the 8th gate. But how does one obtain divine power? Yano fell into contemplation. Nevertheless, this was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise for him. The 8th gate still felt distant. It would be wiser to first enhance his physical limits. After some reflection, Yano decided to abandon the thought for now. Once the Kaioshin emerged, he could inquire further. Goku's Super Saiyan Blue and Red are manifestations of divine power combined with Super Saiyan transformations, but is this something that can be cultivated? Never mind. I should request a gravity chamber from Bulma. Having made up his mind, Yano returned to find Bulma. At that moment, Launch had returned home and discovered Yano's note about his training. Yano is truly dedicated. Bulma. Yano landed at Capsule Corp and spotted Bulma on the balcony. Yano? What brings you here? Bulma smiled, recalling that Launch had just returned home. I would like to borrow a gravity chamber, preferably one that can further increase the gravity limit. Yano stated his intention. Of course. It seems Vegeta is using one, but I can build you another. You can come pick it up tomorrow. Thank you, Bulma. I'll be on my way now. Yano said, preparing to leave. Wait, Yano, I heard you and Launch are living together? Bulma stopped him. I suppose so. It seems Launch has quite the affection for you, Bulma teased. Goodbye. Yano did not linger, since he could not collect the chamber until tomorrow. He might as well return home to rest. He had been training ever since arriving in this world. Upon returning home, Yano was met with an unexpected sight. Launch had transformed into her blonde counterpart. Yano? What are you doing in my home? The blonde Launch regarded Yano with curiosity. Launch, you asked me to stay here. Yano scratched his head, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Launch understood that it was her other persona who had invited him, but she too found herself quite fond of Yano. His physique was impressive, but previously, due to his youth, she had viewed him as a mere child. Then you can stay here. The blonde Launch blushed slightly, realizing that Yano was indeed quite appealing. They retreated to their respective rooms, and Yano lay on his bed, contemplating divine power. The original source did not clarify how divine power was cultivated. It seemed that Goku and Vegeta acquired a divine aura after reaching a certain level of training, along with Ultra Instinct, which is a manifestation of divine power. Thus, the divine aura does not equate to divine power. In other words, the divine aura is merely the threshold for obtaining divine power. Only by possessing the divine aura can one cultivate divine power. The foundation of it all remains in enhancing combat strength. Yano clenched his fists. His training speed was now comparable to that of Science. The Science ability to double their power upon revival has its limits, but with the aid of the 8 gates, he would not fear others. Cell, Majin Buu, Beerus, and countless other formidable beings, his current strength was indeed insufficient. Yano chuckled at his own predicament. Eventually, Yano fell into a hazy slumber, only to be awakened by Launch calling him. Dinner is ready, in Korin. Hearing the familiar address, Yano realized that Launch had reverted to her original self. Good evening, Launch. Yano yawned. Good evening, in Korin. Launch carried in a platter filled with an array of dishes. Thank you, Launch, Yano said, feeling a bit shy. They had yet to define their relationship, and he felt slightly embarrassed to be living off her generosity. No need for thanks, Korin, I like you, Launch suddenly declared. Yano froze in place, his face flushed as he processed her words. He had sensed her feelings for him, but he never expected her to express it so candidly. Launch, he stammered. Gazing at this girl who was now so close to him, something he had never experienced in either his past life or in this new world. I like you too. Launch, Yano blurted out, his eyes closed in nervousness as he raised his voice. Let us eat. Launch took her seat, and they began their meal, each absorbed in their thoughts. This was their first dinner alone together. After dinner, Yano hurried back to his room, forgetting his intention to wash the dishes. He collapsed onto his bed. I did it. I did it. Yano exclaimed internally, reliving the moment with exhilaration. Ha ha. He laughed uncontrollably, finally ending his long, solitary life. Meanwhile, the Z fighters were diligently training, each preparing for the impending battle 3 years hence. In the middle of the night, Yano tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, when suddenly a knock echoed at his door. Chan, may I come in? Launch's gentle voice reached him. Of course, Launch, what is the matter? Yano opened the door to find Launch in a tank top and shorts, making him feel slightly awkward. Let us sleep together, Korin. Launch's words left Yano in a state of shock. Oh okay, he responded mechanically. Launch chuckled softly at his reaction. The night passed in silence, with Yano acutely aware of the fragrant scent wafting from her, too timid to move. Chapter 48. A reunion the next day. Yano had not slept a wink. While Launchi was soundly asleep in his embrace, Yano quietly slipped away, preparing to retrieve the gravity chamber. Upon rising, Launchi opened her eyes and smiled at his departing figure. Good morning, Bulma. Yano greeted the still yawning Bulma. Ah, good morning, Yano. Your gravity training chamber is over there, she said, pointing sleepily at the nearby spherical chamber. I made it into a capsule. Just press that button. Thank you, Bulma, he replied gratefully. Don't mention it. Besides, your training is for the sake of protecting Earth. Bulma chuckled lightly. I'll take my leave then. Yano grasped the capsule and ventured into a desolate area. This spot will do. He tossed the capsule, and the spherical gravity chamber materialized on the ground as he entered. Let us start with 50 times gravity and gradually increase it, he resolved, choosing to adapt slowly rather than immediately push himself to the limit. Thus began the monotonous routine of training, day after day. However, unlike before, Yano now returned home each evening to find Launchi had prepared dinner. After each session, his clothes would either be tattered or drenched in sweat. Yet Launchi dutifully washed them and crafted many turtle school uniforms for him. Thank you, Launchi, Yano said, accepting a fresh outfit, warm filling his heart. Be careful, Yano, she replied with a playful laugh, embracing him daily. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Goku were still at driving school. Yes, driving school. The once formidable Demon King Piccolo was now struggling to obtain his driver's license. 3 swift years passed in the course of training, and everyone had experienced significant improvements in their power. At the gravity chamber in the desolate area, the door opened slowly, and Yano emerged, dragging his weary body out. After 3 years, he had developed the physical prowess necessary to unlock the first door of power. He could feel it loosening. With his current strength, the side effects of the first 3 doors were negligible, and he was close to unlocking the 4th, just needing an opportunity. Yano soared home. Good evening, Launchi. I'm starving, he exclaimed, rushing towards the dining area. Good evening, Yano. Not so fast. You need to take a shower first. Launchi, now golden-haired, firmly insisted. All right, Launchi. Yano conceded, heading off to wash up. During dinner, Launchi observed Yano relishing his meal and asked, Tomorrow marks the agreed time, Yano. Yes, I know. I am ready, he replied. Tomorrow, you should come to the Turtle Hermit's place for safety, or accompany me on Bulma's spaceship. Knowing her, she would go too. You seem to know Bulma quite well. Don't get your hopes up. She and Vegeta have a child named Trunks, Launchi noted, fixing her gaze on him. What are you talking about, Launchi? Trunks? When did that happen? Yano felt a hint of confusion at her words. Not long ago. I'll join you tomorrow. I refuse to go to the Turtle Hermit alone, she declared. All right, you can come with me then. By the way, take this. Yano handed her a peculiar stone. It's quite unique. I brought it back from Yardrat. It can store some energy, nothing major, but it contains my energy, so I can sense it. In case of an emergency, shatter it, and I will be able to teleport immediately, he explained. Okay, Lam-Z responded, examining the stone, finding it unremarkable yet easy to break. The night passed without incident, and the following day, Lam-Z had transformed into her blue-haired self. "Good morning, Yano," she said, shaking him awake. "Ah, good morning, Lam-Z. Are we ready to depart?" Yano asked, glancing out the window. "Let us go?" He hastily ate a few bites of bread and prepared to leave. Lam-Z intended to use the flying vehicle, but Yano decided to carry her instead, wanting to show off to Krillin and the others. "You really are impossible," she laughed. Shaking her head, arms outstretched, Yano carried Lam-Z toward the southern island, encountering their friends along the way. "Hey, it's been a while, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha. Long time no see," they responded in unison. "How infuriating, Yano. You truly are wicked." Krillin gazed enviously at Lam-Z in Yano's arms. "When did you two start dating?" Yamcha inquired, curious. 3 years ago. Haha, Yano replied with a laugh. "How could you bring Lam-Z along on such a dangerous endeavor?" Goku questioned. "I'm concerned about unexpected events, and I suspect Bulma would come too, so I asked Lam-Z to join her," Yano explained. The Z warriors arrived at their destination, where Bulma had also arrived early, holding a small child. "Long time no see, Bulma. What brings you here?" Goku asked, clearly intrigued. Who is this child?" The others questioned, puzzled. "Once I see the androids, I'll head back." "This is Trunks, surprise." "Oh, Lam-Z, you're here too," Bulma exclaimed. "Hi, Bulma. Yano is worried I might be in danger, so he brought me along," Lam-Z replied. "I envy you, Lam-Z. Yano is so thoughtful, unlike Vegeta. I came here with Trunks," Bulma teased. After sharing stories for a while, Yajirobe arrived with some sins of beans. It's worth noting that Yano had previously requested several hundred beans from Korin, and after usage, only a few remained with Lam-Z. Suddenly, Yajirobe's flying vehicle exploded as he was leaving. Everyone gasped, including Yano, who had not sensed any energy. Right, androids don't have energy, Yano realized. Everyone, split up and search for the androids. Go. Piccolo led the charge, followed closely by the others. Lam-Z, Bulma, if you sense danger, shatter the stone. I'm off, Yano shouted, rushing ahead. Be careful, Yano. Lam-Z called out in alarm. Everyone searched for signs of the androids. Gohan dove into the sea to retrieve the fallen Yajirobe, who had miraculously survived. On a street, androids 20 and 19 were patrolling the area. There, I detect an unusual energy approaching. Is my detector malfunctioning? Android 20 wondered aloud. No. I sense it too, Android 19 confirmed, looking in the direction of the energy. The two observed Yamcha from the air. It's not Goku. The data shows it's Yamcha. Let us eliminate him, they decided. Suddenly, a car careened toward them, resulting in a violent explosion. Android 20 covered Yamcha's mouth, absorbing his energy, and then his hand pierced through Yamcha's body, leading to his swift demise. Chapter 49, Battle against the androids upon sensing the disappearance of Yamcha's aura. Everyone hastily made their way towards the source. Was it Yamcha who encountered trouble first? It appeared that the general narrative was still intact. Yano instantaneously teleported to the location where Yamcha's presence had vanished, only to find 2 androids before him, Android 19 and Android 20. Without holding back, Yano unleashed a terrifying aura that caused the 2 androids to tense up. With a swift movement, Yano appeared before them, executing the same technique he had used against the Goku and Vegeta duo, delivering powerful punches to each android, sending them flying. Yano, Yamcha, cried Krillin and the others as they arrived, detecting faint signs of life. Quickly, the senzu beans, Yano shouted. Krillin hastily fed a senzu bean to Yamcha, and miraculously, the gaping wound on Yamcha's body began to heal, restoring him to life. Damn it, they lack any aura, I can't react in time, Yamcha seethed, glaring at the 2 androids from a distance. Aside from Goku and Yano, no one else present stood a chance against the androids. There are too many of us here. We need to fight in a more isolated area, Goku bellowed. The androids sensed something amiss and began to ascend into the sky. The group followed them to a desolate area where Android 20 started to prattle on. Goku, deciding to forego restraint, transformed into a Super Saiyan in an instant. Everyone, stand back. Since they are seeking revenge on me, I will handle this. Goku teleported behind Android 19, who responded with a kick. Goku blocked it and retaliated with a fierce punch. Though Android 19 managed to counter, Goku's strength still surpassed that of the androids, making the one-on-one confrontation with Android 19 seem effortless. Android 19 was launched into the sky, and Goku pursued him for further attacks. However, Yano noticed that Goku's condition was deteriorating. Their strength truly sets them apart from us, Tien Shin'an lamented. Meanwhile, Android 20 analyzed, why has his power increased so dramatically? This is inconsistent with the data we possess. Unbeknownst to them, they were unaware of the events on Namek, or that Goku could transform into a Super Saiyan. This situation is becoming dire, Android 20 observed, fixating on the battle above. Goku was relentlessly pounding Android 19, even as he began to feel the strain. However, Piccolo and Gohan noticed something unusual. Why is he so eager to settle this? This did not resemble the power of a Super Saiyan. With a decisive blow, Goku sent Android 19 crashing into the ground. Yet, Android 19, devoid of pain, rose again. Goku unleashed a Kamehameha wave. Android 19 smirked, raising his hand to absorb the entire energy blast. Old man, do not unleash any more energy attacks. They can absorb them, Piccolo shouted. Goku, panting heavily, realized just how much energy had been siphoned away. No, wait. Everyone focused intently. It's a heart disease. Gohan, did you bring Goku's special medicine? Yano exclaimed. Heart disease, oh no. I completely forgot about that, Krillin suddenly realized. I forgot to bring Dad's medicine, Gohan recalled. At that moment, Goku landed, clutching his chest tightly. Goku, hurry back. Leave this to me. Yano called out, as he was one of the two present capable of contending with the androids. Yano approached Goku, who exhaled in relief, returning to his normal state while still gripping his chest. Relying solely on his martial arts, Yano could dismantle the androids. With a sudden burst of speed, Yano vanished, reappearing before Android 19 and delivering a powerful punch that sent it flying. Lianhua, Yano shouted, unleashing a rapid succession of high-speed kicks that propelled Android 19 further before landing a crushing blow that rendered it unable to rise again. The android's mechanical components were now exposed, sparking ominously. What? This is not consistent with the data, Android 20 questioned, realizing that Yano possessed extraordinary techniques to amplify his strength. Now it's your turn. Yano prepared to continue his assault, seemingly unfazed by the previous effort. Suddenly, an energy blast struck the ground before him, and upon looking up, he saw Vegeta. It's my turn now. Someone take Kakarot back home. I will be the one to defeat him. Yano contemplated whether to join in against Vegeta. This android is mine, Vegeta declared, striding toward Android 20. Seeing this, Yano reverted from his heightened state, opting to watch Vegeta engage the android. That earthling might have been able to defeat me, but you, Vegeta, will not stand a chance. Android 20 mocked, sensing Yano's withdrawal. Is that so? I, Vegeta, am the strongest Saiyan. Vegeta roared, his aura erupting, causing debris to scatter, his hair oscillating between golden and black. What? Android 20 faltered upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation. Vegeta has also become a Super Saiyan. Krillin and the others gasped in astonishment, as Yano too was taken aback, having forgotten the precise moment Vegeta transformed, mistakenly thinking it occurred only after the emergence of Androids 17 and 18. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Android 20 panicked and attempted to flee. Without an aura, the group struggled to pinpoint his location, especially in the desolate terrain. Android 20 hid behind a rock, making it difficult for them to find him. Damn it, where do you think you're running off to? Vegeta scanned the area before ascending into the air to launch an energy blast aimed at leveling the landscape. Seizing the opportunity, Android 20 darted to the impact site of the blast to absorb its energy, enhancing his speed significantly. The group began to disperse in search of Android 20, who, upon noticing their separation, devised a plan. In a twist of fate, Android 20 targeted Piccolo, swiftly covering his mouth to absorb his energy. In that instant, Piccolo conveyed a silent message to Gohan. Sensing a faint aura, Gohan quickly moved in and struck Android 20 down with a powerful punch. Yano arrived on the scene but refrained from intervening, as the others rushed to join them. Vegeta, brimming with rage, prepared to unleash a furious assault on Android 20. Meanwhile, Trunks had arrived at the southern island, observing the chaos unfolding around him. What's going on here? He wondered. Launch, Bulma, and Kairatsu, who was cradling little Trunks, were aboard the ship, with Bulma eager to witness the battle. Just then, Trunks spotted the ongoing fight and hastily piloted the ship toward the fray. Upon arriving at the battleground, he was taken aback by the sight of Android 19's battered form. How is this possible? What happened to this android? The battle between Vegeta and Android 20 intensified as Trunks, guided by the energy signatures, approached. As he prepared to deliver a final blow to Android 20, Trunks hurriedly arrived on the scene. Piccolo, caught off guard, exclaimed, Trunks. Hearing that name left Vegeta momentarily stunned. How could this be? His name is exactly the same as my son S. I see now. As he gazed upon the face that bore a resemblance to his own, realization dawned upon him. Chapter 50. Androids 17 and 18. The artificial beings were not what they seemed. When Trunks caught sight of Android 20, he was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Were they not the androids he had encountered before? The group, hearing Trunks' words, was equally stunned. Could it be that the enemies they had been battling were not the correct ones? Android 20, upon seeing the newly arrived Trunks, broke into a cold sweat. Another formidable adversary had appeared. Bulma and the others soon joined them. And Android 20 immediately devised a plan for escape. You're doomed. Androids 17 and 18 will annihilate you. With a furious roar, he unleashed a massive energy wave towards the ground. The energy blast even struck the spaceship above. Yano swiftly opened 3 portals and teleported beside the vessel, shielding it and gradually bringing it down to safety. How did you get here? Yano asked as he carried Lam-Z out. The ship appeared to be damaged, prompting little Trunks to burst into tears. Sorry for the trouble, everyone, Lam-Z said, wrapping her arms around Yano's neck. I wanted to see. But I didn't expect you hadn't eliminated the androids yet, Bulma said, patting her chest, still shaken. Due to Bulma's delay, Vegeta and the others realized too late that Android 20 had already escaped. Damn it, let him get away, they exclaimed, and thus began their search anew. Android 20, now missing an arm, sprinted away, determined to awaken his comrades and ensure their enemies met their demise. Yano was eager to confront the other androids, particularly the fully formed Cell, pondering whether his current strength would be sufficient to match Cell, while defeating androids 17 and 18 would pose no challenge. As Android 20 raced towards the laboratory, Trunks warned. Those 2 androids are not the ones I faced in the future. The ones I mentioned, 17 and 18, are the true threats. We must find them quickly and stop them. Huh, even if they emerge, what of it? I have ascended to become the strongest Scion, Vegeta boasted, brimming with confidence after achieving Super Saiyan status, even believing Yano could not best him. No, you misunderstand. Their power is terrifying, despite my Super Saiyan transformation. I would still be no match for them, especially since they possess boundless energy. Trunks reflected on the grim future he had witnessed, his anger mounting. Bulma, do you know the location of Dr. Gero's laboratory? I believe it's in the northern mountains, Bulma replied thoughtfully. You plan to destroy his lab in advance to prevent the emergence of those 2 androids, correct? Piccolo inquired of Vegeta. I wouldn't engage in such cowardly acts. Those 2 androids posed no real threat, Vegeta retorted as he ascended into the air. No, we must heed Mr. Piccolo's advice and destroy that lab beforehand. Those androids are exceedingly formidable. Trunks interjected, blocking Vegeta's path. Humph. Vegeta ignored him, shoving Trunks aside and taking off towards the northern mountains. Trunks did not pursue but descended instead. Yano, please exert your full strength to eliminate those 2 androids. I cannot bear to see my father die again. I know your power is immense, and perhaps you can defeat them, Trunks implored. Rest assured, I will take this matter seriously. I shall not allow the future you dread to come to pass, Yano assured him, patting Trunks on the shoulder. Fully aware of the immense pressure he bore as the last warrior from the future. Father? Did he just say father? Bulma was bewildered. Piccolo finally clarified Trunks' lineage. And Trunks glanced at Bulma, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Bulma listened with astonishment, glancing at little Trunks and then at the older Trunks. Realizing how striking he would become in the future, the group wasted no time and pursued Vegeta's direction, while Bulma, Gohan, and Yajirobe returned to inform Goku of the situation, with Gohan bearing the brunt of the burden as Yajirobe could not fly. Meanwhile, Lam-Z was taken to Master Roshi's place by Yano, where she would stay with Kaiatsu and the others. Feeling the approaching energies, Android 20 quickened his pace. Trunks, Vegeta, and Yano ventured together, and along the way, Trunks and Vegeta engaged in constant bickering, which amused Yano as he listened to their father-son exchanges. Piccolo and his companions dispersed, also searching for the laboratory, uncertain of its precise location in the northern mountains. Eventually, Krillin found Android 20 but was soundly beaten. To prevent others from detecting Krillin's energy, Android 20 refrained from killing him. Krillin followed closely and discovered the laboratory, charging up and shouting, "Everyone, hurry over here." Sensing Krillin's energy, the group rushed to his side. Android 20 hesitated but ultimately decided to activate Androids 17 and 18. Android 17 slowly emerged from the incubation chamber. You're operational again, right? Good morning, Doctor. Android 17 greeted politely upon noticing the bomb remote in Android 20's hand. Reassured, Android 20 released Android 18, who also noted the remote and greeted him similarly. Fully at ease, Android 20 recounted the recent events and ordered them to eliminate anyone who approached. Piccolo and Tien were the first to arrive, forcefully striking the door. Yet it proved to be quite sturdy. Yano and the others soon followed. "You've done well to find it," Vegeta scoffed, seizing the moment when Android 20 was distracted. Android 17 snatched the remote, just as Piccolo unleashed an energy wave to break open the door. The forms of the three androids gradually became visible, and Trunks was filled with a mix of rage and dread upon seeing them. However, neither side made the first move. Android 18 noticed the chamber containing Android 16. Is this Android 16? Is he also an infinite energy model? Android 18 prepared to unlock the chamber. What followed was a fierce reaction from Android 20. But Android 18 ignored him, intent on opening the door, even to the extent of Android 17 killing Android 20. Trunks suddenly intervened, unwilling to allow the emergence of a 16 he had never encountered before. He fired a powerful energy blast, forcing everyone to dodge as Yano teleported into the air, causing the cave to collapse entirely. Nevertheless, Android 18 managed to retrieve Android 16's chamber and released him. Yano observed the three androids, confident in his ability to eliminate them with his current strength. However, he recognized that Androids 17 and 18 were not malevolent in this primary timeline. Even Android 16 was a protector of nature. Thus, Yano had no intention of harming them, as Cell remained the true adversary. The androids began to disregard the others and engaged in their own discussion before departing. Vegeta, witnessing this, grew furious and transformed into a Super Saiyan, preparing to pursue them. Trunks stopped him, insisting they wait for Goku's return. Vegeta retaliated with a punch to Trunks' abdomen, knocking him down, and then charged forward. Yano watched this display of paternal affection with a nod, reaffirming that Vegeta had not changed. Chapter 51. The Mysterious Android Unbeknownst to Everyone. A more formidable and malevolent android had awakened in the recently destroyed cave. Arno shivered, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Was it possible that Cell had instilled this ominous feeling within him? No, even without my intervention, Gohan would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon Cell. How could I possibly feel this way? Dismissing his thoughts, Arno and his companions prepared to depart. Suddenly, from the rubble of the cave, an arm emerged. Issuing a chilling command, "Annihilate all humans," the enigmatic figure declared monotonously. On a nearby road, Vegeta arrived first, intercepting the three departing individuals with an air of arrogance. He boasted until 17 effortlessly pierced his bravado with a single remark. "You self-important Saiyans, arrogance is your shared flaw, just like Goku." 18 stepped forward, calmly asserting, "Allow me to take the first strike." Vegeta, brimming with pride, retorted, "How dare you think I would hold back just because you are a woman? Prepare for my might." For the first time, Vegeta displayed a gesture of defeat as his golden aura flared. 18 launched her attack, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, delivering blows that echoed with intensity, thud after thud, a classic clash of fists. Vegeta, taken aback by 18's strength, realized she was surprisingly on par with him, a Super Saiyan. In a sudden maneuver, 18 turned and soared into the sky, with Vegeta in pursuit. At that moment, Arno and his group hastily arrived, creating a tense standoff. Trunks eyed 16 and 17 warily, transforming into a Super Saiyan and remaining poised for action. "You vile androids, I will not allow you to destroy this world," he declared, suddenly launching himself at 17 with his sword drawn. "Such rudeness," 17 replied, effortlessly blocking Trunks' strike. "What?" Trunks exclaimed in astonishment as his attack was thwarted. "Mr. Arno, please intervene," Trunks called out, engaging in combat with 17 while seeking Arno's assistance. Arno, feeling compelled to act, unleashed his formidable power, astonishing even 17. This power. It seems Arno had significantly improved during his absence from Earth. 17, possessing memories implanted by Dr. Gero, shouted to 16, "Hey, aren't you going to help? I have but one mission, to eliminate Goku." "I will not attack anyone else," 16 replied, a good-natured android, gently petting a small bird without joining the fray. Arno likewise refrained from attacking 16. After all, it was only fair not to strike first when 16 had yet to engage. "I'll take him on," Arno announced, stepping forward to confront 17. Trunks, invigorated by Arno's powerful aura, felt a rush of excitement. "I'll go assist my father," Trunks decided, while Piccolo and the others hesitated, ultimately choosing to observe the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Vegeta and 18 sensed Arno's immense energy, realizing it was indeed Arno's presence. This guy is even stronger than my Super Saiyan form. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. The battle between Arno and 17 was swift, within mere exchanges. 17 found himself at a disadvantage. You truly do not resemble an Earthling at all, Arno, 17 remarked, though he showed no signs of discouragement despite his predicament. Thank you for the compliment, Arno replied, ascending into the air to gather his energy. 17 raised a hand, preparing to counter. Boom. The two energy waves collided, resulting in a violent explosion that left Piccolo and the others struggling to maintain their footing, while 16 shielded the small bird, turning away from the chaos. As the dust settled, 17, battered and bruised, slowly rose, acknowledging his defeat. You are indeed powerful, Arno, but I do not sense a desire to kill us within you. How did you discern that? Arno inquired, intrigued. From your demeanor and gaze. That young boy earlier was filled with hatred and fury, as if he wished to destroy us on the spot. I cannot fathom the source of such animosity, yet you are different. You did not engage me with your full strength, 17 explained. Indeed, I had no intention of killing you, especially since you do not indiscriminately harm others. I noticed that 16 seems to care for small creatures, Arno stated, gesturing to the bird. 16 smiled at Arno in response. Moreover, you two have already eliminated 20, freeing yourselves from his commands. As long as you refrain from senselessly slaying humans, I shall not impede your actions. If 16 wishes to confront Goku, let Goku face him on his own. We can all remain allies. In a shocking turn of events, Arno extended his hand to 17, offering a handshake. You are quite the individual, Arno. Indeed, 18 and I never intended to cause unnecessary bloodshed. After all, we consider ourselves human as well, 17 responded, astonished by Arno's perspective. Let us observe the battle. I wonder how Vegeta and the others are faring, Arno suggested to Piccolo and the others. I'll take a look as well. 16. Will you join us? No. My mission is to defeat Goku, 16 replied, seemingly bound by a strict directive, lacking independent thought as a purely mechanical being. What a pity. Let us depart, 17 said, flying toward Vegeta. So, is this a form of reconciliation? Tien asked, bewildered. It appears so. These two androids do not seem to be the bloodthirsty killers Trunks described. With Arno present, there is little to fear, Piccolo deduced, following Arno. Meanwhile, Vegeta, transformed into a Super Saiyan, remained on the sidelines, seemingly restrained by Vegeta's command. As Arno and his companions arrived, they were met with surprise, while 17 seethed with anger and confusion. Mr. Arno, you have arrived. You did not eliminate this android? Trunks questioned, eager for action. Indeed, the androids in this world appear to differ significantly from those in your timeline. They do not exhibit the same malevolence, Arno elucidated. But Trunks attempted to voice his concerns, only to be interrupted as Vegeta was suddenly struck down. Vegeta was hit squarely in the abdomen, expelling a groan of pain. Damn it, I am a Super Saiyan, he exclaimed, feeling humiliated for losing face before Arno and the others, and he surged forward once more. Meanwhile, on a southern island, the inhabitants faced calamity as the mysterious android unleashed a massacre. Elsewhere, a juvenile cell began to absorb humans. Two impending disasters loomed on the horizon. Chapter 52, Android No. 12 Vegeta, once again seized by fury, charged forward, unleashing a formidable assault, yet each strike was deftly intercepted by Android 18. Seizing an opportunity, Android 18 landed a blow to Vegeta's abdomen, reverting him back to his normal state. Upon noticing the presence of Android 17 and others, 18 expressed her surprise. 17. How did you come to be with them? The humanoid being known as Yano seemed quite agreeable, stating that he would refrain from intervening if we aimed to defeat Son Goku, allowing Goku to handle the situation himself, provided we did not indiscriminately take lives, explained 17. Are you unable to defeat him? Questioned 18. I cannot, replied 17, a hint of resignation in his tone. Trunks rushed to Vegeta's side, who was now kneeling on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. Unable to contain his fury, Trunks drew his sword and charged at 18, only for his weapon to be shattered by her swift strike, resulting in another fierce confrontation. Trunks' strength paled in comparison to 18's. After several exchanges, she remained largely unscathed, save for a torn cowboy jacket and a few superficial marks. Aside from Yano and Krillin, the rest rushed to assist. 17 cast a glance at Yano, who remained unresponsive. Before joining the fray, the situation escalated as Tien and others were overwhelmed. A swift chop from 17 sent Piccolo crashing to the ground, followed by a direct blow to Tien, incapacitating him as well. Vegeta, in a fit of rage, transformed into a Super Saiyan and lunged at 18. But she skillfully evaded him, countering with a hold that immobilized him. Trunks attempted to intervene but was halted by 17, leaving Vegeta vulnerable to a final crushing blow that rendered him unconscious and returned him to his base form. Trunks met a similar fate, leaving only Yano and Krillin standing. Krillin, visibly shaken, questioned Yano. Are you certain they won't resort to indiscriminate slaughter? As 18 approached, Krillin timidly hid behind Yano. To their astonishment, 18 leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on Krillin's cheek, stating, "We harbor no interest in killing." Krillin was momentarily speechless, as was Yano, both caught off guard by this unexpected display. As the trio prepared to depart, Krillin suddenly shouted, "Why are you intent on killing Goku?" "We were created specifically to eliminate Son Goku," replied 16. "It is merely a game," added 17, emphasizing that he and 18 could easily disregard their directives due to their capacity for independent thought, unlike 16. "Thank you, Mr. Yano," 17 expressed politely. Once the three left, Krillin hurriedly administered Senzu beans to his comrades. Trunks, regaining consciousness, rushed to Yano, exclaiming, "Mr. Yano, why didn't you defeat them? They are monsters." Recalling the dire future he had witnessed, "Trunks, do you believe they are the same as the ones you encountered in the future?" Yano retorted. Trunks paused, reflecting on the previous encounter. Indeed, they had not harmed anyone, and their demeanor was markedly different from the murderous glee he had previously witnessed, perhaps influenced by Yano's presence. Vegeta, upon awakening, ignored the others and took to the skies. "They intend to kill Goku," Trunks noted. "That is Goku's concern. Once he recovers, he would likely prefer I not intervene. As long as the androids refrain from wanton killing, I will not obstruct them. Besides, Goku can be resurrected. But we must have faith in him," Yano reassured, patting Trunks on the shoulder. Trunks contemplated the stark contrasts between the present and the future he had experienced, particularly regarding Yano, who was previously unknown to him. Piccolo awoke, feeling frustrated and irritated. He recognized that if he wished to swiftly enhance his power, he would need to fuse with the Supreme Kai, a prospect he was reluctant to pursue. Silently, he departed. Left with only 4, they decided to head towards Buu's house. Upon arrival, Krillin intended to transfer Goku to Master Roshi's abode. Coincidentally, Gohan had just returned. "Is it really that serious?" Krillin asked. "Those 3 androids are terrifyingly strong. But Yano can handle them," Krillin explained to Yamcha. Yamcha cast a complicated glance at Yano but chose to place his trust in him. As they journeyed, Trunks shared his theories and hypotheses with the group. "But why is there such a disparity?" Gohan questioned, perplexed. Trunks pondered deeply, when suddenly, Chi-Chi interjected. "You need not worry about such matters. Without you, Goku would have succumbed to his heart disease long ago." Listening to their conversation, Yano felt an increasing sense of unease. Yamcha suggested that Krillin contact Bulma to relay the entire situation, but Bulma arrived with shocking news. "You mean there's a machine identical to the time machine Trunks used?" Krillin inquired. "But my time machine is right here," Trunks said, producing a capsule. "It seems Cell is already on the move, however. We can use the Dragon Balls to revive those who fall. Yet, what is the source of this gnawing anxiety?" Yano mused, unable to discern the cause. Little did he know, the inhabitants of the Southern Isle were nearing annihilation. The group successfully moved Goku to Master Roshi's house, where Yano encountered Launch. "Yano!" Launch exclaimed, rushing to embrace him. Yano smiled slightly, but the urgency of the situation compelled the group to investigate the time machine. "Launch, we have matters to attend to. Could you please remain here for a while?" "Sure, be careful," she replied. Without further delay, they hastened to the location Bulma had specified, discovering a time machine overgrown with moss. Bulma arrived shortly thereafter, and they examined the machine, noting the melted glass cover. Trunks operated it, revealing an opened egg within. "What is this?" Trunks asked, perplexed, handing the shell to Bulma. She deduced it to be the shell of some creature, and upon checking the time machine's arrival date, Trunks found it to be a year earlier than his own arrival 3 years prior. Ascending into the sky, Yano scanned the surroundings but detected no sign of Cell. As they gathered the time machine to depart, Yano caught sight of Cell's discarded shell. The 4 analyzed the situation, Trunks feeling a sense of dread about what had arrived. Bulma headed home to further investigate the time machine, while Yano and the others chose to return to Master Roshi's to await the android's arrival. "Oh, it's here. That thing has come. Who is it? Help!" The remaining humans on the Southern Isle screamed in terror. In the streets, a figure clad in the garb of number 12 emerged. This was none other than the failed experiment of Dr. Gero, android number 12. Chapter 53. The perplexed Yano. In a certain town, 3 individuals arrived on the street. The young lady, designated as 18, was selecting garments in a dressing room. After choosing her attire, she left without paying, having previously intimidated the shopkeeper with a display of her energy. Nevertheless, she remained true to her agreement with Yano. Refraining from indiscriminate violence, even when pursued by the police, she merely disabled their vehicles. Meanwhile, Bulma piloted her aircraft through the skies when an urgent broadcast interrupted the atmosphere. Residents of a town in the western outskirts had mysteriously vanished, leaving the place eerily desolate. The announcement urged citizens to secure their doors and windows. Upon hearing this, Bulma hastily dialed the Turtle Hermit's residence, where Krillin answered. The group gathered around the television to witness the report. The latest update from Jenga City revealed that the missing residents had only left behind their clothing, with a firearm found beside the garments, creating a chilling atmosphere. Once Yano and the others returned, they were informed of the disconcerting news. Good, they exclaimed, rushing to the Turtle Hermit's abode. Yano, you arrived just in time. We have news that requires your attention. As the trio gathered before the television, gunfire erupted from the broadcast. The host, about to investigate the commotion, was abruptly cut off as the signal faltered, leaving only static. Krillin switched channels. But the other broadcast continued to relay the sound of gunfire, obscuring the unfolding events. In the Celestial Palace, the deities observed the turmoil occurring below. What are these 2 monstrosities? One is an android, but what is the other? Exclaimed Bick, demanding the gods reveal the situation. After a moment's hesitation, the deities decided to merge with Bick. As they fused, Bick took the lead. Meanwhile, Bulma continued to switch channels, but there was still no news. Trunks determined that inaction was not an option, preparing to head to the scene. Yano's sense of unease intensified, prompting him to remain at the Turtle Hermit's to safeguard everyone. In Jenga City, Bick arrived on the deserted streets, littered with abandoned clothing. In a shadowy alley, the figure of Cell emerged, triggering Bick's suspicions. Turning to confront the creature, Bick finally laid eyes on the enigmatic being. The two faced off, with Cell remaining silent before unleashing a surge of energy. The explosive aura was palpable, sending waves of alarm through Yano and his companions. Cell has appeared, Yano thought to himself. The chaotic energy emanating from Cell shocked everyone. Krillin rushed to join them, instructing Yano and Yamcha to stay behind at the Turtle Hermit's. The battle between Bick and Cell commenced, with Bick, now imbued with newfound strength, brimming with confidence. He unleashed a wave of energy that obliterated half the city, causing Trunks, who was airborne, to feel a sense of dread. However, Cell emerged unscathed from the onslaught, and the two engaged in close combat. Due to Cell's apparent inexperience, he was no match for Bick in hand-to-hand fighting. Cell ascended into the sky, demonstrating a remarkable technique that astonished Bick, the special beam cannon. Bick deflected the attack, realizing its potency. As Cell dove towards him, the struggle continued. So, you rely on absorbing others to gain power, is that it? Bick scoffed, though his amusement quickly faded. What? Impossible, he gasped, as Cell unleashed a Kamehameha wave, which Bick braced himself to absorb. Cell swiftly maneuvered behind Bick, ensnaring him with his tail to siphon his energy. On a distant southern isle, all humanity had perished. The radar of Unit 12 detected life forms in the western region, prompting it to ascend and head towards the battlefield where Bick and Cell clashed. Back at the Turtle Hermit's, another urgent broadcast interrupted. All residents of the southern isle had been slaughtered in a gruesome scene, unlike the situation in Jenga City. What sinister plot lay behind this? Yano fixated on the television, bewildered. This cannot be. What is happening? He pondered, realizing that all adversaries had now revealed themselves, and yet another threat emerged. Master Yamcha, ensure everyone's safety, including Goku. Even if the androids arrive, do not fear, they are not malevolent. Inform them to wait until Goku recovers before engaging in battle. This is my directive. Yano made his arrangements. Yano, what do you intend to do? The Turtle Hermit inquired, his expression grave. It seems events are unfolding beyond my expectations. I must investigate the happenings on the southern isle. Protect launch. If anything occurs, break the stone. Without further ado, Yano soared toward the southern isle. Upon arrival, Yano discovered the remnants of a fierce battle. Much of the city lay in ruins, with humanity entirely wiped out. What transpired here? He sensed the overwhelming loss of life, reminiscent of previous calamities, but this time, the narrative had diverged. He hoped to confront the emerging threat, Yano resolved to venture towards the western battlefield, suspecting that the new adversary would also head there. Meanwhile, Cell revealed his identity to Bic, who understood why Cell possessed the energy signatures of many. Thus, I require only 2 unique life forms to achieve my ultimate evolution, absorbing androids 17 and 18. Trunks and Krillin finally arrived, and as the trio prepared to unite against Cell, he, realizing he could not best them, executed a solar flare and fled. Evading their pursuit, he sought to absorb humanity's life force. Intending to absorb androids 17 and 18 to attain his perfected form and become the strongest being, Cell sprinted several kilometers away, heading towards the next city, Nichi City. Meanwhile, Bic, Vegeta, and Yano gathered, feeling Bic's formidable energy. Vegeta, unable to contain his curiosity, demanded, "Before you seek Cell, explain how you became so powerful in such a short time." Bic ignored him as Tien Shinhan arrived, and Bic recounted the events that had transpired, stressing the urgency of stopping Cell. Vegeta, feeling his pride wounded, realized that many on Earth surpassed him in strength. He decided to wait until Cell eliminated 17 and 18 before engaging, focusing instead on his training. Krillin and Trunks resolved to search Dr. Gero's laboratory for clues, while Yano, consumed by a sense of impending danger, yearned to locate the new enemy swiftly. With no clear leads, Yano followed Bic and the others in their pursuit of Cell. Yet, every time they arrived, Cell had already completed his absorption and fled. As long as Cell concealed his energy, they could find no trace of his whereabouts. Chapter 54. The terrifying number 12 in the city of Geneja, the site of a recent battle, a formidable foe has emerged, the android number 12. This character, originally non-existent in the source material, is a failed creation. It possesses a peculiar appearance, with blue skin and a semblance of humanity. Following the defeat of the Red Ribbon Army, the sinister Dr. Gero, consumed by darkness, created several androids programmed with a singular directive to annihilate all humans. However, fearing the peril they posed, he designated them as failures and abandoned them. Yet, Number 12's core program remained intact, assimilating the remnants of the other failed androids. It lay dormant in a forsaken warehouse until today, when it finally awakened, having absorbed the power of several androids. Number 12's strength is terrifyingly formidable, beyond the limits of the current hero, Yano, who would struggle to contend with it. It appears that humanity has been nearly extinguished, with several powerful energy signatures detected in the vicinity. Calculations suggest that eliminating these threats is essential for the complete eradication of humanity. As a purely mechanical being, Number 12 operates solely on logic and has resolved to first hunt Yano and his companions. As Number 12 advances towards Yano and his allies, Yano remains oblivious, unaware that the remnants of humanity in the city have dwindled to a mere few. Damn it, I arrived too late. Piccolo observes the desolate surroundings. Suddenly hearing gunfire in the distance, there are still survivors. Meanwhile, as Cell prepares to absorb a pair of siblings, Krillin intervenes just in time to rescue them. "Ah, it's Krillin!" Cell exclaims, "Then I'll absorb you instead." In an instant, Cell lunges at Krillin, sending him flying with a single kick, followed by a gravity attack that crashes Krillin to the ground. Yano and his companions arrive, and Yano swiftly activates his 3-door transformation, teleporting beside Cell and delivering a punch that Cell surprisingly deflects. In response, Cell retaliates, but Yano deftly sidesteps, activating his triple Kaioken technique. His power surges dramatically, and he unleashes a fierce energy blast directly at Cell, who endures the hit, sustaining only minor damage. Yano, the strongest warrior on Earth, remains silent, his gaze steely as he assesses Cell's rapid advancement. It now requires the full force of his triple Kaioken to merely hold his ground. Cell, sensing the opportunity to escape, prepares to flee just as Number 12 appears unexpectedly, its formidable energy drawing the attention of all present. The sudden arrival of this android leaves everyone, including Yano, momentarily stunned. Upon noticing the Number 12 emblazoned on its form, Yano experiences a moment of clarity, realizing that this is the source of the unsettling feeling he had sensed. So this is Number 12, a character never before mentioned in the original work. Yano fixates on the android, while Cell is equally bewildered. "What is this?" Piccolo inquires. Approaching Yano. "Who is this being?" "It seems to be android number 12, Yano speculates, "a character I have never encountered before." "Piccolo, you handle Cell. I'll engage with this number 12. Cracking his knuckles, Yano prepares for battle. In a flash, Yano charges at number 12, delivering a fierce punch, only to find it expertly restrained. "What?" Yano gasps in disbelief. With a powerful strike to Yano's chest, number 12 sends him hurtling backward, regaining his balance midair. Yano stares in astonishment at number 12. How can this be? This power. Fueled by anger, Yano activates his eightfold Kaioken, enveloped in a fiery aura as he charges at number 12 once more. Their clash resonates with such force that even Vegeta, deep in training, feels the impact. Despite employing the eightfold Kaioken, Yano finds himself barely matching number 12's might, which seems boundless, as it unleashes energy blast with relentless ferocity. With a cataclysmic Kamehameha wave, Yano strikes number 12, who appears momentarily injured and collapses amid the clouds of dust. Seizing the moment, Cell employs a solar flare, blinding everyone present, and escapes with the incapacitated number 12. Cell, recognizing the potential of an android, intends to absorb number 12, believing it could augment his own power. Damn it! What just happened? Yano surveys the area, realizing both have vanished, leaving him feeling humiliated. If Cell absorbs that android... But wait, number 12 is purely mechanical. Though not mentioned in the original text, it was only from number 17 onwards that humans were modified. Thus, Cell cannot absorb it. Yano exhales deeply, dispelling his Kaioken but maintaining his eightfold form. The others exchange glances, Piccolo's expression darkening as he laments yet another escape by Cell and the emergence of a new adversary. If Cell were to absorb numbers 17 and 18, they would be utterly doomed. Since we cannot locate Cell, we must find 17 and 18 and eliminate them to thwart Cell's evolution into his perfect form, Piccolo suggests. Yano remains silent. He had promised not to harm numbers 17 and 18, and there exists no justification for breaking that vow. Meanwhile, at the Kame house, Goku awakens as Yano and his companions prepare to travel to the next city. If only Goku were here, Krillin laments. Just then, Goku teleports behind Krillin, prompting Yano to smirk, words manifesting into reality, just as he had thought. Jigoku, Krillin exclaims, joyfully embracing Goku, which elicits excitement among the group. After a brief discussion, Goku decides to take Gohan, Vegeta, and Trunks to the hyperbolic time chamber, while Yano shakes his head in regret. He had spent over a day inside and must now wait for the reconstruction. The chamber can only accommodate 2 individuals at a time. And even if Yano were to enter, he would only have half a day left. Better to leave the time for those who have yet to experience it. Goku and Gohan set off to find Trunks and Vegeta to discuss their entry into the time chamber, while Yano contemplates the emergence of number 12. It seems that each time a pivotal enemy arises, a new threat follows closely behind. What could this mean? Perhaps it is time to train under King Kai? Yano muses, resolving not to remain idle. If he could unlock the tenfold Kaioken, his body might withstand it, yet he fears he may not be able to defeat number 12. Meanwhile, Cell escapes with number 12, intent on studying the android. As he awakens the sleeping number 12, he realizes it possesses intelligence and some understanding of machinery, successfully uncovering its core program. You are android number 12? Cell inquires. Indeed, comes the response. Were you created by Dr. Gero? Why have I not encountered you before? I am a failed creation, yet my core program remained intact. During the cleanup, I inadvertently absorbed several other failed units. I was awakened when the laboratory collapsed, though I can easily fall into a dormant state. Number 12 reveals, embodying a blend of artificial intelligence. Do you have directives? Cell probes. I was created to eliminate all humans. My purpose is their extermination. Very well, but for now, you must not kill any humans. Allow me to absorb them first. I will achieve the same end. Follow my lead, and you shall fulfill your purpose in due time, Cell declares, recognizing number 12's immense potential as he begins to rewrite its programming. Yes, Master Cell, number 12 responds, its programming altered, now endowed with a powerful ally. Chapter 55, The Strengthening of the Vegeta Family. Yano ascended to King Kai's planet for training, aiming to gain any improvement he could. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions entered the hyperbolic time chamber, while Piccolo and the others returned to Master Roshi's house. Outside the Turtle Hermit's abode, the trio of Android 17 arrived, inquiring about Goku's whereabouts. No need to ask. I shall not disclose that, Piccolo replied cryptically, directing them to an uninhabited island nearby. He led the trio away while Krillin and the others remained at the Turtle Hermit's house. Suddenly, Bulma transmitted an urgent message, announcing that she had successfully constructed a remote device capable of halting androids 17 and 18, which she was preparing to send over. The group felt a surge of hope. But Krillin, lost in thought of a past kiss, murmured, "Do we truly have to destroy them?" His companions looked at him in confusion. Meanwhile, The battle on Piccolo's front raged fiercely, with each blow landing with intensity. He gasped for breath as Android 17, though bloodied at the corner of his mouth, remained inexhaustible. Cell, accompanied by Android 12, soon arrived. Ignoring everything else, Piccolo shouted, 17, that being is Cell. He intends to kill you and absorb you to achieve his perfect form. If that happens, we are all doomed. Seized by shock, Android 17 barely had time to react as Cell lunged forward, attempting to absorb him. In a split second, Piccolo kicked Cell away. 12, eliminate Piccolo, and that's 16. Commanded Cell. The group turned to confront Android 12, who charged at Piccolo, engaging him in combat before suddenly turning on Android 16. Though initially reluctant to participate, 16 retaliated when attacked. Together, Piccolo and 16 struggled against Android 12, while Android 17 found himself at a disadvantage. In a desperate bid, Piccolo hurled himself at Cell. Run. 17, he urged. In a fierce struggle, Piccolo faced Cell, who ultimately snapped his neck and pierced his body, casting him into the sea. Sensing Piccolo's energy fade, Gohan, stationed at the Sacred Land, was consumed by fury, only to be restrained by Goku. On King Kai's planet, Yano was alerted to the dire situation. This is bad. It seems Cell has killed Piccolo. He ceased his training, resting a hand on King Kai as he witnessed the unfolding tragedy on Earth. Damn it, King Kai, I must leave now. Yano resolved, having trained sufficiently. Channeling Goku's energy, Yano instantaneously transported himself to the battlefield. Android 16 was barely managing against Android 12, while Cell had decisively defeated Android 17 and absorbed him, transforming into his second form, uglier yet stronger. Recognizing the looming threat, 16 seized Android 18's arm and fled. Cell commanded Android 12 to halt, moving to intercept the pair, and unleashed a ki blast that severely damaged 16's head, exposing his inner mechanics. Witnessing this, Android 18 felt paralyzed with uncertainty. Just as Cell prepared to advance again, Tien Shinhan arrived, ready to shine in his moment of glory. New ki blast, he declared, releasing a blinding light that pinned Cell to the ground. Yano sensed this energy shift and materialized behind Tien. Cell ordered Android 12 to attack, but Yano activated the Kaioken X8, intercepting Android 12, while Tien continued to dominate. Seizing the opportunity, Android 18 fled with 16. Tien, overexerting himself, unleashed a relentless barrage of ki blasts, rendering Cell immobile. Yano found himself evenly matched against Android 12, but exhaustion soon claimed Tien, who plummeted from the sky. Cell rose once more, and despite Yano's desire to assist, he was ensnared by Android 12. Just as his life hung by a thread, Goku arrived, using instant transmission to retrieve Piccolo from the sea. With Piccolo in tow, Goku and Tien made their escape. As Yano witnessed Tien's successful departure, he seized the chance to teleport to the Sacred Land. Phew, I cannot prevail. It's truly overwhelming, he gasped, releasing the Kaioken and the 8 Gates. Though fatigued, he did not feel the intense soreness he had previously endured. Yano, is that Android 12 even stronger than you? Goku asked, furrowing his brow. About the same. I estimate I could barely suppress him with a Kaioken X10, Yano replied. Goku fell silent as Yano retrieved the remaining Senzu beans from launch, consuming one and tossing two to Goku, who fed them to Piccolo and Tien. Can you still absorb Android 16? Cell pondered, examining the programming within Android 12. He discovered that 12 could indeed absorb energy from mechanical beings, a secret hidden within the red cavity of his chest. This explained 12's ability to absorb the other androids, but it appeared he could only assimilate pure mechanical constructs. If that is the case, I shall devise a way for you to absorb 16, boosting your power further. Cell exclaimed, elated. He needed only Android 18 to evolve into his perfect form. And should Android 12 enhance his abilities further, they would become invincible. Krillin secured the remote and set out to locate androids 18 and 16, while Cell and Android 12 were also in pursuit. At the Sacred Land, Vegeta and Trunks emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber as Bulma approached in a flying vehicle. Is this the Sacred Land? Bulma inquired, parking the craft. Embracing Trunks, she presented them with new battle attire. I told you, Kakarot, it's futile. I will defeat Cell and Android 12 before you and Yano even engage, Vegeta declared, descending towards Earth. Trunks prepared to follow, and Goku handed him 2 Senzu beans. You two must not perish, remember that, Trunks, Bulma cautioned. Yano sat in contemplation, reflecting on how each pivotal adversary was succeeded by a new enemy. What about the next time? Will Majin Buu bring forth new foes? He pondered. Just one opportunity remained to break free from his limitations, perhaps in the next battle. He would transcend his current abilities. Clenching his fist, he felt confident in his power. As Goku and Gohan entered the hyperbolic time chamber, the others remained in the sacred land to recuperate. Vegeta's involvement seemed futile. Even if he could best the current Cell, he would still struggle against Android 12. Trunks likely faced challenges against Cell as well. Yano contemplated the emergence of another Android 12, complicating matters significantly. To lure Android 18 out, Cell unleashed destruction across the nearby islands, obliterating numerous towns until only one island remained. At last, I shall find you, Android 18. He cackled, descending upon the island with Android 12 in tow. Just as he prepared to unleash another wave of energy, Vegeta arrived. After a verbal exchange, Trunks joined him, surprising Cell. Even if you come in greater numbers, the outcome remains unchanged. Android 12, prepare for battle. Vegeta roared, unleashing his energy. Trunks mirrored his father, while Cell did the same, signaling the onset of a fierce confrontation. Chapter 56. Perfect Cell and Super Android 12 after a day of training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta's strength had indeed seen a significant enhancement. Whoosh. Vegeta's figure continuously flickered around Cell, each appearance delivering a crushing blow upon him. Cell was unable to discern Vegeta's location, left to endure the relentless assault. Meanwhile, Trunks appeared to be evenly matched against Android 12, though in reality, he was merely on the defensive. How insufferable! What is the deal with this android? The disparity with the future is astounding. Before long, Cell found himself at a disadvantage. Recognizing Vegeta's formidable nature, and thus proclaimed menacingly, "Once I absorb Android 18, you shall witness true invincibility." To which Vegeta retorted, "I shall grant you the opportunity to achieve perfection, so you may understand what it truly means to be a Super Saiyan." With that, Vegeta ceased his onslaught, turning his attention to the clash between Trunks and Android 12. Ugh, how embarrassing, Trunks. Let me take over. Vegeta pushed Trunks aside, stepping in to confront Android 12. Trunks was determined to prevent Cell from evolving into his perfect form. With Cell currently injured, it was a prime moment to strike him down. In the sacred temple, Yano sensed the tumultuous energy of the battle below. With Cell yet to evolve into his perfect form, it was indeed an opportune moment to eliminate him. Should I act now? Yano hesitated. He yearned to engage perfect Cell himself, for only through battle could he hope to unlock the door to greater power. Disregarding the impulse, he resolved that if Cell were to be slain, it would reflect his own inadequacy, and if not, he would await Cell's transformation. Trunks was managing well against the second stage Cell, especially given Cell's current injuries. "Oh, hurry up, Vegeta," he exclaimed. At last, the classic scene unfolded as Vegeta addressed Android 12. Though Android 12 appeared perplexed, he followed Cell's orders and attacked Vegeta. With confidence, Vegeta deflected Android 12's strike, a wicked smile gracing his lips. However, Android 12's strength began to surpass his expectations, the relentless blows overwhelming Vegeta. "Impossible! I am the mighty Vegeta." Fury began to rise within him, and his attacks quickened, soon matching Android 12's strike for strike. Trunks, having caught up with Cell, noted that Cell was still searching for Android 18's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Krillin had just arrived, successfully locating Android 18 and the others, concealed behind a rock. He wrestled with his conscience. Yet, Android 18 was once an innocent girl, if not for Dr. Gero. However, should he refrain from pressing the button, Cell would absorb Android 18 and become perfect, putting everyone at risk. Krillin wavered, recalling that Kiss, unable to bring himself to press the button. After a prolonged internal struggle, the remote slipped from his grasp, startling Android 18 and Android 16. Upon spotting the remote, Android 18 was taken aback. Yet, to her astonishment, Krillin crushed the remote underfoot. "Get out of here. Do not let Cell find you." Krillin clung to his convictions. "You," Android 18 began, but Cell had already pinpointed their location. "Android 12. Come here, absorb Android 16. Cell charged towards them, with Android 12 following suit. Trunks attempted to pursue, yet Vegeta unleashed a ki blast towards him. "Do you not wish to witness Cell's ultimate form?" "Trunks, cease this at once," Vegeta ordered. It was a father-son confrontation, and even if he were to defeat his father, he had to stop Cell. Trunks lunged at Vegeta, and the two clashed. Krillin attempted to intervene, but was ruthlessly struck by Cell, sending him crashing into the mountains. Android 12 rushed towards Android 16, who sensed the impending danger too late. The red aperture on Android 12's chest aligned perfectly with Android 16, draining him of all energy. With his energy destabilized, Android 16 met his demise. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted, and the earth trembled as Cell reveled in the spectacle. Android 18 and the others were left in shock as Cell seized the moment to absorb Android 18. Thunder rumbled nearby, causing the very planet to shake, while the energies of Cell and Android 12 swelled ominously. Even those far away on Namek felt the tremors. Thus was born the mightiest warrior, Perfect Cell and Super Android 12. As the radiant light faded, Perfect Cell and Super Android 12 materialized before the onlookers. Though Android 12's appearance remained unchanged, Cell had grown significantly more imposing. Yano, sensing this overwhelming power, was struck with astonishment. This is incredible. At my current limits, I could only withstand it for a brief moment. Cell gazed at his hands, savoring the might of his perfected form, allowing Krillin and Trunks to attack without resistance, as if they were mere irritations. Even Krillin's keyblade struck Cell's neck, yet he remained unscathed. How is this possible? My technique could even harm Frieza. Krillin stood in disbelief. In a flash, Cell appeared before Krillin, delivering a vicious kick that rendered him unconscious. Krillin, Trunks seethed at the sight. Vegeta, oddly amused, seemed pleased by Cell's ascension. It appears that becoming perfect is not such a monumental feat after all. Vegeta prepared to unleash his power, golden energy enveloping him as Trunks seized the opportunity to administer a Senzu bean to Krillin. Cell gestured for Android 12 to remain still as Vegeta launched an aggressive offensive. Yet Cell effortlessly absorbed each of his attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta gritted his teeth, relentlessly pursuing Cell. Is this all the power you possess in your perfected form? Vegeta, ever the provocateur, dismissed Cell's might as insignificant. Cell smirked, instantaneously appearing before Vegeta and shattering the mountain behind him with a single punch. Feeling insulted, Vegeta unleashed his royal battle technique, yet it only produced a cloud of dust. Cell remained unharmed. How infuriating! Vegeta charged again, but Cell still refrained from countering. With a singular strike, Cell sent Vegeta flying 100 meters away. Finally, the moment of brilliance. Vegeta roared, gathering energy not far off, causing the ground to shake with his immense power, overwhelming Krillin and Trunks. Vegeta unleashed his mightiest attack, causing Cell's expression to grow serious. This strike soared beyond Earth, detonating a distant planet. Was this Vegeta's ultimate assault? Yano felt the terrifying force, shuddering at the thought of facing it himself. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta gasped for breath. Witnessing Cell's form diminished, half of him obliterated. It's over, Cell trembled, uttering those fateful words. Vegeta erupted into laughter, while Krillin and Trunks shared in the excitement. Did Vegeta truly succeed? Yet, before Vegeta could fully relish his triumph, Cell interjected, "Is this amusing to you? Have you forgotten that I possess the cells of Piccolo?" With a deafening roar, Cell regenerated, restoring the lost half of his body, and Vegeta stared in disbelief. Cell waved his hand. Android 12, entertain him. Chapter 57. The upcoming Cell games absorbing the power of Android 16. Android 12 has reached an alarming level of strength that even Cell finds terrifying. Despite being a purely mechanical creation, his presence exudes an imperceptible yet palpable sense of pressure. Even if Vegeta were at his peak, he would likely be defeated in an instant, especially after just expending his energy. Following orders, Android 12 approaches Vegeta with astonishing speed, delivering a simple yet devastating punch. With a gasp, Vegeta is sent flying, doubling over in pain and spitting blood, reverting from Super Saiyan to his normal state. In a desperate bid to save his father, Trunks unleashes an unprecedented surge of power, his muscles bulging. "Father!" Trunks charges at Android 12, but Cell intervenes. And in a fit of rage, Trunks engages Cell in battle. Meanwhile, Yajirobe has journeyed to King Kai's planet. Aware that the Cell games are approaching and hoping to gain any advantage he can, Goku and his son have yet to emerge, and Piccolo, witnessing the carnage on the battlefield, turns pale. With a mighty blow, Cell sends Trunks back to his normal state, but refrains from further attacks. Having absorbed Goku's cells, Cell's demeanor is increasingly reminiscent of Goku's. I have a question. How have you grown so powerful in such a short time? Given more time, could you become even stronger? Cell, now more combative, revels in his complete form. Why yes, we can, Krillin stammers in response. Cell then inquires, and what of Goku and that Yajirobe? Where are they? They are training diligently, comes the reply. Very well, I shall grant you time. I will host a martial arts tournament, Cell declares, startling Krillin, who recalls the previous tournament. I shall give you 10 days, Cell continues, pulling Krillin back to reality. I have only Android 12 and myself, so the more of you that come, the better. With that, Cell turns away, preparing to depart with Android 12. At this juncture, Cell feels an overwhelming sense of invincibility, tempered with a profound loneliness. With his complete form and the formidable Android 12 by his side, he perceives no worthy adversaries. On King Kai's planet, Piccolo informs the others about Cell's upcoming tournament. King Kai relays his concerns to Yajirobe. This Cell and Android 12 are terrifying. Do you and Goku believe you can defeat them? I don't know. If I can open the fourth gate, it should be manageable. Otherwise, I fear it may be futile, Yajirobe replies, still immersed in his training. This is disastrous. This Cell could obliterate the galaxy. King Kai exclaims. What is happening on Earth? There always seems to be an abundance of powerful beings. Do not worry, King Kai. I will do my utmost, Krillin assures. Meanwhile, Krillin discovers Android 16's body lying on the ground, seemingly salvageable but energy depleted and severely damaged. Bulma might be able to fix him. Android 16 is a good person. He could still be of assistance. Krillin muses as he drags Android 16 to seek Bulma's help. At Capsule Corp, the Turtle Hermit and the others have also arrived. Piccolo hands Android 16 over to drive briefs, while Master Roshi recounts tales of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Yajirobe has even claimed victory before launch ads, expressing her unwavering faith in Yajirobe, whom she believes to be exceptional. On Cell's side, he constructs the arena by slicing through the mountain, then heads to the television station to begin advertising. He outlines the rules and the venue for the tournament, culminating with a dramatic destruction of the backdrop. I eagerly await that day, he declares. Damn it, that bastard plans to kill all humans. Trunks seethes with anger. Meanwhile, at King Kai's planet, Goku and Gohan finally emerge. Everyone gathers at King Kai's, and Vegeta prepares to re-enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Goku and Gohan exit in their Super Saiyan forms, appearing calm and composed, much like their normal selves. I can sense Cell's energy. What is happening? Goku muses, puzzled, as he had thought Cell had been vanquished by Vegeta. Piccolo observes Gohan and remarks, Gohan has grown remarkably. Baba prepares a feast for the two, who indulge heartily, while Vegeta watches them in astonishment. On King Kai's planet, Yajirobe is performing one-handed push-ups with an immense weight on his back, counting 1189. 1190. Though he has nearly eliminated the side effects of the first 3 gates and is capable of opening the 4th or even 5th, he continues his rigorous training. The bottleneck for the 8th gate is proving challenging. Although his physique has reached a level capable of opening 5 gates, he lacks the opportunity. Yajirobe can maintain the 3rd gate like Goku maintains his Super Saiyan state, but foundational training does not necessitate opening the gates. How about you, Kakarot? Do you have confidence in defeating Cell? I'm unsure. I have yet to witness Cell in his complete form. I'll go take a look, Goku replies, placing his finger to his forehead and instantly transporting himself behind Cell. After a brief exchange, Goku returns, and Piccolo inquires, so, what is the verdict, old friend? Honestly, Cell's strength is indeed formidable. I cannot ascertain whether I can defeat him, especially with Android 12 by his side, as I have yet to face him in battle. Goku responds. Piccolo and Vegeta encourage Goku and Gohan to utilize the remaining time for training, pushing their limits, but Goku declines. Gohan and I will train outside. As Goku and Gohan depart, Tien asks, are they Super Saiyans? They likely remain in that state during their regular training, which minimizes the physical toll when they transform into Super Saiyans, Piccolo and Vegeta analyze. Just like Yajirobe. He once told me that by training his physical conditioning to a certain extent, he could essentially ignore the burdens of the 8 gates. Tien reflects. Goku and Gohan return to the Turtle Hermit's house, but find Yajirobe missing. Hey everyone, long time no see. Is Yajirobe not here? Goku calls out. Wait, is that you? Goku? Master Roshi and the others exclaim, astonished by Goku's golden hair. Yajirobe has gone to train on King Kai's planet, Krillin explains. Hearing Goku's voice, Chi-Chi rushes downstairs. And upon seeing Gohan's appearance, she is incredulous. Oh my, Gohan has turned into a delinquent. It seems Chi-Chi is unaware of the concept of Super Saiyan. As a mother, she struggles to accept her young son's transformation into a golden-haired warrior. Goku scratches his head in embarrassment as everyone shares an awkward laugh. In a separate room, Launch sits alone, feeling the absence of Yajirobe while everyone else is gathered. Oh, Yajirobe, always training away from home, she sighs, gazing hopefully out the window. Everyone is diligently training in preparation for the impending Cell Games. Chapter 58. The beginning of the Cell Games on King Kai's planet. Arno paused his training, wiped the sweat from his brow, and began to eat. King Kai, I have a question. Are you familiar with divine power? Arno's inquiry left King Kai momentarily speechless. Ahem. Arno, where did you hear about that? King Kai asked, his curiosity piqued. Well, the dragon mentioned it. The eighth gate of the 8 Gates of Death burns life force and cannot be reversed. The dragon told me that divine power can counteract the side effects of the 8th gate. King Kai coughed again. As for divine power, I only possess a rudimentary understanding. Although I am King Kai, my divine status is not particularly high. Only those of the rank of King Kai or above are granted access to such power. I see. Is it possible for me to meet the King of Kings? Arno inquired. No, the King of Kings does not meet with just anyone, not even me. As a human, you have even less chance, unless the King of Kings seeks us out, King Kai replied candidly. Then, do you know how one might acquire divine power? Arno asked, a hint of disappointment in his voice as he shook his head. I am not well informed on that matter, nor have I heard of any humans obtaining divine power. Arno sighed, realizing that while scions could be born from 5 righteous scions, humans lacked a definitive method. He resolved to ask the dragon or the King of Kings next time. Suddenly, Goku teleported in. Hey, Arno. King Kai. Long time no see. Goku. You're back? What brings you here? Arno exclaimed, his spirits lifted at the sight of Goku's golden hair. Piccolo lost the Dragon Balls due to merging with the Guardian. So I'm heading to Namek to recreate them, Goku explained. King Kai sensed the direction of Namek and informed Goku, who quickly followed the guidance. Catch you later. He vanished in an instant. Minutes later, Goku returned with Dandy. Oh, Dandy. It's been ages. Arno greeted cheerfully. Arno-san. Dandy exclaimed, delighted to see Arno. Goku hurriedly brought Dandy to the Guardian's temple, where they resurrected the dragon and upgraded it to grant 2 wishes each time. Arno remained contemplative about divine power and the Ultra Instinct technique, which seemed to require divine power for mastery, as Whis had mentioned. For now, I must rely on the 8 Gates and King Kai's techniques, he mused after finishing his meal. He then resumed his training. 10 days passed swiftly, and the participants began to gather. I must take my leave, King Kai, Arno stated. You must defeat Cell, Arno. King Kai expressed his concern. Do not worry, King Kai. Arno reassured him, feeling the 8th Gate's threshold loosening, nearing its limit. On the arena, Cell and Android 12 stood ready, with Earth's mightiest warrior, Satan, also present, alongside an enthusiastic host and cameraman. Vegeta arrived first, followed closely by the repaired Android 16. This is merely a distraction, Satan explained, quite logically. Goku, Piccolo, Gohan, and others soon arrived, and Arno teleported onto the stage. Super Android 12? This fellow seems even more troublesome than Cell, he noted upon seeing Android 12. The host directed the camera towards Arno. So many participants have arrived. May I ask, are you all here for the Cell Games? Arno kindly cautioned. This isn't an event for ordinary people. One misstep could be fatal. I speak as a former competitor of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Regarding Satan, Arno felt indifferent. Initially, he appeared foolish, but later he proved to be decent, especially in his dealings with Majin Buu. Earth's inhabitants eagerly watched the broadcast. Some knowledgeable viewers recognized Arno. Isn't that Arno, the champion of the previous World Martial Arts Tournament? He far surpasses Satan, and those around him Majin Buu's descendants, Tien and Yamcha, are true martial artists. Not everyone was naive or ignorant. Despite the tournament being a niche event, it had many loyal followers. Still, many believed they were merely there to cause trouble, convinced of Satan's invincibility. As the match was about to commence, Cell instructed Android 12 to wait on the sidelines. It matters not who comes first, Cell declared. Confidently, Satan stepped forward, but Goku warned him, you might truly end up getting killed. The host, still incredulous, watched as Satan's disciples appeared, resembling clowns. Arno shook his head, deciding to let them be, curious to see how long Cell could tolerate the antics. The Z fighters shared a collective exasperation, with Krillin lamenting, what a bunch of fools. After 2 disciples were swiftly defeated, Satan explained it was merely a ruse. He then brandished the championship belt, preparing to enter the fray. Satan approached the stage, smashing bricks with ease, prompting Cell to shake his head in disdain. What a foolish individual. As Satan charged forth, delivering rapid punches, Cell hardly budged. Growing irritated, Cell dispatched Satan with a single chop. Very well, the Cell games have commenced. Who shall be the first to challenge me? Cell turned his gaze toward the crowd. Arno intended to make the first move, but Goku intervened. Let me go first. As Goku stepped onto the stage, Cell noticed the crowd and Android 12, shouting, "Wait." The spectators looked at him in confusion as Cell sliced a distant mountain, creating a second arena. Android 12, go up there. 2 matches will commence simultaneously. Choose another opponent. As Android 12 ascended to the stage, Arno prepared to enter. But Vegeta halted him. Arno, I shall take on this Android 12. Vegeta approached the second arena, both sides readying themselves as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, drawing the attention of all. With a whoosh, both sides launched into action, the battle erupting fiercely. Goku charged at Cell, who evaded, and both fighters exchanged blows with remarkable speed. They momentarily paused, exchanging smirks, while Vegeta found himself struggling against the overwhelming power of Super Android 12. Despite a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he was unable to best this android. I am Vegeta, he fumed, feeling the weight of Android 12's might. In stark contrast to Goku's earlier warm-up, Vegeta's battle with Super Android 12 escalated rapidly, energy blast flying with blinding speed. Suddenly, Android 12 teleported behind Vegeta. Even as Vegeta reacted to evade, a powerful energy blast struck him. Android 12 absorbed the impact, charging at Vegeta once more. Arno analyzed Android 12's strength, astonished by its absurdity. The power of Android 12, enhanced by absorbing Android 16, exceeded all expectations, leaving Vegeta clearly at a disadvantage. Chapter 59. The defeat of Vegeta and his son in the sky. The silhouettes of Goku and Cell flickered in and out of view, their movements nearly imperceptible. Satan continued to babble about illusions, much to Yano's exasperation. While everyone was fighting valiantly to protect the Earth, Satan's disparagement was utterly unwarranted. Yano felt that he had enough of this incessant chatter. We are risking our lives battling the enemy, while you prattle on about illusions. I am the champion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, and surely, someone here recognizes the significance of that event, he declared, gesturing toward the battlefield where the 23rd champion, Goku, was engaged with Cell, alongside former top contenders Yamcha, Tien, and Krillin. Look over there. Yano pointed at them. But Piccolo merely twitched his lips in disdain. You speak of illusions? Here, allow me to demonstrate. With that, Yano unleashed a regulated energy blast, striking the ground before Satan, sending dust and debris flying all over the host and Satan. So, you claim it's an illusion? Let us see you withstand this blow. With a fierce resolve, Yano raised his hand once more, aiming directly at Satan. The latter, filled with trepidation, recognized the gravity of the situation. Although he had been dubbed a martial arts champion for so long, he was beginning to doubt his abilities against Cell. In that moment, he chose to yield. I was wrong, Mr. Yano. Satan knelt, pleading for mercy in the face of death. A true martial artist values humility over vanity. We protect the Earth because of those we cherish. If you continue to malign us, then so be it. We shall take our leave for another world. Yano withdrew his hand, leaving behind a stark warning. While the battle remains heated, you should vacate before you become collateral damage. The host and Satan's disciples exchanged glances and retreated, with Satan hastily following suit. The audience watching on television was left dumbfounded. Yano's words illuminated the truth of who was safeguarding the Earth. Those familiar with the martial arts tournaments began to whisper among themselves. That's Yano, the one who has achieved second place twice and won once. They exclaimed. And Goku, the champion of both the first and second place. Finally, the truth began to dawn upon them. So, Satan is merely a fraud. This thought spread like wildfire among the spectators. Krillin rushed over to embrace Yano, exclaiming, well done. Yano, I wanted to give him a piece of my mind. Yano smirked slightly. While Satan was not inherently malevolent, his overwhelming vanity was irksome. Nevertheless, he deserved a lesson for his earlier disparagement. As the focus shifted back to the arena, the battle intensified. Vegeta, battered and bruised, gasped for breath, his battle attire tattered. While number 12 stood unfazed, its gaze cold and mechanical. Final flash. Vegeta shouted, channeling immense energy, resulting in a monumental explosion that shook the ground beneath him. Cell and Goku exchanged knowing glances at the ensuing chaos. Vegeta unleashed his ultimate attack, leveling the arena and the surrounding landscape, though Cell managed to maintain his footing. I am the Super Vegeta. With that final effort, Vegeta collapsed, exhausted, gazing helplessly at the seemingly unscathed number 12. Who's next? Cell inquired, and Trunks, filled with determination, replied, I will avenge my father. He swiftly carried Vegeta off the stage. Yano tossed him a senzu bean, which Trunks placed in Vegeta's mouth before entering the fray. As Cell and Goku continued their fierce duel, Trunks focused intently on number 12, his energy surging. Trunks transformed into a muscular Super Saiyan form. Yano shook his head in resignation. He had intended to be the first to step in, but he doubted Trunks could match number 12's strength. Suddenly, Goku unleashed a powerful energy surge, intensifying the combat. You have not disappointed me, Goku. Cell responded, equally exhilarated. The two engaged in a flurry of blows, creating a symphony of thunderous clashes. Yano weighed the senzu beans in his bag, noting he had 10 left. He had discreetly instructed Korin to reserve some after each harvest, and it was time to collect. Sensing Karen's presence, Yano instantaneously transported himself to the Korin Tower. Yano? What brings you here? Yajirobe inquired curiously. I'm here to collect some senzu beans, Yano replied as he approached Karen. Oh, is there a chance of victory? Karen presented a bag filled with hundreds of senzu beans, his careful reserves. Perhaps. Thank you, Karen. And Yajirobe, please do not squander too many beans. They are strategic resources. With that, Yano teleported back, ready to fight with renewed vigor. Upon his return, Yano distributed several senzu beans to each fighter. Trunks, meanwhile, was embroiled in a fierce struggle. As number 12, having absorbed number 16, exhibited extraordinary power, overwhelming Trunks. Bang, bang, bang. Trunks unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, masking number 12's movements, who did not even attempt to defend. What? Trunks was dumbfounded to see number 12 unscathed. In an instant, number 12 appeared beside Trunks, who instinctively defended himself, only to be met with a powerful kick to the face that sent him flying. Vegeta, having regained consciousness after consuming a senzu bean, watched the battle unfold. Trunks, what are you doing? Unleash your power. It was as if he had not just been unconscious moments ago. Trunks charged at number 12 once more, only to have the foe evade effortlessly and deliver another powerful kick to his back. On Cell's end, the arena was in ruins. Goku, the arena is of no consequence to us now. Unleash your full potential. With Satan and his disciples fleeing, only the photographer and host remained, cowering behind rocks, trembling as they recorded the events. With a final strike, number 12 knocked Trunks unconscious and kicked him off the stage. Next, gazed the imposing number 12, prompting Yano to clench his fists. Victory hinged on whether he could surpass the fourth barrier. Yano placed a senzu bean in Trunks' mouth, while the Z fighters anxiously watched him ascend the stage. Aside from Goku and Gohan, Yano was the only one with a glimmer of hope of defeating number 12. Chapter 60, Eruption. Open the wound. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, Yano ascended the stage, unleashing the 3 doors and the 8-fold Kaioken in an instant, confronting the unprecedented number 12. While the strengths of Dake and Vegeta were formidable, they were still outmatched and dominated by number 12, demonstrating the latter's overwhelming prowess. Remarkably, as an android, number 12 lacked a detectable aura, making it impossible for Yano to anticipate its movements based on energy alone. With a swift motion, Yano appeared before number 12, who retaliated with a punch. Yano deftly evaded, countering with a strike of his own, resulting in a thunderous clash. Rapidly, Yano executed a series of lightning-fast attacks, pleasantly surprised as his body's instinctive evasive reflexes re-emerged, aiding him in dodging several blows. Vegeta, observing intently with furrowed brows, pondered the source of Yano's extraordinary strength. Suddenly, Yano's evasive instincts faltered, and he took a heavy hit. Reacting quickly, he distanced himself and activated the tenfold Kaioken. Though it came with side effects, he had no choice but to embrace its power. With the tenfold Kaioken engaged, Yano's speed and attack potency surged significantly. He delivered a powerful kick to number 12's midsection. While androids do not experience pain, the impact evidently inflicted damage, allowing Yano to capitalize on the opportunity with a relentless barrage of punches and ki blasts. Die! Yano shouted, channeling his energy into a Kamehameha wave. The blue energy surged from his hands, striking number 12 directly. As smoke enveloped the area, Yano retreated, only to see number 12 emerge from the haze, launching a punch. Yano narrowly avoided it and counterattacked. The collision of their fists generated a colossal gust, and Yano felt the wound urging him to activate once more. With a fierce roar, he summoned all his energy, and a vibrant explosion of green energy enveloped him, his aura intensifying as the earth trembled beneath him. Goku and Cell exchanged glances. Sensing Yano's terrifying aura, their expressions filled with astonishment. Number 12 appeared to be calculating Yano's strength, momentarily frozen. Yano reveled in the surge of power, launching a punch that shattered distant mountains, a euphoric sensation. Goku, equally thrilled, recognized that Yano had transcended his previous limits, while Cell grew increasingly unsettled, sensing that Yano now surpassed him. In a blur, Yano appeared beside number 12, who remained stationary. With a resounding strike, he sent number 12 hurtling away, following up with relentless attacks. Number 12 snapped out of its stupor, attempting to block Yano's onslaught. However, for Yano, who had just breached the wound, this defense was as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With a single, devastating punch, Yano obliterated one of number 12's arms, exposing its mechanical components, which sparked ominously. "Go, Yano!" Trunks cheered, overjoyed by the spectacle. Vegeta, though outwardly dismissive, inwardly fumed. How could this mere earthling rival the Saiyans? The shockwaves of Yano's sudden breakthrough left Piccolo and the others astounded as the tide of battle shifted dramatically. With a triumphant shout, Yano unleashed another wave of energy. This one vastly more potent than before, enveloping number 12 in a cataclysmic force, as if tearing the very fabric of reality. The deafening roar signaled number 12's impending demise, its form shattered and motionless. Yano approached, preparing to unleash a final wave of energy, erasing number 12 from existence. Cell watched in horror, realizing that Yano's strength had eclipsed his own. Meanwhile, at the Turtle Hermit's abode, Master Roshi sensed Yano's terrifying aura and concluded that the young warrior had indeed surpassed his previous limits. He might just be able to defeat Cell now, he mused. The courageous reporters and photographers stood in disbelief. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Through the television, viewers, including Launch, beheld Yano's extraordinary battle. Namekian is truly the greatest, Launch exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The once dominant number 12, who had effortlessly toyed with Vegeta and Trunks, had now fallen, leaving only Cell to confront. "Yano, let me take him on," Goku shouted, though Yano had no intention of intervening in Cell's affairs. He sought the Dragon Balls to inquire about the divine power. "You all keep fighting. I'll go find the Dragon Balls. We still need to revive those whom Cell has slain." Before Trunks could respond, Yano had already teleported away. With the Dragon Ball radar at home, Yano swiftly made his way to Korin Tower and then flew back home. On the journey, he deactivated the Kaioken and the 8 gates, consuming a Senzu bean, which significantly amplified his abilities, a substantial increase beyond what even the 3rd gate could provide. Uncertain how the wound would interact with the Kaioken, Yano resolved to first locate the Dragon Balls to uncover the secrets of divine power, which would be essential for mastering the Ultra Instinct technique. With renewed determination, he hastened back to his home in West City. "Launch, I'm back," he called out as he entered, greeted by the sunlight illuminating the room. "Namekian," Launch exclaimed, rushing to embrace him. "Are you all right?" she inquired, concern evident in her voice. "Of course. I just came back to retrieve the Dragon Ball radar. There are some questions I need to ask the dragon," Yano explained, heading inside to fetch the device. "I'll be off now, Launch. Stay safe at home. Or you could visit Bulma," he said, affectionately ruffling her hair before preparing to depart. "Okay, be careful," Launch replied, as Yano followed the radar signal in search of the Dragon Balls. With the battles against Buu ahead, the enemies would only grow stronger. Just dealing with Buu was already a headache, and he wondered what new foes might emerge alongside him. "Wait, why are all the Dragon Balls together?" Yano mused. Glancing at the radar, he suddenly recalled that Goku had already gathered all the Dragon Balls, likely at the Kai's place. How could I forget that Goku had already collected them? He thought, facepalming at his oversight. Chapter 61, The Method to Obtain the Breath of God Yano. Before Yano could even touch down at the Divine Temple, Dandy's voice rang out with excitement. Upon seeing the vibrant Dandy and the shadowy Bobo, Yano beamed. "Dandy, I would like to borrow the Dragon Balls." Initially, everyone had intended to gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect those humans slain by Cell. However, since Cell was still alive, they had refrained from making a wish. Upon hearing Yano's request, Dandy scratched his head. "Cell is not dead yet. We had planned to wait until after his demise to use them. But since you were able to defeat number 12, you should be capable of overcoming Cell as well." "It's no problem." Dandy observed the battle unfolding below from above, and the sudden surge of power from Yano thrilled both him and Bobo. Yano took the plate, gazing at the crystalline Dragon Balls, and began to summon the Eternal Dragon. With a brief incantation, the Dragon Balls glowed intensely, shooting a beam of light into the heavens. Dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and the dragon appeared. He had intended to deliver a grandiose opening statement, but upon seeing Dandy, he froze. Lord of the Gods. Dragon, Mr. Yano has a question for you. The dragon turned its gaze towards Yano, recalling their previous discussion about the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu. Dragon, do you know how one can attain divine power? After a moment of silence, the dragon replied, I do not know how to grant earthlings divine power. However, if you seek the breath of a god, you may wish to visit the underworld, there you might find your answers. The underworld? Yano's thoughts drifted to the first time Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, recalling the clouds of the underworld depicted at that moment. Human, state your wish. This is not a wish. Please resurrect the humans killed by Cell. Yano snapped back to reality and made his first wish. The dragon's eyes flickered, but then it stated, Cell is not yet deceased. This wish cannot be fulfilled. Yano pondered, realizing that those absorbed by Cell could only be considered dead after his defeat. State your wish. The dragon repeated. At this juncture, it seemed that the dragon was of little use. Dragon, can you accelerate the growth of the Senzu beans? Previously, the dragon had stated he could not directly provide Senzu beans, but he had not mentioned the inability to hasten their maturation. Yes, this wish is quite simple. The dragon's eyes flickered again, and Korin, the guardian of the Senzu beans, noticed their growth rate accelerating astonishingly. Thus, it appeared the Senzu beans would not become extinct as they did in the original tale. Dragon, can I wish for all those absorbed by Cell to be resurrected after his death? Yano inquired. Yes, this wish is quite simple, but if Cell remains alive, it will never come to fruition. With that, the dragon's eyes flickered once more, transforming into 7 orbs and soaring away. Yano was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected that wish to be granted, but it seemed the Earth Dragon was quite formidable. Dandy, hearing Yano's wish, expressed his satisfaction. Yano recalled that in the original story, Krillin used the dragon to disarm the bombs on androids 17 and 18, but Bulma or her father might have a solution. The underworld? It seemed a visit to King Kai was in order. Reflecting on the dragon's hint, Yano recollected the moment Goku first transformed into a Super Saiyan with the aid of energy from 5 Saiyans, which indeed featured clouds reminiscent of the underworld. Dandy, I've finished my questions. I must now journey to the underworld. Farewell, Dandy, Mr. Bobo. Yano waved goodbye. Dandy and Bobo watched as Yano departed, then resumed observing the ongoing match. At that moment, Goku had exited the arena, tossing a Senzu bean to Cell and urging Gohan to fight. Embodying the essence of a good father, what kind of Saiyan would not be reckless? Yet, Den found it perplexing how everyone seemed so carefree. Mr. Yano, his father Vegeta. Mr. Goku. As Gohan entered the fray, his fighting spirit was palpable, his gaze locked on his Cell. In Dragon Ball Z, Gohan truly deserved the title of God Gohan, though in Dragon Ball Super, he faltered. Despite his youth, Gohan faced Cell without fear, launching an exceptionally fierce assault from the outset. On King Kai's planet, as Yano arrived, he heard King Kai exclaim, Yano, I witnessed your battle. It was magnificent. But why did you not defeat Cell before departing? Cell has Goku and the others to contend with. My responsibility is solely to confront number 12. You must have faith in Goku, Lord Kai. By the way, I wish for you to take me to the underworld. While Yano could teleport to King Yama's realm, having King Kai accompany him was preferable. What business do you have in the underworld? King Kai asked, puzzled. After consulting the dragon, I learned that acquiring the breath of a god is likely connected to the underworld, Yano candidly explained. Sigh. Yano, let us go. I'll drive you there. King Kai, somewhat resigned, acknowledged Yano's potential, considering that perhaps he could bring Yano to the underworld martial arts tournament next time, thus bringing glory to himself as well. King Kai drove Yano to the underworld, and along the serpentine path, the clouds bore an uncanny resemblance to those that appeared when Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yano picked a few flowers, discovering they were edible, and consumed several, saving one for later. Having sampled the clouds, Yano felt no discernible change in his body. Upon reaching the underworld and meeting King Yama, King Kai explained their purpose, and King Yama led Yano to his office. There are records in this book. You may peruse them at your leisure. I must attend to pressing matters. The number of souls arriving on Earth has surged recently. King Yama hurriedly exited. Overwhelmed by the influx of deceased souls, Yano settled down, sifting through the volumes, and ultimately discovered pertinent information in one of the tomes. All supreme deities of the universe. The Omni King, the angel race, the gods of each universe, the Kais, The destroyer gods. Yano scrutinized each word. High-ranking gods are inherently endowed with divine power, which can be cultivated to enhance. Methods for ordinary beings to acquire the breath of a god. Yano's eyes sharpened as he finally found the answer. Super Dragon Balls can grant wishes directly, with guidance from the angels for training, and at various sources in the underworld. After a lengthy search, Yano had located the method. Moreover, there were divine techniques developed from divine power. Destruction, Ultra Instinct, Time Reversal. Yano was astonished at the plethora of skills birthed from divine power, many of which he had never even heard of. Closing the book, he felt he had grasped the essentials. The source of the underworld? Emerging from the office, Yano encountered King Kai. "How goes it, Yano? Any leads?" King Kai inquired as he approached. "I have gleaned some insights. The current path available to me is to enter the source of the underworld for guidance. There is no other option. He is currently too weak. The seventh universe is manageable, but the others are likely to face extermination. So the Super Dragon Balls are out of the question. The angels are oblivious to the location of the Destroyer God realm, with Whis present. The dragon would also be unaware. Thus, only by entering the source of the underworld for guidance can one attain the breath of a god." Chapter 62. The source of the yellow springs. "Well then, Lord of the realm, I shall take my leave." Ayano bid farewell to the Realm King at the end of the snake path. "Do take care. I have never ventured to the source of the yellow springs." The Realm King replied, preparing to depart. With a graceful leap, Ayano recalled the peculiar obstacles he and Goku had encountered on their previous journey along the snake path, which had thwarted their attempts to leap closer or employ the technique of flight. However, upon their return, those obstructions had vanished, suggesting that something lay beneath. He remembered how Goku had fallen from the snake path only to discover the realm of hell, and no one knew what awaited them if they were to descend from this terminus. According to King Enma, a leap from this point would lead to the source of the yellow springs. As Ayano fell, he felt the pressure around him intensifying, as if vengeful spirits were grasping at him, while the air grew increasingly thin and the temperature fluctuated. The surrounding yellow clouds nearly dissipated, leaving behind a vast expanse of white space punctuated by a few lingering yellow clouds. Countless black arms extended from the upper clouds, causing Ayano to come to an abrupt halt. Is there no way down? He pondered, gazing into the abyss below. Above him were the yellow clouds, in the middle a blank space, and beneath lay an endless void of darkness. Staying within the white space, he attempted to use the technique of flight, only to find himself unable to move, as if his feet were rooted to the ground, allowing him to walk about the white expanse. "Where should I go?" Ayano questioned, surveying the emptiness around him, bewildered by his inability to descend. "I refuse to believe this." Gathering his energy, he directed a Kamehameha wave downward, only to be surprised when the energy seemed to bounce back, striking him instead. He swiftly dodged aside as the Kamehameha shot into the upper yellow clouds, where it was absorbed completely. "Quite impressive," he mused. "Let us see how my fists fare." Ayano unleashed the Kaioken technique, multiplying his strength tenfold, and struck downward with all his might. The impact reverberated through his hand, yet it yielded no results. In exasperation, Ayano wandered aimlessly until he reached a space devoid of yellow clouds, confronted only by the upper yellow clouds and the lower void. Pressing onward, he finally spotted a glowing sphere before him and reached out to touch it. Startled, the sphere darted away, igniting Ayano's curiosity. After a persistent chase, he managed to grasp it, but before he could examine it, the sphere emitted a blinding light, more radiant than the sun, compelling him to shield his eyes. In an instant, the sphere slipped from his grasp and burrowed into the ground, vanishing into the endless void. Where has it gone? He wondered, pressing forward. More glowing spheres appeared, yet, as expected, he could not seize any. However, when a larger sphere emerged, it dove underground right before his eyes. Only then did Ayano notice a transparent opening forming where the sphere had descended, though it lasted mere seconds. A footstep into that opening revealed a pathway leading into the black void below. He plunged through and finally entered this layer of darkness, where he discovered all the glowing spheres converging into a singular mass. In this boundless blackness, the large cluster of glowing spheres stood out vividly. This time, as he approached, the spheres did not flee, allowing him to enter their midst. Upon entering the sphere, Ayano lost consciousness. During his slumber, the sphere carried him deeper underground, traversing the black void until he arrived at a realm reminiscent of the void realm, but distinct in its dominant white hue. When Ayano opened his eyes again, he found himself floating in this place, devoid of any discernible energy. Is this the source of the yellow springs? The realm that guides the divine essence? His curiosity piqued. for the absence of any sensation was truly remarkable. Closing his eyes, Ayano began to meditate, attempting to attune himself to the energies of this realm. On Earth, who could have anticipated the immense changes that had transpired in Ayano's brief absence at the Yellow Spring Source? At this moment, Cell, cornered and desperate, attempted to self-destruct. Goku, using instant transmission, perished alongside 3 unfortunate souls. Yet, Cell, unscathed, resurrected and evolved into Lightning Cell, even managing to slay Dap. Following Dap's demise, Vegeta erupted in fury and engaged Cell in battle, only to be defeated. The clash between Super Saiyan 2 Gohan and Lightning Cell was extraordinarily fierce, culminating in Gohan's triumph, spurred on by Goku's encouragement and Vegeta's sacrificial distraction. In the aftermath, Gohan ascended to become the foremost warrior beneath Ayano. After Cell's defeat, Ayano successfully made his second wish using the Dragon Balls, summoning everyone to the temple. Dandy informed them that Ayano's wish had been granted, thus rendering the dragon unavailable for further use. Observing Android 18 preparing to depart, Krillin suddenly called out, catching everyone, including 18, off guard. 18. If you don't mind my presumption, I would like Bulma to assist you in 17 in dismantling your self-destruct devices. Krillin mustered his courage. Yamcha, amused, watched Krillin's boldness, while Android 18, hovering in midair, appeared flustered. Why did you take it upon yourself? And by the way, 17 is merely my twin brother. Nevertheless, Android 18 did not refuse and joined Krillin and the others in seeking out Bulma. What about Goku? And Ayano seems to have gone missing, Piccolo suddenly inquired. Goku had conveyed through the Realm King's communication that he did not wish to be revived, leaving behind what seemed to be his final words. It was likely that the old bird intended for Gohan to take center stage now. Dandy also informed the group about Ayano's search for the divine power, maintaining a relatively cheerful atmosphere. As everyone bid their farewells, Krillin led 18 and 17 to find Trunks and Bulma, while Gohan hurried home, aware that his mother would surely be anxious. At Bulma's, Launch noticed the group but was puzzled by Ayano's absence. Has Ayano not returned from his Dragon Ball quest yet? He's off training for some divine power. We have no idea where he is, Krillin replied candidly. What a pity. I had planned to host a celebration tonight. But with Goku and Ayano absent, it seems futile, Bulma sighed. Meanwhile, Ayano encountered a significant challenge in his training, having sensed no progress despite his efforts. Yet, he remained resolute, unwilling to yield to despair. To his surprise, he discovered that opening the 8 gates here placed no strain on his body. It appeared that divine power not only negated the life force expenditure of the 8th gate, but also countered its adverse effects. Ayano was elated, recalling that the dragon had previously claimed there was no remedy. In Hell, which lay perilously close to Ayano's current location, a fearsome creature was brewing in the shadows. Unbeknownst to Ayano, even with the proximity of this dark force, no one could foresee the emergence of a formidable monster. Chapter 63. The Breath of God in the wake of Wukong's demise. Ayano remained unaware of his whereabouts, immersed in his training. Yet, following the defeat of Cell, peace reigned on Earth, especially with the presence of Vegeta and Gohan. Ayano was increasingly anxious about mastering divine power, a force capable of negating the side effects of the 8 gates technique, not to mention the formidable skills of divine arts. Meanwhile, Wukong and King Kai endeavored to reconstruct the devastated King Kai's planet. Upon hearing of the experts from the underworld, Wukong implored King Kai to guide him there. The rib rice was indeed formidable, single-handedly taking down the king and his son, and even with the addition of Cooler, it posed no threat. What formidable foe would accompany Majin Buu next? It was certain to be powerful, necessitating Ayano's early mastery of divine power to stand a chance against Beerus. With his eyes tightly shut, Ayano reflected on his prolonged stay in this realm, feeling utterly devoid of sensation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and was taken aback by the transformation of his surroundings. He was no longer in the white void, but confronted by an endless staircase. What was happening? Rising to his feet, Ayano surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the staircase that had mysteriously appeared before him, all was shrouded in darkness. Should he proceed? Ayano hesitated, struggling to discern if the staircase led upwards or downwards. Gritting his teeth, he ascended the first step, which nearly overwhelmed him, compelling him to activate the 4 gates and King Kai's fist just to regain his footing. The pressure was more unbearable than a 100-fold gravity chamber. With no retreat possible, he pressed onward, step by step. This arduous journey significantly enhanced his physical training. He could feel his body transforming. Despite the immense strain, It seemed as if he was being repaired. Gaining momentum, Yano gradually escalated the King Kai's fist to 12 times its power, exhilarated by the changes within him. This entire endeavor became a form of cultivation. With a tranquil mind, he continued his ascent up the interminable staircase. In the underworld, King Kai lamented Ayano's departure to the source of the Yellow Springs. Otherwise, he could have showcased both Wukong and Ayano. Unperturbed, Wukong was intrigued by King Kai's mention of the underworld's Grand Martial Arts Tournament, a prestigious event gathering all the fallen masters of the galaxy, rich in significance. On Earth, Lan Chi sat by the window in boredom, lamenting the absence of company. At least Chi-Chi had Gohan, and Bulma had Vegeta and Trunks. But she found herself alone at home. Even the usually cheerful blue-haired Lan Chi could not muster a smile. Krillin had successfully paired with Android 18, finally escaping a life of solitary misery. Though 18's feelings for Krillin were complex, their bond was undeniably profound. The plight of 18 and 17 was quite tragic, having been forcibly transformed into androids by the nefarious Dr. Gero. Thankfully, Bulma had dismantled the self-destruct mechanism. Otherwise, their lives would be fraught with anxiety. Meanwhile, Mr. Satan, influenced by Ayano, was perceived by some as a charlatan. Nevertheless, many still regarded him highly, leading to a mixed reputation. Panting, Ayano reached what appeared to be the end of the staircase. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he noted approximately 150 more steps ahead. While this place could alleviate the side effects of the 8 Gates technique, it could not restore his stamina. After such a lengthy journey, without sight of a conclusion, he felt on the verge of collapse. But the sight of an endpoint finally brought him a glimmer of joy. Training for divine power was truly arduous. Summoning all his strength, Ayano propelled himself to the finish, where a pristine white door awaited him, flawless and adorned with a solitary doorknob. Trembling with excitement, he opened the door to reveal a fountain spewing colorful water. As he stepped inside, the fountain abruptly ceased its flow. What was this? Puzzled for a brief moment, Ayano watched as the fountain resumed, the vibrant water no longer falling but instead coalescing like mist, ultimately forming a humanoid figure resembling him. It seemed to mimic Ayano, mirroring his every action. As Ayano charged the Kamehameha, so did it, an invisible energy manifesting in its hands. Could it be? Ayano quickly retracted, fearing that this doppelganger would imitate his withdrawal as well. To his astonishment, it did not relent but continued to gather energy. Just then, the door vanished, leaving Ayano trapped as the figure's power surged toward him. Though he could not sense its strength, he felt the need to be vigilant, exerting all his might to evade. Here it comes. Ayano leaped, just as the figure unleashed a wave of energy not in a straight trajectory but curving toward him. Was it tracking him? Ayano could only dodge for so long until fatigue set in, forcing him to abandon resistance. In a remarkable turn of events, the energy wave entered Ayano's body without inflicting any harm. What is this? Sensing a unique aura, Ayano finally comprehended that this was divine power. The figure was assisting him in acquiring this strength. The fountain continued to flow, and the water streamed incessantly into Ayano, who sat cross-legged, eyes closed, absorbing divine energy. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself seemingly back in the white void. Was it a dream? No, it was not a dream. Observing his hands, he felt a distinct energy coursing through him. This was the power of God. Now, it was time to merge divine power with the 8 Gates technique, a notion he had long envisioned. If Scions could attain Super Saiyan Blue by fusing divine power, why could Earthlings not do the same? Ayano attempted to harness this peculiar energy within him but found it challenging. Acquiring it was one thing, wielding it another. In this timeless white void, Ayano devoted himself to mastering the usage of divine power, confident that upon his emergence, he would experience a qualitative leap in strength. In the realm of the gods of destruction, among the angelic kin, the pinnacle of combat prowess in Universe 7, Whis, the master of the god of destruction, suddenly sensed this divine energy. Divine power? Is that a human? With curiosity, Whis projected an image of Ayano in training. To his astonishment, an ordinary human had attained divine power. However, mere acquisition was insufficient. Mastery was essential. It seemed that a remarkable individual had emerged in Universe 7. Wait, is this person not from Universe 7? Chapter 64, Mastering Success. Was gazed intently at the image of Yano, pondering deeply, as if something extraordinary had occurred. It would be prudent to investigate in person. After casting a glance at the still slumbering Beerus, Whis waved his staff and began to move. It was evident that Yano's identity as an outsider to this universe had been revealed. As his attire made it unmistakable, Whis could detect it with a mere glance. Before long, Whis arrived at the underworld, lightly tapping the ground with his staff, and entered the source of the underworld, where he beheld Yano in the realm of pure void. Yano remained oblivious to the presence of another, his eyes closed as he engaged in the manipulation of divine energy. Your method of cultivating divine energy yields a low probability of success, Whis observed after watching for a while before speaking. Startled by the voice, Yano opened his eyes to see the familiar figure before him, Whis. This was the pinnacle of combat power in the seventh universe, possessing perfect mastery of Ultra Instinct, the ability to reverse time, resurrect the deceased, and many more skills unknown to him. Initially thinking someone else had entered, Yano was relieved to find it was Whis. You don't seem surprised to see me. Do you know who I am? Whis inquired, intrigued. Most likely, you are an angel from this universe, sir. I read descriptions of angels in a book in King Inma's office, and given your silent arrival, I deduced as much, Yano replied calmly, confident that Whis would not act recklessly. Oh ho ho, you are quite perceptive, Mr. Yano, Whis chuckled softly. Do you have business with me, angel? Just call me Whis. I noticed you appear to be from another universe. Could you elaborate? Whis typically refrained from interfering with cosmic matters, but his curiosity was piqued. After all, Yano, a human from Earth, had managed to absorb divine energy and was even attempting to cultivate it, which warranted his attention. Furthermore, Yano seemed to be an outsider. I'm not quite sure. When I opened my eyes, I found myself on Earth, but I don't know what transpired, Yano confessed honestly, admitting his ignorance about his sudden arrival. Ahaha, then there is no issue, Mr. Yano. It seems you are likely speaking the truth, Whis concluded, deciding against further questioning. Wait a moment, Mr. Whis. Whis was about to tap his staff when Yano suddenly called out to him. You mentioned that my method of cultivating divine energy has a low success probability. Could you teach me? Yano looked at Whis with eager anticipation. I am truly sorry, Mr. Yano, but I can only instruct the destroyers. However, since you have obtained divine energy, I can share some techniques with you, Whis said, imparting a few insights. Well, I've provided you with the methods, Yano. Until next time. With another tap of his staff, Whis vanished in a flash of white light. Once Whis departed, Yano exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, he was correct. Whis did not take action against him, and even shared some cultivation methods for divine energy. Following Whis's guidance, Yano attempted once more, and the realm of pure void fell silent again. Whis remained quite curious about Yano. However, he discerned that Yano was a good person whose strength was not sufficient to threaten the universe, thus he need not be overly concerned. After all, even if the universe were to face destruction, it would ultimately fall upon Beerus, not him. Whis was rather cunning in his own right. Yano's training continued for quite some time, and when he finally opened his eyes again, his heart was filled with joy. I did it. I have finally succeeded. Ha ha, I have mastered divine energy. Yano exclaimed exuberantly, feeling a portion of divine energy surging within him. Yano let out a fierce roar, unleashing the four gates, this time channeling divine energy. Indeed, unlike the previous green flames, a layer of blue now enveloped him. This is divine energy. Yano felt the overwhelming aura within his body. It was immensely powerful, marking a significant leap in his strength. Now let us give it a try. 12-fold Kaioken. Since Goku and others could use Super Saiyan Blue in conjunction with Kaioken, he could do the same. Sure enough, as he executed the Kaioken, an additional layer of red flames emerged, transforming the colors of his aura into a vibrant green-blue-red, his power multiplying once again. This. Ha 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 ha. Yano couldn't help but laugh, but his amusement was short-lived as the blue flames abruptly extinguished. It appeared that Yano had only achieved a fleeting grasp of divine energy. This state consumed too much energy for him to maintain, and he could only unleash it temporarily. As Yano relinquished the 8 gates and Kaioken, he was astonished to discover that divine energy had mitigated the side effects of the 8 gates. The power of the divine was indeed remarkable, capable of repairing even the repercussions of the 8 gates. Consequently, Yano's strength saw a tremendous enhancement with the mastery of divine energy. His usual aura had also seen a notable increase. Combined with the 4 gates, 12-fold Kaioken, and divine energy, Yano felt confident that he could even contend with Buu. Yet, he needed to refine his mastery further, progressing to develop divine techniques, Ultra Instinct, along with other divine abilities. Such were his thoughts. Having successfully acquired divine energy, Yano no longer had to worry about the side effects of the 8 gates. Even the fatal repercussions could be countered, though he wondered if the night gate could be mitigated as well. Indeed, success was achieved. This human's potential was truly remarkable. Perhaps he could be considered as a candidate for the next generation of destroyers. Oh ho ho. However, Lord Beerus still possessed youthful vigor, making it no easy task to replace him. This little fellow has manifested the early stages of Ultra Instinct. His lack of mastery was merely due to an absence of divine energy. Now, perhaps he truly can achieve it, was mused, sensing the divine aura emanating from Yano. In the underworld, the monstrous figure had begun to take shape, continuously absorbing a certain energy. In a distant corner of space, a green, ancient being, Babidi, the ancient sorcerer, guarded a jar containing a formidable monster. On Earth, the warriors enjoyed a period of tranquility, with some focusing on their livelihoods, others pursuing romantic interests, and still others dedicated to their training. Meanwhile, a certain demon king, now turned caretaker, occasionally lingered at the Bunsham Mountain. In West City, Vegeta continued his rigorous training within the gravity chamber, relentlessly pushing himself. This recent battle had shaken his confidence. Both Goku and his son had surpassed him, and even Yano, the Earthling, could easily overpower him. He was filled with indignation. At Launch's home, she sat on the sofa, hugging her knees with a forlorn expression, as if on the verge of tears. Why haven't you returned yet, Yano? Chapter 65. The return of Yano. After a considerable period of training, Yano opened his eyes. Having successfully maintained the combined powers of the 8 Gates and the King Kai Fist in a state of divine strength, the next focus was to master the skill of the ultimate instinct, which needed to be acquired swiftly. Without Whis' guidance, this proved to be somewhat challenging. Perhaps it was best to return and check on things, as he was uncertain how long he had been away. Yano shifted his focus, sensing the energy of Gohan, and instantly teleported to his side. Upon regaining his bearings, he found himself behind Gohan, who was diligently studying. Sensing the presence, Gohan turned around in surprise, exclaiming, "Uncle Yano? Long time no see." Gohan held a deep trust in Yano, considering him the strongest person he had ever encountered, a mere earthling surpassing even the mightiest warriors. "Good to see you again, Gohan. I see you are studying," Yano remarked. Feeling a bit awkward for suddenly appearing in someone else's home, he was interrupted by Chi-Chi, who knocked on the door, asking, "Gohan, who are you talking to?" Before Gohan could respond, Chi-Chi entered the room, her eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Yano. "Is that you, Yano?" Although Chi-Chi was not closely acquainted with him, she recognized him from his televised battle against number 12. "My apologies for not announcing myself. I teleported back after training in the other world," Yano explained. "Oh, no worries. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Gohan, come out and join us for dinner," Chi-Chi exclaimed. Having just finished preparing the meal, Yano glanced out the window and noted that it was already evening. "Thank you, Chi-Chi, but I must decline. Lunch must be waiting for me at home. I'm not sure how long I've been gone." "Gohan, I'll see you next time," Yano replied awkwardly, leaving before Gohan or Chi-Chi could say another word. In the next instant, he found himself beside Piccolo, who was meditating on a cliff. Piccolo opened his eyes upon sensing Yano's energy. "Hey, Yano, long time no see. I haven't seen you since the battle with number 12. Indeed, it seems like ages." Yano chuckled. "How long has it been?" "About a year," Piccolo informed him. "Well, I won't disturb you any longer. I must return home," Yano said, hastily flying back. At home, Launch sat at the dining table, looking despondent. She perked up at the sound of the door opening, spotting the familiar and reassuring figure of Yano. "I'm sorry for being late," Yano said, scratching his head at the entrance. A clatter echoed as her chopsticks fell to the floor. Launch froze, and upon hearing Yano's voice, she could not hold back her tears. Seeing her cry, Yano rushed over. "Launch, please don't cry. I'm back now." This only intensified her sobs as she punched him lightly, her usual gentle demeanor turning emotional. Wiping her tears, she gazed at him with watery eyes. "I'm truly sorry, Launch. I lost track of time while training. Starting tomorrow, I want to wander off. I'll stay by your side. Everyone else is getting married. How about we do the same this year?" Yano consoled her. Upon hearing the word married, Launch's face flushed crimson as she nodded silently. She then leapt into his arms, exclaiming, "All right." Yano gently stroked her hair. "You should eat first, Launch. I'll wait." Without waiting for a reply, she dashed into the kitchen, the sounds of her cooking resonating from within. Yano smiled as he began to eat, watching her busy figure. That night, Launch suddenly asked, "Is what you said today true?" "Yano?" "Absolutely, Launch. I'll have ample time to spend with you now, and I won't have to train for a while, he assured. Overjoyed, Launch embraced Yano, and they shared a peaceful night together. The following day, Yano and Launch visited Bulma's house, where they encountered Vegeta as well. Long time no see, Bulma. Vegeta, Yano greeted. Yano? It's been a while. I've been impressed by your strength as an Earthling surpassing a Science, Vegeta remarked. How has your training been? Bulma inquired. Holding little Trunks. Quite well. I've acquired some formidable powers, Yano replied vaguely. Then let us spar. I want you to witness the might of a Super Saiyan, Vegeta declared, brimming with confidence after his recent training. Of course, let us go, Yano agreed with a smile as they headed to the grassy area behind the house. Bulma shook her head, exasperated. Seriously, they just can't help but fight at the drop of a hat. Launch chatted amicably with Bulma, fully supportive of Yano's endeavors. Bulma, Yano and I are planning to get married, Launch announced. I'd like to invite you both to the wedding. Married? When? We'll definitely attend. Yano is really something. Unlike my battle-crazy husband, Vegeta and I haven't even tied the knot, Bulma said, intrigued. Probably this Saturday, Launch replied, revealing the date. Then let us hold it at my place. My backyard is spacious enough for a wedding, and it'll be a great opportunity for everyone to gather, Bulma decided, waving her hand to finalize the arrangement. Little Trunks clapped happily, eliciting laughter from both women. As they spoke, they made their way to the backyard, where they saw Yano and Vegeta engaged in combat. At that moment, Yano had opened only 4 gates and was not utilizing the King-Kai fist, yet was evenly matched with Super Saiyan Vegeta. With a swift punch, Yano struck Vegeta, who staggered back, panting. Damn it, go for it, Vegeta, Bulma cheered. And upon hearing her encouragement, Vegeta surged with renewed energy. Launch shouted, Go Yano! Both warriors erupted with power, as Yano combined the King-Kai fist with his energy, creating a formidable aura that caught the attention of the Z warriors. Is that Yano? And Vegeta? Are they fighting? Krillin pondered, while Android 18 sensed it as well. Leading them both to Capsule Corporation, Piccolo and Gohan shared similar thoughts. It's Uncle Yano and Uncle Vegeta. They're incredible. Let us check it out, Piccolo, Gohan exclaimed. And Piccolo nodded, following him. Meanwhile, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Master Roshi also felt the energy surge and hurried over. They arrived just in time to witness Yano and Vegeta exchanging energy blasts. Yano was holding back, even with 4 gates and the enhanced King-Kai fist. He was easily overpowering Vegeta. With a resounding explosion, Yano's energy wave engulfed Vegeta, who lay battered in a crater. Yano quickly approached, tossing a Senzu bean into Vegeta's mouth. Chapter 66. The wedding ceremony. The fierce battle between Yano and Vegeta captivated the attention of the onlookers, who gathered just as the fight concluded. Vegeta, having consumed a Senzu bean, stood once again, letting out a disdainful grunt before turning to enter the house, evidently embarrassed at having lost in front of his beloved wife. Hello, it's been a while, everyone, Yano exclaimed, spotting the crowd in the sky and greeting them enthusiastically. Yano, it's been ages. The crowd responded as they descended. Krillin patted Yano on the shoulder, while Master Roshi sensed the powerful aura emanating from his pupil. Tien and the others felt Yano's energy as well. You've grown stronger, Yano, Krillin remarked in awe. Indeed, it seems none of you have neglected your training either, Yano replied with a grin. By the way, everyone, Lanchi and I will be having our wedding this Saturday, and we would love for you all to come. What? You're getting married? Yamcha said enviously, glancing at Yano, who was already settled down while he himself remained single. The crowd was taken aback, and Master Roshi inquired, Where will the wedding take place? It will be at Bulma's house, so everyone must come. Lanchi chimed in, wrapping her arm around Yano. Krillin, when did you and Android 18 get together? Have you had a wedding yet? Yano asked, glancing at 18 standing beside Krillin, puzzled. Ahaha, Yano. We got together shortly after we parted ways that day. We haven't had a wedding yet, but we're currently living at Master Roshi's place, Krillin explained. Android 18 remained quiet, merely offering her congratulations to Lanchi, wishing you both a joyful marriage. Although 18 did not know Lanchi well, she appreciated Yano, having a decent rapport with her brother, 17. 18, please let 17 and 16 know, Yano requested, recalling that both had become forest rangers. 18 nodded, and the group continued to share laughter and chatter for a while before deciding to attend the wedding on Saturday. After leaving Bulma's, Yano planned to invite Chi-Chi and her family. Although Gohan would inform Chi-Chi, it was only polite for him to deliver the message himself. As for 17 and 16, he was uncertain of their whereabouts. Next, he informed Korin and Tien, taking with him the senzu beans Master Korin had saved for him over the year, as well as Dandy. Bubbles needed to remain at the temple, while Dandy mentioned he would attend. As for King Kai and Goku, since Yano's wish to resurrect those slain by Cell only applied to humans, King Kai and the others were exempt, and Goku himself had chosen not to be revived. Thus, they remained in their current state. On Saturday, at Bulma's residence, everyone gathered for the wedding. Among the attendees were Chi-Chi and her family, Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, Dandy, Korin, Yamcha, and even 17 and 16, along with a familiar face. In the background, the well-known blonde host from the World Martial Arts Tournament anxiously discussed the details with Yano. When Yano sought a host, he fortuitously discovered that the previous host had taken on the role. Yano casually brought him along. The host, nervous as ever, understood the extraordinary power possessed by Yano and his companions, having witnessed them defeat Cell. Although they had met during the tournament, he still felt apprehensive. "Do not be nervous. Dear host, we appreciate your taking on this wedding," Yano reassured him. "Ahaha, Mr. Yano, I wish you and Miss Lanchi a blissful marriage. It has indeed been a while since we last met. I knew it was you who defeated Cell, even though Den later claimed it was him. However, many still believed the story, despite the chaos that ensued. After all the necessary arrangements were made, Yano and Lanchi took the stage. With no parents present, the ceremony proceeded swiftly, culminating in a grand celebration. "It's been a year since I last saw you, and now you're getting married," Master Roshi remarked, looking at his well-dressed disciple with pride. "Indeed, Yano, you've managed to marry before me," Yamcha said enviously. Lanchi sat with 18, Bulma, and Chi-Chi, sharing laughter and joy. "Congratulations on your marriage, Yano," 17 offered his well wishes. "Congratulations, Yano," 16 echoed. "Congratulations, Uncle Yano." Gohan thought of his father and felt a twinge of sadness. Yet he managed to convey his happiness. Yano affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair, while Piccolo, Tien, and others also extended their congratulations, including Dandy. The celebration unfolded with laughter and merriment, as everyone indulged in the festive atmosphere. As night fell, Yano and Lanchi returned home, sitting shyly on the bed. Lanchi had changed out of her wedding gown into a delicate silk nightgown, revealing her fair skin as she gracefully stepped into the bathroom. Yano felt a rush of nervousness, his heart racing. After Lanchi finished bathing, he too entered the shower. Upon emerging, he found Lanchi gazing at him with a bashful expression, causing his heart to race even more. Unable to resist the allure of her enchanting face, he instinctively moved closer, opening the door. As the sun rose high in the sky, Yano smiled at the sight of Lanchi still peacefully asleep. He felt a profound sense of tranquility in this world, having established a family and found companionship. When Lanchi awoke, yawning as she wandered into the living room, she spotted Yano serving breakfast. Their eyes met, and a shared shyness enveloped them. Yano, gathering his courage, greeted her. "Good morning, Lanchi." Seeing the sun brightly shining outside, Lanchi couldn't help but laugh, her smile resembling a blooming flower, causing Yano to become entranced. "Well, good morning. It's already past noon, Yano," she teased, embarrassed. Yano scratched his head as they finally sat down to eat. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, Lanchi playfully offered him a piece of food, holding it close to his mouth. "Open wide, she urged, watching him carefully. Yano chuckled softly, and so they took turns feeding each other, relishing their meal for an entire hour, a delightful experience. The two spent the following year in blissful intimacy. During this time, Krillin and 18 welcomed a child. Yano and Lanchi, however, had no plans for children just yet. Throughout the year, Yano had made a wish to the dragon to maintain eternal youth and vitality for himself and Lanchi, ensuring they remained in their prime. Unlike Goku and Vegeta, who were scions, he could only make such a wish to the dragon. His second wish was to enable the memories of the golden-haired and blue-haired Lanchi to intertwine, allowing her to remain as one person while possessing the memories of both. Chapter 67. The upcoming martial arts tournament time passes swiftly. For the past couple of years, Yano has spent his days accompanying Lanchi on shopping excursions and leisurely strolls, occasionally whisking her away on trips or venturing into space aboard a spaceship. Eventually, Yano resumed his training, focusing primarily on mastering divine power. Although he had initially intended to pursue the mastery of ultimate freedom, he found the task unexpectedly daunting, making little to no progress. During this period, Whis had not returned, likely waiting for Beerus to seek out the Super Saiyan God. with no choice but to continue his training in divine power. Yano worked on merging the 8 gates of the 8 gates technique with the Kaioken, gradually extending the duration of his abilities. Since acquiring divine power, Yano has also alleviated his concerns regarding the side effects of the 8 gates technique, although uncertain if Night Kai could provide assistance. He felt relieved to open the gates freely, saving on sins of beans. Yano further engaged in physical conditioning, now strong enough to open 6 gates without issue. Yet he still had not broken through to the next level, likely needing to engage in battle to fully immerse himself in the fight. Despite the failure to master ultimate freedom, Yano developed a new divine technique, instantaneous movement. As the name suggests, it pertains to the manipulation of time. Indeed, instantaneous movement resembles flash time, but possesses the ability to freeze an enemy for half a second. In the eyes of the user, time stands still for all others, surpassing the capabilities of flash time. Yano discovered that the duration of instantaneous movement could extend based on the user's divine power, with his limit being 0.6 seconds, sufficient to eliminate an opponent in the blink of an eye. He could utilize 0.5 seconds of instantaneous movement approximately 5 times, but at his maximum of 0.6 seconds, he could manage it twice at most. After 7 years of training, time has flown by, and Gohan is now in high school. While casually resolving a robbery on the way, his classmate and future wife, Videl, arrived at school, surveying the vicinity for potential golden warriors. Influenced by Yano. Although Satan still held considerable notoriety, a portion of the populace had begun to recognize him as a fraud. Most students, however, remained gullible, believing that Satan had saved the world, resulting in statues and posters of him lining the streets. Seated beside Eliza, Gohan heard her introduce Videl as Satan's daughter. The mention of Satan reminded Gohan of the person who had once terrified him, believed to have defeated Cell. Gohan, indifferent to fame, merely accepted it. Oh, that concludes today's training. Yano sighed, relieved that his session had ended, and he headed home for dinner. Upon his return, he found that Lam-Z had prepared a meal and was waiting for him. I'm back, Lam-Z. Yano-kun. As usual, Lam-Z dashed into his embrace. Even after 7 years, their relationship remained as vibrant as when they first wed. After a while, the renowned martial arts tournament would be held again. Are you going to participate, Yano-kun? Lam-Z inquired during dinner. If everyone else is participating, I will too. However, some events may unfold, and the situation there may not be entirely safe. Do you wish to go? Yano recalled that this was likely the time when the demon sorcerer Babidi would cause trouble. I want to see your battle, Yano-kun. Lam-Z's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Then we shall go, but you must stay close to everyone for your safety, and carry that stone with you. With him present, Yano was confident in Lam-Z's protection. Yano-kun. Lam-Z planted a kiss on his cheek, and they enjoyed their meal, immersed in each other's company. In Satan City, chaos unfolded daily, with some inhabitants resisting Satan's influence. Meanwhile, our scion masked superhero, Gohan, a member of the Ginyu Force, partnered with his future wife Videl to uphold peace. Yet, unbeknownst to him, trouble was imminent. In the depths of hell, a mysterious being was nearing full manifestation, heralding an impending disaster. If you are participating, then I shall too. Gohan declared at Bulma's residence, prompting Vegeta, who had overheard from the gym, to emerge. That's splendid. Gohan, you and Dad will be battling. Little Trunks exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Gohan, your body has become rusty. Vegeta scrutinized him, noting how much more human-like Gohan had become, emotions evolving as well. Gohan scratched his head sheepishly. And suddenly Goku's voice echoed. I will participate too. Vegeta, Gohan. Dad? Gohan gazed upward. It's me. Long time no see, Gohan, Vegeta. Vegeta sensed Goku's voice as well, leading Gohan to prepare to inform others. Little Trunks, puzzled, asked, whose voice was that? Gohan notified Krillin, Android 18, and Master Roshi at Kame House, then proceeded to Kami's lookout. By the way, Gohan, what is up with your outfit? Piccolo inquired, frowning at Gohan's attire. Uncle Piccolo, this is the Scion masked superhero's suit. I don't understand. Piccolo shook his head, his lips twitching slightly. Gohan then arrived at Yano's home. Uncle Yano. Gohan knocked on the door, and Lam-Z opened it to assist. It's Gohan. Yano is inside. Lam-Z giggled, pointing toward Yano lounging on the sofa. Aunt Lam-Z, Gohan greeted, following her gesture. At that moment, Yano was watching television and turned to see the Scion masked superhero. No, it was Gohan. Gohan, what brings you here? Come, take a seat. Yano invited him to sit down. Uncle Yano, I'm here to inform you about the martial arts tournament happening in a month. Everyone will participate, including Uncle Vegeta and my dad. Will you be attending? Oh, about that. I was just saying that if you all are going, I will join as well. It seems your body has weakened over the years, Gohan. Has Piccolo not been training you? Ahaha, Uncle Yano, that's not it. I chose to become a scholar, so I haven't trained much, Gohan admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Well, becoming a scholar is a good choice. At least your future will be secure, Yano patted Gohan on the shoulder. However, the enemies you face may only increase. So you must remain vigilant in your training. Yes, Uncle Yano, I must be going. Once Gohan had delivered his message, he bid farewell and departed. After Gohan left, Lam-Z snuggled into Yano's embrace on the sofa. The arrival of Majin Buu loomed, and Yano pondered who the adversary accompanying him might be. Shaking his head, Yano dismissed such thoughts, for with divine power at his disposal, he need not worry about the foes he had faced before Beerus. Chapter 68. The world's greatest martial arts tournament. Boom. A colossal shockwave annihilated the earth, leaving only Yano to survive, thanks to his earlier wish to endure in the cosmos. Yet, a mysterious being suddenly appeared before him, grinning malevolently, and unleashed a wave of light that claimed his life. With a gasp, Yano awoke. Relieved to discover it was merely a dream, he surveyed his surroundings and found himself still at home. His movements had roused Lam-Z, who, bleary-eyed, sat up and inquired. What's wrong, Yano-kun? Nothing, just a bad dream, Yano replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He had envisioned a terrifying foe, reminiscent of the evil energy wave. Yet not entirely the same, one that slaughtered his companions, leaving him utterly alone after the destruction of the earth. Despite his combined might of the four gates, the Kaioken, and divine power, he was powerless against this adversary. Hee, so Yano-kun also has bad dreams. Lam-Z giggled as she leaped into his embrace. As Yano felt the warmth of Lam-Z's body, his apprehensions began to ease. It was likely the result of the new enemy, so strikingly similar to the evil energy wave, yet not identical. Why had he dreamed of this? Unbeknownst to him, it was a projection orchestrated by Whis. Upon discovering Yano, Whis recognized his potential, sensing within him the essence of supreme mastery. Utilizing the oracle fish, he foresaw the emergence of a formidable monster in the universe, one that, while not on par with Beerus, posed a threat to Yano, whom was deemed worthy of cultivation into a god of destruction. Thus, he devised a plan to prepare Yano, ensuring he would not face such dire straits unawares. Preparation is key. Once I break through the fifth gate, I should be able to prevail, Yano mused. Though his unease lingered, today marked the day of the tournament, and he knew he must attend. Even if it meant thwarting the birth of Majin Buu, a potential adversary he believed he could handle. However, Buu had not appeared in his dream. All right, Lam-Z. Today is the day of the tournament. Let us prepare and set forth. After a quick meal, they activated a capsule and began their journey to the tournament's venue. That small island over there is the location. Bulma's ship is docked, and it seems everyone is aboard, Yano remarked as he and Lam-Z descended gently. They arrived just as others were disembarking. Over the past 7 years, although Yano occasionally visited friends, such gatherings were rare. Hey, everyone, Yano called, rushing towards the group as they alighted from the aircraft. Yano, Lam-Z, Uncle Yano, Aunt Lam-Z, everyone, save for Vegeta, greeted them warmly. Wow, Goten and Trunks have grown taller. Are you two participating in the tournament as well? Yano ruffled their hair, leaving it in disarray. Yes, Uncle Yano, this time we will defeat you, Trunks declared confidently, having endured Yano's teasing, while Goten nodded in agreement. Yano, unleash your full power. I shall do the same, Vegeta remarked, a competitive spark in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lam-Z engaged in light-hearted banter with Bulma and Chi-Chi, discussing their respective partners. You know, Yano-kun has been with me for 2 years since we married. Yet he spends most of his time training, she said. Just like Vegeta, Bulma chimed in, glancing expectantly for a familiar figure. Hey everyone, a familiar voice rang out, and they turned in astonishment to see Goku. Goku. They all gathered around him, and Yano noticed the halo above Goku's head. What's this? Goku exclaimed, spotting the child who bore a striking resemblance to him. This is Goten, your son, Goku, Chi-Chi said, her eyes brimming with tears as she embraced Goku. Goten hid shyly behind Gohan, stealing glances at Goku. His familiarity did not compare to that of Yano or Vegeta. Goten, this is your father, Chi-Chi introduced, recalling that Goten had not seen Goku since birth. What followed was a touching reunion, with only Vegeta and Yano observing Goku's demeanor, noting that Kakarot had evidently engaged in considerable training. Yano suddenly turned to Vegeta and said, Vegeta, I dreamt of a fearsome enemy who slaughtered us all. I suspect this is not an ordinary nightmare, so we must be prepared for unforeseen adversaries at the tournament. Oh, you were frightened by a dream? That's unlike you. Yano, Vegeta scoffed, shaking his head in amusement. Yano remained silent, sharing his concern with Gohan instead. Really? Uncle Yano, I will be cautious, Gohan replied. Though his skepticism was evident. Piccolo, having overheard Yano's words, felt a twinge of curiosity. He knew Yano seldom spoke idly. And while he was unaware of what Yano encountered during his training, he committed the matter to memory. As the group bantered and entered the venue, Goku expressed surprise at Yano's marriage to Lam-Z and the fact that Krillin had become a father. Yano is married to Lam-Z? Haha. Goku chuckled, playfully patting Yano on the shoulder. Yano sighed, the haunting memory of his dream lingering like a thorn in his mind. What manner of terrifying enemy could it be? Noticing Yano's distress, Goku and Krillin inquired about his troubles. I had a dream. Yano recounted the details once more, causing Goku to furrow his brow, while Krillin dismissed it lightly, perceiving it as merely a dream. I see. Let us remain vigilant. Goku nodded, and the group proceeded inside. The party divided into two groups, one for spectators and the other for participants. A familiar figure approached once more. Hello, Mr. Yano, Mr. Goku, and Mr. Krillin. The familiar voice belonged to their host. Honestly, without you, the world's greatest martial arts tournament would lack excitement. That Satan is nothing but a charlatan. The three laughed as the crowd dispersed, and the preliminary rounds commenced, featuring a series of punching challenges. The entrance of Android 18 sent certain individuals into a frenzy. She's quite attractive. I'd love to spar with her. Yet, should one find themselves on the receiving end of Android 18's prowess, tears would surely follow. As participants took their turns, both Goku and Yano performed admirably, while Vegeta obliterated the machine with ease, effortlessly advancing through the preliminaries. This guy, Goku sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. Yano scanned the crowd for any sign of Babidi minions but found nothing. Chapter 69. The resolute Yano. A growing sense of unease enveloped Yano's heart, reminiscent of the ominous feelings he experienced when the 12th entity made its appearance. What manner of formidable foe could this be? My prowess should not be so easily shaken. With the confluence of three distinct powers, I ought to be capable of handling adversaries more formidable than those encountered by Beerus. Yano meticulously recalled the details of his dream. A figure strikingly similar to the malevolent entity known as Evil Buu, adorned with swirling pink lines. It was likely connected to Evil Buu, hinting at something significant. Shaking his head, Yano was soon stirred from his thoughts by the entrance of Satan, which elevated the atmosphere to a fervent crescendo. However, as Satan proudly surveyed the crowd, he suddenly caught sight of Yano's enigmatic smile, causing a wave of cold sweat to cascade down his back. Yano waved at him, prompting Satan to hastily announce the commencement of the youth tournament. The first match featured Trunks battling against a 15-year-old contender. As anticipated, young Trunks triumphed effortlessly, eliciting cheers from Bulma and her companions. Similarly, the 16th match began, with Chi-Chi advising Goten to temper his strength. Goten, exhilarated by the multitude surrounding him, was thrilled to be amidst such a crowd for the first time. The familiar host made a surprising observation regarding Goten's striking resemblance to Goku, compounded by the fact that Goten bore his father's name. It was indeed true. He was Goku's son, a genuine martial artist. The host beamed with pride as the competition commenced. Goten dispatched his opponent with a flurry of rapid punches, inciting further cheers from Chi-Chi and the others. Thus, both young fighters dominated the arena, ultimately reaching the finals. Yano and his companions watched from the sidelines, his mind wandering as he scanned the crowd, still failing to spot the two individuals bearing the ominous mark. Majin Buu, Evil Buu. Could it be that Majin Buu has absorbed Evil Buu? The thought tightened Yano's chest. Observing the possibility of Evil Buu as the dominant force, should the two adversaries merge, they would indeed pose a significant threat to him. It was highly likely that they would combine. Majin Buu absorbing Evil Buu would complicate matters immensely. Beside him, Piccolo noticed Yano's distracted demeanor, recalling his dream and also scrutinizing the suspicious individuals around them. The cheers from the crowd jolted Yano from his reverie. The match between Trunks and Goten had concluded. Trunks emerged victorious, possibly benefiting from his slight age advantage, yet the contest had been exhilarating. Vegeta patted Goku on the shoulder with a grin, exclaiming that his son was indeed the stronger of the two. This marked a rare occasion where Vegeta surpassed both Goku and Yano, who had no children of his own. Goku's son had failed to best Vegeta's son, much to the prince's delight. Next up was Satan facing the champion of the youth tournament, namely Trunks. Yano and his group prepared to witness how Satan would handle the challenge. I bet he will claim it's just a trick, Krillin chuckled, observing the scene. Yet, to his credit, Satan exhibited cleverness by feigning innocence, convincing the audience of his act. The group retreated backstage to refuel and ready themselves for the competition. The trio of Saiyans, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, consumed the most, while Yano remained vigilant, his mind preoccupied with the surroundings. After their meal, they exited the backstage area only to be confronted by two figures, King Kai-Shin and Kibito. A powerful foe is near. Be wary, Gohan, Yano mused, suppressing a laugh at the comical nature of King Kai-Shin's mysterious entrance, only to be met with an unfortunate series of setbacks. The time for the drawing of lots arrived, and Yano spotted Babbidi's minions, their distinctive mark stirring contemplation of whether to eliminate them swiftly. Piccolo, sensing Yano's focus, directed his gaze toward the two, detecting their malevolent aura. With a sudden surge of energy, Yano resolved to preemptively eliminate them, hoping to thwart the emergence of Majin Buu and prevent their fusion. As his energy surged, the combined forces of the Kaioken and divine power enveloped him, rendering him nearly undetectable. Goku and the others watched in bewilderment as Piccolo too prepared for battle, realizing that these two were likely the individuals Yano sought. The tension in the air thickened, palpable as Yano moved with blinding speed, delivering a powerful blow to Spopovich's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Pui sprang into action. Though he was bewildered by the sudden aggression, Piccolo unleashed a devastating special beam cannon, striking Pui in the chest, while Yano followed up with a rapid barrage of punches. Perish, Yano declared, unleashing a concentrated energy blast that obliterated both foes in an instant, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. King Kai-Shin gazed in astonishment at Yano, who now radiated divine energy, while Kibito observed closely, both men bewildered by the unfolding events. These two were steeped in wickedness. You must be the Supreme Kai. What brings you to this realm? Yano sought a plausible excuse, unable to directly divulge the matter of Majin Buu. May I inquire, Mr. Yano? The host attempted to speak, but Piccolo silenced him with a glance. Who are you? And how did you ascertain my identity as the Supreme Kai? Shin stammered, still processing the revelation. From my studies, I recognized your attire and earrings, Yano replied, not entirely untruthful. How do you possess divine power? Shin was clearly flabbergasted. Follow me, Yano commanded, taking flight towards the outside, where the throngs of people made things inconvenient. Shin hurriedly followed, along with Kibito, while Piccolo sensed a distinct aura emanating from Shin that unsettled him, hinting at impending significance. In a shared glance, Goku and Vegeta nodded in agreement and followed suit. Those left behind included Gohan, Videl, and a few other contestants, all bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The host, too, was taken aback. However, given Yano's intervention, he suspected that something dire was about to transpire. How strange. How will the tournament proceed? The host lamented, realizing they would have to allow the remaining competitors to continue battling, excluding those who had just departed. In a desolate area, the group came to a halt, gazing at Shin and Yano. I had a dream yesterday, Yano began, revealing to Shin the two individuals marked with an ominous symbol. The others nodded, recalling the malevolent presence they had sensed, recognizing the mark. I have read about it. That is the mark of the Dark Sorcerer, capable of awakening their evil hearts and placing them under sinister control. The previous Dark Sorcerer, Babidi, created a fearsome being Majin Buu. Chapter 70, An Unfortunate Incident Majin Buu. Goku and his companion exclaimed, astonished. This was the first time the Saiyan duo had heard that name. It represented a terrifying and immensely powerful being. As the Supreme Kai Shin suddenly interjected, Shin was indeed somewhat bewildered. The two individuals under the influence of sorcery seemed to possess a nearly indestructible strength. Yet they were vanquished by the sudden eruption of Yano's divine power. It appeared that Yano possessed far more knowledge than Shin had anticipated. Originally, Shin intended to wait until the two had absorbed Gohan's pure energy to track down Babidi's location, but Yano acted without hesitation, disrupting his plans. Has Majin Buu awakened? Goku grasped the crux of the matter. Not quite. Majin Buu was sealed after the demise of the previous Dark Sorcerer. His son Babidi brought the means to unseal Buu to Earth, intending to absorb pure energy to release him. And the pure energy in question is Gohan's, which is the most pristine energy I have ever encountered, Shin elucidated. I had planned to follow the two once they absorbed Gohan's energy to locate Babidi and thwart him. But Mr. Yano has thrown a wrench into that strategy. Shin appeared somewhat exasperated. Your plan is rather foolish. Why wait for them to absorb Gohan's energy before striking? Simply seek out the dragon and pinpoint his location. It would suffice to eliminate him directly, Yano remarked, finding Shin's reasoning lacking. The original narrative had allowed Majin Buu's release precisely because of such delays. The Supreme Kai Shin was still grappling with the implications of Yano's words. While the Scion duo remained dazed, the suddenness of the revelation left them reeling. They understood that a malevolent force had come to Earth with the intention of unsealing a monstrous entity. Without further ado, Yano led them in search of the Dragon Balls, simultaneously sensing Shin's knowledge concerning them. How intriguing. I had no idea Earth possessed such treasures, Shin nodded. Realizing there was indeed no need to wait for the absorption of pure energy, the group united their efforts in the quest for the Dragon Balls and soon arrived at the temple, where they gathered the orbs. Dandy and Bobo were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the Supreme Kai, but Piccolo quickly prompted them, and they hurriedly offered their respects. No need for formalities. Summon the dragon swiftly and ascertain the location of the Dark Sorcerer, the Supreme Kai urged, confident that Yano's overwhelming power would suffice to confront the sorcerer. The dragon was summoned promptly, and after inquiring about the Dark Sorcerer's location, Yano and his companions hastened toward it. Indeed, they found the Dark Lord Dabura and the sorcerer Babidi there, with Babidi fuming in rage as he sensed the demise of his two minions. Realizing the predicament he was in, as they approached the battlefield, Babidi detected their energies and turned to see them advancing. That is the Demon King Dabura. His saliva can petrify, proceed with caution. The short one in the middle is the sorcerer, holding the tool to absorb pure energy, Yano analyzed, informing the group. With focused determination, the Scion duo unleashed their Super Scion forms, while Yano activated the 8 gates, augmented by the Kaioken and divine power. Piccolo shed his heavy armor. And even the Supreme Kai's attendant Kid and the Supreme Kai Shin unleashed unprecedented combat prowess. The two were astonished. Their energy was far more formidable than they had anticipated. And Krillin and Gohan sensed this sudden surge, hastening to join. Initially, both sides were at a stalemate, but Yano suddenly struck, declaring that the dream must not become reality. That terrifying adversary was undoubtedly linked to Majin Buu, and it was imperative to prevent Buu's resurrection. With divine power shielding him, Yano charged forward, unafraid of Dabura's petrifying saliva, and landed a powerful punch on the two, with the Scion duo following suit. The tide of battle quickly turned in their favor, as Babidi was ill-suited for combat. He could only endure the onslaught passively, while Yano, immune to petrification, unleashed a relentless assault on Dabura. Suddenly, Babidi employed an unknown method, teleporting the two into his spaceship and swiftly ascending into space. Yano, taken aback by their abrupt disappearance, looked up to see the rapidly flying ship. Quickly pursue them, Yano bellowed, rousing the stunned group as they hurried after the vessel. Inside the ship, Babidi seethed, how could these detestable earthlings be so powerful? This is disastrous. Now I cannot absorb the pure energy. He glared resentfully at the exterior of the ship. My lord Babidi, that shorter individual harbors a profoundly wicked heart. You can transform him into a demon. His power is immense, Dabura reported, recalling his observations. Quite astute, Babidi remarked, as he witnessed Vegeta suddenly embroiled in a dispute with Goku and Yano. Utilizing his crystal ball, Babidi activated his magic to transform Vegeta. The sudden teleportation back to the ship was merely one of his abilities. The sorcerer's powers were indeed unique. Vegeta was soon afflicted by a splitting headache, prompting the others to halt. Ah, he cried, clutching his head as his energy began to swell uncontrollably. Excellent, now to awaken his latent potential. Babidi manipulated the crystal ball. Vegeta's power surged, crackling with red lightning, as he unleashed a furious scream. Yano, witnessing Vegeta's transformation, set aside his concerns and focused on the urgent pursuit. Goku, intercept Vegeta. He has been demonized. With a sudden burst of speed, Yano dashed forward. Unfortunately, at that moment, Gohan and Krillin were approaching from the opposite direction, and Babidi sensed the pure energy emanating from Gohan and his companion, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Haha. Pure power delivered right to us. Dabura, absorb their strength. Once Majin Buu is revived, we can eliminate them all. It can only be said that Gohan and his companion arrived at the most inopportune moment, coinciding perfectly with Dabura and Babidi. Yano was racing to catch up when he suddenly sensed Gohan's energy. Oh no, Why are they arriving now? Is this the convergence of the timelines? Yano lamented, compelled to halt and feel Gohan's energy before instantaneously moving toward him. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Dabura had just engaged Gohan and Krillin had been petrified. Gohan, due to a lack of training, found himself at a disadvantage. Yano swiftly intervened, shouting, "Gohan, stay back. Do not let him absorb your energy. We must prevent the birth of Majin Buu." This was Yano's singular resolve. Dabura seized the opportunity, thrusting the energy vessel into Gohan's body. It's over. Yano unleashed a ki blast, which Dabura barely managed to deflect. Chapter 71. Two enemies in a moment of panic. Yano attempted to remove the vessel from Gohan, but he was intercepted by several suddenly appearing warriors from the demon realm, servants of the demon king Dabura. "Get lost!" Yano roared with fury, dispatching the green demon realm warrior before him with a single punch, effectively taking them out one by one. Gohan collapsed to the ground. Everything had transpired too abruptly. Something catastrophic was unfolding. Dabura, obstructing Yano, was momentarily endowed with amplified power due to sorcery. The sorcerer Babidi reappeared unexpectedly, extracting the energy-filled vessel and proceeding towards a certain orb. This orb was the egg of Majin Buu. Yano lost track of the target's aura, finding the situation utterly absurd. Babidi's ability, akin to instantaneous movement, had not been present in the original narrative. The thought that Majin Buu would be revived struck Yano with dread. For that terrifying foe could bring about the destruction of Earth and harm his friends, including Launch. With a furious roar, Yano exclaimed, "Ha!" Fueled by rage. Yano summoned all his strength to annihilate every enemy in sight. After surveying his surroundings, he released his divine power, consumed a sense of being, and offered one to the unconscious Gohan, helping him regain his composure. The dragon had yet to fulfill its wish. Coincidentally, with Dabura's demise, Krillin was revived, and the remaining companions rushed over, excluding Goku and Vegeta. What happened? Yano's voice was laced with urgency. It was a failure. Babidi's teleportation was utterly unscrupulous, leaving no opportunity to seize. He absorbed Gohan's pure energy and fled. Now we must swiftly locate Majin Buu's egg. Hold my hand. The dragon still has wishes to grant. Yano, alongside his comrades, teleported to the Kaioshin Palace. Yano believed the Dragon Balls merely required a question, thus should still be usable. However, Dandy clarified that they had turned to stone. Damn it! Yano pounded the ground in frustration, realizing that despite his efforts to alter fate, he had failed to prevent the birth of Majin Buu. And there should also be the evil containment wave. Yano recollected his dream. The power of the evil containment wave surpassed that of Majin Buu. He was uncertain if he could triumph over it. If it truly was the evil containment wave, then hell. Yano's eyes brightened. Surely, something was amiss in hell. Meanwhile, on Goku's side, Vegeta was willingly manipulated, yearning for a fair battle against Goku. The immense energy generated by their clash, alongside the divine energy Yano had just unleashed, was currently transforming into the energy that would unseal Majin Buu. On King Kai's planet, Yano instantly teleported there, not pausing to explain to King Kai before whisking him away to King Emma's office. At this moment, the afterlife had undergone a drastic transformation, and Yano spotted a familiar figure, a green one. It was Ribrian, sent by the Grand Kai. Ribrian appeared puzzled upon witnessing Yano and King Kai's sudden arrival. "What is going on?" King Kai asked, bewildered. "Lord North Kai, the Grand Kai sent me here. It seems some troubling events have unfolded." Ribrian explained to King Kai. Just then, King Emma shouted that a barrier had been set, and the culprit was atop the palace. The three of them gazed upward, spotting the rotund yellow figure. Indeed, it was the evil containment wave. Find a way to break the barrier and deal with that monster, Ribrian urged before soaring upwards to see if she could negotiate with the evil containment wave. Yano attempted to envelop the barrier with divine power, hoping to dismantle it. Is it working? Yano felt the divine energy successfully infiltrating the barrier, which began to dissipate. Suddenly, the evil containment wave appeared before Yano, delivering a slap. Yano narrowly dodged, but the divine energy was interrupted, and the barrier reformed. Damn it, Yano muttered, noticing Ribrian collapsed on the ground. It seemed she had been eliminated in an instant. How could the first phase of the evil containment wave be so formidable? Yano pondered, staring at the yellow figure before him with growing concern. With a resounding explosion, a ki blast surged toward the evil containment wave, infused with Yano's divine power. The evil containment wave reacted, blocking the attack. Upon completion of the ki blast, The evil containment wave indeed sustained injury. Yet Yano was unaware that the barrier required merely a curse to break, as he had never seen the movie. He only knew of the existence of the evil containment wave. Fortunately, Ribrian stood up, exclaiming in anger, which caused the barrier to shatter. Divine power truly was the nemesis of all evil. Yano felt a surge of relief that he had accessed divine power in advance. Yano unleashed another ki blast, causing the evil containment wave to fall to the ground. Now it was time for the second phase. Yano gazed solemnly at the writhing yellow mass before him. The mass continued to squirm until it ultimately took on a human form. The evil containment wave had officially made its entrance. Yano lunged forward, throwing rapid punches that were nearly imperceptible, yet the evil containment wave adeptly countered each one. This entity possessed remarkable strength. Feeling the overwhelming power of the evil containment wave, Yano was inwardly astonished. With a powerful impact, the evil containment wave struck Yano's blocking arm, causing him to maneuver energy spheres to protect his abdomen, which erupted violently. Yano quickly distanced himself, assessing the situation. The energy infused with divine power had only a slight effect. The evil containment wave dusted off its shoulders, grinning wickedly at Yano. Suddenly, the evil containment wave's body fragmented and vanished. What just happened? Yano was bewildered by the evil containment wave's abilities. Where had it gone? On Earth. The egg finally descended, its formidable aura drawing the attention of all present. Gohan attempted to intervene with a ki blast, but a cloud of smoke erupted, followed by a mass of pink mist filling the sky. Coincidentally, the evil containment wave reappeared at that moment. The Earth warriors stared intently at the suddenly re-emerged evil containment wave, still oblivious to the true nature of the situation. Yano had also vanished without a trace, and Majin Buu's emergence heralded the arrival of yet another foe. Meanwhile, the younger Saiyans were embroiled in internal conflict, lacking the time to intervene. Yano sensed the shifting auras of his companions, realizing that Majin Buu had likely manifested. Without further ado, Yano teleported back. They have all appeared. Yano's sudden arrival startled everyone, eliciting a collective sigh of relief. Uncle Yano, that is Majin Buu, along with a new enemy, Gohan, informed Yano. Yano examined the two adversaries before him, his palms slightly moist with sweat. He was uncertain if his current strength could contend against both foes. If Majin Buu absorbed the evil containment wave, victory would be rendered impossible. Chapter 72. Retreat. Both sides stood in tense confrontation. Yano dared not act rashly. The abilities of the evil thought wave were somewhat outrageous, and he remained uncertain of its true power. A fierce aura emanated from Yano, enveloping his companions to shield them from Buu's chocolate transformation ability, which he believed he could withstand with divine strength. The situation was dire, with both Buu and the evil thought wave having emerged without engaging in combat yet. Yano gazed at the pink cloud before him, which gradually morphed into a humanoid form. Majin Buu had officially made his entrance. On the other side, Goku and Vegeta were embroiled in an intense battle, with the conflict growing ever fiercer. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged forth. Vegeta sensed Buu's presence and erupted into maniacal laughter. Haha, Majin Buu, I thought this creature was formidable. The power of the Supreme Kai Shin had made him realize that the fearsome Majin Buu was not as daunting as he had imagined. As Majin Buu appeared in his plump form, Babidi attempted to assert control over him, engaging in futile negotiations, only to find that Buu paid him no heed. Babidi's incessant prattle grew tiresome. Buu turned away and suddenly spun around, startling Babidi with a gleeful laugh, as if a child had successfully pulled off a prank. The evil thought wave, sensing Buu's aura, smirked in satisfaction. Yano chose to remain cautious, deciding it best to observe for the moment. The optimal opportunity for attack would likely arise when good Buu and evil Buu were separated, allowing him to strike decisively. However, the presence of the evil thought wave complicated matters significantly. The Supreme Kai Shin was momentarily bewildered by the sudden emergence of the evil thought wave, pondering, who is this individual? Such a malevolent power. Yano succinctly stated that the evil thought wave signified a disturbance from hell. Babidi issued his first command to Majin Buu, eliminate everyone present. Amused, Buu advanced. Unfamiliar with the evil thought wave, Babidi insisted on eradicating all, regardless of their identity. Yet, Buu ignored the evil thought wave, charging straight toward Yano and his group. Watch out, Yano shouted, intercepting Buu in an instant. Buu launched a strike at Yano, who narrowly evaded, quickly retaliating with a powerful punch to Buu's abdomen. Yano gathered energy in one hand, sending a shockwave toward Buu, who had been driven into the ground. Energy continued to bombard Buu, while the evil thought wave stood with arms crossed, grinning at the unfolding chaos. The others remained momentarily stunned by Yano's combat prowess until the evil thought wave unleashed a ki blast, jolting them back to reality. Everyone, we must leave at once and find Dad and Uncle Vegeta, Gohan urged, recognizing that only Yano and himself were capable of participating in the battle. The others were simply not qualified. Boom. Gohan launched an offensive, only to have it effortlessly intercepted by the evil thought wave's fingertip. What? Gohan exclaimed in shock. Hastily retreating, Yano realized that even a ki blast, even with divine enhancement, had only slightly harmed Buu without fully vanquishing him. Gohan was struck down by the evil thought wave, prompting Yano to teleport beside him and offer a senzu bean. Gohan, hold steady, do not act impulsively. After assessing the situation, Yano concluded that their chances of victory were nearly non-existent and that retreat would be the wisest course of action. In an instant, Yano and Gohan vanished, leaving the evil thought wave and Babidi in disbelief. They escaped. Babidi exclaimed in disbelief. Majin Buu, pursue them, he commanded, but Buu disregarded him. Instead, circling the evil thought wave, drawn to its aura, Yano and Gohan rejoined Goku and Vegeta, who had just arrived at the scene. Witnessing Goku lying on the ground and Vegeta standing resolute. Goku. Yano fed him a senzu bean, and Goku awakened anew. Vegeta, Goku, an extraordinarily terrifying foe has emerged. We must cease fighting, or none of us will survive. Yano cautioned the two, tossing a senzu bean to Vegeta. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, consuming the bean. The fact that Yano labeled their adversary as terrifying spoke volumes about its strength. Vegeta, I will now dispel your corrupted state. Yano enveloped Vegeta with divine energy. Do not move, he commanded. Vegeta furrowed his brow, but complied. Yano pinpointed the source of the corruption and utilized divine power to cleanse it, finally restoring Vegeta to his normal state. What on earth transpired? Goku inquired, puzzled. Gohan recounted the recent events, leaving everyone astonished, including Yano, who found himself unable to gain the upper hand against such a foe. Even with divine strength, we could only inflict damage. Total victory eluded us, Yano explained. Piccolo listened intently, recognizing that Yano's vision was not merely a dream. A formidable enemy truly existed. So, Majin Buu and the evil thought wave are our foes? Vegeta stated coldly. Indeed, both possess terrifying power and unique abilities. Majin Buu can transform enemies into food, yet my divine strength can counteract most of their skills. However, their overwhelming power cannot be negated. The evil thought wave appears capable of disassembling itself and reconstituting elsewhere, while Buu possesses infinite regeneration, akin to Piccolo's abilities. To eliminate Buu, we must destroy him completely without leaving a single cell intact. As for the evil thought wave, I have yet to ascertain how to defeat it. Yano informed the group of their enemy's capabilities. Since Buu requires pure energy for his release, it would likely be prudent to combat him with pure energy as well. Such as the Spirit Bomb, Yano suggested, glancing at Goku. Instantly, everyone recalled the technique Goku had used on Namek, a time when Yano had not yet emerged from the training room. The evil thought wave was birthed from the polluted energy leaking from that machine. Gathering the evil of the spirit world, the voice of the Supreme, Kai suddenly echoed. Against the evil thought wave, it seems that vulgarity might prove effective. Chimed in the voice of Roboku Fan. Roboku Fan, Goku exclaimed in delight. When I previously broke the barrier of the Hell of Judgment out of frustration, a single curse was sufficient to shatter it, so it is likely to be effective again. This situation was far too grave. The great Supreme Kai had been absorbed by Majin Buu, and aside from Beerus and Whis, it appeared that the remaining gods of the universe had all become involved. The deities were convening in the Netherworld, with the great Supreme Kai presiding over the assembly, relaying messages through the North Supreme Kai to the others. Chapter 73, Vegeto. With the emergence of the malevolent Majin Buu, chaos ensued among the deities, compounded by the arrival of the new monster, Evil Buu. Their only hope now rested upon the inhabitants of Earth to vanquish these formidable foes. The Supreme Kai, Shin, remained skeptical, having witnessed the terror of Majin Buu firsthand. He trembled at the mere sight of him. At that moment, Yano and the others arrived at the temple to strategize, while Launch and Bulma remained occupied at the martial arts tournament. Both Majin Buu and Evil Buu possessed terrifying regenerative abilities, a fact that was indisputable. To defeat them, it was imperative to strike swiftly and annihilate every cell. Yano made a preliminary assessment, lamenting the scan information available on Evil Buu. How could we possibly be outmatched? Our strength has surpassed previous limits, Vegeta scoffed, unaware of the true horror that both Majin Buu and Evil Buu represented. Supreme Kai, do you have any solutions? Piccolo inquired. Glancing at Shin, Shin shook his head, his expression fraught with dread. The resurrection of Majin Buu was a dire calamity. The trio of Majin Buu, Babidi, and Evil Buu wreaked havoc across the city, with Evil Buu summoning countless departed souls, plunging the city into chaos. Wait, where are Launch and the others? As discussions ensued, Yano suddenly noticed their absence. Oh no, they must still be at the tournament. Realization struck her as she sensed a disturbance. The ground trembled, signaling danger. Goku, Vegeta, help me. Yano cried out, and Goku, recognizing the gravity of the situation, immediately steadied her. Goten and Trunks had not yet followed. Vegeta hesitated, considering Bulma and little Trunks. With a resolute heart, he placed a hand on Yano's shoulder, and in an instant, the trio vanished, reappearing at the tournament venue. Chaos reigned there as well. Many deceased individuals had been summoned back by Evil Buu, and hordes of undead-like beings roamed Earth. With Goten and Trunks present, the situation seemed manageable. But the emergence of Frieza, along with Cell and the Gula duo, posed a significant threat. While Goten and Trunks could handle Frieza, confronting Cell would be a daunting task, especially with Frieza's legion by their side. As Goten and Trunks shielded Bulma and the others, just as Cell and Frieza prepared to strike, Yano, along with Vegeta and Goku, materialized before them. Long time no see, Yano, Goku, Vegeta, Frieza sneered, his eyes gleaming with malice, while Cell mirrored his sentiment. Stubborn as ever, Yano retorted, unleashing a wave of energy that obliterated several adversaries before swiftly retreating with her companions back to the temple. Yano, Launch cried, leaping into Yano's embrace. The ground was shattered. You're safe, that's what matters, Yano reassured her, gently stroking Launch's hair. Back to the pressing matter at hand, Yano laid out the current predicament. So, the resurrection of numerous souls on Earth is a reality? Piccolo expressed his astonishment. Indeed, this must be the handiwork of Evil Buu. I currently have no knowledge of their whereabouts, but the risk of Earth's obliteration looms ever closer. Perhaps fusion could resolve our dilemma, Goku suggested suddenly. Fusion. The group expressed their surprise at this novel concept. Goku elaborated on the fusion technique he had learned in the other world. Yano recalled the invincible Vegeto, the strongest in the multiverse, and understood. Then what are we waiting for? Let us commence at once. Krillin exclaimed joyously. Yano believed she could handle one foe, leaving the other to Goku and Vegeta's fusion. However, time was of the essence. She could only remain in the mortal realm for a day, and she had spent a week mastering the technique. Vegeta and Gohan could also fuse. And Trunks and Goten, Piccolo interjected. Yes, that's a viable option, he continued. Yano and Gohan, or Yano and Vegeta, he added. But with such lengthy experimentation, Earth's inhabitants may face extinction, considering the overwhelming strength of Majin Buu and Evil Buu. Piccolo remarked, a heavy silence enveloping the group. Suddenly, Yano recalled the Potera earrings of the Supreme Kai. Speaking of fusion, the Potera earrings of the Supreme Kai could work. Yano declared. What? Shin gasped incredulously, having been unaware of this. I've read about it. The Potera earrings enable two individuals to fuse, significantly amplifying their power. The users must wear them on opposite ears. Gods can fuse permanently, while non-deities can only remain fused for an hour, Yano elucidated. Understanding dawned upon the group, as this revelation meant Goku and Vegeta could fuse, while Goten and Trunks could practice their fusion technique. As for Yano, she felt that she could not utilize the 8 Gates technique after merging, so she declined. Majin Buu rampaged through the streets, indulging in gluttony, turning those he disliked into chocolate, while Evil Buu reveled in the chaos of the disrupted realms. Babidi, despite his desire to control Majin Buu, found himself disregarded. Shin handed one earring to Goku, who donned it, tossing the other to Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed. Why would I fuse with someone like you? Absolutely not. Goku. Fusion is our only chance to defeat them. Otherwise, we all face death. Yano understood Vegeta's pride. Fine, only this once. Vegeta relented, taking the earring and placing it on his other ear. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped them, and they were drawn together. Culminating in a blinding flash, Vegeto had officially arrived. The fused Vegeto stood before everyone, his novel appearance a striking blend of Goku and Vegeta, even his voice resonating as a harmonious blend of both. Looks promising, Vegeto remarked, feeling the surge of power coursing through his form. Since this is the union of Kakarot and Vegeta, I shall be known as Vegeto. Yano observed Vegeta with narrowed eyes, acknowledging his formidable strength. He was beyond her capabilities. All right. No need for you all to intervene. With me, Vegeta, here, both Majin Buu and Evil Buu shall perish, Vegeta proclaimed, before instantly teleporting to Majin Buu's location. The remaining group watched as Vegeta vanished, a collective sigh of relief escaping them. Piccolo and Yano exchanged glances, both harboring an unsettling premonition. Majin Buu continued his rampage, having obliterated an entire city, when suddenly, Vegeta appeared. Chapter 74. Boastful Confrontation. Who are you? Babidi gazed incredulously at the figure before him, a peculiar individual. I am the mightiest warrior in the universe, Vegeta, echoed a confident voice as Vegeta pointed proudly at himself. Vegeta? Majin Buu, eliminate him. Babidi scurried behind the evil containment wave, anticipating Majin Buu's assault. Majin Buu clapped his hands and then charged at Vegeta, who deftly evaded, reappearing behind Majin Buu and delivering a powerful kick to his back. Boom. Vegeta hurled Majin Buu into the sky, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches that struck Majin Buu's body, who, with a foolish grin, seemed to revel in the playful exchange. Vegeta unleashed a Kamehameha, sending Majin Buu flying far away. He then instantaneously appeared above Majin Buu, raining down punches upon his abdomen. Majin Buu crashed heavily to the ground, while Vegeta materialized beside him, fixing his gaze upon the evil containment wave and Babidi. This is the power of the greatest warrior. Vegeta, he exclaimed, exhilarated by the overwhelming strength he possessed. Witnessing Majin Buu's inability to retaliate, Babidi grew anxious, while the evil containment wave, with a sinister smile, suddenly fragmented. Vegeta was taken aback as the evil containment wave reappeared behind him. He narrowly dodged a punch, but the evil containment wave followed up with an energy blast aimed directly at Vegeta. Yet, such power was no match for Vegeta, who swiftly countered the energy attack. In the Heavenly Temple, Yano prepared to lead Goten and others into the Room of Spirit and Time for training. He recalled reading about the Room of Spirit and Time while at King Enma's place. The book had mentioned that theoretically, there was no limit to the number of entrants. Merely that there were only 2 beds inside, which was not a significant issue. The concern arose from the notion that exceeding the time limit would cause the entrants to vanish. However, if the individuals entered simultaneously, their time would not expire, thus perhaps preventing the entrants from disappearing. Furthermore, according to the text, the Room of Spirit and Time could be broken, allowing an exit even in the absence of one. Yano did not expect Vegeta to defeat Majin Buu alone, as it was an arduous task, and Vegeta's reckless tendencies posed a risk. Should the creature resembling Majin Buu that absorbed the evil containment wave emerge, it could lead to dire consequences once Vegeta's fusion time ended. Thus, reliance on Vegeta's unpredictable nature was ill-advised. He had to depend on himself. Come, let us enter, Yano urged, guiding Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks into the Room of Spirit and Time. As for Gohan, Yano had instructed Shin to escort him back to the Kaioshin realm for further training. As Gohan's studies there were deemed essential, Vegeta's figure darted through the air, eluding the attempts of the evil containment wave and Majin Buu to keep pace. Ha ha ha, Majin Buu is merely this feeble, Vegeta proclaimed, suddenly materializing before Majin Buu and delivering a punch to his stomach. The evil containment wave summoned a light sword, fragmenting again to appear before Vegeta, who sidestepped the attack. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his power surging dramatically, felt even by those training in the Room of Spirit and Time. Is this the might of Vegeta? Yano pondered, sensing the overwhelming energy. It was formidable. And with the transformation into Super Saiyan, he hoped they would resolve the battle swiftly. Time was of the essence. Indeed, as Vegeta embraced his new form, he grew even more audacious, surveying Majin Buu and the evil containment wave from above. Vegeta initiated his royal combat technique, instantaneously appearing before them, delivering a barrage of punches. A powerful energy wave struck both adversaries. This is the strength of the mightiest warrior. Babidi was swept up by the residual force of the energy wave. Majin Buu. This strike reduced Majin Buu to mere remnants, and the evil containment wave fared no better. Yet, in the next moment, both reconstituted their forms. It appeared Yano was correct. Their regenerative abilities were formidable. Vegeta resolved to finish this with a decisive move, a final flash. He positioned his arms before him, readying the ultimate technique. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Vegeta reverted from his fusion, transforming back into Goku and Vegeta. What happened? Both were bewildered. Oh no, time's up, that was too quick. Goku stared at his own hands, the abrupt change leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The evil containment wave once again instantaneously appeared beside Vegeta, the light blade piercing through his form. Vegeta! Goku exclaimed in shock, as Vegeta's energy rapidly diminished. Damn it! Vegeta lay on the ground, still adjusting to the separation, caught off guard by the attack. Goku swiftly grasped Vegeta and instantly transported them to the Heavenly Temple. The others, witnessing Goku's urgency, soon realized the time had indeed expired. Senzu Bean! Krillin! Goku tossed the severely injured Vegeta to Krillin. Without hesitation, Krillin produced a Senzu Bean and placed it in Vegeta's mouth. In an instant, Vegeta's wounds healed. And he stood upright. Damn it, how infuriating! Vegeta shouted, filled with indignation. Noticing the absence of several allies, Goku inquired of Krillin. Yano and the others entered the Room of Spirit and Time, preparing for the next battle. Indeed, Yano was right. You two failed to finish the fight swiftly, Krillin replied, shaking his head in resignation. Ahahaha. Goku chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. I truly overestimated our capabilities. We could have finished it off, but did not. We can only wait for their return, Krillin stated. No, I will stake my pride as the Saiyan Prince and personally eliminate them. Vegeta, consumed by rage, leaped from the temple toward the trio. Vegeta! Goku called out, attempting to stop him, but Vegeta paid no heed. My time is limited. Let me give it my all. Krillin, take care of everyone. Goku instantaneously transported to the trio. Upon noticing Goku's sudden appearance, the three were perplexed. Wasn't he fleeing just now? Without further ado, Goku began to gather energy, unleashing a furious roar. Majin Buu and the evil containment wave took interest in the charging Goku. The ground trembled, sending shockwaves through the Heavenly Temple, causing Vegeta, who was en route, to glance forward in frustration. Kakarot, he has surpassed me once more. With a thunderous roar, Goku's hair lengthened, his eyebrows vanished, and an aura of electricity enveloped him. Super Saiyan 3 made its entrance. Babidi stood agape, disbelief etched on his face as he beheld Goku. Though this energy did not match the potency of their earlier fusion, it was still astonishing. Far away in the Kaishin realm, the four were equally astonished. Just moments ago, the aura of Vegeta's fusion was fleeting, yet now it emanated solely from Goku. Chapter 75. The Power of Annihilation. This is the third tier that transcends the Super Saiyan. With a fierce expression devoid of eyebrows, Goku gazed intently at the two opponents before him. Time was not on his side. He needed to resolve this swiftly. The energy consumption in this state was too rapid, making it unsuitable for protracted battles. At that moment, the prince arrived, witnessing Goku's new form with a tinge of reluctance. TCH, Kakarot, you handle Majin Buu, and I will take care of this evil spirit wave. Vegeta glared furiously at the malevolent energy. Their ultimate moves were about to collide. In the hyperbolic time chamber, Yano and his companions were diligently training. Goten and Trunks engaged in an intense sparring session, while Piccolo remained seated in meditation. Yano continued to cultivate the godly power, a force of immense significance. In his current state of heightened limits, he could easily overpower one opponent and handle two, provided they did not possess an excessive recovery ability. The godly technique of annihilation seemed particularly apt for dealing with Majin Buu. It resembled the destructive capabilities of a god of destruction, albeit a diminished version, infused with the energy of annihilation that effectively counteracted Buu's regenerative powers. Yano recalled the godly technique he had seen before. This lower-tier version of destructive power held considerable merit. Moreover, the technique of annihilation was more accessible than that of the gods of destruction, a skill not featured in the original narrative. Thus, annihilation was indeed the most fitting choice. Yano reflected on the text, which offered no detailed instructions on how to learn it, merely a brief overview, leaving him to rely solely on self-study. Suddenly, Vegeta was struck fiercely by the evil spirit wave, crashing into the ground. Ha! The evil spirit wave cackled wickedly. Emerging from the dirt, Vegeta, battered and bruised, glared fiercely at the energy. Meanwhile, Goku sensed he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan 3 form and reverted to his normal state just as Buu paused, looking quizzically at him. That was fun. Why stop now? Goku replied, I can't hold that form any longer, but in 2 or 3 days, someone even stronger will come to play with you. Goku attempted to bait Majin Buu. Really? Buu asked eagerly. Absolutely, just 2 days. Try not to cause any chaos in the meantime. Majin Buu clapped his hands, seemingly thrilled. Goku approached Vegeta, assisting him before instantaneously teleporting back to the Supreme Kai's palace. Babidi blamed their escape on Majin Buu, who was furious, swiftly materializing before Babidi and gripping his throat. Now you can't recite the spell to seal me, can you? In that moment, Babidi met his demise, leaving no one to restrain Buu. The reason why the evil spirit wave had not engaged Buu remained a mystery. After Babidi's death, Buu and the evil spirit wave rampaged unchecked, their presence felt in every city. Back at the Supreme Kai's palace, Goku and Vegeta returned. Yamcha had just returned with the Dragon Ball radar, and Goku instructed Bubbles to bring Goten and Trunks out, preparing to teach them fusion, as his time was running short. Goku, you have only 30 minutes left, the fortune teller warned. Goku began to teach the two boys the fusion technique, which still involved somewhat embarrassing movements. In the hyperbolic time chamber, Yano and Piccolo's training yielded significant results. Yano had begun to faintly sense the aura of annihilation, a presence steeped in desolation. This is the aura of annihilation, Yano thought, feeling a chill. All right, now to master it. Piccolo, having sensed the chilling aura moments ago, broke into a cold sweat as he observed Yano. Meanwhile, in the Kaishin realm, Gohan was diligently training under the guidance of Shin in the old Kaishin, everything progressing methodically. Majin Buu was turning many people into clay, preparing to take a nap, while the evil spirit wave followed closely, seemingly mimicking Buu's actions, their intentions unclear. As time elapsed, Goku had to return to the afterlife, bidding farewell to his friends, though he knew he would eventually be resurrected. Accompanying the fortune teller back to the afterlife, he hoped for Yano's swift emergence from his training. Goku firmly believed that Yano alone could defeat the two adversaries, rather than relying on Trunks and Goten, or even Vegeta and Gohan. In his heart, Yano was the strongest, and Goku had often looked to him as a benchmark. After exchanging pleasantries with King Enma, Goku suddenly sensed Gohan's energy. Although he knew Gohan had gone to train on King Kai's planet, he had not felt his presence until now. Goku instantly teleported to King Kai's planet, where Gohan was practicing his swordsmanship, nearly causing Goku to meet his end once again. On Earth, Majin Buu and the evil spirit wave were wreaking havoc across various locations. In the Supreme Kai's palace, Android 18, Bulma, and Krillin were playing cards, while Launch waited outside the hyperbolic time chamber for Yano to emerge. Bubbles and Dandy monitored Majin Buu's movements, witnessing his malevolence. At last, Yano had made significant progress, having preliminarily grasped the power of annihilation. Slowly raising his hand, he concentrated energy, and in an instant, a gray sphere, exuding an aura of utter desolation, materialized in his palm. Yano, this, Piccolo said, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he sensed the terrifying energy emanating from the small sphere. This was the power of annihilation, capable of effectively countering Majin Buu and the evil spirit wave's recovery abilities. To eliminate them, a special approach was necessary. Piccolo nodded in agreement, having witnessed how close Yano had come to defeating Buu before, only to have him recover each time. I have only begun to master this energy. To completely eliminate him, I must refine my skills further. Piccolo, perhaps you should step outside for now. I fear this power might spiral out of control. All right, best of luck. Piccolo wasted no time, feeling the overwhelming energy, his complexion paling. Seeing Piccolo emerge, Launch glanced around, disappointed to find no sign of Yano. She could only place her hopes in him. How is your training progressing? Krillin inquired excitedly. It's going well. My power has increased significantly. However, Yano is still inside, honing a terrifying force that can counter Majin Buu and the evil spirit wave's regenerative abilities. This kid truly knows how to surprise us, Krillin remarked, elated, placing his hopes on Yano as well. In the realm of the gods of destruction, was observed the projection. It seems Yano has attained a formidable power. The power of annihilation. Although slightly inferior to the power of destruction, it is indeed impressive when cultivated by oneself. Chapter 76, The Terrifying Battle, the Power of Annihilation. Truly, it is fitting for a being capable of wielding divine strength to have self-cultivated such a force. Was indulged in the delicacies of a distant planet while observing Yano in his training. His satisfaction with Yano had grown immensely after merely imparting some guidance. Yano had not only mastered divine power but had also self-developed the formidable technique of annihilation. On Earth, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Yano sat cross-legged, exuding an aura of profound stillness, surrounded by flickering gray light. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which now appeared gray and devoid of emotion. His hair transformed to the same hue. Annihilation. Yano raised a hand, conjuring a gray energy sphere within his palm, and directed it towards a particular spot in the chamber. The energy, infused with the power of annihilation, tore a hole through the chamber's wall. The others within sensed the disturbance and hurriedly gathered, witnessing a white portal emerging in the structure. Amidst their eager gazes, Yano, enveloped in an aura of deathly silence, slowly emerged, his emotionless gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Long time no see." Yano's voice, cold and distant, resonated, influenced by the ominous energy surrounding him. For those outside, it had only been half a day, but for Yano, several months had passed. "Yano-kun." Ringi looked at this simultaneously familiar yet strange figure, feeling a sense of discomfort. "It's me. My emotions have been affected by the annihilation aura," Yano replied, meeting Ringi's eyes. "Annihilation aura?" The others exchanged puzzled glances, save for Dandy and Piccolo, who watched Yano with concern. "This is a divine technique I developed specifically to combat Majin Buu and Evil Ki." "No, leave it to me." "Goten, Trunks. How is your fusion practice progressing?" Goten and Trunks exchanged glances before stepping forward to initiate their fusion. Fusion. They struck their poses, and as their fingers touched, a brilliant light flashed, and Gotenks emerged. "Here comes Gotenks." Gotenks proclaimed, hands on hips, shouting to the sky. Yano's eyes flickered as he regarded the newly formed Gotenks. "Impressive. Can you transform into a Super Saiyan?" "Of course. I'm Gotenks." Gotenks exclaimed, powering up into Super Saiyan form, his strength surging. "Excellent. Follow me." "Vegeta, will you join?" Yano intended to confront both opponents simultaneously, believing that having more allies would be advantageous. "TCH, I'm going to. I want that Evil Ki to pay the price." The prince was furious, seething with rage. The four of them teleported instantly to Majin Buu's location. Majin Buu regarded the quartet, recognizing the central figure with a hint of nostalgia from their past encounters. Evil Ki. Vegeta's fury ignited upon sighting the foe, immediately transforming into Super Saiyan and charging at Evil Ki, who merely divided himself and reformed behind Vegeta. As Evil Ki's energy sword was about to strike Vegeta, a flash of gray light appeared. Yano, with a confident grip, seized the energy blade. Annihilation. Yano calmly opened his mouth, raising his left hand towards Evil Ki, sending a gray energy sphere hurtling forth. Feeling an imminent threat of death, Evil Ki instantaneously teleported in front of Majin Buu, the energy sphere barreling towards him. Majin Buu attempted to shield himself with his abdomen, only to be pierced through. The energy sphere relentlessly pursued Evil Ki, who crossed his arms, summoning a dimensional black hole to escape to a distant location. Majin Buu, astonished, realized that his body was struggling to heal, regaining his form at an imperceptibly slow pace. "Huh?" Majin Buu touched the hole, visibly irritated, steam rising from his head. "You've made Majin Buu look foolish." In an instant, Majin Buu grotesquely split, giving rise to another version, Evil Buu, who was immensely furious. In a single breath, he transformed the dazed fat Buu into chocolate, consuming him and once again emanating steam. The true Majin Buu. Yano observed impassively, making no move to intervene. As the steam dissipated, Evil Ki grew increasingly exhilarated, and the formidable Majin Buu made his official debut. Majin Buu stretched his limbs, his gaze menacingly fixed upon Yano. Evil Ki swiftly transformed into particles, merging entirely with Majin Buu. "What is this?" Yano observed the scene before him, his emotionless eyes remaining calm. Moments later, the two entities fused, with Evil Ki's appearance dominating, adorned with pink accents. One eye resembling Buu's and the other Evil Ki's, henceforth referred to as Evil Buu. Evil Buu felt a surge of overwhelming power and began to radiate energy. Even the Kaioshin could sense this newfound strength. The fusion of Majin Buu and Evil Ki certainly feels perilous. One wonders if Yano, now wielding the power of annihilation, can prevail against him. Whis' interest peaked as he observed this creature, previously foreseen by the prophetic fish. Unlike the prophecy, Yano now possessed the power of annihilation. Whis found himself increasingly intrigued by the emergence of such formidable beings from this remote galaxy. Eagerly, Gotenks charged towards Evil Buu, while Vegeta, sensing the overwhelming power, contorted his expression in dread. "This power, it truly resembles that of my dreams." Yano felt the astonishing might emanating from Evil Buu. Boom. With a single strike, Evil Buu unleashed a simple energy blast, obliterating Gotenks into nothingness, a true disintegration. The two lay battered in a crater, remnants of the explosion's aftermath. "Trunks." Vegeta roared in fury. Disregarding everything, he lunged toward Evil Buu once more. Yano merely observed, his emotions subdued. He recognized who was who. "Hey." Evil Buu raised a hand, delivering a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen, who collapsed into the crater, reverting to his normal state, his fate uncertain. Evil Buu turned his gaze towards Yano, who met his stare, the tension between them indicating an imminent clash. Yano radiated an aura of death and gray light. He was cautious against hastily attempting to layer his 8 Gate state, fearing complications. Boom. The two fists collided, pink and gray energies clashing. The shockwaves causing the very earth to tremble, shaking the entire galaxy. This power. Piccolo was drenched in cold sweat. And everyone capable of sensing energy felt a wave of anxiety. It was overwhelmingly strong, making it difficult to remain upright. The inhabitants of the divine realm struggled to maintain their footing, all collapsing to the ground. Yano. Goku fought to stand, overwhelmed by the cataclysmic force. Even Whis, far removed in the destroyer realm, sensed this power. Truly astonishing. This power indicates the emergence of a monster, Whis mused, smiling as he gently tapped his staff, narrowing the shockwave's radius to encompass only the earth. Chapter 77. Remaining hazards truly deserving of the title of angel, with merely a flick of his staff. He diminished the residual waves to the confines of earth, even fortifying it in the process. What transpired? The two formidable forces abruptly vanished. The denizens of the King of All's realm sensed the sudden disappearance of power. The old Kai looked up towards the direction of the god of destruction's domain. Uttering nothing. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures moved with such incredible speed that they were indistinguishable, appearing merely as a pink and gray blur colliding in the air. Annihilation. Yano raised one hand skyward, conjuring a colossal sphere of annihilation energy, which he then hurled towards Evil Buu. Sensing the magnitude of this power, Evil Buu tore open a dimensional black hole before him, absorbing it entirely. This ability is rather insurmountable, Yano thought impassively, as he instantaneously positioned himself before Evil Buu once more. Divine technique, instantaneous. Yano unleashed a divine skill he had never utilized before, instantaneous. In his perception, everything around him came to a standstill. Annihilation. He summoned the power of annihilation once again, sending the gray energy sphere racing towards Evil Buu. However, the brief moment was insufficient to deliver the energy sphere directly to Buu, and after 0.5 seconds, Evil Buu swiftly reacted, utilizing dimensional decomposition to reappear at a distance. He then activated the dimensional black hole once more to absorb the annihilation energy sphere. Such skills are truly vexing, Yano thought, furrowing his brow. The power of annihilation was effectively countered by the opponent's dimensional abilities, and their fusion enhanced their regenerative capabilities. The 8 Gates of Ninjutsu, 4th Gate, the Wounded Gate, open. Yano resolved to stack the 8 gates for a trial. Whoosh. Green flames enveloped Yano, his aura surging once more. 12-fold Kaioken, activate. Having initiated the stacking of buffs, Yano fully amplified his power, activating Kaioken, transforming it into a tricolored blaze of red, green, and gray. Evil Buu beheld Yano's transformation and erupted into maniacal laughter. But his mirth ceased abruptly as Yano suddenly appeared before him. Enjoying a laugh? Yano's right fist collided with Evil Buu's face, delivering a fatal blow. This was no ordinary punch. It was imbued with the power of annihilation, obliterating Buu's head in a truly explosive manner. Though Buu's head was gone, it did not hinder his ability to navigate. His cells continued to grow at an accelerated rate, a testament to the power of annihilation's restraint. Yano prepared another annihilation energy sphere, then activated instantaneous, materializing abruptly before Buu, the annihilation energy crashing down upon him. Boom. The brilliance was blinding, compelling Yano to teleport the three fallen individuals to the heavenly temple, subsequently unleashing a protective aura around them. As the radiance dissipated, Majin Buu vanished, leaving in his wake a vast chasm where the two had battled, leveling all within a 100-kilometer radius. However, at the bottom of that abyss, an unseen Buu cell still thrived. Yano did not sense Majin Buu's energy, concluding that Buu was likely finished. That strike of annihilation was his most potent attack. Yet to be cautious, he returned the three to the heavenly temple and turned back for one last look. It appeared that he was indeed gone. Scanning the area, he found no traces and sensed no residual energy. Upon returning to the heavenly temple, Yano saw the three had been revived with Sinza beans. Glancing at Lam-Z, he spoke with a measured tone. The power of annihilation within me is unstable. Having forcibly stacked the 8 gates and Kaioken, I can no longer sustain it. Please take good care of Lam-Z. Majin Buu and the evil energy should be dead, so there is no need to worry excessively. Summon the dragon and resurrect Goku and the others. You have 3 wishes to arrange as you see fit. I must quickly find a place to balance the power of annihilation. Remember, look after Lam-Z. With that, Yano vanished, his body nearing its limit. The uncertainties of life and death loomed large, prompting Yano to seek the source of the Yellow Springs for further training. After Yano's departure, the expressions of those in the heavenly temple brightened, The demise of Majin Buu and the evil energy was the best news they had received in days. Quickly, summon the dragon. Krillin urged Yamcha to produce the Dragon Balls, who complied without delay. Dandy summoned the dragon, who appeared majestically amidst the overcast sky. Dragon, please resurrect those who have fallen in the World Martial Arts Tournament, excluding the villains. The dragon's eyes gleamed as the wish was granted. For the second wish, resurrect Son Goku. For the third wish, restore Earth to its original state. All three wishes were fulfilled, and Earth was restored to its former glory. Vegeta gazed at the sky with a complex expression. Too many had surpassed him, and he held a degree of admiration for Yano's self-sacrificial explosion that eradicated Buu. In the King of All's realm, Goku noticed his halo had vanished, realizing the Earth's wishes had likely succeeded in vanquishing their foes. He instantaneously teleported back to the Heavenly Temple, greeted by joyful faces. Goku, Dad. The crowd erupted in excitement, especially Chi-Chi and Goten, who rushed into Goku's embrace. Goku chuckled, scratching his head. Where is Yano? Has Majin Buu been dealt with? Yes, Dad. Uncle Yano took care of the enemy alone. But he mentioned something about the imbalance of annihilation power and has gone off to resolve it, Goten replied, looking up at his father. I see. Yano is indeed impressive. Goku remarked, filled with pride. In that case, I shall bring Gohan back. Goku teleported to the King of All's realm, providing a brief explanation, which filled the Kais with excitement. Given this, Gohan need not remain on King Kai's planet. After bidding farewell to the Kais, he hurriedly returned to Earth. At the Heavenly Temple, nearly everyone was present, except for Tien and Kaiatsu. Lan Chi sat on the stone steps, quietly sobbing, while Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Android 18 approached to comfort her. It seemed as if peace had returned to Earth once more. In a cave somewhere on Earth, a dimensional black hole suddenly appeared, releasing a mass of red matter that began to slowly expand, albeit at a glacial pace. Chapter 78, The Reappearance of Majin Buu in the Ethereal Realm of the Void. Yano sat cross-legged with closed eyes, striving to stabilize the turbulent energy within him. The power of annihilation had spiraled out of control, emanating a palpable aura of desolation. This was the perilous consequence of recklessly combining the power of annihilation with other techniques. After all, annihilation was a divine skill, akin to the backlash experienced when transcending one's physical limits through the ultimate mastery of one's abilities. Watching the projection, the god of destruction, Whis, furrowed his brow, remarking on Yano's recklessness in attempting to blend the power of annihilation without fully grasping its nuances. Rising to stretch his limbs, Whis tapped his staff, transforming into a stream of light as he hastened towards the source of the underworld. Yano! Whis' voice resonated in Yano's ears. Yet, Yano kept his eyes shut, diligently working to achieve equilibrium. He endeavored to cleanse the annihilation energy with divine power, recognizing that, as a divine technique, it ultimately needed to be governed by divine strength. Gradually, Yano sought to regulate the annihilation energy with pure divine essence. A blue luminescence began to flicker, increasingly overshadowing the gray aura. This process extended over several days, during which Whis had uttered his words and departed. Days later, Yano reopened his eyes, now enveloped in divine power, radiating a blue flame from his form, while a lingering aura of desolation remained within. Phew, in the crucial moment, Whis came to my aid. However, this means the power of annihilation has completely subsided. To master its form, I must undergo further training, Yano mused, clenching his fists. The power of annihilation proved to be exceedingly useful, augmented by divine energy and the annihilation technique itself. Only by fully mastering this form could he effectively combine it with the 8 gates and King Kai's fist. This form, however, bore a significant drawback. It consumed divine energy at an alarming rate and rendered him emotionally detached during its use. Nevertheless, it effectively restrained opponents with extraordinary regenerative abilities, exerting a suppressive effect on ordinary energy. Therefore, unless the opposing energy vastly exceeded his own, he could effectively subdue it. Yano closed his eyes once more, guiding the gray energy within him. On Earth, several days had passed since the demise of Majin Buu in the evil energy wave, and life had seemingly returned to normal. Goku spent his days training with little Goten, while Gohan continued his academic pursuits. Vegeta, too, devoted himself to rigorous training with Trunks in the gravity chamber, driven by an insatiable thirst for power. Piccolo, with little to occupy his time, either meditated or wandered through Satan City, seeking to check on his adopted son. Only Launch remained at home, enveloped in melancholy, occasionally shedding tears in solitude. Regardless of her state, either Android 18 or Chi-Chi would visit her from time to time, providing a semblance of closure regarding Yano. Meanwhile, the malevolent Majin Buu was on the cusp of a full recovery, his visage now one of fierce determination, yet he adeptly suppressed his aura to evade detection. Once, beneath the oppressive force of annihilation, he had faced certain doom, yet he managed to tear a fragment of himself away, desperately opening a dimensional rift, ultimately preserving a single cell within it to survive in a cave. Since transforming into Evil Buu, he had gained intelligence and resolved to absorb his enemies one by one, growing stronger to confront Yano in a life-or-death battle once more. Days passed, and after a week, Evil Buu successfully restored himself, stretching his limbs with a sinister grin as he plotted to capture the isolated. His first target was Piccolo, who was meditating on a cliff. Suddenly, Piccolo sensed an ominous presence and turned to investigate but found no one there. In an instant, a massive pink-brown energy enveloped him, leaving him no chance to alert his comrades. The substance merged with Evil Buu, becoming part of him. With Piccolo absorbed, Evil Buu grew even more cunning, pinpointing the locations of Tien and Kaiatsu, setting off again. Piccolo's disappearance went unnoticed, even by the Supreme Kai, Din, who did not consistently monitor the lower realms. One by one, Buu absorbed Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha, ruthlessly eliminating Por. By the time the others realized something was amiss, Evil Buu had already wreaked havoc within the city. How is this possible? Krillin gasped in horror at the sight of that figure. It seemed that the monster had retained a living cell, likely absorbing Uncle Piccolo. Gohan glared at Evil Buu in rage. Vegeta and his son arrived, incredulous at the sight of Evil Buu, as did Goku and Goten. Given the overwhelming power they had once faced, how could he possibly have survived? Vegeta trembled, a flicker of fear creeping into his heart. Evil Buu's reemergence was too shocking. The Earth Warriors erupted in fury, uniting against him. Super Saiyan Goku ignited his aura, his expression grim, while Goten and Trunks fused into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta powered up to his maximum, as did Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, all advancing towards Evil Buu. Evil Buu tilted his head, laughing, for he did not see the one who had once bested him. Goku was the first to strike, with Vegeta following suit, alongside Gotenks and Gohan. Yet, Evil Buu effortlessly deflected their attacks. Boom. With a surge of energy, Evil Buu scattered them, then ensnared Vegeta in a mass of his own flesh, absorbing him, followed by Gohan and Gotenks. Damn it. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, but it proved futile. Although Evil Buu's power had not increased significantly, he had gained greater intelligence and abilities. If it were merely Majin Buu, Super Saiyan 3 Goku might have had a fighting chance, but now he faced the fusion of Evil Wave and Buu, a force far surpassing his own. Buu seized Goku by the throat, causing him to plummet from Super Saiyan 3 back to his base form. Nearby, Krillin, Android 18, and the others found themselves with little opportunity to intervene. The disparity was too vast. Even Goku was overpowered, leaving them to hope for Yano's swift return. Once more, Buu hurled a mass of energy to ensnare Goku, who shielded himself with ki and was subsequently absorbed. Fortunately, the barrier proved effective, as Goku discovered the shield had indeed safeguarded him. After searching within Evil Buu, he located his friends. Evil Buu sensed something was amiss. His self-awareness manifested within, leading to a struggle with Goku. In this realm, he appeared as the ordinary Majin Buu, not the fused entity he had become. Thus, Goku unleashed Super Saiyan 3, releasing steam as he ascended, carrying his companions with him. With ease, he encountered no further complications, delivering his friends to Krillin and the others as he prepared to confront Evil Buu alone, hoping to stall until Vegeta awoke for their fusion. Chapter 79. Complete Annihilation. Majin Buu gazed furiously at Goku, steam billowing around him, with even the manifestation of the evil energy wave having a gaping hole atop his head. Krillin, the Senzu Beans. Goku erupted with energy once more, charging towards Majin Buu. Krillin and the others hastily fed Senzu Beans to Vegeta and his companions, who gradually regained consciousness. Vegeta, fuse. Hurry. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. He only knew about the Patera earrings and had not been informed by Goku regarding the fusion. Damn it. You all hold him off. I'll retrieve the earrings from the Supreme Kai's realm. Goku instantly teleported to the Supreme Kai's realm. There was no time for explanations. He grabbed the earrings and swiftly teleported back. Vegeta and the others were valiantly attacking, though it proved futile. Vegeta. Goku tossed the Patera earrings to him. Vegeta. His expression twisted in rage, nonetheless donned the earrings. The mightiest warrior, Vegito, has returned. The fused Goku and Vegeta proved to be an overwhelming force, maintaining the upper hand against Majin Buu. Take that. Vegito relentlessly pursued Majin Buu, aware that time was of the essence, not wishing to repeat past mistakes. Majin Buu, however, was clever. He recalled the last time these two fused had a time limit, so he tore open a dimensional rift and slipped inside. Damn it! Come back here. Vegito was frantic, unable to tolerate such sudden retreat. In West City, the dimensional rift appeared, and Majin Buu emerged, unleashing an energy blast that annihilated a significant portion of the city. Launch, hearing the commotion, glanced out the window, bewildered. Vegito sensed the energy and swiftly teleported over, delivering a punch that sent Majin Buu deep underground. Vegito was furious, for Capsule Corporation had nearly been obliterated. Majin Buu had intended to use the dimensional rift once more to escape, but suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A fierce wind swept through, dark clouds gathered, and a gray energy coalesced before Buu, heralding the arrival of Yano. In an instant, Yano appeared, enveloped in a shroud of gray energy exuding an aura of death, rendering Majin Buu incapable of opening the dimensional rift. This was undoubtedly Yano's doing. He had enveloped the area in annihilation energy, forcefully preventing the dimensional rift from manifesting. Yano casually raised a finger, channeling a sphere of annihilation energy that materialized right before Majin Buu and unleashed its wrath. Ah! Majin Buu roared, suffering the loss of a significant portion of his form. Last time, I didn't notice you due to my body's loss of control. This time, fortune will not favor you. Yano's gray eyes flickered, observing the injured Majin Buu. Annihilation. This was a supreme strike wielding complete mastery over annihilation power. Yano aimed at Majin Buu, and the immense force surged forth like a ki blast, utterly erasing him within the energy. It was over. Yano returned to his normal state. Having fully mastered the annihilation power, his strength significantly enhanced since their last encounter, capable of dispatching Majin Buu without even resorting to the 8 gates. Vegito, still in a daze, was shocked by Yano's sudden appearance and swift victory, coinciding perfectly with the conclusion of their fusion time. Yano! Goku exclaimed joyfully, stepping forward to pat Yano on the shoulder. Vegeta also nodded in acknowledgement. Goku, I apologize for letting him escape last time. This time, he has completely finished. So there is no need for concern, Yano replied with a smile, exuding confidence. As everyone sensed the absence of Majin Buu's energy, they flew over to see Yano. Yano! Krillin shouted, and the others expressed their delight upon seeing Yano's figure, realizing that Majin Buu must indeed be gone. Launch, hearing Yano's name, rushed out and recognized the familiar figure. Yano! She sprinted towards him, embracing him tightly. In just over a week, Launch had been unaware of Yano's fate. It was only natural for her to worry. It's all right. This time, it was my fault for nearly allowing harm to come to you, Yano said. Glancing at the remnants of West City, his heart heavy, he resolved to find another vessel for Launch. Joy abounded as the demise of Majin Buu brought happiness to the Kais and the Grand Kai, who walked with a newfound swagger, buoyed by the management of the North Galaxy. Wait a moment. Yano approached a mass of pink flesh. What is this? Buu? It was evident that Yano sensed no trace of the evil energy wave, only this mass of pink flesh, which belonged to good Buu. Yano pondered, logically. The annihilation energy should have eradicated both Buu and the evil energy wave. Could it be? Yano speculated a possibility. Perhaps the Grand Kai's divine power had shielded the last remnants of Buu? That seemed the only explanation. If so, the annihilation effect would have no bearing, and it was conceivable that his regenerative abilities remained intact. Yano cast the mass of Buu onto the ground, and indeed, it began to visibly regenerate. In the blink of an eye, Buu had fully restored, returning to his rotund form. What? Goku and Vegeta exclaimed, their anger surging as they focused on Majin Buu. Hold on. Yano raised a hand to stop them. This Buu carries some of the Grand Kai's good intentions. Since separating from evil Buu, he has become an entirely different entity. Yano's assessment proved accurate. Good Buu gazed at Yano, recalling his destruction of evil Buu, and felt immense joy. You are a good person, Good Buu declared, his first words. The others remained tense, scrutinizing this Buu. Yano contemplated. He likely could not afford to care for Buu. In the original story, it was Mr. Satan who ultimately cohabited with Buu, marking the start of Satan's transformation into a good person. Do not worry, everyone. This is Good Buu, not an adversary. He simply lacks proper guidance. Yano briefly recounted the origins of Majin Buu and the Grand Kai's role in it. Good Buu sat dazed on the ground, patting his stomach, indicating hunger. Then, I shall take charge. Bulma suddenly interjected. Indeed, aside from her, few could afford to care for him. I'm hungry, Buu exclaimed, stirring up a gust of wind. Buu, you will stay with this person, She will provide you with food, Yano assured, effectively securing a source of sustenance for Buu. Joy reigned once more, and the atmosphere returned to its celebratory state as Bulma waved her hand, suggesting a feast at her home to commemorate the total resolution of Majin Buu in the evil energy wave. Oh ho ho, it seems Mr. Yano has completely mastered the power of annihilation. With the evil energy wave and Majin Buu resolved, it is indeed a time for rejoicing. Well, the delicacies of Earth look delectable. I must try them. Whis excitedly remarked, his first encounter with Earth's cuisine igniting his enthusiasm. In an instant, he transformed into a beam of white light, shooting towards Earth. On Earth, at Bulma's residence, everyone was joyfully celebrating. Chapter 80. The arrival of Whis as night fell upon Earth. The brightly lit backyard of the Capsule Corporation became the setting for a delightful feast, with an array of delectable dishes laid out like a buffet across several tables. Beside a decorative rock formation, a pink figure was voraciously devouring the sumptuous food. Majin Buu, Yano, and Piccolo engaged in conversation while eating, primarily discussing the topic of the annihilation power and Buu. So, the annihilation power is a skill developed through divine energy? Piccolo inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice, recalling the terrifying nature of that power which still haunted him. Indeed, annihilation is a divine technique, a manifestation of the divine energy possessed by high-ranking deities, specifically the Supreme Kai and above. More precisely, it is the Supreme Kai and the associated gods, Yano replied, chewing his food before swallowing it with effort. Associated gods? Piccolo seized upon the key point. Yes. It is a common misconception that the Supreme Kai is the highest deity in the universe. However, there exists another being of equal rank to the Supreme Kai, whose power far surpasses that of the Supreme Kai, one whom I cannot defeat. This being is known as the God of Destruction. The God of Destruction? Piccolo's eyes widened in surprise. If even Yano could not overcome this entity, and given the ominous title, it did not sound like a benevolent god. Indeed, their vocation is destruction, specifically annihilating planets that adversely affect the cosmic rating. Each god of destruction possesses immense strength, capable of obliterating a planet with a mere finger. Yano elaborated on the structure of the 12 universes in the classification of deities. Piccolo's expression shifted from pale to green, revealing his internal turmoil despite his stoic demeanor. The existence of 12 universes, along with the formidable beings such as the gods of destruction and angels, left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Ah, Mr. Yano seems quite knowledgeable. A sudden voice interjected, causing everyone to turn their heads. A peculiar figure clad in distinctive attire, holding a staff and possessing blue skin, stood before them. Whis! Yano exclaimed, startled by the unexpected arrival. He wondered if Beerus had come along as well, glancing around for the feline deity before sighing in relief upon finding no sign of him. Lord Beerus is not here, Mr. Yano, so no need to worry. Your battle was truly spectacular, Whis said with a smile, covering his mouth to stifle a laugh. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Whis. Is there something you require? The others watched in confusion as Yano conversed respectfully with this being. Yano, who is this? Goku asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Piccolo, rendered speechless beside them, recognized Yano's reference to Whis, having just learned that the Angel of Universe 7 was named Whis, indeed, a being of unparalleled strength. This is the Angel, effectively my mentor. My divine power was cultivated under Mr. Whis's guidance, Yano explained. Angel. The group gasped in astonishment. Ah, Mr. Yano's success in mastering divine power is attributable to his extraordinary talent. I merely offered a few words of advice. I came here to indulge in Earth's culinary delights. Whis greeted everyone with a friendly demeanor. Yano suddenly realized that perhaps the dream he had experienced was a reminder from Whis, suggesting that he had witnessed the entire battle and was now drawn to Earth by the promise of its cuisine. Mr. Whis, you may sample all the food here. Earth's delicacies will surely not disappoint you, Yano discreetly signaled to Piccolo, who promptly rushed to the kitchen to bring forth additional dishes. Well then, I shall not hold back, Whis declared, picking up a pair of chopsticks and delicately placing a piece of tempura into his mouth. This flavor is exquisite, Whis exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock as he savored the meal. Yano informed Bulma that Whis was akin to his mentor, and she, unfazed by the cost, waved her hand again, requesting more of every dish. Goku and the others curiously approached Yano, eager to understand the situation. In summary, this individual is a significant figure. Do not display any disrespect, for he could easily obliterate us all with a single finger, Yano said in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, the group became visibly apprehensive, having witnessed Yano's incredible power. capable of swiftly defeating the likes of Evil Spirit Wave and the fused form of Buu. Goku, however, remained astute. Recognizing the gravity of the matter and returned to his meal, Whis quickly became amiable with everyone, celebrating the recent defeat of Majin Buu. Notably, even Satan had attended the gathering, as Videl had accompanied Gohan, who had asked him to join as well. Satan sat nervously, acutely aware that he was surrounded by formidable individuals, those who had vanquished Cell, Majin Buu, and Evil Spirit Wave, particularly Yano. Yet, the others bore him no ill will, as Videl and Gohan were soon to be wed, making him somewhat of a relative to Goku. Gohan patted Satan on the shoulder, encouraging him to relax and enjoy the feast. Yano sat beside Whis, introducing him to the various dishes. This earth is quite remarkable. The strongest among us in the universe are gathered here, alongside such delightful cuisine. Yano, you have thoroughly mastered your annihilation power, I presume? Whis inquired. Indeed, Mr. Whis. I can now seamlessly transition into the annihilation state, even layering it with the 8 gates and the Kaioken, Yano affirmed. Excellent, your 8 gates is indeed a formidable skill, unique in its own right. However, there exists another divine technique that I wonder if you would be interested in, Whis suggested, guiding Yano's thoughts. Is it the Ultra Instinct? Yano guessed. Yes, it is indeed Ultra Instinct. Your physique is well suited for mastering that technique, and considering your innate talent, I believe it would not pose a challenge. Whis smiled. Certainly, I have been contemplating pursuing this divine technique, though I have yet to make any progress, Yano confessed. Ah, I eagerly await the day you embark on that journey. I shall take a portion of these delicacies to enjoy later, Whis waved his staff, magically packaging up a sample of each dish. Farewell, Yano, and to all of you. Whis waved goodbye, transforming into a beam of white light as he departed. Yano exhaled deeply, surprised that Whis intended for him to learn Ultra Instinct, news that filled him with hope. Once Whis had left, the atmosphere grew even more lively, particularly with Goku, who was brimming with questions. Goku was intrigued by Yano's divine power and expressed a desire to learn it himself. But alas, the source of that divine energy resided solely within Yano. Goku realized his only options were to either attain Super Saiyan God status or study under Whis. Yano informed Goku that self-training was not feasible at the moment, to which Goku expressed his disappointment. Chapter 81. Further elevation of potential. The lengthy banquet came to a successful conclusion after several hours, during which an amusing incident unfolded. Satan and Majin Buu were found mingling together. In a state of inebriation, Satan embraced the equally intoxicated Buu, and the two sang loudly, much to the chagrin of Bulma, whose face darkened at the sight. It turned out that during the gathering, Satan discovered Buu's fondness for sweets such as chocolate and ice cream, which sparked an idea in his mind. After inquiring, he learned that Buu had nowhere to stay and was temporarily residing at Bulma's house. Thus, Satan cleverly used chocolate to entice Buu, persuading him to accompany him home. And they began drinking together, both now thoroughly intoxicated, a fitting culmination for their world line. With a scowl, Bulma dragged the two of them home, while Gohan, eager to help, was rebuffed. The Goku family exchanged pleasantries before returning home, and Piccolo, ever self-reliant, flew off alone, while Yano and Lam-Z strolled leisurely back. The night in West City remained vibrant. Despite the destruction of the day, the streets were bustling with life, and half of the city was aglow with lights. Lam-Z, I'm sorry for worrying you, Yano said, brushing his fingers through her hair, feeling a touch of embarrassment. I'm just glad you're all right, Yano-kun, Lam-Z replied, wrapping her arm around his, nonchalantly wiping away a tear. How could she not care? After spending so many years together, their bond was profound. Yano chose not to elaborate further, instead gazing up at the night sky, where countless stars twinkled, and the streetlights elongated their shadows. The following day, Yano rose early, resolved to visit the old Kai for potential enhancement. Morning, Chi-Chi, he announced as he knocked on the door of Goku's house, greeted by Chi-Chi's surprised face. Oh, it's you. Yano, good morning. What brings you here? She inquired, ushering him inside. I'm looking for Gohan and Goku. Do you know if they're here? He asked. Oh. Goku is still asleep, but Gohan has gone to school. Let me wake him up, Chi-Chi replied, entering the bedroom and calling out, Goku-san. Startled awake, Goku rubbed his eyes, and as Chi-Chi led him into the living room, he finally noticed Yano. Goku, I wanted to ask what Gohan experienced in the Kai's realm that led to such a significant increase in his power, Yano began, greeting him but tactfully avoiding direct inquiries about potential development. It was the old Kai who enhanced Gohan's potential. Goku yawned, still drowsy. I see. Thanks, Goku. I'll see if I can undergo some enhancement as well, Yano said, patting Goku on the shoulder before locking onto the Kai's realm and teleporting. Goku turned back to his room to catch more sleep, having fought for so long without adequate rest. Upon waking, Lam-Z discovered that Yano had left once again, leaving a note stating he had gone to improve his strength. She shook her head helplessly. Oh, here we go again, Yano-kun. In the Kai's realm, Shin and Kibito sat alongside the old Kai, engaged in some unknown activity. Hey, Shin, Kibito. Yano waved. Yano, what brings you here? They exclaimed, surprised by his arrival. Especially since he had resolved two formidable foes, alleviating a significant burden from the universe. The old Kai squinted at Yano. So, you are the one who defeated those two? The one who has mastered the power of annihilation? Yes, that's me. You are the old Kai, correct? Yano feigned confusion. Indeed, it was Goku who informed me. Your mastery of the annihilation power is truly remarkable, the old Kai remarked, clapping Yano on the shoulder. Just fortunate. I'm here to request your assistance in enhancing my potential, Yano humbly stated, revealing the purpose of his visit. The old Kai paused, circling Yano as if assessing him, and exclaimed in wonder, it is indeed possible, but you must bring me something in exchange. Just tell me what you need, Yano responded eagerly. 5 top-notch beauty magazines. The old Kai said with a sly smile, reminding Yano of the old Kai's peculiar interests. All right. Yano instantly teleported to Master Roshi's place, where he found him lounging on the couch, watching television. Hey, Master, I'd like to borrow a few high-quality beauty magazines, Yano grinned. Well, you've married Lam-Z. Haven't you? Master Roshi adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing Yano. After a brief explanation, Roshi reluctantly handed over a few magazines, cautioning, these were my first loves. You best cherish them. Of course, Master. I'll be off now, Yano said, teleporting back to the Kai's realm, where the old Kai awaited with anticipation. Oh, this is simply splendid. Upon receiving the magazines, the old Kai beamed, eagerly flipping through them. May we commence? Yano eventually inquired, unable to contain his impatience. The old Kai, slowly regaining his focus, realized he had momentarily forgotten the task at hand. Very well, let us begin. The two sat opposite each other, and the old Kai lowered his head, his hand extending as if drifting into slumber. Yano could distinctly feel his meridians warming, and the energy within him began to stir. Traversing through several pathways, even the power of annihilation responding. As the potential enhancement continued, Yano's aura grew stronger, his divine energy being unlocked to some extent. This is the essence of potential enhancement, Yano mused. As time passed, Yano's potential reached its full development, filling him with newfound power. His regular state was now 5 times stronger than Goku's. It was impossible to express battle power accurately, lest the narrative become implausible, excluding various transformation forms. The 4th stage offered a 20-fold increase, compounded with the previous 3 layers in the 12-fold Kaioken, bolstering Yano's confidence immensely. With this newfound strength, he felt a significant assurance against the recently emerged Beerus. Yano clenched his fist. Yes, it's splendid. The potential enhancement is complete, and your subsequent training will yield a dramatic increase in speed. Yano's innate talent, already exceptional, had been accelerated by the Elder Kai's influence, now reaching astonishing velocities. Thank you, old Kai, Shin, Kibito. I shall take my leave. Do visit Earth when you can. Yano waved goodbye and teleported back to the heavenly temple on Earth. Yano? Dandy exclaimed, joyfully spotting him. Dandy, Mr. Popo, I've just returned from the Kai's realm. Yano explained. Chapter 82. The awakening of Beerus. After bidding farewell to the God of Destruction's palace, Yano returned home with ease. It was uncertain how long it would be until Beerus descended, but it certainly wouldn't be too long. Although he had grown quite familiar with Whis, who seemed inclined to mentor him, there was no guarantee that Beerus wouldn't decide to annihilate the Earth. Moreover, whether Beerus's arrival would bring forth other adversaries remained a mystery. However, Yano felt it was unlikely, as Beerus was already immensely powerful. Lam-Z, I'm back, he announced as he stepped through the door, noticing that it was already noon. Lam-Z was busy in the kitchen, and upon seeing Yano, she turned and smiled brightly. Just in time, Korin. Dinner is ready. During their meal, Yano informed Lam-Z that he would soon resume his training, preparing to tackle the challenge of mastering Ultra Instinct. Lam-Z sighed. Well, okay, Korin. But you must promise to visit often. I'm sorry, Lam-Z. I'll be training at the source of the Yellow Springs, so I can only return about once a month. There will be increasingly formidable foes ahead, including many that have not appeared in the original storyline. Therefore, I must grow stronger to protect my family and friends. Yano continued to ponder the need for training in the Eight Gates, having almost forgotten about it due to his recent, overwhelming use of divine power. He had only managed to open the fourth gate and knew that further breakthroughs would require combat. Please take care of yourself, Korin, Lam-Z said, her expression tinged with concern. Suddenly, Yano remembered that he had yet to find that peculiar stone. Without it, he might not sense danger approaching Earth in time. Wait a moment, Lam-Z, he said, teleporting to the Kaioshin realm to explain his intentions. I see. We have plenty of such stones in the Kaioshin realm. You can take a few, as they can store energy, Shin smiled knowingly. After gathering several stones, Yano confirmed their efficacy and bid farewell to the others. Lam-Z, take these stones. If you break one in a critical moment, I will sense my energy and return promptly, he instructed, feeling reassured. After dinner, Yano took Lam-Z out for a stroll, battling a sense of guilt for leaving her alone at home for extended periods during his training. Lam-Z, perceptive to Yano's emotions, looked up and smiled. What's wrong, Korin? I'm sorry for always leaving you by yourself at home, he replied, a hint of remorse in his voice. It's fine. You need to protect us. Becoming stronger is the best way to safeguard everyone, Lam-Z reassured him, her smile unwavering. Seeing her bright demeanor, Yano clenched his fists, affirming his resolve to grow ever stronger. The following day, Yano set off early to the source of the Yellow Springs, a place where training in divine power proved remarkably effective. He discovered that he could manipulate gravity with his divine energy, which greatly facilitated his physical training. Mastering Ultra Instinct required inner peace and the separation of consciousness from the body, a rather challenging endeavor. Yano recalled the descriptions in the texts, pondering the complexity of it all. It seemed akin to a headless fly darting about aimlessly. The concept was quite esoteric. In the original tale, Goku had achieved his breakthrough through the spirit bomb as an external stimulus. Could he also resort to harming himself with a spirit bomb? That was, of course, out of the question. He couldn't even produce a spirit bomb himself. At best, he could conjure an annihilation blast, which, while powerful, was not the same. Months later, in the realm of destruction, the purple feline deity finally awoke, yawning and surveying his surroundings. Whis, where have you gone? Beerus bellowed in dissatisfaction. Lord Beerus, you are awake. Whis replied, a smile gracing his face. Hey, Whis, I'm hungry, Beerus said, patting his belly. Of course. Waking up means it's time for a meal. Truly, your Lord Beerus, Whis chuckled, beginning to prepare the food. By the way, who was that person in my dream? It was on the tip of my tongue, yet I couldn't articulate it. During their meal, Beerus suddenly spoke up. What dream? What are you curious about? Whis inquired. It was a prophetic dream. I have to get to work soon, Beerus stretched, realizing he hadn't worked in quite some time. Prophetic fish, Beerus exclaimed. Immediately, the prophetic fish flew over, looking puzzled at Beerus. I recall you mentioned that in 39 years, my formidable rival would appear, correct? Yes, Lord Beerus, the fish affirmed. What was his name again? I've forgotten. They both shared a moment of forgetfulness. Whis, from now on, feed the prophetic fish twice a day, Beerus instructed, his expression darkening. No. It's the Super Saiyan God, the prophetic fish exclaimed, suddenly remembering. Oh right, that's the name, Science. Was the planet Vegeta destroyed by Frieza? Indeed, Lord Beerus. A few Scions escaped to another planet called Earth. Whis, using his staff, looked up in surprise. You know of this place? Beerus asked, intrigued by Whis's reaction. Oh. The food there is quite delightful. I visited once, and as for the Scions, only Vegeta and Goku remain of pure blood. Currently, Goku is training at the North Kais planet, the very one you destroyed. Whis couldn't help but smile at the thought of Yano possibly clashing with Beerus. Beerus regarded Whis with suspicion. Did you sneak off to enjoy fine dining while I was asleep? Never mind, let us go take a look. We can destroy some planets along the way. It will take approximately 20 minutes, Lord Beerus. I recommend bringing some lunch. With a flick of Whis' staff, the two transformed into streaks of light, speeding toward Earth while obliterating a few planets on their route. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin gazed gravely at the sky. Do you sense it, Shin? Yes, Elder. Several more planets have been destroyed, Shin replied, equally solemn. Sighing, the old Kaioshin recalled the unfortunate events. Beerus has awakened. And this time, it's far too soon. Destruction God? Elder, what kind of deity is that? Shin asked, completely unaware. You young ones know nothing. The destroyer gods and we Kaioshin are equal in rank. We are creators, while they embody destruction. Furthermore, the destroyer gods are notoriously capricious. often annihilating planets indiscriminately based on their whims. This time, it appears they are headed our way. I fear that Goku may engage him in battle, as he relishes fighting strong opponents. Is this god truly that powerful? Can Yano not contend with him? Shin questioned, bewildered. In Shin's mind, Yano was the universe's strongest warrior, having effortlessly defeated Majin Buu with a single hand. No, Yano would stand no chance. The destroyer gods represent the pinnacle of combat prowess in every universe, excluding the angels. Chapter 83. In a critical situation at the source of the underworld, Yano sat cross-legged, deep in meditation, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Over the past few months, Yano's divine power had grown increasingly formidable, and he had diligently refined his physique to an astonishing level of strength. Unfortunately, his mastery of the Ultra Instinct remained stagnant, showing no sign of improvement. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, two formidable visitors had arrived. Concerned that Goku and Beerus might engage in a confrontation, King Kai urged Goku to remain indoors. After King Kai's explanation, Goku grasped the magnitude of Beerus's strength and felt a surge of excitement. Forgive my boldness, but may I inquire about your purpose here, Lord Beerus? King Kai asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. I have business with the Scions here, Beerus replied. Oh, Goku, come forth and greet Lord Beerus, King Kai exclaimed, startled, as he called Goku outside. Upon seeing Whis, Goku expressed curiosity. Hey, who are you? You're the one from the last gathering, Ayano's friend, right? Goku seemed unconcerned about the god of destruction. Indeed, it has been a while, son Goku, Whis smiled. Beerus eyed Whis suspiciously. Hey, Whis, do you know him? Oh, indeed. Lord Beerus, Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. After some negotiations, Beerus discovered that Goku was unaware of the Super Saiyan god. When Goku proposed a sparring match, he was swiftly defeated and knocked unconscious. Let us proceed, Whis. Let us visit the Earth you mentioned, Beerus said, showing no signs of dust on his attire. A testament to his terrifying prowess, as Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form had been utterly powerless. On Earth, today marked Bulma's birthday celebration, hosted on a grand luxury yacht. How infuriating. Ayano and Goku have chosen to skip my birthday party, lost in their training. Even Vegeta only came because I insisted. Bulma vented her frustration to launch and Chi-Chi. Honestly, Goku disappears into his training and forgets about home, Chi-Chi lamented. And Ayano too. Don't be upset, Bulma, Launch comforted, gently patting Bulma's shoulder. Meanwhile, Vegeta, reclining on a chair, received news from King Kai that the universe's mightiest god of destruction, Beerus, was descending upon Earth. The god of destruction. Vegeta shuddered, recalling the ominous shadow Beerus had cast over his childhood. However, the partygoers aboard the yacht remained blissfully unaware, enjoying their time together as Goten and Trunks frolicked about, relishing the reunion. Ah, Prince Vegeta, Beerus's voice resonated as Vegeta, in a fit of anger, stood at the rear of the deck. Startled, he surveyed his surroundings but found no one, as Beerus stealthily approached from behind. With a sudden bang, Beerus startled Vegeta, who had been completely oblivious. Crouched on the ground, Vegeta's heart raced at the sight of that familiar face. At that moment, Bulma approached with a glass of juice and, upon noticing the two, Vegeta shouted, "Get back, you foolish woman." Such rudeness to a lady, Vegeta, Beerus remarked, eyeing him. What is it, Vegeta? Are these two your friends? Beerus inquired. Wait, is that Whis? Ayano's friend? Welcome to my birthday party. Come, let us have some refreshments, Bulma said, somewhat displeased, recalling their previous gathering. Alas, I have yet to succeed. Mastering Ultra Instinct is exceedingly challenging, Ayano sighed, opening his eyes and clenching his fists. Unsure of the current time, he decided to continue refining his body. Suddenly, the gravitational force around him intensified, pressing down on him. Clearly, he was unaware of the divine beings arriving on Earth. On Earth, Piccolo keenly sensed Vegeta's unusual demeanor that day, even going so far as to cook for Beerus to appease him. Beerus, it's him. The god of destruction? Piccolo recalled Ayano's words with alarm. If Whis is an angel, then this must undoubtedly be Beerus. This is bad. Ayano is not here. And I have heard this being is capricious. What if? Piccolo broke into a cold sweat, turning pale. At that moment, Majin Buu provoked Beerus. And when Satan attempted to intervene, he was sent flying by Beerus's hand, miraculously surviving, a testament to the resilience of the human king. Beerus grasped Buu's antenna with one hand and delivered powerful blows with the other, ultimately kicking Buu into the sea. The sudden turmoil left everyone bewildered. What just happened? Why did they suddenly start fighting? Bulma expressed her displeasure, urging Vegeta to confront Beerus. Vegeta levitated, attempting to rein in Beerus's emotions. Yet, Vegeta lacked the courage to engage in battle. How terrifying must this being be, Piccolo pondered as he observed the scene unfold. After reprimanding Buu, Beerus shouted, "Whis! Destroy the earth! Let us return!" As the servant of the god of destruction, Whis had no authority to dissuade him, but thinking of Yano. He decided to stall for a moment. "Lord Beerus, please wait a moment while I pack some food," Whis replied with a smile. Then, Gotenks made his entrance, only to be chastised by Beerus, causing everyone to become restless. Tien, Piccolo, Android 18, Krillin, and others sprang into action, yet Beerus easily dispatched them without lifting a finger. While Whis delayed Beerus with takeout, Gohan and Piccolo calmly strategized, unanimously agreeing that they needed to wait for Yano or Goku's return. Then came a pivotal moment. Bulma angrily slapped Beerus, only to be knocked unconscious by him, prompting Vegeta's fury. After several exchanges, he was quickly subdued. "Enough. Now, I shall obliterate the earth." Beerus prepared to unleash his destructive energy. Launch handed Piccolo a stone, urging, "Piccolo, shatter this. Yano will return." Piccolo grasped the stone. Feeling a surge of hope, and with determination, he crushed it, drawing the hopeful gazes of everyone, which piqued Beerus's curiosity. "Oh, Yano is returning," Whis observed, watching the unfolding scene. Suddenly, Yano, sensing his own energy from the depths of the underworld, activated instant transmission, capturing the attention of everyone present. "Yano! Lord Yano! Uncle Yano!" they exclaimed in unison, filled with delight. "Is this your trump card?" Beerus mused, observing the sudden appearance of this human. Instant transmission? How intriguing. Yano scanned the scene, spotting Beerus and Whis in the air, Whis grinning and waving at him, while Yano's gaze settled on Beerus. "Lord Beerus?" Yano ascended, inquiring with certainty. Chapter 84. Annihilation versus Destruction. "Do you recognize me?" Beerus inquired, his curiosity piqued, yet the sphere of destructive energy in his hand remained unyielding. "Are you truly intent on obliterating the earth?" "Apologies, but I cannot permit such an act." Suddenly, Yano unleashed the four doors, amplifying his power 12-fold. "Oh, this is intriguing. This power indeed surpasses that of the scion from King Kai's planet and Vegeta," Beerus remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. Yano remained silent, instead layering on divine energy, enveloping himself in a radiant blue aura. Beerus, somewhat astonished, mused, "A human possesses divine power? No wonder this is your trump card, under these circumstances. You are certainly qualified to engage in battle with me." Whis watched the two with anticipation, gracefully descending onto the deck, preparing to observe the spectacle from a reclined position. Just as their battle was about to commence, Goku's voice echoed, "Wait, Yano, Lord Beerus." The duo turned to face him. "If Lord Beerus seeks the god of super science, perhaps we should consult the dragon." After further negotiations, Beerus reluctantly agreed to inquire of the dragon, settling beside Whis as Yano returned to his normal state, approaching Lachi. The skies darkened, and the dragon emerged. After a brief inquiry, they learned how to summon the god of super science. With Dilly's assistance, they finally gathered 6 scions. 5 of them formed a circle, channeling their energy to Goku. A golden halo surrounded them, ultimately converging upon Goku, whose golden energy ascended skyward, summoning ethereal clouds. Indeed, the clouds of the afterlife. Yano squinted upwards, sensing the divine aura. Subsequently, blue energy radiated from Goku, breaking through the clouds to reveal a magnificent starry sky. While the atmosphere shifted dramatically, imbued with a sacred essence. Boom. Goku ascended slowly, a crimson light erupting, generating gusts of wind. Launchi clung tightly to Yano's arm. As the red light faded, the Super Saiyan God Goku made his grand entrance. "The god of Super Science indeed carries a divine presence," Yano remarked, excitement evident in his tone. Beerus and Goku levitated gradually. Goku waved at Yano. "My apologies, Yano, but allow me to have a match with Lord Beerus first." Yano smiled, then suddenly turned to Whis. "Long time no see, Mr. Whis." "Yano, it has been quite a while. I thought you would be battling Lord Beerus," Whis chuckled lightly. "Most likely, I will need to intervene shortly, as Lord Beerus is a god of destruction, not someone a newly ascended Goku can defeat." Yano shook his head. "I eagerly anticipate the outcomes of your training, Yano. By the way, simply call me Whis." In the sky, Goku, brimming with excitement, initiated an attack with the Kamehameha wave to test his strength, but Beerus deftly sidestepped it. "Watch the fluctuations," Piccolo shouted, and indeed, the Kamehameha caused monstrous tidal waves. Whis' staff struck the ground, stabilizing the yacht, while Vegeta and Piccolo exchanged astonished glances. Goku commenced his offensive, yet Beerus effortlessly parried. It seemed Goku, still unfamiliar with his divine power, was receiving a one-sided beating. As the two continued their skirmish, Yano reclined on a chair, observing the battle, while Vegeta stood proudly, gazing upward. Bulma and others piloted their crafts for a closer view, though Lanchi remained beside Yano. After a while, the battle concluded, and Goku fell to the ground, where Vegeta caught him in a princess carry, his body marred with injuries. Beerus gently landed on the yacht, and everyone assumed combat stances. "It is my turn, Lord Beerus," Yano announced, stepping forward, activating the 8 gates along with King Kai's technique and divine power. "Humph, an intriguing human. You, a mortal, have cultivated divine power. How did you achieve this?" Beerus queried, intrigued. "At the source of the afterlife," Yano replied honestly. "Oh, I see. However, passing through that door's trials is quite an accomplishment." Beerus nodded, then clasped his hands behind his back. The two ascended slowly, the audience watching Yano with bated breath. Each battle relied on Yano, and even Vegeta felt a measure of respect for him, a mere earthling enduring grueling training. He had attempted Yano's gravity multiplier and found himself unable to stand. "Go, Yano!" Lanchi cheered, cupping her hands to amplify her voice. Whoosh! Yano instantly appeared before Beerus, gravely launching his first punch, only for Beerus to catch it effortlessly. So swift, Yano thought, sensing Beerus's terrifying reflexes and quickly retreating. Then, Yano unleashed his divine technique, instantaneous movement, a moment that was found remarkable. "This is indeed the divine technique I developed. Such a talent is truly astonishing," Whis marveled, yet remained unaffected. Beerus, too, was not swayed but widened his eyes in surprise. "What? He can manipulate time using divine power?" Beerus quickly recognized this as an unprecedented divine technique. Seizing the opportunity of Beerus's astonishment, Yano unleashed a flurry of rapid punches. Bang! Beerus crossed his arms to block the assault. "Not bad," Beerus commented. The two faced off across the expanse. Yano erupted with energy. Ha! The power of annihilation surged, transforming the blue aura into a gray one. A chilling essence enveloped Yano's body, his hair turned gray, and his eyes became cold and indifferent. "Annihilation? He can do this!" Beerus exclaimed in shock, fully aware of the power of annihilation. This perfect form of annihilation, what manner of monstrous human is this? The onlookers aboard the ship displayed expressions of delight. They recognized the might of Yano's transformation, recalling how he had swiftly defeated Majin Buu. "Annihilation," Yano softly uttered, raising his hands to gather astonishing annihilation energy, the gray energy converging upon Beerus. Beerus's excitement peaked. "Ahaha! How interesting! Destruction!" Lifting a hand, Beerus concentrated a purple energy sphere. Annihilation versus destruction. Whis two felt exhilarated. Such a rare sight was before them. Boom! The two energies collided. Although texts claim that annihilation power is inferior to destruction power, Yano held a contrary belief. As one who mastered the perfect form of annihilation, he was filled with confidence. The terrifying aftermath distorted the very fabric of space. Yet the Earth remained largely unscathed under Whis' protection. The three deities in the Kaioshin realm wore expressions of tension. They could hardly believe that Yano could contend with Lord Beerus to such an extent. The old Kaioshin was deeply astonished, well aware of the power of the gods of destruction. While it was possible that Beerus was holding back, even so, the spectacle was utterly astonishing. Goku, too, felt a complex array of emotions. Had he possessed such power earlier, he would not have fared any better, realizing that Beerus had merely been toying with him. Chapter 85, Conclusion. Boom. As the clash of energy subsided, Beerus was astonished to find that his destructive energy had been completely neutralized. Yano, panting, gazed at his hands in disbelief. Although Beerus had not exerted his full strength in this act of destruction, it was nonetheless formidable. And to have it countered by the power of annihilation was remarkable. "It has been ages since I felt this profound stillness. You are the first to use the power of annihilation to nullify destructive energy." "Impressive," Beerus commented, noting that the power of annihilation was not particularly favored among the gods. The destroyer had no use for it, the angels did not engage in combat, and it was even less applicable to those of higher realms. With a swift motion, Yano appeared before Beerus, unleashing a sphere of annihilation that detonated against Beerus's form, yet he emerged unscathed. Such was the might of Beerus. Yano's demeanor was cold, but internally, a tempest raged. Only through true combat with Beerus did he grasp the magnitude of the destroyer's power. "Now it is my turn." Beerus suddenly materialized behind Yano, launching a punch towards him. Alarm bells rang in Yano's mind, but he was unable to evade this attack. He braced himself and absorbed the blow. His physical form remarkably resilient, so he sustained little damage. A smirk played upon Beerus's lips as several spheres of destructive energy materialized behind him, aimed directly at Yano. This is bad, annihilation. Yano instantly reacted, raising his hand to release his own annihilative energy in a collision with the destructive force. Boom. Following the explosion, Beerus appeared before Yano, and the two became entangled in battle. Thud, thud, thud. Onlookers could only perceive gray and purple lines intertwining in the air, accompanied by the sounds of their fierce clashes. Incredible! Is this the power of a destroyer? Piccolo exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow, anxiety palpable. Go, Yano! Lan Shi cheered fervently like a cheerleader. Vegeta's expression was grave. He hadn't anticipated that even with Yano's formidable strength, he could only defend passively. Everyone watched the sky with trepidation. This battle was beyond their comprehension. Suddenly, the gray lines plummeted, and Yano quickly steadied himself before charging back into close combat with Beerus. Thud, thud, thud. The space around them warped under the force of their powers, prompting Whis to furrow his brow. At this rate, the universe cannot bear it. With a wave of his staff, he stabilized the residual waves of their conflict. Ha! Yano erupted with energy, forcibly stacking his Kaioken to 20 times its usual strength. Preparing for a final clash. His red aura surged, enhancing all his attributes, compelling Beerus to exert himself further. Boom. Beerus's destructive energy exploded against Yano's abdomen. Taken by surprise, Yano took the full brunt of the hit, and his aura flickered out, sending him crashing back towards the yacht. Yano! No Korin! Uncle Yano! Piccolo rushed to catch him. Injured and disoriented, Yano had not anticipated such a sudden attack. Beerus had momentarily intensified his efforts, resulting in Yano's swift defeat. Now bereft of even the strength to consume a Senzu bean, he fell unconscious. Lan Shi hurriedly chewed a bean and pressed her lips to Yano's, transferring the healing energy to him. Yano opened his eyes and stood, as Beerus descended gracefully onto the deck. No Korin! Lan Shi leaped into Yano's embrace, her heart racing from the sight of his injury. I'm sorry, I cannot defeat Lord Beerus, Yano lamented, tenderly stroking Lan Shi's hair as he bowed his head. The group's spirits plummeted. If even Yano felt powerless, who among them could hope to contend with Beerus? Raising his hand, Beerus began to gather destructive energy. If that is the case, then Earth no longer warrants existence. Farewell. Whis did not intervene but cast a puzzled glance at Beerus, who seemed resolute in his intention to obliterate Earth. After all, the culinary delights of Earth and the talents of Yano, Goku, and the others had surely brought him joy throughout their battle. Why then would he choose destruction? The warriors, fueled by rage, witnessed Yano once more stack every enhancement available, Kaioken multiplied by 20 combined with the power of annihilation. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Gohan into Super Saiyan, Vegeta into Super Saiyan, and Gotenks into Super Saiyan 3. Beerus felt a twinge of resignation. The pinnacle of combatants from Universe 7 was before him, and he had no real intention of destroying Earth. Observing the Scion's innate potential and Yano's self-acquired annihilation power, he had reconsidered his earlier decision. The instinctive evasion demonstrated by Yano during their skirmish had evoked thoughts of Ultra Instinct. Beerus suspected that Yano had brushed against the threshold of Ultra Instinct, merely a step away from mastery, and sought to provoke him to see if he could unleash a temporary surge of power. However, it seemed unlikely. Forget it, Whis. Let us depart. I am feeling rather fatigued. We can destroy Earth another time. Beerus retracted his destructive energy, and Whis bid farewell to the assembled warriors before escorting Beerus away. The Earth warriors exchanged glances, and Yano exhaled in relief, releasing his enhancements. He had genuinely believed Beerus was about to annihilate Earth, preparing himself for a desperate fight. In truth, Yano had yet to unveil his ultimate technique. The god's skill, annihilation. Annihilation represented the pinnacle evolution of annihilation energy, requiring the perfect mastery of annihilation and a sacrifice of one's own life force to manifest a dark red energy, surpassing even destruction. However, there was uncertainty about whether Beerus could withstand such a blow. The likelihood was high. Annihilation was a technique absent from the records of divine skills, thus considered Yano's original creation. He realized that annihilation energy could evolve beyond its limits, yet it demanded life force. At that moment, he had fully released his annihilation energy, perceiving that his life force was about to ignite, compelling him to halt. This was his final trump card. Yano sensed that annihilation energy was bound to possess greater strength. He believed that once he truly surpassed the limits of annihilation, he would grasp the power of destruction. Yet, he acknowledged his own inadequacies, realizing that his foundational combat strength remained insufficient. The 8 Gates of Ninjutsu had only been unlocked to the 4th level, and their later stages would prove far more impactful. After all, even the 4th gate could amplify power 20-fold, combined with the multipliers from the first 3 gates, resulting in an absurd level of strength. The subsequent gates would undoubtedly yield even greater power, and with skills like the Peacock, Day Tiger, Evening Elephant, and Night Kai, channeling all his energy into a single strike would surely unleash catastrophic damage. Lord Beerus, you seem reluctant to destroy Earth. But why frighten them? Whis inquired curiously during their journey back. Humph. That boy Yano has already grazed the threshold of Ultra Instinct. I wanted to provoke him to see if he could unleash his potential, but it was quite disappointing. Beerus scoffed. By the way, Whis, have you been mentoring that lad? Oh ho ho ho. It seems I cannot hide anything from Lord Beerus. I did offer him some guidance previously, but the power of annihilation is his own insight. He is indeed suited to be your successor, Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. Chapter 86. Pregnancy on Earth. Amidst the aftermath of calamity, Yano exhaled deeply, realizing that Beerus had chosen not to annihilate the planet. After all, it was a sanctuary for the most formidable warriors of the 7th universe. The loss of such individuals would undoubtedly diminish the overall strength of the universe. You scared me. I thought we were doomed, Krillin remarked, patting his chest. Piccolo also regained his composure, reflecting on the day's tumultuous emotions, constantly facing the specter of death. The moment he witnessed Yano plummeting, he was rendered speechless. Incredible! I never imagined such power existed in the universe. Goku, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to marvel at Beerus's might. Only Vegeta remained silent, contemplating the vast gap between himself and the likes of Kakarot, Yano, Beerus, and the previous formidable foes like Majin Buu. The North Kai and the Kaioshin were equally stunned, as it was evident that Beerus had intentionally spared Earth. As the sun set, the birthday celebration came to a close. Despite some unexpected events, the gathering was filled with joy. Yano utilized his flight technique to escort Lam-Z home, who clung tightly to his neck, occasionally glancing down. That was amazing, Yano, she exclaimed, referring to the earlier battle. I still couldn't defeat Lord Beerus. I apologize for disappointing you, Yano replied. Not at all, Yano. Your mere presence gives me a sense of security. You are the strongest. Lam-Z reassured him. By the way, Lam-Z, what do you think about having a child? Gohan is about to become a father, after all. What do you think? Yano casually inquired. Lam-Z's face flushed instantly. If you want to, Yano, I would be happy to. Yano felt a rush of warmth, struggling to maintain his composure and avoid looking down at Lam-Z. The truth is, every time I train, you're left alone at home, and it feels rather lonely, he said, searching for an excuse. Lam-Z chuckled softly, sensing Yano's rising temperature. After a night's rest, Yano stretched and quietly descended from bed to the kitchen. He decided to practice his culinary skills, primarily to prepare a delightful meal for Lam-Z, while also hoping to win over Whis and Beerus. The clatter of utensils reached Lam-Z's ears as she rubbed her sleepy eyes and peered into the kitchen. Good morning, Yano, she greeted cheerfully. What are you making? She asked curiously, standing behind him. This is scrambled eggs with tomatoes and garlic ribs, he replied. I've never heard of that, but it looks delicious, Lam-Z said, eyeing the vibrant dish, her stomach grumbling. You can eat this while the ribs finish cooking. There's rice in the rice cooker. Thus, days passed in a delightful monotony until an unexpected announcement came. Lam-Z was pregnant. Consequently, Yano remained steadfastly by her side. Oh, Yano, you don't have to be so vigilant, she said, observing his anxious demeanor as he scanned their surroundings, drawing the attention of passers-by. No, it is imperative. I must ensure your safety and that of the child. I will forego my training for now, Yano insisted, refusing to lower his guard. Hiki, Mua, Lam-Z said, planting a kiss on him. Not far away, Yano spotted familiar figures, Bulma and Whis. The duo entered a tempura restaurant, and Lam-Z urged Yano to join them. Upon entering, they saw Whis savoring the tempura, appearing quite pleased. Oh, Yano and Lam-Z, Bulma exclaimed upon spotting them. Hi, Bulma. You and Mr. Whis are enjoying tempura? Lam-Z asked, taking a seat beside Bulma. Hello, Yano, and Miss Lam-Z. Whis greeted with a smile. Yano, what with the serious expression? Bulma inquired, noticing his tense demeanor. Lam-Z is pregnant, so I need to keep a close watch on our surroundings, he explained. Congratulations. It seems you two finally decided to have a child. That's wonderful, Lam-Z. Yano is being so responsible, unlike my Vegeta, who barely acknowledged my pregnancy with Trunks, Bulma remarked, holding Lam-Z's hand. After Whis finished his meal, the four of them returned to Capsule Corporation, with Bulma and Lanchi chatting animatedly along the way, while Yano kept a watchful eye on their surroundings as he conversed with Whis. Upon arriving at Capsule Corporation, they encountered Vegeta, who, upon learning that Whis was Beerus's mentor, sought his guidance for training. Ultimately, it was the allure of instant noodles that persuaded Whis to allow Vegeta to train under him. So, Yano, are you planning to join Vegeta in the God of Destruction realm? I can teach you as well, Whis asked as they prepared to depart. Vegeta was taken aback. After much effort to gain Whis's approval, he couldn't believe Whis was now inviting Yano to train. Yano felt tempted. Breaking through his limits in training could lead to significant improvement. However, I'm sorry, Whis, Lanchi is pregnant, and I want to stay by her side, he replied, shaking his head. That is truly unfortunate, Yano, but you are a commendable husband, Whis smiled. Suddenly, Lanchi interjected, it's all right, Yano, you can go with Mr. Whis. You need to grow stronger to protect me better. She recognized Yano's hesitation and encouraged him to pursue training. Indeed, Yano, if Lanchi insists. How about this? Let Lanchi stay with me for safety, and you need not worry about food and other matters, Bulma suggested, waving her hand as she took on the responsibility of caring for Lanchi. Well, all right, Bulma. Please take good care of Lanchi. Thank you. If anything happens on Earth, I'll return in an instant, Yano agreed, feeling assured in his decision. Thus, a pleasant arrangement was made, and with a wave of Whis's staff, the three of them vanished in a flash of light. Yano was quite considerate, Bulma remarked, grinning as she looked at Lanchi's belly. Thank you, Bulma, Lanchi replied. No need for thanks. We've been friends for so many years, Bulma said, embodying the spirit of camaraderie. Chapter 87. The Inhumane Training. This is the realm of destruction. Arno mused as he gazed upon the vast expanse of the destruction realm. The pyramid-shaped purple foundation was dominated by an enormous tree at its center, surrounded by sprawling woodlands, making the three of them appear minuscule in comparison. Numerous houses adorned the branches of the great tree as the trio gracefully descended onto a platform. Welcome to the destruction realm, Whis introduced. Arno and Vegeta scanned their surroundings, but there was no sign of Beerus. Lord Beerus is still asleep. Before you commence your training, you must first engage in various household chores, Whis informed them. Household chores. Vegeta's face twitched in disbelief. With a gentle wave of his staff, Whis conjured 2 aprons for them. Arno's was gray while Vegeta's was shockingly pink. The prince scowled at the sight of the pink apron, his expression hardening. The first task is to change Lord Beerus's bed sheets, Whis announced, seemingly a simple enough task. The two slowly approached Beerus's chamber, where numerous colossal hourglasses floated in the air, and at the center lay a bed with the purple cat of destruction peacefully sleeping. Let us begin, Vegeta, Arno said with determination. Vegeta snorted, and they positioned themselves beside the bed, observing the situation. Suddenly, with a swift turn, Beerus's tail struck Vegeta, sending him crashing into an hourglass, which immediately began to shimmer, on the verge of exploding. Blast it, Arno exclaimed, swiftly teleporting beside Vegeta, and then to Whis, my apologies. Whis. Eventually, through their cooperation, they successfully changed the sheets. Next was the task of mowing the grass, which proved to be quite simple. Before long, they had cleared an entire expanse of weeds. Vegeta lay exhausted on the ground, while Arno remained unfazed, finding the tasks trivial compared to his training. Well done, Vegeta and Arno. Now, we shall commence your training, was said, leading them to a clearing. There, 2 heavy-weighted suits awaited them, which Vegeta struggled to lift. However, for Arno, it was a mere trifle. His physical prowess could very well be deemed the strongest in the universe. Having undergone thousandfold gravity training in the realm of nothingness, he was accustomed to such burdens. As Whis and Vegeta watched Arno sprinting effortlessly while carrying the weights, they were left in astonishment. It appears I underestimated Arno's strength. Very well, Arno, train alongside me while Vegeta starts here, Whis commanded, waving his staff to make Arno's weights vanish. Vegeta, grappling with the disparity, unleashed his full power to lift the weights without transforming into a Super Saiyan, slowly progressing forward as the path behind him continued to vanish. Arno followed Whis to a vast plain. Arno, attack me, Whis said with a faint smile. Is it possible to combine the 8 gates and the Kaioken? Arno inquired. You may use the divine power, but refrain from utilizing anything else, Whis replied. With that, Arno unleashed a blue aura, his gaze sharpening as he charged at Whis. His attacks were swift, the sound of air being sliced through echoed, yet Whis effortlessly evaded them, barely even glancing at Arno's strikes. Is this the ultimate mastery of freedom? Remarkable, Arno thought, astonished that his efforts were in vain. All right, cease your attacks, Arno. You have realized it. haven't you? This is the ultimate mastery of freedom. How does it feel? Indeed, it is impressive. How should I train? Arno was eager to learn the method of his training. Whis smiled mysteriously, waving his staff to envelop Arno in a void-like space. It appeared blank, devoid of any particular features, and Arno scrutinized it but found nothing of note. Here you shall train. I will bring you out by nightfall. However, you must survive in this realm until then, as energy blasts may sporadically target you. You must evade them without utilizing your six senses, was instructed. Evade without using my six senses? How is that even possible? Arno was bewildered. Without sight, hearing, touch, smell, taste, or perception, how could he escape? Well, that's not my concern. By the way, getting hit will be quite painful, was chuckled darkly, waving his staff before departing. Thus began the hellish training, with Arno's cries echoing through the empty space. On Earth, Lanchi and Bulma chatted in the Capsule Corporation's garden, with Bulma's mother nearby. I wonder how Nukoin and the others are faring. Their training must be arduous, Lanchi sighed. Vegeta is always training and hardly comes home. I couldn't care less about him. Bulma retorted. Nukoin sometimes vanishes for long stretches to train. It's the same for everyone. Don't be upset, Bulma. Even Goku is like that. Indeed, all Saiyans are like that. Luckily, Arno has been more attentive since your pregnancy. Though Goku seems quite fearful of Chi-Chi, who constantly urges him to provide for the family. I once considered giving Goku some money for Chi-Chi, but he flatly refused. Bulma laughed. To her, money is merely a number. The same applied to Lanchi. The golden-haired version had robbed plenty, amassing wealth that was impossible to exhaust. Recently, however, she had rarely appeared, as if she had fallen into a deep slumber, no longer exhibiting her previous personality shifts. Arno had previously consulted Dakaishin, who simply explained that it was akin to two personalities, and now one was reluctant to emerge. The earlier shifts had been unstable, but now the personalities had stabilized. By nightfall, Whis retrieved Arno, who emerged in tattered garments. His training attire, crafted by Lanchi, now riddled with wounds, and his hair frayed wildly. It was the first time Vegeta had seen Arno in such disarray, causing him to shiver involuntarily. What kind of training had he endured to end up like this? With Whis' support, he waved his staff, healing Arno's wounds and restoring his attire. Though Arno's demeanor remained tense, it is evident that you have been training hard. Keep it up, Whis stifled a laugh. Arno remained silent, having only dodged a single energy ball all afternoon. Years ago, his body had instinctively evaded attacks once more, successfully avoiding one energy blast while failing to dodge all others, receiving a barrage of hits throughout the afternoon. As they returned to their quarters, Arno collapsed onto the bed, and Vegeta, though fatigued, curiously asked about Arno's training experience. Inhumane. Hellish training. I spent the entire afternoon being battered, Arno succinctly summarized before drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 88. Returning home on Earth, everyone gathered at Gohan's home. Chi-Chi, Bulma, Lanchi, and Videl were in the study, contemplating the future of Xiaofang. As a girl, Xiaofang certainly shouldn't become a martial artist, right? Lanchi, you must feel the same way. You have only 4 months until your child is born, and you too must consider their future. Chi-Chi placed her hands on Lanchi's shoulders. Lanchi smiled awkwardly. Let's see whether it's a boy or a girl. If it's a girl, I wouldn't want her to pursue martial arts. Arno's training is quite grueling, and I don't want my child to get hurt. Of course, it ultimately depends on the child's own desires, right, Bulma? Lanchi directed the question toward Bulma. Chi-Chi looked at Bulma, who nodded. Lanchi is right, but Xiaofang has Saiyan blood, so there's a high probability she will be interested in martial arts. What do you think, Videl? Being a martial artist is actually quite admirable, Videl smiled. Speaking of which, it's infuriating that Vegeta and Arno haven't returned even once. Bulma lamented about the two, while far away in the God of Destruction's realm, Arno and Vegeta sneezed simultaneously, exchanging puzzled glances. Yes, ever since they began training with Mr. Whis, they haven't come back, Lanchi added, expressing her longing for Arno. What are you saying? Goku burst through the door, placing his hands on Bulma's shoulders. Goku-san, can you not be so reckless with Lanchi pregnant? Chi-Chi scolded, giving Goku a light punch on the head. Lanchi smiled, indicating that it was all right. Hiki, sorry Lanchi. Did you just say Arno and Vegeta want to train with Whis? Goku scratched his head. Yes. They've been gone for 6 months, Lanchi replied honestly. Wow. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Krillin, Gohan, Satan, and Piccolo entered the study, and Chi-Chi instructed Goku to fix the wall. Despite Chi-Chi's strong objections, Krillin secretly whispered to Goku about instant transmission. After searching for a while without any success, they reluctantly gave up. Bulma mentioned that Whis would likely return in a month or two, urging Goku to be patient. 2 months later, Whis returned with Arno, who had successfully entered the realm of Ultra Instinct after 8 months of training. At that moment, Arno had nearly met his demise in a desperate situation. His divine power surged, allowing him to access Ultra Instinct. His hair shimmered with silver, surrounded by a silver aura, and his power was terrifyingly enhanced. Whis was equally astonished, never expecting Arno to truly break through to this level. Bulma had been waiting anxiously, sitting next to the heavily pregnant Lan-Z. Arno Cohen. Lan-Z waved, attempting to stand. But Arno hurried over to support her. With only 2 months until the birth, he had to ensure everything was safe. Lan-Z, you've worked hard, Arno said, helping her to sit down, while Whis smiled. Ah, Arno, you're back. Has Vegeta returned as well? Bulma looked around, but did not see Vegeta. No. Vegeta is still training. I thought since the child is about to be born, I would return with Whis. We'll resume training after the baby arrives. How thoughtful of you. Arno-san. It's been a while. Bulma, Lan-Z, Whis approached them. Bulma suddenly remembered something and took out her phone to call Goku, who felt Arno's energy and instant transmitted over. Wow, it's been ages, Arno, Whis. How could you go training without me? That's so unfair. Goku gritted his teeth. Can I join you in training, Whis? I want to become as powerful as Lord Beerus. Goku clasped his hands together. Of course, but please wait a moment. I need to enjoy some delicacies with Mrs. Bulma first, Whis replied, his hands behind his back, his staff tucked away. You all should join us. I have prepared suitable food for Lan-Z, Bulma smiled, announcing that they were having hot pot, known here as shabu shabu. After the meal, as Goku and Whis prepared to leave, Goku invited Arno to join, but Arno declined. Though I would love to go, I'm afraid I must stay with Lan-Z as she is about to give birth. Also, Frieza is close to seeking revenge. And I'm not sure if Cooler will come. It's better for him to remain on Earth. Alright then, goodbye everyone. Wait, Goku-san, you cannot go. Chi-Chi's voice echoed from the sky as she arrived with Gohan and Goten. Whis smiled faintly, waved his staff, and Goku hurriedly followed him as they departed. Leaving Chi-Chi to sigh? Well, let him go, Bulma. When are we starting the party? Chi-Chi turned to Bulma, recalling that Goku and Bulma had mentioned throwing a party a few days prior. That's true, let's go. The party starts tonight. Laughter erupted among everyone. That evening, Capsule Corp was aglow with lights. Gohan's family, Chi-Chi, Krillin's family, Master Roshi, and others, including Arno and Lan-Z, gathered to celebrate the impending birth of Xiao Fang. Lan-Z sat between Chi-Chi and Bulma, while Videl sat nearby, and they played with Xiao Fang. Lan-Z was close to giving birth, but this meant Xiao Fang would be older than Arno's child. However, Bulma suddenly pondered. Xiao Fang will still have to call them uncle or aunt, Videl remarked. That is true. Even though Arno's child will be younger, the generational hierarchy remains, they all chuckled, and Xiao Fang clapped joyfully. Krillin and the others were puzzled, unsure of what they were laughing about. By the way, Lan-Z, have you named the baby? Chi-Chi inquired curiously. Well, if it's a boy. Arno suggested the name Yarselin, and if it's a girl, I want to call her Yawawan. Just random names, don't pay too much attention. Those names are quite lovely. Everyone agreed in unison. Arno and Piccolo stood aside, chatting. To be honest, Piccolo, I read in a book about the history of your Namekian ancestors. Oh, what about it? It is said that your ancestor was the dragon god Salam, which means your potential is likely largely untapped. I think you should consider seeking out the old Kai or the dragon to develop your potential and become even stronger, Arno said, half seriously. Dragon god Salam? Developing potential? Piccolo felt intrigued. The gap between him and Arno was widening, and if there were a way to enhance his strength, it would indeed be excellent news. Indeed. The dragon god Salam was said to have existed in the same era as the Omni King, and the Super Dragon was created by him. Super Dragon? Piccolo suddenly felt as though he knew nothing at all. Chapter 89. Yawanon indeed. As the name suggests, it is also a Dragon Ball, a vessel for wishes. Yet its power far exceeds that of the Namekian Dragon Balls by countless magnitudes. Consequently, I believe you can harness the dragon to unlock your potential. Yano decided to enlist Piccolo's assistance ahead of time to bolster their team's strength. A vague sense of foreboding crept over Yano. He suspected that this power competition would not unfold as easily as anticipated. Historically, it had been common for bosses to have accomplices, and thus, this event would undoubtedly bring about changes. Furthermore, he was uncertain what adversaries might emerge after the competition concluded. Sounds enticing. I plan to seek out the Dragon Balls tomorrow. Care to join? Piccolo inquired. I'll pass. You can go on your own. I need to stay with Lan-Chi, Yano replied, shaking his head. Piccolo nodded, reasoning that searching for a Dragon Ball on Earth was no monumental task. However, this raised uncertainty about whether Frieza could be resurrected smoothly. Ultimately, it mattered little to him. In the cosmos, Frieza's fleet lay anchored in the void. I will personally revive Lord Frieza, Sorb declared, embarking towards Earth. After the gathering concluded, everyone returned home. Yano and Lan-Chi initially intended to leave, but Bulma insisted they stay. Lan-Chi is about to give birth. There's no need for you to be running around. Besides, it feels quite empty without Vegeta at home. You two should stay here, Bulma urged. That's a fair point. I suppose I shall impose upon you, Bulma, Yano said. Supporting Lan-Chi. How wonderful. Uncle Yano staying means he can train with me, Little Trunks exclaimed, excited by the prospect. With Vegeta absent, he had been training alone or playing with Goten, and he hoped Yano could guide him. Haha, I won't be training much these days. I must remain by Aunt Lan-Chi's side. So you will have to train on your own, but I can offer guidance, Trunks, Yano said, ruffling the boy's hair. Is that so? What a pity, Trunks replied, somewhat disappointed. The following day, as Gohan and Videl went shopping, Little Pan needed Piccolo to look after her, thus delaying Piccolo's plans. By the time Gohan returned, Sorb and his companions had summoned the dragon. Please resurrect Lord Frieza, Sorb commanded. The dragon's eyes gleamed as Frieza's fragmented body materialized. Please resurrect Lord Cooler. This was the second wish, since Cooler had been obliterated by Yano's energy wave. Only his soul could be summoned back. To fully revive him, a wish to reconstruct his body would be necessary. I want 1,000,000 zeni, Shu suddenly shouted. Making his final wish, Sorb, infuriated, contemplated eliminating them, sending shivers down the spines of the trio. However, Tagoma intervened. Lord Sorb, they might still prove useful in the future. And it is unwise to linger here. We should depart swiftly. Having gathered Frieza's remains, the group hastily vacated the premises, intending to restore Frieza and create a body for Cooler using metal. You sensed it too, didn't you, Yano? Piccolo inquired upon arriving at Capsule Corporation. Indeed. It is the dragon. I initially thought it was you who summoned it, but clearly, it was not, Yano responded. Certainly not me. It seems I will have to wait for the next opportunity. However, I am quite curious about who made the wish. I have an unsettling premonition, Yano mused. Whatever the case, it matters not. I am not overly concerned while on Earth, Yano dismissed, unperturbed even by the prospect of encountering Golden Frieza and Cooler together. 2 months later, the day of the child's birth arrived, and Yano was exceedingly anxious to alleviate Lan-Chi's suffering. He instantaneously transported to the God of Destruction's realm to summon Whis. I never anticipated you would summon me for such a matter, Whis chuckled, placing his staff upon Lan-Chi's abdomen and reciting some enigmatic incantations. Soon after, a swaddled infant emerged, wailing and astonishing everyone present. This, Krillin gasped, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Yano exhaled in relief, accepting the infant. The baby was pristine, unlike any newborn, with a tuft of blue hair and an adorably cherubic face. As she wailed, upon glimpsing Yano, she ceased her cries and smiled. Everyone gathered around, with Little Trunks and Goten eagerly observing the newborn. It's a girl. Her name is Yuan, Yano announced. Absolutely adorable. I must take my leave now, Mr. Yano. Next time, do let me sample those sweet and sour ribs you mentioned, was said, bidding farewell. Yano handed the child to Piccolo and quickly turned to Lan-Chi, who was resting in a recliner. How are you, Lan-Chi? Is it painful? He gently inquired, stroking her hair. Not at all, thanks to Mr. Whis. Let me hold one, Lan-Chi replied, rising to take the baby from Piccolo. She is truly precious. Lan-Chi gazed affectionately at the infant, while Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Videl gathered around. Indeed, just as charming as little Pan. Pan, look at your aunt, Videl said, holding Pan, who was captivated by Wan. I never knew Whis possessed such abilities. Yano is truly considerate, Bulma remarked, somewhat envious of Lan-Chi. Indeed. I was also surprised that Yano would go out of his way to invite Mr. Whis. Lan-Chi chuckled, glancing at Yano conversing with Piccolo and the others. Are you planning to train Wan? Krillin inquired, curious, as he had not encouraged Marin to pursue martial arts. Just some basic skills for self-defense. I prefer not to involve my child in battles. Let us seasoned fighters handle the conflict, Yano responded, shaking his head. That makes sense. It's best left to us. Piccolo agreed. As laughter and discussions ensued, Bulma decided to host another party to celebrate Wan's successful arrival. That night, Lam-Z cradled one by the bedside while Yano hurriedly prepared various items and set up a crib nearby. Thank you, Yano. Lam-Z smiled at him. Why thank me? I should be the one expressing gratitude to you, Lam-Z, Yano replied. Wan also possesses 8 meridians, yet I still do not intend for her to learn martial arts. It is better for her to remain an innocent child, Lam-Z said with a laugh. Indeed, being a good father is paramount, Yano affirmed. The threats are far too dangerous now. Our enemies are stronger than ever, and it is better to leave the fighting to those of us who are experienced. Chapter 90. The Revenge of Frieza and Cooler. Today, a visitor arrived at Capsule Corp, the galactic patrolman, Gak, who happens to be Bulma's cosmic friend. Yano was strolling in the yard with Lam-Z and Wan when they encountered Goten and Trunks, just as a spaceship descended and Gak emerged from it. Wan giggled, while Goten made silly faces to amuse her. Yano engaged in conversation with Gak, and Trunks went to summon Bulma. Is that Gak? Bulma called out from a distance. What brings you here? She placed her hands on her hips, looking at Gak with a hint of confusion. I heard you know the ones who defeated Frieza's family? This person beside you is one of them, she said, nodding towards Yano. Gak was taken aback. What? A human? You can't be serious, Bulma. Of course not. Yano has faced a god of destruction. He is far more formidable than Goku and Vegeta, Bulma asserted. A god of destruction? Isn't that a figure from mythology? And who are Goku and Vegeta? Gak seemed unaware of Beerus's existence. They are my friends and my husband. They are both Scions. Scions? That notorious race known for their brutality? Gak glanced at Yano, realizing the potential truth in Bulma's words. I apologize for my rudeness, he said, instantly humbled. Realizing he had conversed with someone who had vanquished Frieza. Don't worry, did you mention Frieza because he has been resurrected? Yano waved his hand dismissively. Yes. Frieza and Cooler have returned, along with 1,000 soldiers, and they are heading towards Earth. Oh, that's fine. Yano is here, right? Bulma said nonchalantly. Confident that with Yano's presence, there was no cause for concern. There was no need to call Whis to summon Goku and Vegeta. Yano nodded, smiling. He had not even entertained the notion of defeat, only how quickly the battle could be resolved. Well, since you all are so confident, I shall take my leave. Gak said, preparing to depart, only to witness a spacecraft plunge into the water. Trunks and Goten exchanged awkward smiles, and Lam-Z stifled a laugh. However, it was prudent to make preparations, so Bulma informed everyone via phone, and they all got ready to head to the battlefield. Yano instantaneously transported to the location where everyone had gathered, recognizing many familiar faces: Piccolo, Gohan, Master Roshi, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, though the latter seemed to be absent. Upon seeing Yano, everyone expressed their relief. Yano, now that you are here, everything will be all right, Krillin said, visibly relaxed. Do not worry too much, just handle the minions. Master, are you going to join the fight? Yano inquired, looking at Master Roshi. Do not underestimate me. Let me show you the strength of an old-school earth martial artist. Perhaps it has something to do with the dragon's appearance last time, Yano, Piccolo remarked. Indeed. As they conversed, Gak, Bulma, Trunks, and Goten arrived, while Lam-Z was at Capsule Corp entertaining Wan. Just then, Frieza's spaceship arrived, and his soldiers streamed out, with Frieza and Metal Cooler seated in their respective chairs. Metal Cooler. Quite impressive, Yano observed, noting the significant changes in Cooler's appearance and strength. If he had trained for 4 months, he might even achieve his golden form. You two are truly relentless, Yano shouted. The moment Cooler saw Yano, he was filled with rage, while Frieza remained focused on his desire to kill Goku. Long time no see, Mr. Yano, Cooler said, regaining his composure and sneering. Where's Goku, Mr. Yano? Frieza inquired. He is training. I can handle the two of you myself. Even though both possess super blue power, Yano remained unafraid. Such confidence, Mr. Yano. It's quite nauseating, Cooler seethed. Are you ready to strike now, or will you wait until your minions are eliminated by my comrades? I'll give you a chance, if Goku hasn't returned by then. I will kill you both, Frieza scoffed. Very well, I will wait for Goku to return, and then I will kill you in front of him, Cooler replied. Returning the mocking tone, the strongest fighters on both sides opted to observe, leaving Bulma bewildered. Trunks and Goten grew increasingly excited, gradually defeating Frieza's troops, which caught Frieza's attention. This little brat. Frieza suddenly recalled the one who had previously slain him. Die. Frieza unleashed a laser towards Trunks, who was momentarily caught off guard. But Yano reacted swiftly. With a resounding clap, Yano deflected the laser. Weren't we supposed to wait for Goku, Frieza? This isn't like you, Yano taunted. Heh. Just a momentary lapse in control. To Goma, these two brats are yours, Frieza barked. How dare you ambush me, Goten? Trunks realized he had been saved by Yano and felt a surge of anger. Fusion. The two combined, transforming into the universe's strongest warrior, Gotenks. Tagoma was sent crashing into the ground, and in that instant, the frog-like Captain Jinyu appeared. Exchange? Tagoma looked at the words drawn by the frog. Astonished by the unfolding scene, Tagoma's soul exchanged with Jinyu, who returned to the fray. How shameful! Jinyu posed dramatically, and Frieza recognized him, albeit uncertainly. It is I. Lord Frieza. Jinyu explained, and Frieza nodded in understanding. You dare to ignore me? Gotenks transformed into Super Saiyan and charged at Jinyu, unleashing a wave of energy that obliterated him in an instant. Watching Jinyu, who had just appeared for a minute, be defeated, Frieza fell silent. As all the minions had been eradicated. You are the infamous villain, Frieza? Allow me to demonstrate the might of Gotenks. Gotenks ascended to Super Saiyan 3, his power surging. With a resounding impact, his fist struck Frieza's face, sending him flying. It remained unclear who was stronger between Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks and Frieza in his initial form. But it was evident that Frieza was being thoroughly overwhelmed. You insufferable brat! Frieza roared, his rage surging, clouds gathering ominously as the very earth trembled. Yano pressed his right foot to the ground, stabilizing the planet and emitting an aura to protect those behind him. Would Golden Frieza emerge now? And who would prevail against Gotenks? Yano eagerly watched the unfolding drama. Boom. Frieza unleashed his power to its peak, reaching super blue levels, though still unstable. And the Golden Frieza made his entrance. Far away in the realm of the gods of destruction, Goku and his companions sensed this remarkable power. Is that Frieza's energy? Chapter 91. The Revenge of Frieza and Gula 2. Goku felt a sense of confusion. This energy closely resembled Frieza's aura, and it originated from Earth. Could it be that Frieza had returned to Earth seeking vengeance? Regardless, with Yano on Earth, there should be no significant issues. He might as well continue his training. Goku did not dwell on it too much, as Yano's presence on Earth could resolve most problems. However, Vegeta held a different opinion. This power was strong enough to reach the realm of destruction. What if Yano couldn't withstand it? Wouldn't Bulma and Trunks be in danger? Moreover, he might currently be more powerful than Yano. Evidently, he had gained considerable confidence after acquiring divine power. No, Kakarot, I must return to Earth. I cannot shake this unease. Vegeta declared, shaking his head. Beerus and Whis also sensed this formidable aura. Beerus looked at the two. Let us go and investigate. My pizza has just been devoured. It takes over 20 minutes to reach Earth from here. Vegeta. You could have Goku teleport you, Whis remarked with a smile. Vegeta turned to Goku, who scratched his head. Still contemplating his training, as venturing out was no small feat. Fine. Give me your hand, Vegeta. Goku placed 2 fingers on his forehead and extended his right hand. TCH. Vegeta grimaced, reluctantly offering his hand to Goku. Then, until we meet again, Lord Beerus, Whis. On Earth, Frieza's final form appeared before the group. And Gohan and Piccolo stared at him solemnly. The aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Yano estimated that his strength, combining divine power and the first 2 transformations, would not require him to exert his full power. He could defeat Frieza without using Ultra Instinct or even the obliteration power, just as Frieza prepared to strike. The younger Saiyan appeared before everyone. Frieza? Goku exclaimed, recognizing him at once, albeit in a different form. Goku, you have kept me waiting. Since you are here, let us begin with you, Frieza sneered, instantly shifting his focus to Goku. You truly are relentless, Frieza. Returning from the dead seeking revenge, Goku declared, brimming with fighting spirit. The mere thought of your existence causes me discomfort, which is why I trained for 4 months to come back for vengeance. As you can see, this is my new power, Golden Frieza. Ho ho ho. Frieza unleashed his distinctive laughter. Since we are prepared to battle, do not hold back, Goku. Show me your full strength. Frieza commanded, his gaze fixed on Goku. Goku unleashed his power, causing the earth to tremble once more. Divine energy flickered, and a blue glow burst forth as Super Saiyan Blue emerged. Yano looked up at Goku. The blue aura resembled his own. Yet the Saiyan S transformation combined Super Saiyan and divine power, altering the color of his hair. The battle commenced, leaving Gotenks bewildered. Yano shook his head in disappointment. Although it was likely Gotenks would be outmatched, he felt a twinge of regret for not witnessing the fight. Meanwhile, Gula could no longer remain idle. He too sought vengeance. Boom. Gula unleashed an energy blast towards the group, but Yano swatted it away effortlessly. Can't sit still, Gula? Let me witness the strength you've acquired, Yano ascended. Matching Gula's level. Gula wasted no time, his aura erupting with astonishing intensity, followed by a flash of gold as golden mechanical Gula made his entrance. Unexpectedly, the metallic form could also transform into gold. Yano squinted at Gula, sensing a powerful aura, significantly stronger than Frieza's, likely on par with his own combined divine power. Vegeta glanced at Gula anxiously. This energy was indeed formidable, and even in Super Saiyan Blue, he might not be able to prevail. With Gula showcasing his strength, Yano began to unleash his own power, activating his divine transformation in an instant, a bluish-green aura enveloping him. The two stood opposed in the sky. The battle of revenge officially commencing. Boom. Yano released a wave of energy, then teleported beside Gula and delivered a powerful punch. Gula crossed his arms to block the energy attack, but the force sent him flying far away. Bang, bang, bang. Yano relentlessly pursued with a barrage of strikes, adhering to his usual aggressive style. Boom. Yano's aura exploded again, revealing the 12-fold Kaioken as he shattered one of Gula's arms with a single blow. Apologies. I do not favor prolonged battles. The blue aura transformed into a grayish flame, the long-absent gray, blue, and red colors intertwining. The mere leakage of energy caused the space to tremble. Beerus, who was en route, sensed this power. This is Yano's aura. He has grown significantly since the last encounter. Annihilation. The cold voice resonated, and an energy imbued with a sense of desolation surged towards Gula. Gula could not even emit a roar before being utterly obliterated by this force. Vegeta fell into silence, frozen in place, his expression solidified. After acquiring divine power, he believed himself capable, but witnessing Yano effortlessly dispatch Golden Gula left him stunned. Is Gula truly dead? Krillin questioned incredulously. By all appearances, yes. His aura is undetectable. As expected of Yano, he never drags things out. If he can finish an opponent swiftly, he does. Look at Goku. He is still chatting with Frieza, Piccolo remarked, somewhat exasperated as Goku and Frieza resumed their dialogue. Indeed, having Yano as an ally was reassuring. Krillin and the others sighed with relief. Well done, Yano. Goku, hurry and eliminate the Frieza. Bulma shouted, while Jocko broke out in a cold sweat beside her. Just then, Beerus and Whis arrived as Yano descended, reverting to his normal state. Lord Beerus, Whis, Yano greeted. Beerus nodded, and Whis smiled. Have you dealt with Gula? Impressive. Lord Beerus? Whis? Bulma exclaimed, startled. Hey, have you prepared the food? Beerus inquired, looking around for delicacies. The food is at home. After the battle concludes, I will host a party where you can indulge in the feast. For now, please wait for Goku to defeat Frieza. Bulma responded with a smile. Humph. Goku. Defeat Frieza quickly, do not waste any more time. Beerus bellowed. Lord Beerus? Both turned to see the upright purple cat. Frieza's face displayed a hint of fear as Beerus nonchalantly cleaned his ears. I do not care about your vengeance. If you can defeat Goku, do so quickly and leave. If you cannot, end it swiftly. Goku chuckled awkwardly before focusing intently, launching a relentless assault on Frieza. No longer holding back. Goku's strength surpassed that of Frieza's unstable golden form, gradually forcing Frieza into a disadvantageous position. Chapter 92. The arrival of Compa. Frieza knelt on the ground, clearly at a disadvantage after Goku unleashed his power. His golden form was unstable and taxing. It's not too late to leave here, Frieza, Goku declared as he reverted from his Super Saiyan Blue state. Unbeknownst to him, Sorbet lurked behind a nearby rock, aiming a laser cannon at his chest. In an instant, Yano appeared before Sorbet, delivering a swift blow that sent a powerful ki blast to resolve the situation. The onlookers, including Goku, were momentarily bewildered. Truly careless, Goku. You nearly fell victim to an ambush, Yano remarked. Goku scratched his head, acknowledging the oversight. What a fool, Vegeta muttered, realizing his own chance to intervene had slipped away. Finish him, Goku. Do not grant him any opportunity, Yano urged, fearing Frieza might retaliate and destroy Earth. He teleported in front of Frieza, delivering a punch that reverted him to his previous form. All right, Frieza, Goku exclaimed, launching him away with a decisive blow. Since Frieza had attempted deceit, Goku felt compelled to eliminate him for good, unleashing a Kamehameha wave that obliterated Frieza completely. How negligent, Goku. If it weren't for Yano, you would have been ambushed successfully. Whis has mentioned this flaw of yours, Beerus remarked, unimpressed. Haha, it's resolved now. Lord Beerus, Whis, the feast at home is ready. Let us all go, Bulma announced, having already arranged a meal at home. At Bulma's residence, everyone gathered on the balcony, indulging in delicacies and enjoying lively conversation. If Frieza ever resurrects, I shall slice him apart with my sword, Chaozu declared, brandishing an imaginary sword. which elicited shared laughter among Yano and the others. Uncle Piccolo, please continue my training. Gohan earnestly requested, having realized the error of neglecting his training during the recent battle. Well, I suppose I must. Retrieve your martial arts uniform tomorrow, Piccolo replied, arms crossed. A hint of a smile on his lips. Yano, are you uninjured? Launch asked, embracing her daughter. How could I be hurt, Launch? Yano replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Launch's hair and teasing his daughter. Launch giggled, pointing at a king crab on the table. I want that one. All right, Yano responded, skillfully peeling the crab, bringing laughter from everyone. Observing Yano's attentiveness to his family, Bulma felt a twinge of envy. Vegeta, noticing her gaze, awkwardly peeled a crab himself, tossing it onto Bulma's plate. Humph, it's not tasty. You can have it. Bulma smiled contentedly, planting a kiss on Vegeta's cheek, causing him to look away bashfully. Similarly, Gohan mirrored the actions of Vegeta and Bulma, peeling crabs for Videl, while Krillin and Android 18 joined in. Only Goku and Chi-Chi diverged from the trend. As Chi-Chi looked on helplessly at her husband, who was stuffing his face with food. With the birth of his daughter, Yano felt a sense of relief and followed Whis to train. Be careful, Yano. Do remember to come home, Launch advised as she prepared his martial arts uniform. Of course. Launch. Ensure your own safety at home, and if anything arises, call Bulma. If there is danger, break the stone, Yano replied, focusing on advancing his mastery of Ultra Instinct. Little Pan babbled happily, her bright eyes fixed on Yano. I want to grow up quickly to protect Mommy, Yano smiled, embracing her, sensing something unique within her potential. After bidding farewell, Yano ventured to the God of Destruction realm with Beerus and the others. Yano, I will increase the intensity of the training. The speed of the energy balls will be faster. Do your best, Whis declared, waving his staff and transporting Yano into a white space. As Yano swallowed hard, he silently summoned divine power to activate Ultra Instinct, Sign. The grueling training commenced, while Goku and Vegeta continued their exercises in cumbersome weighted gear. One day, two visitors arrived at the God of Destruction realm, a plump purple cat and an elegant angel with a high ponytail. They appeared at the entrance just as Beerus was stirred awake by the noise from Goku and Vegeta, who were training vigorously. Hey, Beerus, is this how you treat guests? How rude. Kappa complained, wiping his face with a towel that Beerus had tossed him. Oh, it's Kappa. What kind of guest are you? Beerus yawned, still in his pajamas. As they entered the hall and took their seats at the table, Kappa remarked, What are these two? They can't be your disciples, can they? Well, they're sort of disciples. Just beginners, exhausted after doing 50,000 push-ups, Whis chuckled. Oh, right. There's someone else, he added, waving his staff, causing Yano to appear before them. He was still in the Ultra Instinct, Sign state, his eyes shimmering with silver light, and upon seeing Whis, he relaxed and reverted to his normal state. Everyone present, except for Whis, was intrigued by Yano's earlier form. Whis, is it true that Yano's form just now was? Beerus inquired, his gaze sharpened, as did those of Beerus and Kampa. Indeed, Lord Beerus, that was Ultra Instinct, Sign, was confirmed. This is your student, Whis? Quite impressive, Kampa remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Yes, dear sister. Yano's talent is extraordinary. Yano, these two are the angel and god of destruction of Universe 6. What? Ultra Instinct? Kampa exclaimed, disbelief evident in his expression. Beerus, too, was taken aback, having only mastered the Sign state himself. Astonished that Yano had already learned it. Greetings, Lord Kappa, Miss Vados, Yano greeted, then swiftly joined Goku and Vegeta, consuming a Senzu bean. Beerus, noticing Kappa's astonished expression, couldn't help but chuckle with pride. Haha, the 7th universe reigns supreme. After all, Yano, a mere human, has mastered a technique that even the god of destruction of the 6th universe has yet to learn. Damn you, Beerus. Vados, bring that out, Kappa commanded, prompting Vados to present a cooked bird egg, ready to astonish Beerus and the others. After tasting it, they found it to be merely the flavor of an ordinary egg, with Goku being the only one pleased by it. Whis, Beerus signaled, gesturing for him to produce instant noodles. Chapter 93. The challenge. Beerus's intentions remained a mystery to Kampa. Are you suggesting that there exists a delicacy superior to the boiled eggs from our 6th universe? Kampa scoffed, clearly unacquainted with the culinary wonders ahead. Observe closely. Beerus gestured lightly towards the table. With a flourish of Whis's staff, 7 bowls of steaming noodles materialized, accompanied by an hourglass that began to count down. Ah. Is this all? Surely, we are not meant to eat from this sand? Kampa chuckled, momentarily taken aback. As the hourglass reached its limit, the signal to feast was given. The bowls soared to each individual, and the trio of Yano wasted no time in picking up their chopsticks. The sound of slurping filled the room in an instant. "Oh, this is simply divine," Batter exclaimed, savoring this exquisite dish for the first time. Kappa even drank the broth to the last drop, laughing heartily. Just as he set down his bowl, he caught Beerus observing him with a sly grin. "It's merely average," he insisted, feigning nonchalance. "Is that so? Come, Yano. Show him what sweet and sour ribs truly are." Beerus clapped Yano on the shoulder, and upon mentioning the dish, excitement erupted among Beerus, Goku, Whis, and Vegeta, all of whom recognized its delightful allure. Yano, scratching his head with a smile, saw Whis's staff wave, and a stove along with the ribs appeared before him. Kappa regarded the busy Yano with skepticism, soon inhaling the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Unable to resist, he swallowed hard, eagerly eyeing the pot. "All right. The dish is ready, Lord Beerus," Yano announced with a grin, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow as a platter of beautifully presented sweet and sour ribs appeared before everyone. The sight of the glistening ribs sent Beerus into a fit of laughter as he picked up his chopsticks, while Kappa could no longer contain himself. Immediately vying for the ribs alongside Beerus, Whis, Badar, Goku, and Vegeta soon joined the fray, as chopsticks clashed in a frenzy, and the moment the food entered their mouths, expressions of pure delight were shared among them. Yano chuckled as he retrieved 2 more pieces for himself, with only a single rib remaining. Goku and Vegeta stood by Yano's side, refraining from the battle. Beerus and the others faced off, eyes filled with determination. "Enough is enough. You have all tasted the sweet and sour ribs, so naturally, the last piece is mine," Beerus declared, reaching for the final morsel. "Ah, Beerus, how naive you are. You have no claim to such a culinary treasure." Kappa boldly intercepted Beerus's chopsticks. "Lord Kappa, do watch your figure. I believe the last piece should be mine to finish." Batter chimed in with a smile, extending her own chopsticks. "Dear sister, how selfish. I too desire that final piece." Whis chimed in, equally eager, with a resounding clash. Beerus and Kappa exchanged fierce glances, their auras flaring with intensity, while Whis and Batter stood resolute, their staffs creating a protective barrier as chopsticks intertwined. At that moment, while the two were locked in a stalemate, Yano subtly snatched the last rib, devouring it amidst the astonished gazes of his companions. Silence enveloped the room as the 4 others dropped their chopsticks. "Well, Kappa, what say you now? The culinary wonders of Earth are countless, and even Yano has yet to showcase many dishes. Our 7th universe is truly a culinary paradise," Beerus taunted. "Curse you, Badar. If that is the case, what about the Earth of our 6th universe?" Kappa retorted. "Indeed, Lord Kappa," Badar responded, searching for the Earth. The 2 scions looked puzzled. "The 6th universe? The 7th universe?" They exchanged confused glances. Whis briefly explained the distribution of the universes before guiding Badar on the location of their Earth. "Ah, located." However, Badar gazed at the projection of a planet engulfed in magma. "It seems the Earth of the 6th universe has been obliterated by humanity's strife, Lord Kappa," she lamented. "How infuriating, Beerus. Let us compete." Kappa slammed the table and rose to his feet. "What? A competition? You against me?" Beerus burst into laughter, doubling over with mirth. Kappa's ire grew, the tension escalating between them as Yano quietly prepared himself. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists collided in rapid succession, shaking the very fabric of the universe. Indeed, the god of destruction wielded immense power, and even Kappa felt a palpable difference. Yano sensed Kappa's formidable energy. It was terrifying, even if he was the least powerful among the gods of destruction. However, he was confident that upon unlocking the 5th door, he could surpass several gods of destruction. Suddenly, the floor beneath them began to crumble, causing the 2 scions to nearly fall as they clutched onto Yano's leg, their weighted attire adding to the struggle. With a sigh, Yano silently amplified his strength to prevent being dragged down. Fortunately, Whis and Batter intervened just in time. That's enough. With a wave of their staffs, Beerus and Kappa ceased their battle, turning their backs and huffing in unison. "This is not merely a contest between us, it is a challenge between our 2 universes. If we win, the Earth shall belong to our 6th universe. If you win, you may claim the Dragon Balls." "The Dragon Balls?" Beerus raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. The orbs that grant any wish, making the exchange of Earth a trivial matter," Kappa asserted triumphantly, though his expression faltered as he regarded Yano's calm demeanor. He was uncertain if anyone from his universe could match this individual, but if it were hit, perhaps it could be feasible. "Yet, you mentioned the Dragon Balls. But have you not yet located the last one? What use is that to me?" Beerus remarked, exasperated. Leave that to Bulma. She can surely manage it. Indeed. Bulma possesses the capability to create such a radar, the two scions chimed in unison. Beerus contemplated this. Very well, but you must ensure victory for me, Goku, Yano, and Vegeta. I have great faith in Yano. His confidence was well placed, as Yano was indeed a master of Ultra Instinct and Destruction Energy. Yano smiled and nodded. Eager to test his skills against Hit's time-skip technique, instantaneous versus time-skip. How intriguing. I am truly looking forward to competing against the masters from other universes, Goku exclaimed. His fists clenched in excitement. Indeed, merely training limits my progress. I must seek a balanced mastery, Vegeta mused. Very well, it is settled then. The competition shall take place on an unnamed planet floating in neutral space. Chapter 94. Piccolo and Gohan unleash their potential. No killing allowed. Goku added a few rules for Kampa, and everyone nodded in agreement. There should also be a simple test. We cannot allow a barbarian who cannot even comprehend the rules to participate, Vegeta stated, crossing his arms. The use of weapons is prohibited, Yano added quietly. Very well. The competition will commence a week after the 8th solar calendar at 19 o'clock. Kampa and Beerus turned to leave. On Earth, that means 5 days from now, Whis explained. The group took a moment to rest before heading towards Earth. Hey, Yano, you must be quite confident, right? Upon arriving on Earth, Beerus asked while indulging in desserts. Not bad. Since this is a twin universe, the strongest won't be too far-fetched. As of now, with some refinement, my strength should suffice to engage with Lord Kampa. Yano replied, clenching his fist. His notion of refinement referred to unlocking the fifth door or mastering the elusive power of destruction or the advanced state of Ultra Instinct. Or perhaps merely amplifying his fundamental strength. Beerus nodded in satisfaction. Good, good. Bulma, I heard from Vegeta and Goku that you can create the Super Dragon Ball radar? Bulma paused. I should be able to. If it's Dragon Balls, just increase the sensitivity, but we could consult the Earth Shinran. Splendid. Truly. You're not just an old lady, Beerus nodded. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, Bulma punched Beerus on the head, leaving Yano in disbelief. Bulma scratched her head, unable to contain herself. Damn it, on account of this delectable food. I'll forgive you this once. Vegeta, go collect the Dragon Balls. Beerus rubbed his head. Yes. Vegeta eagerly snatched the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma and set off to gather them. Before long, the Dragon Balls were collected. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that Shenron had not located the 7th Super Dragon Ball. Beerus waved his hand, preparing to send Shenron back. Wait a moment, Lord Beerus, Yano interrupted. Do you have a wish? Beerus asked nonchalantly. All right. Yano instantly teleported to Piccolo's side and brought him over before Piccolo could react. Lord Beerus, Piccolo greeted hurriedly. Beerus nodded in acknowledgement. Piccolo, the dragon has appeared. Let it help you unlock your potential. Dragon, please develop my potential to the fullest. Just like the Grand Elder from Namek who has passed away. Can you do that? Piccolo inquired loudly. Of course, the dragon responded, and Piccolo's energy began to swell continuously. Feeling the immense power within him, Piccolo realized he had gained a significant boost. I also have a gift for you, Lord Piccolo. A mirror appeared before him. Piccolo nodded in satisfaction. This would greatly enhance his combat capabilities. For my next wish, please resurrect the 3 on King Kai's planet. Yano remembered those unfortunate souls. As King Kai was considered his mentor, Goku chuckled awkwardly. That wish has been granted. Indeed, King Kai suddenly noticed the absence of his halo, along with his 2 pets, indicating their resurrection. Shifting his perspective to Earth, he witnessed the formidable Beerus and Yano making the wish. Yano is indeed more reliable. King Kai thought with gratitude. For my final wish, hold on. Yano teleported next to Gohan, intending to further develop Gohan's potential as he had planned to enhance everyone's strength to face unknown foes. Without explaining to Gohan, he whisked him away in front of Videl. Uncle Yano, really? Videl chuckled helplessly. Uncle Yano, Uncle Piccolo, Dad, Uncle Vegeta. Gohan greeted everyone, and after Piccolo explained, he understood Yano's intention to have the dragon assist in unlocking his potential. Dragon, please help Gohan develop his potential. Just like before, Yano pointed at Gohan. The dragon's eyes glowed red, and Gohan immediately felt his energy surging. With a roar, Gohan transformed into the mysterious Gohan, a form he had never utilized in battle. Although he had successfully trained to this state in the Kaioshin realm, he had never employed it, and after neglecting martial arts, he could not transform. This time, the unlocking of potential forced it out. Your wish has been granted, Lord Beerus, Lord Piccolo. Until next time, the dragon vanished, returning to 7 stones scattered across the world. I see, this is the competition with the 6th universe. Piccolo and Gohan nodded after learning the backstory, as Gohan had been training under Piccolo recently. Then see you tomorrow. I need to return and adapt to my newfound power. Piccolo agreed to participate in the tournament, preparing to refine his suddenly acquired strength. For days later, Gohan apologized. I'm sorry, Dad, Uncle Yano, but in 4 days, I need to attend an important conference. He bowed apologetically. Well then, let's think of a way for the last person. Education is vital. You can head back, Gohan. We can work on developing your potential another time. Yano shook his head. After Gohan departed, Yano returned home, bringing Lachi and Wan with him. Upon seeing Yano, Lachi beamed. You're back, Nuakuin. Yes, we will soon have a match with the 6th universe. If we lose, our Earth will be exchanged for their universe, Yano replied with a smile. Then Nuakuin must do your best. Wan, cheer for Daddy. Lachi teased the baby in her arms. Wan blinked her bright eyes, making clapping sounds. Yano's heart swelled with joy. Good girl, Wan. Well done. Lachi gently encouraged. Indeed, Wan is wonderful. By the way, Nuakuin, Wan can already fly. The flight technique? Yano was a bit puzzled. Yes, indeed. Look. Lachi slowly released her hold, and Wan floated in the air, happily flying around. The next generation is indeed astonishing. Yano watched Wan cautiously, fearing she might collide with something. He remembered that Xiao Fong also learned the flight technique from a young age. Back at Bulma's house, they enjoyed a feast on the balcony. Lord Beerus, Whis, Yano greeted as he and Lachi took a seat. Mr. Whis, Lord Beerus, Lachi expressed her gratitude to Whis. Long time no see, Miss Lachi. Is this Wan? What a lovely child, and she possesses immense potential within her, Whis smiled. Beerus acknowledged with a nod before diving into the feast with gusto. After the meal, Beerus and Whis temporarily took their leave, and due to Yano as presents, Monaka was not included in the mix. The remaining contestant is up to you. We shall take our leave, Whis. Chapter 95. Assembly the following day. Everyone gathered in Bulma's laboratory, where she needed to travel to the center of the universe to test the Dragon Ball radar's functionality. Unfortunately, none of them knew how to reach that elusive destination. Quickly, bring me Gak, or I'll have Vegeta dismantle your Galactic Patrol team. Bulma shouted into the phone. I'm already on my way. Stop urging me. Gak's voice came through, tinged with exasperation as he accelerated once more. The group erupted into laughter, and Goku inquired, Yano, Vegeta, Piccolo, shall we train in the hyperbolic time chamber? Dandy will have it ready shortly, allowing us to train for 3 days, which equates to 3 years. Sure. I have nothing else to do, Yano nodded. TCH, if it's 3 years, I'll join too. Let Yano surpass me if he must. But I certainly don't want Kakarot to outpace me too much. Vegeta crossed his arms with a huff. I also need to test my latent potential. So I'll join as well, Piccolo agreed, feeling invigorated after tapping into his potential yesterday. Now, what about the last member? Any thoughts, Nokoin? Lachi asked while cradling Wan. Her words jolted the 4 into realization. Indeed, there was still one person unaccounted for. You wouldn't pass the written exam. Yano shook his head, dismissing the idea of including Bu. Gohan is busy with his studies. Perhaps we could ask Android 18? Yes, 18 or 17 would be good options. Although we don't know where 17 or 16 are at the moment, let's go with 18, Yano nodded in agreement. The group unanimously decided to invite Android 18 to participate, with Goku tasked to persuade her and Krillin. Before long, the elite member of the Galactic Patrol, Gak, finally arrived. What? You want to go to the center of the universe? That's impossible. Even reaching the center of the galaxy is a challenge. And no one at headquarters knows where the center of the universe is, Gak exclaimed, shaking his head at Bulma's request. Bulma's expression fell slightly. However, you could seek Lord Zuno in the galaxy. He is said to know everything. Gak suddenly remembered. Let's go then. Bulma's demeanor shifted instantly. After packing a few essentials, everyone gathered on the lawn to bid farewell to the two. Yano, holding one on and leading Lachi, observed as Vegeta warned Gak. Hey, don't lay a finger on Bulma during the journey. Vegeta's protective nature towards his wife was increasingly evident, leaving everyone taken aback. After the two departed, the group chatted, with Goku remarking, Vegeta, it seems our wives are quite formidable. He referred to the earlier scene of Bulma reprimanding Gak. Indeed, we Scions are fond of wild women. Vegeta replied with a nod. Piccolo appeared to suddenly comprehend something, his eyes widening. Yano chuckled, well, as a Scion, I prefer the gentler Lanchi. Though I also appreciate the other side of her personality. Hiki, Lanchi giggled, covering her mouth. After some lighthearted banter, Goku successfully invited Android 18 to participate, albeit for a price of 10 million, which he unilaterally agreed to, promising to sort it out once Bulma and Gak returned. Yano then focused on refining his Ultra Instinct, achieving an instantaneous activation. In the hyperbolic time chamber, Yano and Piccolo trained together, while Goku sparred with Vegeta. Piccolo, as a descendant of the Dragon God, you undoubtedly have more transformation potential. Therefore, I'll employ the 8 Gates technique against you to see if we can induce your next form. Yano was resolute in his aim to help Piccolo achieve his orange transformation. Alright, Piccolo was fired up, invigorated from their previous bout. Yano swiftly opened 4 gates and unleashed a flurry of punches toward Piccolo. On the second day in the hyperbolic time chamber, Piccolo finally activated his orange form. This power. Piccolo was exhilarated, experiencing an unprecedented sensation and strength. It worked. Now, Piccolo, unleash your full power. Yano urged, brimming with combat enthusiasm. Goku and Vegeta observed Piccolo's newfound strength, which was immensely powerful, comparable to, if not slightly stronger than, their current Super Blue forms. Yano activated 4 gates and a 12-fold Kaioken, fighting without the divine power, and the energy from their clash filled the entire chamber. Bang, bang, bang. Their figures became a blur as Piccolo grew increasingly engaged in battle. This power was extraordinary. Once surpassed by others and relegated from the top tier, his confidence had waned. Now, having successfully awakened a new form, he had once again reached the first tier of power. Alright, Piccolo, it's time to adapt and master this new form. I believe you have more transformations to unlock in the future. Yano halted Piccolo's onslaught. Thank you, Yano. Piccolo expressed his gratitude, aware that he would not have discovered his bloodline strength or awakened his new form without Yano's guidance. As time passed, 3 years had elapsed in the hyperbolic time chamber. Most of the group had gathered at Bulma's home, eagerly anticipating battles with other universes. Lanchi, glancing around, finally spotted Yano. For Yano, it had been 3 years since he last saw Lanchi and Wan, filling him with excitement. Lanchi. Yano flew over and embraced her, causing her to blush. Everyone's watching. Lanchi whispered shyly in Yano's ear. Higi, it's been 3 years since I last saw you. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Yano scratched his head sheepishly. All right. Go tidy up your hair and beard and change your clothes. Lanchi smiled. The others observed their interaction and couldn't help but chuckle. Android 18 and her companions approached Lanchi, laughing, while Marin played with Wan and Xiaofang. After everyone was ready, they boarded the space cube to head to the God of Destruction's realm to meet Beerus. The sight before them was breathtaking, as most had never seen the realm of destruction before. Gak excitedly snapped photos. Beerus had been waiting for quite some time. Hey, why are you so slow, Whis? Beerus expressed his displeasure. My sincere apologies, Lord Beerus. Various delays occurred due to bathing, restroom breaks, and haircuts. We are now ready to depart, Whis replied. They boarded the space cube once more, and surprisingly, Chi-Chi had prepared a grill for a barbecue feast. Yano and the others indulged heartily, savoring their first proper meal in 3 years. Slow down, no Korin, Lanchi teased, wiping the sauce from Yano's mouth, while Piccolo entertained Wan and Xiaofang in his arms. Piccolo made a rare silly face, causing Wan and Xiaofang to burst into laughter. Chapter 96. The tournament begins. 6 Dragon Balls, each larger than planets, gradually emerged before everyone, their radiant golden glow particularly captivating. Is this the Super Dragon Ball? Ayanos marveled, realizing that one must witness it in person to truly grasp the overwhelming presence it exudes. Was this created solely by Lord Kampa? Goku inquired, pointing curiously at the arena and the audience. No, the God of Destruction does not construct things. Even if he did, the taste would be utterly dreadful, Beerus replied, shaking his head. Below lay a vast arena, flanked by the giant portraits of both gods of destruction, along with hard seats. Aren't there any softer seats? It looks uncomfortable, remarked Little T, eyeing the audience section. Indeed, how could guests be seated on such shabby stools? Whis. Beerus taunted Kampa, then called out to Whis. Whis waved his staff, causing the crystal ball to illuminate, transforming the rigid seating into a soft, semicircular lawn, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Everyone settled comfortably when a voice called out, Ayano-san. It was Shin, greeting Ayanos and his companions. Long time no see, Ayanos smiled. The group began to chat, leaving the God of Destruction of Universe 6 utterly bewildered. Let us commence the trials. I asked the participants from Universe 7 to follow me, Badatsu announced, leading everyone to the competition stage, where the contestants from Universe 6 had already taken their seats. Ayanos observed, noting the purple-skinned hit sitting at the back. His cold eyes briefly lifting to meet Ayanos' gaze before closing once more. Quite impressive, Ayanos thought. Indeed it was. There was also the slender Kaba, a scion from Universe 6. Upon seeing his frail form, Ayanos couldn't help but think of a greyhound. Is that Frieza? Exclaimed Goku. Universe 6 has one too. And he looks like a bear. Ayanos finally noticed Frost, the blue-skinned Frieza lookalike, and observed the hole in his right hand. Wait, are you a scion? Kaba approached to ask. Yes, are you a scion as well? Goku and Vegeta leaned to inspect Kaba's tail but found none. After some reminiscing, the trials finally commenced, consisting of simple arithmetic problems, prompting Ayanos to chuckle. Fortunately, everyone passed without issue, and they moved on to determine the order of combat. I want to be last. Android 18 raised her hand, reasoning that if she was last, she might win without having to fight, as she was only interested in the 10 million. All right. Then you four can decide by rock, paper, scissors. Beerus nodded in agreement, confident with Ayanos in the mix. The four exchanged glances. Rock, paper, scissors. After several rounds, the combat order was determined. Goku would lead, followed by Piccolo, then Vegeta, and finally Ayanos. Piccolo appeared thrilled to finally compete in the first tier, eager to showcase his skills, feeling he had the means to challenge Super Saiyan Blue. Returning to the audience, Goku and the Golden Bear stood ready on the arena for the first battle. Boom. Beerus and Kampa simultaneously released energy blasts towards the gong. The match has commenced. With the referee's call, Goku assumed a fighting stance. The Golden Bear, Berta, bounced around, using barriers to continuously leap and strike Goku. Goku dodged left and right, nearly teetering off the edge, while Berta remained calm, opting not to take advantage of Goku's precarious position. Hey, Goku, what is wrong? Beerus questioned, arms resting on the sofa, puzzled. Curse it, I ate too much barbecue. Goku began to engage in digestive exercises. Berta continued to unleash energy blasts while Goku deftly evaded, treating it all as a form of digestion. In an instant, Goku appeared behind Berta, channeling energy into a blast aimed at Berta's back. But the brilliance faded without a scratch to show. This guy Beerus scoffed. Again, Goku launched into close combat, throwing punches that continued to have no effect. A rather lackluster match, Ayanos mused. Goku was playing around, relishing the combat, often refraining from using his full strength. Kakarot, use your head. One of the gods of destruction advised, reminding Goku. Bending down, Goku crashed his head into Berta's stomach, subsequently flipping him and dragging him step by step towards the edge of the arena, before finally executing a shoulder throw, eliminating him. Phew, if it weren't for the tournament rules, I might have actually lost. Goku scratched his head. This battle was won by contestant Son Goku. The next match will see Son Goku of Universe 7 face Frost of Universe 6, the announcer declared. Everyone turned their attention to the contestant stage of Universe 6. Gazing at Frost, who bore a striking resemblance to Frieza, Ayanos reclined on the lawn, feeling that the match held little suspense. With Super Saiyan Blue Goku, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, Orange Piccolo, and the formidable Ayanos, it seemed 18 wouldn't need to participate at all. It appears Frost from our universe has the upper hand. The god of destruction from Universe 6 chuckled. Not necessarily, the old Kaioshin replied nonchalantly. After some probing and banter, Goku transformed into his Super Saiyan and urged Frost to reveal his final form. What is this? Saions can transform? Kampa exclaimed, shocked, turning to Kaba for clarification. I don't know, this is news to me, Kaba admitted, equally baffled. Haha, this is the Saiyan from Universe 7, Goku. Give him a good beating, Beerus said gleefully. Mocking. Frost finally unleashed his full power, transforming into his final form, indeed resembling Frieza. After a prolonged struggle, Goku landed a heavy punch on Frost's face, incapacitating him. You're a good person, but you've already lost. Goku began to lower his guard. Frost murmured about helping others earn Kampa's support, staggering towards Goku, who mistakenly believed Frost was driven by some inner conviction. As Frost swung a punch at Goku, Goku instinctively blocked, unwittingly playing into Frost's plan. The scenery around Goku began to sway, his vision blurred, and ultimately he collapsed, being thrown out of the arena by Frost. The crowd gasped in disbelief, including Beerus, who widened his eyes in shock. Goku has been eliminated? Goku-san. Chi-Chi's heart-wrenching voice rang out as she leaped onto the arena, rushing to help Goku up. Frost approached, feigning concern, saying, I too sautéed others in gaining Lord Kampa's support. I truly did not wish to harm you. No, no, no. You're incredible, and a much better person than our universe's Frieza, Goku foolishly complimented him. Chapter 97. Wukong's battle. There is an issue, Yano softly uttered, garnering a nod of agreement from Jack. Vegeta furrowed his brow, incredulous that Kakarot could be felled by such a feeble blow. Piccolo, too, sensed something amiss and cast a puzzled glance at Yano. Wait, something is wrong. Yano exclaimed loudly, capturing everyone's attention. Referee, inspect his right hand. There may be a weapon. Kampa expressed his dissatisfaction. Hey, a loss is a loss. Beerus, your side can't handle defeat. Che, Yano, do you have any confidence? Beerus disregarded him and turned to Yano. Yes, his right hand, Yano affirmed. Very well, referee, proceed with the inspection. Beerus commanded, his voice booming. The referee, not daring to delay, rushed to Frost's side and noticed a black hole on his right hand from which a silver needle protruded. The referee gently prodded it, then appeared momentarily dazed. There is poison. Remarkably, the referee did not collapse. This is something my body naturally produces, Frost attempted to argue. No, there are clear signs of artificial manipulation, the referee declared. Contestant Frost has utilized a weapon, violating the rules of the match, thus he is disqualified. Contestant Sun Wukong is the victor. This sudden twist left Kampa in shock. How is that possible? Isn't he supposed to be a good person? Lord Kampa, this is the true nature of Frost, Bardos quietly remarked. The so-called fight against cosmic pirates was merely a self-directed performance, all orchestrated by him. Upon hearing Bardos' explanation, the crowd displayed expressions of realization. I told you, Frieza is no good, Krillin exclaimed with delight. Such treachery, number 18 scoffed at such underhanded tactics. Hey, Kampa, what's going on? You don't even know the quality of your contestants, ha ha ha. Beerus mocked. Kampa felt a sting of embarrassment and glared at Frost. You have disgraced me. Disappear. Kampa raised his hand, ready to obliterate Frost. There's no need, Lord Kampa. Allow me to defeat him myself, Wukong declared, having understood that he had been duped. Clenching his fists and fixing his gaze on Frost. It was infuriating to think he had once considered this man a good person. As you wish, proceed. Kampa retracted his hand, deciding to let Wukong expend some energy. The surrounding audience looked down upon Frost, shocked to discover he was a hypocrite. Launch chuckled. Noken is truly remarkable. Beerus, unfazed, launched an energy blast toward the gong, creating a resounding clang. Kiki returned to the stands, shouting, Wukong-san, give him a good thrashing. The two competitors resumed their positions on the stage. This time, I shall not be careless, Wukong declared, summoning his energy. In a flash, he struck Frost in the abdomen and then vanished into the sky. Ha! A Kamehameha wave was unleashed, striking Frost directly. As the dust settled, Frost lay unconscious in a pit, unable to rise. Contestant Sun Wukong is victorious. The referee confirmed after checking Frost, ensuring he lacked the strength to stand. The crowd erupted in cheers. Well done, Wukong, Krillin shouted. Kiki. Wukong scratched his head in a sheepish smile, acknowledging Yano's keen observation of Frost's foul play. Let us take a brief respite. The next match is about to commence. The referee's voice echoed. We would like to announce a temporary modification to the rules. A shallow green transparent barrier gradually manifested around the arena, capturing everyone's attention. This newly established three-dimensional barrier means that if anyone touches it, they are considered out. Beerus, accompanied by Whis, approached the barrier to confront Kampa. Who authorized you to create new rules? This is unacceptable. Beerus expressed his frustration, irritated by Kampa's antics. My dear brother, I sincerely apologize. To prevent accidental injury to the audience, I took the liberty of establishing the barrier, Kampa replied with a smirk. You cannot make unilateral decisions, you scoundrel. This arena is mine to establish. Your opinion is irrelevant. The two began to bicker heatedly. The referee, bewildered, awaited Wukong's signal to commence. Very well, the next match features Sun Wukong from Universe 7 against Votai Mageda from Universe 6. Prepare. Kampa and Beerus ceased their quarrel. Come on, Wukong, unleash your power. With determination, Wukong replied, bring it on. Thud, thud, thud. Wukong charged at Mageda, and their fists collided with tremendous force. In a swift move, Wukong teleported behind Mageda and unleashed a ki blast, but it appeared to have little effect. Mageda tilted his head skyward, magma slowly seeping from his mouth. Wukong was intrigued. Boom. The intensely hot magma erupted from Mageda's mouth, rushing toward Wukong. He dodged, but the magma seemed endless. Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan, evaporating the magma effortlessly. The heat exploded, and due to the barrier's presence, the temperature could not dissipate properly, causing Wukong to sweat profusely. Damn. It's so hot, Wukong panted, struggling to breathe. Boom. Magetta unleashed another stream of magma, leaving Wukong with no choice but to counter with a wave of energy. What's wrong? Why is Wukong so overheated? Krillin queried, puzzled. It's steam. The heat from the evaporating magma is excessive. With the barrier in place, the heat cannot escape, resulting in dangerously high temperatures, Piccolo analyzed. Vegeta scoffed. Hurry up and descend, Kakarot. The rising steam is making the temperature up there unbearable. It's somewhat manageable on the arena floor. Wukong, hearing this, reluctantly landed on the stage. Yana found it amusing. These Scions were frustrating. They could easily finish off their opponents with their transformations but chose to drag things out, only to regret it when the situation turned dire. Generally, they would stack their buffs before fighting, striking decisively when possible. Magetta suddenly erupted with magma again, followed by a gas similar to swamp gas, which ignited and exploded. Wukong was propelled toward the barrier, nearly colliding with it. Suddenly, Wukong comprehended the situation and began accumulating energy for a potent Kamehameha wave. Magetta observed him gathering energy but made no attempt to stop him. Wukong unleashed the powerful Kamehameha wave. Magetta attempted to block it, but his positioning was incorrect. Boom. The energy wave, potent enough to annihilate a planet, surged toward the barrier, cracking it. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered. Hot air surged toward the audience. And Yano unleashed divine power to shield them from the heat. Divine power? How is that possible? The Universe 6 Kaioshin was left bewildered. Ahaha. We currently have 3 such beings in our universe, the old Kaioshin chuckled lewdly. This surge of power drew Hit's attention, who regarded Yano with surprise as blue flames erupted around him, though he remained unfazed. Whis, Beerus began. Whis's staff lightly tapped the ground, re-establishing the barrier in the audience area, and Yana seized his divine power, indicating Beerus wished for him to conserve energy. Chapter 98. Kampa was somewhat taken aback. Bardos. Why was the barrier you constructed so easily shattered? It is merely because Lord Kampa himself stated that it need not be overly elaborate, Bardos retorted. On the stage, Goku gazed in astonishment at the broken barriers surrounding him. Indeed, he had managed to break through them. As long as he didn't find himself gasping for breath as he had moments ago, victory seemed assured. Whoosh. Goku instantly appeared in the sky, unleashing his power as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, then began to gather energy. A powerful Kamehameha surged forth, striking Magetta and forcefully pushing him off the stage, shattering half of it in the process. I lost, Kampa muttered, visibly distressed. Kampa. Even utilizing the rules won't save you. Beerus cackled. Curse you. Do you think only you have Scions? Kaba, it's your turn. The next match would feature the Scion from Universe 6 against Goku. However, the arena required repairs before proceeding. The audience indulged in refreshments, enjoying watermelon and sharing laughter, which only fueled Kampa's ire. It's too noisy. Kampa flew over, glaring at Beerus. You truly are irritable, Kampa. Are you feeling anxious? Beerus mocked. What? Do you wish to fight? The two locked eyes, sparks seemingly flying between them. Lord Kampa. Lord Beerus. Just as they were about to clash, the voices of Whis and Bardos interjected, announcing, the arena is now repaired. You may continue. Well, Goku, give it your all and obliterate that Scion. Beerus disregarded Kampa, focusing instead on Goku. Goku nodded, a grin on his face, while Vegeta and Piccolo grew restless. They couldn't allow Goku to face 5 opponents solo. Thank you for your patience, everyone. This match features Kaba from Universe 6 against Son Goku from Universe 7. Both are Scions from different universes. Who will emerge victorious? The announcer proclaimed. Goku leaped down from the ring, curiously eyeing the Scion opposite him. The two bowed before the match commenced, adopting their stances as the gong sounded, marking the beginning of the battle. Bang! Kaba launched the first attack, moving with astonishing speed. Despite his seemingly slight frame, he unleashed an incredible force. Goku absorbed the blow, surprised by the opponent's strength. You possess considerable power, Kaba, Goku remarked, having expected an easier fight. Goku began to unleash his own strength, his relentless attacks overwhelming Kaba, eventually landing a decisive blow to Kaba's back, sending him crashing down. All right, show me your true power, Goku encouraged, anticipating Kaba's transformation into Super Saiyan. Struggling against his injuries, Kaba slowly rose, momentarily stunned by Goku's words, before bowing and saying, Mr. Son Goku, I do not possess your kind of transformation. Please teach me. This statement incited annoyance in Vegeta, the prince of the Scions, who could not tolerate a fellow Scion losing their pride by seeking guidance in battle. Do you have no basic pride? Vegeta shouted, drawing everyone's attention. You should consider yourself fortunate that your opponent is Kakarot and not me. Otherwise, I would have killed you and then annihilated your entire race. Goku scratched his head in confusion. Kaba had already bowed his head in shame at Vegeta's initial words. But the latter's threats of slaughtering his kin and destroying his planet ignited anger within him. His energy surged, radiating a golden glow, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Boom. Kaba truly unleashed his power, transforming into Super Saiyan in an instant, golden flames bursting forth. You dare to threaten my comrade? In a moment of rage, Kaba charged at Vegeta, and Goku did not intervene. Bang. Vegeta delivered a slap across Kaba's face. Erupting into Super Saiyan. Embrace your pride. It is the nature of a Saiyan that only through fury can one truly unleash their potential. This all unfolded quite abruptly, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Hey, referee, isn't that a disqualification? Beerus asked, resting his head on his hand. Technically, Kaba did not step out of bounds. So it does not count as a disqualification, the referee analyzed after observing the situation, realizing that Vegeta was aiding him. Kaba felt overwhelming shame and voluntarily leaped off the stage. Kaba is disqualified. Son Goku is the victor, the referee announced. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Kaba bowed in gratitude to Vegeta from the stands. Those who concede do not deserve to call me Master. Next time, unleash your strength, Vegeta replied, shaking his head. Thus, this match concluded dramatically, with Kappa fuming. Kaba, what were you doing? Lord Kappa. Kaba attempted to articulate further. Meanwhile, Goku sat on the ground, feeling bored. This match had ended too swiftly, and he sensed that the enemies from Universe 6 were not particularly formidable. Well, there's still Hit. Kappa had never held high hopes for the earlier contestants. He had pinned his expectations on Hit from the very beginning. In the upcoming match, Hit from Universe 6 would face Son Goku from Universe 7. Hit finally opened his eyes, exuding an imposing aura as he leaped, gazing at Goku with calm intensity. The two assumed their stances. Hit merely lifted a hand, adopting a boxing pose. I have been waiting for you. Goku had sensed that this opponent was extraordinary. He was finally ready for battle, initiating his Super Saiyan 2 transformation to show respect. Boom. The gong sounded, and the battle commenced. Goku struck first, but Hit remained unfazed. Bang. A punch landed on Goku's chest before he even realized it, sending him flying backward. When did that happen? Goku pondered, a serious expression crossing his face. He couldn't even see when Hit had made his move. Yamcha observed closely. Hit's instantaneous ability surpassed even the blink of an eye, and he witnessed that punch clearly. Piccolo and Vegeta shared a tense glance, equally unable to comprehend the situation. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Goku launched a flurry of attacks toward Hit, yet he remained unfazed. Bang, bang, bang. Several rapid-fire punches struck Goku hard. Ugh. Goku cried out, realizing he had not caught a single glimpse of his opponent's assault. Remarkable, I can't see anything at all. Goku exclaimed, a sense of excitement surging within him. Hey. Huh. Goku erupted with energy, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, preparing to reveal his true prowess. The Supreme Kai of Universe 6 was once again astonished. They had previously believed that the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 was boasting. But it turned out that more than one human possessed divine power. Chapter 99, the might of Hit even when Goku unleashed his Ultra Instinct. It remained insufficient in Hit's eyes. With a placid gaze, Hit stood ready to execute his time skip at any moment. Goku, on the other hand, was oblivious to the nature of Hit's attacks. Without the Galaxy King informing him about the time skip technique, he could not anticipate it in advance. Bang! Hit activated his time skip instantaneously, landing a devastating blow to Goku's chin, followed by a flurry of heavy punches that left Goku defenseless. The only option left for him was to retreat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression serious as he stared at his opponent. When did this happen? Goku pondered, unable to comprehend the nature of Hit's assault. In the audience, the Galaxy King finally understood. This was the time skip. Time skip? Vegeta and Piccolo echoed, intrigued. It was a technique capable of freezing time for others. Upon hearing this, they glanced at Yano, recalling that he had also demonstrated a time-related skill before. Indeed. It closely resembles my instant transmission, Yano acknowledged. To him, others freeze for 0.1 seconds, which is the duration of his attack. To counter him, one must predict actions within that brief window. Impressive, remarked Beerus, understanding the significance. Even though his power allowed him to perceive Hit's movements, much like when he faced Yano, he was taken aback by this revelation. Whis, 2, expressed surprise. I never anticipated that someone besides Yano could manipulate time as I do. Against Yano's technique. The odds are slim, especially since it was developed using divine power, Beerus mused, unconcerned. Yano was the strongest human he had ever encountered, given time. He could overpower deities from other universes. Son, he is utilizing time skip, capable of freezing time for 0.1 seconds. Be cautious, Piccolo shouted, offering a warning. Now I see. Goku nodded. It paid no mind to whether Goku understood his abilities, continuing his barrage of time skip attacks. Bang, 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 to everyone's astonishment. Goku managed to block one of Hit's punches, momentarily surprising himself. I anticipated your next move, Goku chuckled. Hit's lips curled into a smirk, intrigued by Goku's response. Goku began to counterattack, leaning to evade a strike and grazing Hit's face with his fist. I made contact. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Is that so? I might alter my 0.1 second action. Aren't you afraid? Hit inquired. Not at all. A person's actions aren't so easily changed, Goku replied, flexing his wrists. Swish. Hit appeared before Goku, activating time skip once more, launching a straight punch toward him. Goku anticipated the move, raising his left arm to block, then retaliating with a punch to Hit's face. Is this truly my limit? Hit mused, pressing his fingers together. Well done, my Goku. Beerus exclaimed with delight. Whis added, clearly. He is my Goku. Oh well, Yano is mine. How infuriating, Beerus thought, realizing he had never actually trained Yano. Whis smiled victoriously, flashing a peace sign. Hit began to unleash his power, a purple aura erupting around him. Boom. An unseen strike landed forcefully on Goku's abdomen. Progressing the time skip in battle? How absurd. Yano was astonished. He could see that Hit's strike transcended 0.2 seconds. I never contemplated self-improvement until I met you, son Goku. I never imagined my time skip could evolve. It has now reached 0.2 seconds. Hit's words resonated with the spectators. Excellent. True to your nature, Hit, now. Give it everything you've got. Kampa encouraged. Hit disregarded Kampa's words, urging the downed Goku. Get up, son Goku. My growth depends on you. Goku, clutching his stomach, stood up. You really are formidable. My friend Yano possesses a skill quite similar to yours. This guy keeps divulging information to the opponent. Piccolo shook his head in exasperation. I intended to save this move for Yano or Lord Beerus, but... Goku roared, activating the Kaioken. A crimson aura surged forth, enveloping the blue flames surrounding him, drawing the attention of the spectators. Kaioken combined with Ultra Instinct, Yano noted. Unlike Goku, his 8 Gates technique mitigated the adverse effects of Kaioken, while divine power alleviated the side effects of the 8 Gates. Goku, however, had to endure the strain. I see now, Beerus acknowledged, marveling that Goku could also utilize this technique. With the red and blue buffs amplifying his strength, Goku felt a surge of confidence. Whoosh. His speed had drastically increased, rendering Hit unable to track his movements. Kakarot. Vegeta gritted his teeth, feeling surpassed once more. Tenfold Kaioken. Goku erupted, stacking his power to 10 times. The intensity ignited. Both fighters charged at one another, Goku exceeding Hit's 0.2 seconds. Boom. Their fists collided, unleashing a tremendous energy that shattered the circular barrier, sending shockwaves toward the audience. Boom. Yano summoned divine power to shield everyone from the residual force, while Whis and Beerus simultaneously repaired the barrier before Yano released his divine state. Unreliable, Whis, Yano remarked with a wry smile. My sincerest apologies, Yano, Whis replied, chuckling. Goku's body began to falter. While the Ultra Instinct combined with the tenfold Kaioken was formidable, it was insufficient to vanquish Hit. Though Hit was passively taking hits, his time skip was simultaneously advancing. Both combatants roared as they charged once more. My time skip has surpassed yours, Hit declared, perceiving Goku as frozen for 0.5 seconds. He unleashed a relentless barrage of punches to Goku's chest. In the next instant, Goku was sent reeling, but in Hit's moment of distraction, Goku surged forward despite the pain. Adada. He struck Hit with a powerful blow, sending him flying. The two stood on opposite sides of the arena, breathing heavily. Goku suddenly realized that due to the no-kill rule of the match, Hit could not unleash his lethal techniques. Lord Beerus, can the rules be waived? In that case, Hit would be unable to unleash his full power, and it wouldn't be a satisfying fight. Goku shouted toward the stands, catching Hit off guard. Now that is the spirit of a true athlete. I concur, Kampa exclaimed excitedly. Silence, you fool. I do not agree. You've already altered the rules enough. Beerus and Kappa began to bicker once more. Chapter 100, Instantaneous versus Flash Time. Having witnessed a lack of results in a fleeting moment, Goku realized that this state could not be sustained for much longer. It seems that, at this moment, you cannot unleash your full potential. Hit. Let us have a proper match next time. Goku cheerfully leaped off the arena, leaving the spectators in a state of bewilderment. This guy. Krillin understood his buddy's intentions, feeling somewhat helpless. Vegeta and Piccolo could no longer contain their anticipation, their eagerness palpable as they watched. Goku returned to his normal state, collapsing to the ground as his muscles writhed, a clear sign of overexertion. Yano descended to toss a Senzu bean into Goku's mouth, then offered one to hit, leaving the two gods of destruction astonished. I believe my teammate would not wish to take advantage of a weakened opponent, Yano remarked before escorting Goku back to the stands. Seeing Goku regain his strength after consuming the Senzu bean, Hit felt a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. He too consumed a Senzu bean, marveling at the revitalizing effects. Humph, as long as Yano is here, you cannot win. Beerus scoffed, turning away from Kappa. At that moment, Kappa recalled the fighter from the opposing side who had mastered the Ultra Instinct. The next match featured the 6th Universe's Hit against the 7th Universe's Piccolo. Piccolo leaped into action, while everyone except Yano believed Piccolo had little chance of victory as they remained unaware of his new form. Is that a Namekian? The god of destruction from the 6th universe inquired, observing Piccolo on the stage. Indeed, you have them in your universe as well. The Elder Kai nodded. Yes, but he did not come this time. Kappa banged his gavel, dismissing Piccolo as a worthy opponent. Do you underestimate me? Let me show you my new form. Piccolo scoffed. Releasing his energy, a shockwave emanated from him, stirring up clouds of dust. A loud roar erupted as Piccolo's body slightly enlarged, his skin transforming to a vibrant orange, his aura igniting into a fierce orange flame. This was a new Piccolo, powerful enough to rival Super Saiyan Blue Orange. The Orange Piccolo grinned, witnessing the stunned expressions on his opponents. Do all of your Universe S fighters have transformations? The god of destruction from the 6th universe was flabbergasted. Despite being a twin universe, why can all of your fighters transform? I'm not sure, but that's the case for now. The Elder Kai replied with a smug smile. When did Piccolo attain this form? Krillin expressed his surprise. Beerus and Whis were equally astonished, with Whis furrowing his brow at the unfamiliar yet strangely familiar power. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, reluctantly acknowledging that Piccolo possessed strength rivaling Super Saiyan Blue. However, against Hit, who had now reached a 0.5-second flash time, Super Saiyan Blue would not suffice. Bang! Hit executed a flash punch that struck Piccolo's chin, followed by a series of gravity-infused blows to Piccolo's chest, ultimately knocking him to the ground. Silence enveloped the arena. Although Piccolo's new form had initially surprised them with its immense power, the outcome was unexpected. Yano struggled to maintain composure as he witnessed Piccolo's grand display of power swiftly end in defeat. Piccolo's new form dissipated, returning him to his original self, as the announcer declared Hit the victor. Clearly, facing an opponent with such a broken ability, unless one had overwhelming power, victory would be elusive. Yano tossed a Senzu bean to Hit, then placed another in Piccolo's mouth. Slowly, Piccolo regained consciousness, shame washing over him as he turned his gaze away. Don't take it too hard. Your opponent's abilities were overwhelmingly strong. Being defeated isn't shameful, Yano reassured him, suppressing a laugh. The two returned to the stands, where the next match would feature Vegeta against Hit, though it was highly likely that Hit would emerge victorious once more. The next match commenced, with the 6th Universe S Hit facing the 7th Universe S Vegeta. The referee raised his hand. Go, Vegeta, Bulma shouted, cupping her hands to amplify her voice. Vegeta stepped onto the stage, fully aware of the necessity to remain vigilant. Piccolo had been caught off guard earlier. Boom. Vegeta unleashed his Super Saiyan Blue form. Both fighters poised for action. Ding. The gong sounded as they readied themselves. Whoosh. Hit moved, instantly appearing beside Vegeta, his strike parried by Vegeta. He then activated flash time at 0.5 seconds, rendering Vegeta's 0.1 second anticipation futile. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists colliding with flesh echoed, and in the blink of an eye, Vegeta was sent sprawling off the stage. Though he had been cautious, predicting a 0.5-second move was exceedingly difficult. Damn it. Vegeta's expression was one of utter dismay, returning to the stands in frustration as he accepted a Senzu bean from Yano. Hit stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of mastery. Alright, it's Yano's turn now. The audience eagerly turned their attention to Yano, including Beerus, who laughed at Kappa. It's time for my Yano to shine, Be prepared to retreat in disgrace. Ha ha ha. Damn you, Beerus. Hit. You better take this seriously. Kampa could only shout at Hit. Go, Yano. You must win. Lanky's delicate voice rang out in encouragement. Go, Uncle Yano. Goten and Trunks shouted in unison. The crowd rallied behind Yano as he gracefully leaped onto the stage, tossing a Senzu bean to Hit. Next up, the 6th Universe S Hit will face the 7th Universe S Yano. Boom. The gong sounded. Yano began stacking buffs. 8 gates 4th gate, 12-fold Kaioken, and godly power. Green, red, and blue auras erupted, leaving Hit and the entire 6th Universe in a state of shock. Your universe's Earthlings have quite a few transformations. The god of destruction from the 6th Universe stammered. What power is this? Kampa felt the overwhelming force, nearly rivaling his own. It seems the 7th Universe has a promising contender. Vados glanced at Whis with a hint of envy. Why didn't Tishi have such a talented apprentice? Hit. Not daring to underestimate his opponent, focused intently on Yano, realizing that this power surpassed even Goku's. Flash time activated. 5 seconds of flash time commenced. To Hit's astonishment. During this moment of frozen time, Yano smiled. Bang! A lightning-fast punch struck Hit, sending him hurtling far away. This blow was so swift that the audience barely registered it. One moment they saw a standoff, and the next, it was launched across the arena. Flash time versus instantaneous, how intriguing. Wish chuckled as he observed the match. Yano. Unleash your power. Let Kampa witness the might you possess. Beerus aimed to flaunt his universe as champion once more. Chapter 101. Victory in an instant, Jano's aura began to shift. Transforming from a divine, sacred energy into a chilling void of silence, an aura so frigid that it unsettled everyone present. The azure flames ceased their eruption. Morphing into a grayish hue, his hair turned gray, and his eyes shifted from black to gray, surrounded perpetually by an essence of annihilation. Annihilation energy? Kampa exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Even Beerus was taken aback by this force. A mere human had harnessed the power of annihilation, a clear indication of a potential destroyer. Goku and the others felt the chilling aura, causing a shiver to run down their spines, while Lachi nervously gazed at the stage. It also broke into a cold sweat. Realizing that this palpable aura of silence was far more discomforting than mere destruction, for while destruction lacks sensation, this power emanated an unmistakable essence of death. Is this your true strength? Hit thought, compelled to confront this formidable energy, fully alert. However, the rules of the match prohibited killing. And using annihilation energy could easily lead to unintended fatalities, prompting Jano to retract his deathly aura. His earlier display had merely been a response to Beerus' words, aimed at shocking their opponents. Boom. In the next moment, Jano's aura exploded once more, a silver beam shooting skyward. Surrounding him was a glimmering silver light. Reminiscent of twinkling stars, his eyes shone with silver brilliance, and strands of silver appeared in his hair, his entire presence radiating divinity. To Goku and his companions. Every movement Jano made was flawless. Even the infamous Hit found himself astonished by the apparent lack of flaws. True mastery. It seems I was not mistaken. I never anticipated. Kampa's voice trembled with disbelief. Well done, Jano. Defeat him. Beerus shouted, reveling in the moment. Eager to showcase the prowess of his 7th universe before Kampa. The first to act was Hit. Though he perceived no weaknesses in his opponent, he chose to strike. Jano closed his eyes, the true mastery of his abilities already activated. The outcome was all but certain, as Hit initiated his attack. Jano effortlessly evaded with movements too swift to be seen, countering with a punch to Hit's left cheek. Bang! That strike encapsulated the essence of the 4 gates combined with a 12-fold Kaioken and the mastery of true freedom. Hit was sent flying, hurtling through the air. Whoosh! Jano vanished from sight, reappearing before Hit in a motion that transcended time itself, landing a strike on him. Hit crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a massive cloud of dust, and as it settled, he lay unconscious, having been knocked out of the ring. Hit has been eliminated. Jano from Universe 7 claims victory. This match concludes with a triumph for Universe 7. The referee, appearing from nowhere, assessed Hit's condition, finding him unresponsive, and declared the result. The match ended swiftly. Only moments ago, Hit had been invincible, having dispatched 3 opponents with ease, yet now he found himself utterly dominated. Even his time-skip technique had proven ineffective against Jano's prowess. Jano's state of true mastery had stripped Kampa of any resolve to fight. For he himself could not be certain of overcoming Jano, let alone anyone else. Excellent work, Jano. Splendid performance. Kampa exclaimed, chuckling heartily. How about that, Kampa? This is the caliber of my Universe 7. Bravo, Jano. Lan Shi shouted in encouragement. The others echoed their support, with number 18 sighing in relief. She had no desire to face such a formidable opponent. After all, witnessing a match and walking away with 10 million was a delightful prospect. Yano released all enhancements, stretching his limbs before teleporting to hit S side, offering him a Senzu Bean. Ugh. Hit rose, his expression a complex mix of emotions. He had lost. Thoroughly and without a chance to retaliate. This match had illuminated the reality that many strong warriors existed in other universes. Stagnation was not an option. You won. Fortunately. If your time skip could improve to 1 second, you might have had a chance. 1 second is exceedingly difficult. Time skip is merely a technique, unlike divine power, which can be infinitely developed to manipulate time. It seemed that the gods here had not extensively explored their divine abilities. Their techniques appeared limited. Yet he had already attained a form of instantaneous movement and touched the essence of annihilation, though mastery still eluded him. It chose not to speak further, turning away and flying towards the stands. Kampa surprisingly did not chastise Hit, but instead patted him on the shoulder. Your level is simply too high. Losing is natural, as long as you gave it your all. Although I cannot provide you the traversal cube as promised, feel free to take any treasures you desire. This statement left the 6th universe's participants in shock. It was not typical behavior for Kampa. It seems Lord Kampa has been shaken by Yano's display. What Yano exhibited was true mastery, a skill even Lord Kampa has yet to learn, Bados remarked. Kampa felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he turned away from Bados, ignoring her. Kampa, were you not astounded by Yano's strength? Beerus taunted, relishing the moment. Curse you, Beerus. Do you wish to fight? Kampa seethed, veins throbbing on his forehead. Just you? Even Yano might struggle to contend with me. Beerus cackled. Lord Kampa. Bados called out, yet Kampa remained unresponsive, caught in his fury. Yano's gaze sharpened as he noticed 3 figures had appeared on the arena. The central figure, a small purple child with a flat head, flanked by 2 tall, slender individuals resembling pencils. Who could have imagined that these were the pinnacle of power in the Dragon Ball universe? Lord Kampa. Bados nudged him. What is it, Bados? Kampa snapped back irritably. Bados pointed towards the stage, and as Kampa glanced over, he let out a scream akin to that of a butcher on New Year's. His eyes widening in disbelief, his jaw dropping, trembling all over. Beerus, alerted by Whis, turned to look at the stage and mirrored Kampa's reaction, screaming in terror, his body shaking uncontrollably. Even the Supreme Kai was perplexed. Shin had yet to comprehend who they were. But both the Supreme Kai, the 6th universe, and the old Kai were utterly astonished. Everyone was bewildered, following their gaze to the 3 figures standing silently on the platform, devoid of any aura. What? Both destroyers stammered in unison. The Omni King, they exclaimed in unison. Piccolo was taken aback by the term. Wasn't he this the esteemed figure Yano had mentioned? Seeing Yano's grave expression, he understood that it was indeed true. The Omni King? Who is that? Goku asked with curiosity. Vegeta, too, was unsettled. Who could instill fear in 2 destroyers? Chapter 102. The Divine Dragon. It is said that Lord Beerus. Is it truly wise for us to be positioned so high while facing the Omni King? Whis' sudden remark made cold sweat trickle down Beerus' back. In an instant, Beerus and Kampa appeared on stage with an almost imperceptible speed, bowing deeply at an angle greater than 90 degrees, head down and rear up. We warmly welcome the arrival of the Omni King, they exclaimed in unison. A childlike voice resonated. It has been a while since we last met. Whis and Beerus followed suit. Whis spoke. I trust you are in good health, Beerus offered. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit today? Because you have been conducting activities without permission, I wish to remind you that the duties of a destroyer cannot be taken lightly. Just a single statement caused cold sweat to pour from the brows of the 2 powerful destroyers. We sincerely apologize. For the first time, Beerus displayed such an expression, leaving everyone astonished. Is this fellow truly that formidable? Goku whispered. Let me put it this way, with just a wave of his hand, 12 universes could vanish, Yano explained, startling several individuals. Who would have thought? Vegeta crossed his arms. Lord Omni King, allow me to speak. After Whis and Beerus finished their report, Beerus feigned a whimper. Perhaps we should consider replacing one of the destroyers. The Omni King's words left both of them in a state of acute tension. For this being indeed possessed such power. I am merely jesting. However, let us gather for a competition next time among the 12 universes. Absolutely. Before the 2 destroyers could respond, Goku's voice rang out, causing Yano to remain still. That sounds like such fun. Let us compare. Before Goku could approach, Two guards emerged from the ground right before him. All is well. The Omni King waved his hand, and the guards retreated to the side. These two guards. Yano narrowed his eyes, possessing extraordinary abilities of perfect freedom and spatial manipulation, truly terrifying. The battles have been quite splendid. Let us organize another competition soon. That is a promise. Goku extended a hand in friendship. The two destroyers widened their eyes in shock, their mouths agape. This handshake will mark Goku's ascent to greatness. Forging connections with the elite of the elite. Yano pondered whether he could be exempted from the Omni King's scrutiny. He felt it was unlikely. Yet he could not contend with those two guards. Goku even pulled one of them up, leaving the guards stunned, while the two destroyers were utterly frightened. Well then, farewell. The Omni King retreated, grasping the hands of his guards. Farewell, Lord Omni King. The two destroyers bowed once more, having bowed more times today than ever before. After the gods exchanged pleasantries with the Omni King, the guards escorted him away, disappearing into the ground. The application of such spatial abilities provided me with some inspiration. The next step will be to practice the manipulation of time and space. This could be worth exploring. Yano felt a surge of excitement, as there was now much to pursue, such as mastering the power of destruction, complemented by new skills of time and space. How dare you be so audacious? Beerus patted his chest, feeling a sense of apprehension, then scolded with a tone of disappointment. Hee. Goku chuckled, scratching his head. It must be said, Goku's intellect seemed to have diminished in this new form. Just a moment ago, his careless actions could have provoked the wrath of the Omni King. And Yano felt the need to have a word with Goku, as this could easily invite enmity. Beerus, that was merely the preliminary round. The true finals will occur when the Omni King hosts the competition. You all must train diligently to perform well next time. Kappa scoffed, arms crossed. Best to obediently hand over the Dragon Balls first. You need not remind me. I will deliver them to you. The last one is contingent upon your ability to find it. Dados, let us depart. As the sixth universe's inhabitants left, Bulma took out her scouter to begin searching for the last Dragon Ball's whereabouts. This should be the location. After searching for quite some time, 18's keen eyes spotted the 7 Dragon Balls, and Yano informed everyone that the planet beneath them was likely the one. Then, everyone, please follow me. Whis led the group into the transport cube. The transport cube swiftly activated, soaring upwards until reaching a suitable altitude to behold the 7 Dragon Balls. With a wave of his staff, Whis shattered the planet's outer shell, revealing its brilliant golden interior. 4-star ball, how fortuitous. Yano marveled, noting the 4-star ball's presence until now. What is the incantation again? Beerus inquired, glancing at Bulma. Speak in the divine tongue. Arise, Shinran, I wish to make a wish. Hey, Whis. Recited in the divine tongue. Arise, Shinran, I wish to make a wish. An incomprehensible phrase emerged from Whis's lips. This was the divine language. The 7 colossal golden Dragon Balls began to radiate light, blinding flashes of golden lightning shaking the entire universe. Such magnificent divine power. As Yano felt the overwhelming divine energy, he recognized the vast gulf between it and his own abilities. It was akin to the difference between an ocean and a mere pond. Then, a golden dragon appeared. Adorned with wings, its body seemingly extending into infinity, its deep red eyes captivating. With a mighty roar, its entire form materialized before everyone. Each galaxy was dwarfed by its scales, and only after the brilliant light departed did they realize they had entered the belly of the dragon. Finally, emerging from the dragon's mouth, they stood before the majestic dragon. What wish shall be made? Beerus pondered. After a series of divine utterances, have you made your decision? Then I shall grant your wish, Whis smiled gently. After repeating the phrase, the dragon's eyes flashed red and then vanished. What did you wish for? Bulma asked curiously. Nothing much, merely a more comfortable bed, Beerus replied nonchalantly. You could have asked for something far more significant. That wish was a waste. Yano remained silent. Having felt the immense power of the strong since the Omni King's arrival, it was unfathomable and boundless. For instance, those 2 guards and the dragon. The sheer magnitude of their divine power was beyond his reach. There remained some disparity, yet it could be compensated for. Yano felt confident that once he mastered the power of destruction, he might even recreate a divine level. The power of death, stronger than destruction. Or perhaps the power of time and space, capable of traversing parallel universes. If necessary, he could join the Time-Space Patrol for further advancement. If the records of the Dragon God Salama are indeed true, then it is possible that Dragon Ball heroes could also manifest. Yano shook his head. He was merely aware of such a universe, and it was prudent to be prepared just in case. Launchi sensed Yano's unease and gently patted his arm, smiling reassuringly. Chapter 103. daily life now that the tournament has concluded and the wish has been made. Whis leads everyone back to Earth. To everyone's surprise, the sixth universe has such formidable opponents. Goku, brimming with enthusiasm, feels that his bout with Hit was not yet satisfying. Come on, Kakarot. Unleash your full power without giving him a chance, he exclaims. How about you, Piccolo? How does the orange form feel? Yano inquires with a smile directed at Piccolo. Piccolo's expression fluctuates, clearly affected by the vexation of time manipulation. Upon returning to Earth, everyone disperses to their respective homes, planning to celebrate the victory the following day. Beerus and Whis naturally return to the realm of destruction first. That night, the city of West City is alive with activity. Under the neon lights, crowds hover in flying vehicles, and the city has yet to embrace rest. Yano's family takes a leisurely stroll after dinner. Ah, hee hee. Yano amuses his daughter Wan, eliciting laughter from both her and Lanchi. Taking a moment to survey his surroundings, everything feels so vivid and real. Decades have passed since his arrival in this Dragon Ball world. He has forged bonds with the main cast, become a comrade, and married Lanchi, even welcoming a child. To fight alongside his friends and return home to a loving wife, Yano feels he has nearly integrated into this world. Yet, the emergence of unwelcome foes lingers in his mind, preventing him from feeling entirely at ease. He cannot afford to wager on what adversaries may come next. With a family to protect, he must continue to grow stronger to face those formidable threats. A smile escapes him as he reflects on how he once sought protection and now stands as a pillar of strength, one of the mightiest warriors in the seventh universe. Aside from the gods of destruction, what are you pondering, Yano? Lanchi asks, noticing his contemplative demeanor. Yano often exhibits such expressions, hinting at concern. Snapping back to the moment, Yano shakes his head. It's nothing to worry about. No matter what enemies arise, I will safeguard you and Wan. Yes, Lanchi affirms, linking her arm with Yano's, understanding his apprehension for their family's safety. The streetlights stretch their shadows, as if they would walk indefinitely. The next day, Bulma organizes a celebratory feast at her home to commemorate their victory over the sixth universe. Yes, indeed. There will be an abundance of delicacies, she assures Whis. Oh my. We shall set off immediately, Bulma-san. Whis responds with eagerness, leading Beerus straight to Earth. As Yano's family arrives, they find that most guests have already gathered. Good afternoon, everyone. Yano greets, joining Piccolo for a casual chat. Lanchi brings Wan over to Chi-Chi, where Goten and Trunks entertain Wan. Buu sits alone at a table, indulging in a feast. Exclaiming, delicious. So good. Gaku observes the descending spaceship from the side. My order of the universe's trendiest desserts has arrived. The spaceship lands, revealing none other than Manaka, the universe's most dependable delivery person. However, due to Yano's formidable prowess, Beerus did not summon Manaka specifically to deceive Goku, leaving the others unaware of his identity. After delivering the desserts, Manaka bids farewell. Shortly after, a brilliant light descends from the heavens. Beerus and Whis have arrived. Greetings, Whis, Lord Beerus, Yano says as he approaches them, maintaining a polite demeanor. Ah, Yano, you seem quite spirited. How about continuing your training with me after the feast? Let us refine your ultra instinct to perfection. Whis suggests with a smile. Yano hesitates, uncertain. Hey, Whis, Lord Beerus. Goku's voice booms as he appears behind them. Whis does not press the matter. Recognizing that Yano's current strength is already impressive, a bit more refinement could enable him to contend with weaker gods of destruction. As everyone settles down, an array of delectable dishes begins to arrive. Where are the dishes prepared by Yano? Is this truly a celebratory feast? Beerus scans the room, failing to spot the culinary creations Yano had previously made. All eyes turn to Yano with anticipation. They have yet to taste his cooking, but if Beerus is intrigued, it must be excellent. Yano chuckles, scratching his head. Very well, I shall prepare a few dishes for this celebration. Without hesitation, he heads to the kitchen. Before long, under the eager gazes of the guests, Yano emerges from the kitchen with several plates. The vibrant colors and delightful aromas are captivating. Oh, Whis exclaims as he samples the first dish, the tender, rich braised pork. Delicious. So good. Goten and Trunks devour a plate, and Yano has, of course, prepared multiple servings. What is this? Eggplant? Beerus curiously inspects the dish, picking up a piece to taste. A satisfying crunch echoes as he bites into it. This is the flavor-packed eggplant. Several more exquisite dishes are presented before the guests. Wonderful, Yano. These dishes are familiar to Lanchi, yet they remain delightful. I never expected you to be such a culinary expert, Chi-Chi exclaims, astonished after tasting a bite. Unexpectedly delicious. So good. Everyone revels in the joyous atmosphere, and soon the meal concludes. Well then, I must take my leave, everyone, Whis announces as he and Beerus head back to the realm of destruction. Yano decides to remain behind. He has been preparing to break through his temporal abilities, attempting to transcend parallel spaces. The tragic nature of Goten's universe urges him to take action. The concept of destructive power, an unprecedented term, seems exceptionally challenging to conquer. There is an abundance to master, and harnessing divine energy appears to be the most expedient path to strength. His physical prowess has long reached a state capable of opening the 8 gates. Yet he finds himself stalled at the 4th. Meanwhile, achieving Ultra Instinct, particularly the emotional variant, will require considerable time unless he continually pushes his limits. It seems Goku has fallen ill, unable to control his energy, and the first person he seeks is Yano. So, you can't control instant transmission or even flying. Yano recalls the plot, struggling to remember the details. Yes, I suspect it may be due to your use of Kaioken and Super Saiyan Blue, Yano proposes. You might want to consult the Kai, he may have more insights. Allow me to accompany you, he decides, recalling Goku's persistent issues with instant transmission. Greetings, Lord Kai. Goku calls out as they find the Kai working on reconstructing his house. Goku, Yano? What brings you here? The revived Kai beams upon seeing Yano. Indeed. Yano is quite considerate. Goku, you promised to resurrect us long ago, yet it was Yano who fulfilled it, the Kai remarks. Hee, I must have forgotten, Lord Kai. I'm here because I seem to have fallen ill. Goku explains his predicament, and the Kai retrieves a stethoscope to examine him. Chapter 104, The Change of the Future. This is a case of delayed chaos syndrome. Yano was correct. It should be attributed to your use of Super Saiyan Blue combined with the tenfold Kaioken technique, which has led to this turmoil. You have overexerted yourself. Yano possesses a unique physique. His 8 gates technique can negate the side effects of the Kaioken, while the power of the gods can counteract the repercussions of the 8 gates. You, however, are different. Your consumption of Super Saiyan Blue and the tenfold Kaioken is beyond your limits. The Kaioshin shook his head. I see. What should I do now, Lord Kao? It will improve after some time, but for now, refrain from excessive use of the Kaioken. By the way, I heard during the recent battle, you predicted the enemy's moves a few seconds in advance. That's not acceptable. A prolonged disconnection between awareness and the body can lead to complications and hinder your ability to fight. The Kaioshin remarked. No, Lord Kao, have you heard of Ultra Instinct? Yano countered. That statement is incorrect. Ultra Instinct. It seems to be a divine technique, doesn't it? The essence of Ultra Instinct is the separation of body and consciousness, allowing the body to react instinctively. However, it requires divine power to support it, Yano explained. Yano, are you saying I could learn Ultra Instinct too? Goku pressed, placing both hands on Yano's shoulders. Of course, once your body has recovered, you can seek out Whis for training. Yano chuckled at the memory of his own arduous training. All right, Lord Kao, we must take our leave. Goku greeted cheerfully, draping an arm over Yano's shoulder. Farewell, Lord Kao. Yano and Goku instantaneously teleported to Gohan's home, having locked onto Piccolo's energy signature. Huh? What are you doing here? Piccolo, who was entertaining Little Pan, was startled by the sudden appearance of the two. I just took Goku to the Kao's place. He has some issues with his body. Yano briefly explained. Well, I must be going now. Without further delay, Yano returned home. At the Xeno Palace. Why has the space been so chaotic recently? The Grand Priest squinted, intrigued. On the fire-boiling star, Goten and Trunks, 2 mischievous children, were currently engaged in battle alongside a group of others. They had secretly snuck into Monaka's vehicle and were mistakenly brought along. This group isn't very strong, Trunks remarked, seeing the enemy's retreat. Who are they? Goten asked the old man nearby. They are villains attempting to seize the dormant power of the planet. Back on Earth, Vegeta and Bulma had just discovered that Trunks was missing, and Chi-Chi, upon being informed by Bulma, realized Goten was also gone. Don't worry. Vegeta and Gak have already gone to retrieve them, and they will be back soon, Bulma reassured her. Goku-san, why did you go to the Kao's place to train at this time? Chi-Chi still felt somewhat uneasy. At Yano's home, Yano was reclining on the sofa, playing with Wan-Wan. When the doorbell rang, and Lanchi opened the door. Chi-Chi. Lanchi welcomed Chi-Chi inside. So, please, Yano, help bring Goten back. I'm not very reassured about Vegeta. Chi-Chi clasped her hands together, genuinely worried about Vegeta. All right, leave it to me. Yano handed one on to Lanchi while sensing Goten and Trunks' energy. Just then, Vegeta arrived and was embroiled in battle with the enemies. Yano successfully teleported to their location. Uncle Yano. Goten and Trunks exclaimed joyfully. With both Yano and Vegeta present, they felt secure. Yano nodded, noticing the two purple entities across from him, one resembling Vegeta. You scoundrel. How dare you impersonate me? Vegeta gathered energy for a Gallic gun. What? Vegeta was taken aback. He hadn't unleashed it. Are you planning to use that? The fake Vegeta fired a Gallic gun at the rocks behind Vegeta. Yano approached Vegeta from behind and patted his shoulder. It's all right, I've got this. Humph. Though reluctantly. Vegeta turned his back and stood aside. Who is this guy? The nearby purple copy of Griot inquired. Yano possesses formidable strength. The water clone of Vegeta seemed to have retained some memories. Then let us copy him, Griot urged, as the counterfeit Vegeta transformed his hands into faucet-like tubes, from which purple water flowed forth. Be careful, that's the thing, Vegeta warned. Interesting. Yano remained unperturbed as a gray energy gradually enveloped his body. The iconic aura of stillness emerging. Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. Annihilation. Yano raised one hand, unleashing an annihilation energy sphere straight towards the counterfeit Vegeta and Griot. That power. Retreat. The fake Vegeta quickly fell back, evidently wary of the force. Unfortunately, the annihilation power was also tracking. As it neared the fakes, the energy sphere expanded, completely obliterating both of them. Is it over? The old man stared in disbelief, and Gak also sighed in relief. However, does that mean Griot and his accomplices are still alive? Goten questioned. No, they perished during that moment. The old man shook his head, thanking them. Without further ado, Yano instantaneously teleported back home with Goten and the others. Goten. Chi-Chi embraced Goten tightly, while Bulma scolded Trunks. You mustn't run off like that again. Had it not been for Yano, you would have been in danger. Hearing Trunks' words, Bulma felt a wave of fear wash over her. Lanchi held one on, beaming with joy as she observed the two families, while Piccolo also approached, cradling Little Pan to gauge the situation. Quite delightful, Piccolo. How about entrusting Wan to you as well, to help teach her martial arts? Yano grinned at Piccolo. Humph, if you wish to send her, then do so. But if she cries, it's not my concern, Piccolo retorted stubbornly. Lanchi chuckled at the exchange between the two. Wan, feeling hungry, began to babble, much to the delight of the three. Piccolo couldn't help but smile as Little Pan also began to babble, the two innocent voices chiming together, bringing smiles to everyone present. In a parallel future, a young boy sprinted, seemingly evading something. Huff, huff, huff. He concealed himself behind a dilapidated, collapsed building, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. However, before he could catch his breath, a wave of light surged towards him once more, compelling him to hide again, ultimately leading him to an underground laboratory. Inside the laboratory, a slightly older Bulma stood at the workbench. Mother. Trunks greeted, finally feeling reassured. You're here, Trunks. Just in time. The energy source has been extracted, and it needs to be delivered to Capsule Corporation. Future Bulma retrieved a jar containing blue liquid. Boom. Mother. Trunks shielded Bulma as the sound of an energy blast erupted. The basement collapsed as Bulma handed the jar to Trunks. Run, Trunks, run. Bulma desperately moved towards the two dark figures. As the dust settled, one figure bore a striking resemblance to Goku, while the other, sporting a similar hairstyle, was filled with murderous intent. This is Broly. Chapter 105, The Great Escape. In a state of desperation, Trunks, clutching the last vestige of hope, arrived at a dilapidated building. He knocked on a door with a firm resolve. Trunks, a voice echoed from the right side of the corridor. Shiwu. Trunks exhaled in relief. Upon noticing the jar in Trunks' hand, Shiwu's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Those two scoundrels, they killed my mother. Tears streamed down Trunks' face, his body trembling with an overwhelming tide of hatred and sorrow. If only Uncle Yano, Dad, and Uncle Goku were here. He struck the ground with his fist, frustration evident in his voice. Shiwu could only offer him solace. In the main timeline, Yano was engaged in meditation at the source of the underworld, Zamasu. A future threat from this timeline had made a wish to swap bodies with Goku, resulting in the demise of both Goku and his family. However, Yano realized that he was the only one present in this timeline, for Zamasu's arrival a year later meant there would be no trace of him. If I were to be there a year later, Zamasu would certainly sense something amiss with Goku's energy and eliminate him, thus preventing Zamasu's return to the timeline of the Great Trunks. Yano pondered the implications. If this fellow becomes a pivotal boss, who might the accompanying adversary be? He sought to predict the nature of the forthcoming enemy. Since destruction could not vanquish the immortal Zamasu, annihilation was futile, only obliteration would suffice. Perhaps I should further explore the power of the space-time continuum, he mused, recognizing its utility in both combat and evasion. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thoughts. Contemplating parallel universes was a source of great frustration. Gradually, divine energy surged forth, forming a protective barrier. Indeed, if divine energy can encompass such a vast area, I could manipulate gravity to create a zone of gravitational influence. With careful refinement, he could masterfully regulate the gravitational forces acting on allies and foes alike, achieving a significant milestone in his abilities. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Great Trunks, he and Xiaowu raced towards the Capsule Corporation. Unfortunately, the two ominous figures spotted them. A powerful energy blast surged forth, and Trunks braced himself to block it. Trunks, stay alive. Xiaowu charged towards the looming shadows. Black Goku and the dark version of Broly stood side by side, their gazes cold and unyielding as they observed Xiaowu's advance. An energy blast from Black Goku struck Xiaowu, and Trunks could only watch helplessly as she fell before him. Embracing the jar tightly, he realized the Capsule Corporation was within reach. Rest assured, I will reunite you with this girl soon. Black Goku smirked, gesturing to Broly, indicating his intent to confront Trunks alone. In a moment of desperation, Trunks unleashed his Super Saiyan form, charging at Black Goku and delivering a punch to his abdomen. Now this is entertaining. Black Goku steadied himself, and as the skirmish unfolded, Trunks found himself at a disadvantage. Evil Flash. Trunks released a blinding burst of energy, momentarily blinding his opponents. Seizing the opportunity, he sprinted towards the Capsule Corporation and successfully boarded the time machine. As the machine ascended slowly, Black Goku seethed. You're finished, Trunks. An energy blast aimed at the time machine was unleashed, but in the final moment, Trunks managed to escape. Inside the time machine, Trunks thought of returning to his mother and Xiaowu from 17 years ago, tears streaming down his face as exhaustion overcame him, causing him to collapse in his seat. In the main timeline, little Trunks, along with the eclectic trio and their tutor, enjoyed lunch on the balcony. Suddenly, little Trunks sensed something amiss. Looking up at the sky as a fierce wind picked up, heralding the abrupt arrival of the time machine, he flew over to investigate, wiping a layer of dust from the glass to reveal a figure inside. Young master, it says Capsule Corporation. The tutor, though perplexed and frightened, pointed out, do we have this model at home? There's someone inside. Go fetch my mother. Bulma rushed over upon hearing the news, confirming it was the Great Trunks, quickly extracting him from the machine and laying him on a recliner while notifying Whis. What? You mean Trunks has returned? And he's severely injured? You want Trunks to know. Little Trunks, maximize your energy, Vegeta urged anxiously. Goku, sensing the energy, exclaimed, found him. This sounds intriguing. Let us go, Whis. Curious. Beerus joined them as the three placed their hands on Goku's shoulder, instantly teleporting to the Capsule Corporation. What happened? Vegeta rushed to the side of the Great Trunks, inquiring. I'm not quite sure, but there's definitely danger afoot. Goku, go to Yano's and borrow some Senzu beans. Bulma diligently wiped the dust from Trunks' face. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Goku soared towards Yano's residence. Lachi, is Yano home? He asked. Not at the moment, Goku. Are you looking for Yano? He went to train in the underworld. I can break some stones to call him back, Lachi replied with a smile, holding her daughter. No, that's unnecessary. I'm here to borrow Senzu beans. Future Trunks has returned and is somewhat injured. Wait a moment, Lachi said, retreating to her bedroom and returning with a bag of Senzu beans. Thank you. If Yano comes back, please have him visit Bulma's house. I appreciate it. See you. Goku wasted no time, teleporting back to Capsule Corporation and tossing the Senzu beans to Vegeta. Vegeta placed a bean in Trunks' mouth, and in the next moment, Trunks slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the familiar face before him, he mistakenly identified Goku as Black Goku. You bastard! He shouted, leaping to his feet and launching a punch at Goku. Goku, taken aback yet prepared, absorbed the blow, leaving everyone astonished. What is the matter, Trunks? It's me, Goku said. Bewildered. Smack. Bulma delivered a sharp slap to Trunks' face, exclaiming, This is your Uncle Goku. Snap out of it. Only then did Trunks realize he had traveled back 17 years. You truly are. Living Uncle Goku? I thought you perished in the explosion with Cell. Trunks stammered in shock. Ah, it's a long story. But ultimately, new enemies have emerged, and I was resurrected. Goku chuckled, scratching his head, maintaining his carefree demeanor. I sincerely apologize, Uncle Goku, for my earlier attack. Trunks bowed deeply. What on earth transpired? Trunks, how did you come to be here? Bulma asked, hands on her hips. Chapter 106, The Arrival of the Dark Duo Mom. Mother. Tears welled in Trunks' eyes as he gazed at Bulma. Ah? Little Trunks seemed somewhat bewildered. Trunks knelt before Bulma, bowing his head. What's the matter, Trunks? Bulma, concerned, couldn't help but feel the pain for her child. I have finally returned. Trunks thought of his return and felt a surge of hope. Have you calmed down? Bulma inquired. Yes, I apologize, Mother, and also to you, Father. Trunks glanced at Vegeta, who stood with his arms crossed. Lachi arrived at Capsule Corporation. Carrying 2 stones and Wanan, her curiosity piqued by the events that had transpired. Hello, everyone, she greeted, embracing Wanan. Lachi, you are here too. Has Yano come? Bulma responded. Not yet. Yano is training at the source of the Yellow Springs. Lachi shook her head. I heard that future Trunks has returned. So I came to see what is happening. If Yano's assistance is required, I can call him back. Indeed, traversing through time. Whis and Beerus nodded in understanding of the situation. Remarkable occurrences seemed to unfold one after another. I thought humanity could not achieve such feats, Whis remarked. Slightly astonished yet maintaining his composure. How about it? Are you regarding me with newfound respect? Traversing time is indeed impressive, yet it is a grave transgression. This statement left everyone momentarily speechless. Whis proceeded to enlighten everyone about time and its associated crimes, leaving Trunks in a state of panic, as he did not wish for Bulma to face punishment due to such matters. Ah, Lord Deity. Trunks knelt before Whis, preparing to plead for Bulma's mercy. Beerus, taken aback, pointed at himself in disbelief with wide eyes. You are mistaken. This one is the deity. Whis chuckled softly, covering his mouth. After some discussion and the pleas from his 2 disciples, Beerus declared, if you can provide me with a delicacy I have never tasted before, I shall grant my forgiveness. Subsequently, the 2 formidable warriors were swayed by the promise of fish sausages. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Krillin, 2 humble farmers, were informed by Goten about the time machine and hastened towards Capsule Corporation. Bulma and the others were examining the time machine, while Vegeta and the others deliberated on matters concerning the future. What precisely transpired? Was it Majin Buu and the evil spirit wave? Vegeta inquired. Not at all. I prevented the birth of Majin Buu. As for the evil spirit wave, I have not heard of it,